Chapter 1. Recruitment Conference. In the central plains of the Middle Yuan continent, at the eastern wilderness, the grand square of the Wuzhezong sect was bustling with activity. Youths from various regions gathered eagerly, all aspiring to join one of the 12 celestial realms. Wuzhezong, to the heart of the square, on a raised platform, stood the 8 esteemed peak masters of Wuzhezong. These figures were either seasoned middle-aged individuals with weathered faces or venerable elders exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Amidst these 9, a young man named Qin Tian, clad in tattered robes and appearing roughly 18, stood out conspicuously. With tousled hair, a wandering gaze, and a slight downturn at the corners of his mouth, he exuded an air of languor and indifference, a few strands of hair dancing freely in the wind. The master of the Tsangtian Peak, dressed in luxurious robes, spoke up. Qin Tian, should the Piaomiao Peak fail to recruit new disciples today, according to sect regulations, the current lineage of Piaomiao Peak may be dissolved. Even if your master returns, there will be no grounds for discussion. The other peak masters also directed their attention towards Qin Tian. Although his strength was modest, he was the only representative of Piaomiao Peak, leaving him with no choice but to address the matters concerning his faction. Otherwise, he would lack the standing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed peak masters. Wuzhezong is comprised of 9 peaks, collectively forming a dominant force in the realm. However, Piaomiao Peak has suffered from a severe decline in disciples over the years, nearing a state of extinction, now reduced to just the peak master and Qin Tian. The master of Piaomiao Peak had been missing for several years, leaving Qin Tian alone. This was undoubtedly a significant waste of resources, as one of the 9 principal peaks. Such deterioration was detrimental to the sect's future. A principal peak is expected to nurture exceptional disciples, yet the remaining Qin Tian displayed only mediocre talent, currently at the late stage of Qi training, ranking among the lower tier of his contemporaries. Suddenly, Qin Tian's previously aimless gaze sharpened. With his master away, Piaomiao Peak was his home, and he could not simply relinquish it. Master Tsang, with my master absent, it is difficult for me to make decisions, Qin Tian retorted, unwilling to engage further, knowing they would not dare to challenge his master, but would instead target him. The junior disciple, your master has been gone for 4 years. As the senior disciple of Piaomiao Peak, you are naturally capable of making decisions, Tsang Lantian continued. I have discussed this matter with the sect leader. Currently, Tsangtian Peak has numerous disciples, and resources are limited. You are permitted to join Tsangtian Peak, while Piaomiao Peak will serve as a branch of Tsangtian Peak, allowing you to continue residing there. The gravity of Qin Tian's expression deepened. It was clear that this old man sought to usurp Piaomiao Peak, and it seemed the sect leader had tacitly approved. Master Tsang, the regulations stipulate that if the number of disciples falls below 10, a lineage may be dissolved, but this is only applicable after 5 years. It has only been 4 years. We have yet to reach the 5-year mark. Rest assured, you will be granted this opportunity that if you fail to recruit 10 disciples today, the likelihood of Piaomiao Peak attracting new members within the coming year will be negligible. Wuzhezong holds a recruitment conference annually, presenting an opportunity to the world. The talent requirements are not stringent. One need only achieve second-grade aptitude. In contrast, to join Wuzhezong at other times, one must possess an aptitude of 4th grade or higher. Talents of 4th grade aptitude are rare, and it is considered fortunate if 3 to 5 such individuals emerge during a recruitment conference. How can one know the outcome? Without trying, he thought that if he could delay for another day, by the time his master returned, they would likely no longer covet the Misty Peak as for recruiting disciples. He had never entertained the idea. Over the past few years, he had attempted to attract a few disciples for Misty Peak. Yet, without exception, no one was willing to join. Tsang Lantian chuckled softly. Then let me extinguish your hopes. The recruitment conference is about to commence. Were it not for his consideration of Qin Tian's master, he would have long since seized control of Misty Peak. However, adhering to the sect's rules, even if his master were to return, what difference would it make? Today marks the annual recruitment conference of the Wuzhezong. Anyone with adequate talent may join our ranks. Tsang Lantian's voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present in the square. As one of the 12 heavenly caves, Wuzhezong encompasses several human dynasties, with an inhabitant count exceeding 100 million. Today, as many as 300,000 youths had gathered, yet those who met the criteria were but 1 in 100. The path of cultivation is a grand feast for the few. If they could recruit 1,000 today, it would be deemed a significant achievement. Yet historically, they could only attract a few hundred. Qin Tian raised his gaze toward the square, hoping to entice a few disciples to return with him. The system for assessing the combined strength of junior brothers and sisters has been activated, with a limit of 9 slots, requiring imperial-level talent. Currently, there are no junior brothers or sisters, and the strength remains unchanged. Name: Zhou. Age: 16. Talent: below standard. Realm: mortal. Life resume: the sole heir of a wealthy merchant in Jiang City, he lived a life of ease for the first 16 years. Inspired by witnessing an immortal wielding a sword, he sought to pursue immortality at Wuzhizong, but, due to his lackluster talent, failed to gain entry and perished at the hands of bandits on his journey home. Evaluation: unqualified. Qin Tian stared at the glowing panel before him, momentarily taken aback. As a traveler from Blue Star, he was all too familiar with this phenomenon. He casually glanced at others, noticing that no one paid attention to his panel, and immediately patted his chest. The combined strength, does that not imply that he would need no further cultivation, as long as he had junior brothers and sisters? Yet, where could one possibly find such imperial-level talent? Such individuals would be a rarity, not merely within Wuzhizong, but throughout the entire eastern wilderness. Qin Tian shifted his gaze once more. Name: Lu Guang. Age: 16. Talent: below standard. Realm: mortal. Life resume: the son of a hunter from several hundred miles away from Wuzhizong, he accompanied his father in hunting from a young age. Mastering the art of capture, he sought immortality at Wuzhizong, but failed, returning to continue his father's legacy as a hunter. Evaluation: unqualified. Name: Qin De. Age: 16. Talent: first grade. Qin Tian perused dozens of profiles, finding that all were disappointingly subpar, with not a single second-grade talent. Among them, the highest talent was merely first grade. It seemed that the path of cultivation was indeed fraught with difficulty. However, Qin Tian did not cease his search with such a multitude of attendees today. Could he perhaps select even one? In the past, he had acknowledged his mediocre talent, and thus resigned himself to a lackadaisical approach. Yet now, with a system at his side, why not leverage the strength of junior brothers and sisters to ascend to greatness and pursue immortality? If he were to possess 9 imperial-level sisters, would he not then wield the power of 9 emperors? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Qin Tian's gaze swept across the information panel, and he nearly gasped in astonishment at what he saw. Name: Feng Yue. Age: 16. Talent: imperial level unawakened. Realm: mortal. Life resume: evaluation: qualified. Qin Tian momentarily lost his focus, his eyes igniting with fervent brilliancy in imperial-level talent. Indeed, talent is categorized into 9 grades, with the realms of divine, sacred, and imperial lying beyond the imperial level is, without doubt, the pinnacle of human comprehension. Such talent is a rarity that emerges once in a millennium. The lifespan of an emperor is vast, extending up to 100,000 years in the long history of the central Yuan continent. Merely 9 have graced its annals. Why is the life resume still loading? Qin Tian noted the information panel remained in a perpetual state of processing. Could it be that an imperial-level talent is simply too astonishing? As Qin Tian turned his gaze towards Feng Yue, she too looked back at him. Senior brother Qin Tian? The moment Feng Yue beheld Qin Tian, a fragment of memory from the future surged forth in her mind. Chapter 2. The Empress returns. It is my junior sister. In her previous life, she began with an unremarkable talent, merely at the 2nd grade. However, unbeknownst to many, she possessed the Phoenix divine body. During an expedition, engulfed by a raging inferno, she miraculously activated her Phoenix form. The Phoenix body, what a terrifying and extraordinary constitution. From that moment, her cultivation soared at an unprecedented rate, making her the foremost prodigy of the Wuji sect. She bested numerous leaders of the eastern wilderness, traversing to the central continent, where she became the most formidable among the 10 sovereigns. The central Yuan continent is vast and boundless, teeming with prodigies, yet she ascended to the pinnacle. However, just as she was on the verge of breaking into the celestial realm, she suffered a grave injury, and the other 9 sovereigns showed her no mercy. Believing she would perish, she was unexpectedly granted a chance to start anew. Had she returned to the time of her entry into the Wuji sect? Could this be yet another manifestation of the Phoenix Bodhi's miraculous powers? No matter, since the heavens have bestowed this opportunity upon me. In this new life, I shall inevitably ascend to greatness once more, slaying those 9 foes beneath my blade. Ding Transcendence System Binding Successful. This system is designed to assist the host in surpassing adversaries, avenging deep-seated grievances, with a chance to ascend to the celestial realm upon success. Gazing at the panel before her, Feng Yue felt no tumult within her heart. In her previous life, even in a state of ignorance, she attained the highest position in this life, armed with countless secrets and the knowledge of the path forward. Her journey of growth would undoubtedly accelerate manifold. With this enigmatic system as her ally, perhaps her ascent will be even swifter. The first target for transcendence is Qin Tian. The requirement is to surpass him in cultivation within 3 months. Success will yield rewards, while failure will bring punishment. Surpassing Qin Tian? Feng Yue smiled gently. Was this system not clearly offering rewards to her? Qin Tian's talent was mediocre, and he was a rather indolent individual. She recalled that in her previous life, upon her entry into the sect, Qin Tian was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, only managing to barely reach the late stage, when she emerged as the foremost of a younger generation of the Wuji sect. Moreover, he was exceedingly despicable prior to her awakening of the Phoenix body. He, relying on his status as senior brother, often withheld the cultivation resources that rightfully belonged to her, ultimately meeting a tragic end during an expedition at the brink of death. He had amassed a considerable collection of spirit stones, yet tragically, he could not spend them before his demise, epitomizing utter stinginess. Despite expressing his affections for her on numerous occasions, he was consistently rebuffed a person such as he, unworthy of her regard. Feng Yue harbored no animosity towards him, merely considering him a fleeting episode in her life. As the Phoenix Empress, she would not stoop to quarreling with an insignificant insect at the foundational stage of cultivation. Ignoring him was the simplest course of action. The chronicle of her life has successfully loaded. Feng Yue, endowed with the Phoenix divine body, was born into the esteemed Feng family in Phoenix City, a lineage of cultivators. She joined the Wuji sect, and prior to the awakening of her Phoenix divine body, her innate talent was merely second tier. Unfortunately, she entered the Misty Peak, where the senior disciple Qin Tian withheld her cultivation resources. Ultimately, during an expedition, she suffered a fiery ordeal, awakening her Phoenix divine body, and thus began her glorious rebirth, soaring high into the heavens. She became the foremost prodigy of the Wuji sect, vanquishing the 12 sect masters of the cave heavens, rejecting the sect leader's offer of succession, and traversing the eastern wasteland, where she was invincible, sweeping through the western desert, southern ridge, and northern plains. In the end, she triumphed over 14 sacred grounds and 9 imperial sects in the central continent, establishing the mightiest dynasty, the Phoenix Palace, and claiming the title of the foremost among the 10 emperors. As she endeavored to ascend the path to immortality, she sustained grave injuries, besieged by 9 great emperors, and has now returned in a reborn state. Qin Tian frowned, realizing that she was indeed the reincarnation of a great emperor and the strongest among them. The crux was that in Feng Yue's previous life, he had been a fool who withheld resources. This situation must be reversed, but could he still manipulate the Misty Peak in this life? Seeing Qin Tian's furrowed brow, Sanlan Tian assumed Qin Tian had resigned himself to his fate, and with a sweeping gesture, announced, "Commence the testing." 3 talent stone tablets stood tall before the assembly in the square. Though talent stones were not exceedingly rare, only sects possessed the means to procure them. Su Zhao, first-tier talent, disqualified. Hu Ju, first-tier talent, disqualified. After a continuous stream of over 100 individuals, all exhibiting exceedingly ordinary talents, not a single one was found to be qualified. "It seems this year's standards are even lower than last year's," remarked the Beastmaster Peak's leader, shaking his head. In the past decade, few disciples above the 5th tier have emerged. If this continues, the Wuji sect may face a severe talent drought. Indeed, if the Wuji sect persists in this manner, it risks gradual decline, falling out of the 12 cave heavens and becoming a mere blessed land. Years of scarce prodigies had already led to a significant gap in the Wuji sect's ranks. The Refraining Peak's leader, Lei Xing, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not fret this time. The Wuji sect has dispatched numerous disciples to promote recruitment far and wide. Surely, a few exceptional talents will emerge." Traditionally, youths aged 14 and above would come forth seeking their fateful encounters. However, this year, the Wuji sect had sent a multitude of disciples to advertise, likely resulting in a better outcome than in previous years. Li Shengtan, 4th-tier talent qualified, may enter the Wuji sect. A 4th-tier talent? How enviable! With steady cultivation, he is bound to be one of this year's outstanding individuals, destined to attain a mid-level position within the Wuji sect. Oh, if only I possessed 4th-tier talent. Many youths displayed expressions of envy, for even 1st-tier talent was a rare gem among 100. 4th-tier talent was indeed a treasure found in 1,000 miles. The crowd began to stir, for the emergence of a 4th-tier talent had provided them with considerable encouragement. The expressions of the numerous peak masters finally brightened. Somewhat. A 4th-grade talent signifies the potential to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, which ranks one among the upper echelons of power within the Wujizong. In the central Yuan continent, the cultivation levels are classified as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void. Refinement, harmonization, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, corresponding respectively to the 9 grades of talent. The master of the refining peak, Lei Xing, lauded, indeed, indeed. I hope we can welcome a few more with 4th grade talent, or even 5th grade. After his praise, he shifted his tone, declaring, this Li Sheng possesses a robust physique, making him well-suited for my refining peak. Nonsense. This young man is clearly destined for my beast mastery peak. A single 4th grade prodigy was sufficient to incite competition among the peaks. Qin Tian remained silent, considering that he had only 9 slots available and that such imperial potential was inadequate. A 4th grade talent seemed rather disappointing. Qin Tian mused inwardly, completely forgetting that he himself possessed merely a 3rd grade talent. Enough of this quarrel, let us wait until the talent assessment concludes before we allocate our disciples, spoke the master of the 100 Flowers Peak, adorned in a vividly colored palace gown. To her utterance, the peak masters fell silent. Let us abide by the arrangements made by junior sister Yao. Regardless of the talents displayed today, all candidates will be allocated after the assessment concludes, and no disputes over disciples shall be permitted during the process, proclaimed Song Lan Tian, who was in charge of the recruitment event and thus held authority. Agreed. All the peak masters nodded in acquiescence. Presently, Song Lan Tian's influence was surging, and he was likely to be a contender for the next sect leader, prompting everyone to cooperate graciously. Next, Yin Lai, the outer sect elder responsible for the talent assessment, called out. From the crowd emerged a youth clad in a fiery red robe adorned with a vermilion bird pattern. His gaze was sharp, and his vitality was abundant. Qin Tian turned his attention to Yin Lie. Name: Yin Lai. Age: 17. Talent: 7th grade. Realm: late Qi refinement. Biography: born into the Liuhua family, he began cultivating the family's fire attribute techniques at 16 and has achieved minor success. Today, he passed the Wujizong talent test and joined the 100 Flowers Peak. Evaluation: inadequate. To possess a 7th grade talent is already sufficient to breach the harmonization stage. Such a talent had not been seen in the Wujizong for a century. Regrettably, it still did not meet the system's requirements. Qin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Why would this individual join the 100 Flowers Peak? The fire attribute techniques would surely be more fitting for the 5 Elements Peak, the Alchemy Peak, or the Refining Peak rather than the 100 Flowers Peak. Qin Tian gleaned a rough outline of his biography, which hinted at significant past events and could even reveal recent actions. Was this not akin to a cheat? Yin Lai clasped his hands before the elder, then placed his palm upon the talent stone. In the next moment, the stone erupted in dazzling brilliance, illuminating 7 radiant beams of light. 7th grade. Song Lan Tian and the other elders gazed intently at the talent stone, captivated by the 7 orange beams. Chapter 3. Prodigies. Heavens. 7 beams of light. Just moments ago, 4 beams drew a flurry of competition among the peak masters. These 7 beams will undoubtedly secure the top position in this assessment. Not only is this the first of its kind, but it is also something unheard of for a century, and perhaps the very first in a millennium. Many prodigies exhibited a palpable envy in their eyes, for this was indeed a 7th grade talent. Yin Lai slightly curled his lips, seemingly having anticipated all of this. While a 7th grade talent would surely elicit admiration in the great teachings or sacred lands, it could hardly compare to the astonishment it inspired within this mystical realm. Listening to the gasps of those around him, Yin Lai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His journey to this place was well worth it. To manifest his extraordinary abilities before others was the pursuit of his lifetime. 7th grade talent is undoubtedly impressive, but that is where its merit ends. Feng Yue remarked with a tone of indifference. In her past life, she might have been taken aback by such a revelation, but having now encountered prodigies with divine, sacred, and even imperial talents, as well as individuals endowed with various extraordinary constitutions, a mere 7th grade talent had become inconsequential in her eyes. Feng Yue cast a glance at Qin Tian, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. How was it that he displayed no signs of astonishment whatsoever? The young man is destined to join our Sangqiang Peak. Song Lan Tian, filled with excitement, completely forgot his previous words. The notion of post-assignment is but a facade. Once a disciple with a 7th grade talent joins Sangqiang Peak, he is bound to become the sect leader in the future, potentially leading the Wujimen to even greater heights. Perhaps even to the status of a grand sect. Young man, do you wish to join our Sangqiang Peak? Song Lantian inquired directly. Song Lantian, did you not just state that the distribution would occur after the talent assessment? Have you forgotten so swiftly? Lei Xing retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Although Song Lantian currently wielded significant influence, even the sect leader would have to compete for a 7th grade prodigy. Boom. A golden pathway, a meter wide, unfurled from the mountaintop downwards, as an elder clad in a gray robe, with white hair and an ethereal demeanor, descended. A 7th grade prodigy, splendid indeed. Just what I need. A closed-door disciple. Young man, do you wish to join my ranks? Yan Lai, was about to speak when Song Lantian interjected, Master. We have already deliberated on the distribution of disciples. It must wait until all assessments are complete. Song Lantian deliberately raised his voice so that the tens of thousands present could hear. He did not wish to lose such a promising talent. If the sect leader intervened, the opportunity would surely vanish. There was still a chance while the talent assessments were ongoing. Indeed. Sect leader, we must adhere to the established rules. Lei Xing, the peak master of the refining peak, quickly added. The peak master of the 100 Flowers Peak, Yi Yao, along with several other peak masters, nodded in agreement. The sect leader, Wajizi, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This group of individuals had just witnessed Song Lantian's eagerness. Yet, as the leader of the sect, he was compelled to uphold the rules, especially now that the matter had become widely known. Very well, we shall wait until the assessments are complete. The talent assessments continued, yielding a few individuals with 3rd and 4th grade talents, but none above 4th grade. The value of Song Lantian's talent remained exceptionally high. Next, Jun Aoshi. Clad in a yellow python robe, Jun Aoshi stood tall, exuding an imposing aura. His brows arched like swords, radiating nobility. As he strode with the grace of a dragon and tiger to the talent stone, he was the 3rd prince of the Junlin dynasty. The prince has arrived. With the status, he could easily join those grand sects, yet he has chosen to come to the Wujiman. Although the Junlin dynasty is a secular kingdom, it possesses cultivators within its court, its strength only slightly inferior to the forces of the cave heavens. Jun Aoshi paid no heed to the murmurs around him and placed his hand upon the talent stone. In the next moment, a radiant light shot skyward, 8 beams. To be precise, heavens, an 8th grade talent. Even in the sacred grounds, such a talent would be deemed a genius. Yet, he has arrived at the Wujiman, an 8th grade talent. Impressive, yet it still fails to meet the system's requirements. With a hint of regret, Qin Tian remarked, the demeanor of an emperor is rarely seen throughout the ages. Many young individuals perceive the person before them as a true dragon from the heavens, while they themselves are destined to be mere ants in the mortal realm. An 8th grade talent is a rarity that the Wuji sect has produced only once in a millennium. The sect leader and the 8 peak masters found their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. An 8th grade talent, as long as they do not meet an untimely end, will surely ensure the prosperity of the Wuji sect. Once they become their master, there lies a promising future filled with opportunities for advancement. However, despite the unspoken desire to speak, they restrained themselves as a prior agreement had been made. Jun Aoshi stepped aside. His admission to the sect was already a certainty. Next was Feng Yue. Though the crowd felt a sense of urgency, the talent assessment had yet to conclude. Yet, this moment had already surpassed their expectations. One with 7th grade talent and another with 8th grade talent, both were nothing short of exceptional prodigies. Feng Yue emerged from the throng, despite being merely 16 years old. Her physique had begun to take shape. At such a tender age, her beauty was striking. Her cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin was fair as snow. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes resembled a serene cold pool. With a regal nose and crimson lips, her black dress accentuated her graceful figure. Even amidst a crowd of tens of thousands, she shone like a brilliant pearl. Yan Lai, the 3rd Prince Jun Aoshi, could not help but gaze in awe. This young lady exuded an extraordinary presence. Could she be yet another heavenly beauty? Several peak masters were solemn expressions. With 2 prodigies already present, could there possibly be another? Feng Yue placed her palm upon the talent stone, and in the next moment, 2 beams of radiant light ascended. A mere embroidered pillow, one might think. Observing her commanding aura, they could have easily mistaken her for an exceptional talent. Yet, why elevate the atmosphere to such heights? Many spectators sighed in relief upon witnessing the scene. If yet another prodigy with 7th or 8th grade talent were to emerge, they would truly find themselves in a dire predicament. Qin Tian mused to himself, 2nd grade. It appears that Feng Yue has yet to activate her Phoenix divine body. In her previous life, she joined the Misty Peak. Does she still have an opportunity in this life? The resources at Misty Peak are scarce and cannot compare to those of the other peaks. I shall observe for now. If she does not join Misty Peak, he will have to take an unconventional path. A sister disciple with Imperial-level talent is a rare find. What a pity. Though this woman appears extraordinary, her talent is merely second grade. Song Tian shook his head, a look of regret upon his face. Insufficient talent, yet remarkable demeanor. Despite her youth, she possessed the bearing of a strong individual. Several peak masters lamented the loss. However, talent is unrelated to character and temperament. Next came Tang Sun. Though Feng Yue's beauty was unparalleled, her talent was mediocre, and soon no one continued to pay her attention. In the eastern wilderness, beauty is a valuable asset. But without sufficient strength, it may not be advantageous. Boom. Another 6 beams of light ascended. A 6th grade talent, were it not for 2 exceptional individuals this session. They would have been regarded as the foremost. Yet now, the crowd remained unfazed. Continuous assessments followed, and none surpassed the 4th grade. Once the talent evaluations concluded, those below 2nd grade were invited to leave. The path of cultivation is thus, without talent, one cannot even step over the threshold. Most individuals, although born into the world of cultivation, are merely spectators in life, destined to be insignificant components of this splendid realm. With the talent testing complete, the sect leader, Wujizi, spoke softly, I still require a disciple to close the door. Aoshi, would you be willing? Initially, his target was the 7th grade Yin Lai. But he had since changed his mind, finding the 8th grade more suitable. Jun Aoshi cast a casual glance at the various peak masters, who had discreetly conveyed their intentions and made numerous promises. However, becoming the sect leader's disciple would facilitate his goals. He replied, returning to the sect, I am willing. What a pity, Song Tian thought to himself, as he had sent a message in advance. Should Jun Aoshi express his willingness, he would make him the son of Misty Peak. The master of the refraining peak, Lei Xing, also shook his head, a look of regret evident on his face. Such a talent might never come across again in a lifetime. Fortunately, he had contingency plans. Song Tian had just sent messages to both Jun Aoshi and Yin Lai, offering them the position of son of the peak should they choose to join. Yin Lai, would you like to join the celestial peak? Yin Lai, are you willing to join the refining peak? You may choose any magical weapon you desire. Several peak masters turned their gaze toward Yin Lai, extending olive branches. Yin Lai smiled slightly. Although Jun Aoshi had stolen some of his thunder, he remained a center of attention. Disciple is willing to join the 100 Flowers Peak. May I inquire if Peak Master Yi can grant this request? Yin Lai proactively inquired. What better place to showcase one's talents than the 100 Flowers Peak? Chapter 4. Successfully accepted at 100 Flowers Peak? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. For it was well known that this peak was exclusively for female disciples and had never accepted male students. This fellow harbored ulterior motives, daring to venture towards 100 Flowers Peak, a place renowned for its female disciples. Over the years, many male aspirants had sought to join, yet all were turned away at the gates. Numerous disciples cast their gazes upon Yin Lai, who maintained a smile, exuding sincerity. Yi Yao, the master of 100 Flowers Peak, was also taken aback. Among the 8 peak masters, she was the only one who had not extended an olive branch. 100 Flowers Peak does not accept male disciples, Yi Yao stated firmly, reiterating the peak's established rule. Song Tian and the masters of the refining peak, along with several others, breathed a sigh of relief. It was a rare occurrence to encounter a 7th grade prodigy. If they could bring him into their main peak, it would ensure their prosperity for centuries to come. Since 100 Flowers Peak is unwilling to accept you, why not consider joining my spiritual herb peak? The number of female cultivators there is second only to that of 100 Flowers Peak, proposed Chu Lingxue, the master of spiritual herb peak. The intentions of these young men were evident. They were merely enamored with the female disciples. The 9 peaks of the Wuzhizang comprised the 6 cultivation peaks of alchemy, refining, beast taming, formation, talisman, and spiritual herb, alongside the Sky Peak, which focused on various techniques and swordsmanship, and the declining Miao Miao Peak. Among them, 100 Flowers Peak was only slightly stronger than Miao Miao Peak, ranking second to last among the 9. Which ordinary disciple would willingly choose the second to last main peak? Is the system accurate? Clearly, 100 Flowers Peak does not accept male disciples. Could it be that the future resumes provided by this system are merely estimations? Qin Tian pondered to himself. However, a thought struck Yeo. After years without admitting male disciples, accepting one could prove beneficial. She considered that allowing a 7th grade prodigy to slip away would be a grave oversight, particularly as Hundred Flowers Peak was currently in a weakened state and needed transformation. Junior sister Yi, does Hundred Flowers Peak not have a rule against accepting male disciples? Song Lantian interjected anxiously. Losing an 8th grade prodigy was one thing. But if they missed out on a 7th grade prodigy as well, it would be a significant loss. It's merely a rule. It is I who holds the final say. Moreover, this is a 7th grade prodigy. Bending the rules on this occasion is not inconceivable, Yi Yao replied without a hint of embarrassment. Yin Lai, do you wish to become my disciple? Disciple, I am willing, Yin Lai responded, his smile unwavering, displaying an air of composure. Splendid. Now I shall be surrounded by beauty. With senior sisters and junior sisters by my side, life will be exceedingly delightful. What could be more wonderful than showcasing one's talents in the presence of enchanting women? Song Lantian's heart seemed to bleed with envy. Master, Tang Sun wishes to join Sky Peak, announced a 6th grade prodigy. Song Lantian nodded. A 6th grade talent was indeed rare. Yet with 7th and 8th grade prodigies in the mix, his brilliance was overshadowed. Li Shitian, a 4th grade prodigy, had joined the refraining peak, while the remaining 4th grade prodigies were fiercely contested among the various peaks. Next came the 3rd grade disciples, numbering quite a few, around 40 to 50. The remaining hundreds were 2nd grade disciples, who would be allocated in bulk shortly. 2nd grade disciples, please make your claims. Although the disciples and various peaks engage in a mutual selection process, for those of the 2nd rank, merely having a primary peak to belong to is already a stroke of fortune, leaving them with scant options. Should they face rejection in their proactive choices, there is a distinct possibility of being left without any peak to accept them. Thus, it is wiser to patiently await allocation. I truly envy those disciples of the 3rd rank and above, who have the privilege of being chosen, while we can only resign ourselves to fate. Indeed, it is a pity that we are not endowed with such formidable talents, were our gifts more exceptional. We might even compel the peak masters to contravene their own regulations and make exceptions for our acceptance. The remaining 2nd-rank disciples gaze enviously upon those with superior talents. Yet the harsh reality remains, talent signifies far too much. Very few possess the ability to defy destiny and transcend the limits of their innate gifts. Qin Tian smiled, recognizing that the moment to act had arrived. Feng Yue, as expected, remained unclaimed, simply a mere 2nd-tier talent. Feng Yue, I am the senior brother of Piao Peak, entrusted by my master to recruit disciples. Would you be willing to join Piao Peak? Qin Tian asserted, seizing the opportunity to approach this extraordinary talent before anyone else could. Feng Yue's gaze was as tranquil as a deep well. In her previous life, Qin Tian had extended a similar olive branch. Unaware of the true nature of Piao Peak, she had readily accepted, only to discover upon her arrival that the peak lacked even a mentor to guide her. Initially, she was not permitted to join Piao Peak. However, the overseer system indicated that her true challenge lay in surpassing senior brother Qin Tian, prompting her to join Piao Peak for the sake of the system's rewards. Wait a moment, Feng Yue, would you consider joining Baihua Peak? Yi Yao interjected, having observed Feng Yue for a while. Although Feng Yue's innate talent was modest, her composure amidst praise and criticism, along with her extraordinary temperament, marked her as a promising cultivator. Among 2nd-tier talents, some could defy fate. And Yi Yao sensed that Feng Yue possessed such potential. Were it not for Feng Yue's current lack of strength, Yi Yao would have deemed her a hidden master. It appeared that beauty was indeed an asset, as the main peaks vied for her attention, eliciting envy from numerous disciples. Yin Lai quietly remarked, what if this junior sister were to join Baihua Peak alongside us? With her graceful figure and otherworldly beauty, Feng Yue was destined to become an unparalleled beauty. Yin Lai eagerly anticipated the chance to showcase his prowess before such an exceptional figure. Feng Yue murmured, the master of Baihua Peak has also extended an invitation to me? This was a development absent in her previous life, indicating that the course of history had subtly shifted. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the unusual situation at Baihua Peak. Even a mere 2nd-grade disciple had the audacity to openly recruit, which rendered the allure of Piao Peak rather insignificant in comparison. Junior sister. Although Piao Peak is one of the 9 main peaks, it currently only has a peak master and a single disciple remaining. Moreover, this peak master has been absent for several years. Venturing to Piao Peak, devoid of guidance from an elder, would likely hinder one's cultivation journey, he cautioned. Yin Lai persistently enticed others, making it evident that the choice would lean towards Baihua Peak. Who would choose Piao Peak? Rumors circulated that Piao Peak was on the verge of being merged with Songqing Peak. Was it foolish to head there now? Numerous disciples whispered among themselves. Aware that Piaomiao Peak had been in decline for over a century, with the situation now reaching critical levels, anyone with connections knew this well. Master Yi, I was the first to express interest in Feng Yue, Qin Tian interjected hastily, as an unexpected variable disrupted what seemed a foregone conclusion. Each peak master was permitted to select one disciple. Beyond the high-grade talent that elicited competition, second-grade talents were typically taken without contest. Senior Brother Qin. Recruiting disciples is based on merit. Given that Piaomiao Peak lacks even a golden core practitioner, wouldn't you be leading them astray? Chuckled the eldest disciple of Songqiang Peak. Song Feng. Yi Yao remained silent. Although Bai Hua Peak was not particularly formidable, Piaomiao Peak was unworthy of rivalry. As long as Feng Yue possessed a sound mind, she would undoubtedly opt for Bai Hua Peak. Feng Yue clasped her hands in a respectful gesture towards Yi Yao, and the onlookers quickly concluded that she had agreed to join Bai Hua Peak, which elicited no surprise. Yi Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Master Yi, for your graciousness. I wish to join Piaomiao Peak, Feng Yue declared with a bow. The ultimate reward from the system was the immortal realm, if she could not surpass her first target. Qin Tian, how could she hope to attain that reward? As for guidance, she was the Phoenix Empress. Who was worthy of instructing her? What? Joining Piaomiao Peak? Has she lost her mind? Or is she unaware of the circumstances there? Even the fellow initiates who entered alongside her were taken aback. Yi Yao was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Haha, my apologies, Master Yi, Qin Tian thought to himself, feeling a rush of relief. He had been ready to use her phoenix body as leverage, but it seemed unnecessary. This was indeed fortuitous. Yi Yao observed but chose to disregard Qin Tian. She merely appreciated Feng Yue's demeanor. If she was unwilling to join Bai Hua Peak, it was no great loss in her eyes. Song La Tian furrowed his brow, wondering if Qin Tian would truly find 10 disciples. I, too, wish to join Piaomiao Peak, declared a disciple who felt unwanted and thought it better to try his luck at Piaomiao Peak. Song La Tian lifted the restrictions on recruitment for Songqiang Peak, confident that no one would prefer Piaomiao Peak over it. The disciple who had just spoken immediately regretted his words, but with everyone watching, he couldn't take them back. It would be troublesome if Songqiang refused him as well. Apologies, but your talent is insufficient to join Piaomiao Peak. Without hesitation, Qin Tian declined. How amusing. It is already remarkable that anyone would wish to join your mysterious peak, yet you dare to refuse? Let us not forget that the disciples of Mysterious Peak require 10 members. Song Lan laughed heartily, seemingly convinced that Qin Tian had resigned himself to despair. Currently, Songqiang Peak boasts a multitude of disciples. Should they secure Mysterious Peak, it would mean that Songqiang Peak holds dominion over 2 principal summits. In the event that nothing unforeseen occurs within the Infinite Sect, Songqiang Peak is destined to become the foremost peak, thereby fulfilling his promise to his master to strengthen Songqiang Peak. There is no need for the master of Song Peak to fret, after all. There remains a year's time, does there not? Qin Tian remarked with a serene demeanor. Once Feng Yue joins Mysterious Peak and awakens the Phoenix Divine Body, we shall see how you intend to assimilate Mysterious Peak. Qin Tian harbored no concerns regarding this matter. The recruitment assembly of the sect had concluded, and the vast majority of disciples were accepted into the Songqiang Peak, while others, based on their preferences, found refuge in various other peaks. The already crowded Songqiang Peak had become even more densely populated. Cultivation necessitates spiritual energy, and each practitioner requires a certain distance. Should 2 cultivators meditate in close proximity, it could very well result in a deficiency of spiritual energy. Qin Tian returned to the Piaomiao Peak with Feng Yue. Along the way, he sought to initiate a conversation. Yet Feng Yue's aloof demeanor rendered him speechless. Junior sister, I shall retrieve the new disciple benefits for you shortly. In the meantime, you may find a room to rest. Qin Tian indicated towards a wooden cabin nearby. Presently, the only habitable structure on Piaomiao Peak was the 3-story wooden house that Qin Tian occupied, as the others had fallen into disrepair and were uninhabitable. All right. Feng Yue replied with an expressionless tone, aware that Qin Tian would retain the new disciple's initiation gifts for himself, yet she felt no need for such meager resources. Qin Tian mused to himself. Not only was she aloof, but she also spoke very little. However, it was understandable, as the reincarnation of the Empress. Even uttering a single word to him was a privilege granted by her status. Very well, I shall return shortly. Qin Tian harbored no resentment, after all. She was the Empress. Chapter 5. Something amiss? No deductions? Half an hour later, Qin Tian returned to the Mysterious Peak, holding a lady's robe in his hand. The standardized attire of the disciples of the Wuji sect. Newly admitted disciples of the Wuji sect receive various benefits, including this uniform, a low-grade magic sword, 5 low-grade spirit stones, and a foundational cultivation manual, the Xin Yuan Qi refining technique. Each new disciple receives a monthly stipend of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Junior sister. I have brought you the benefits for new disciples. Qin Tian gently knocked on the door. Although the mysterious peak only housed a 3-story wooden cottage, the rooms were not lacking. Creaking open, Feng Yue revealed herself, her gaze landing on Qin Tian, recalling memories from his past life. Qin Tian had withheld her spirit stones and low-grade magic sword, providing her only with the robe and the Xin Yuan Qi refining technique. Nevertheless, she seemed indifferent to the low-grade sword and spirit stones. How troublesome, she remarked calmly. Junior sister, this is merely part of the benefits for new disciples, a set of standard robes and a manual on the Xin Yuan Qi refining technique. As expected, Qin Tian had still kept the sword and spirit stones to himself. However, she was not surprised. Junior sister, there is more than just these 2 items. Qin Tian retrieved the sword and spirit stones from behind him, stating that they were also part of the sect's provisions for new disciples. Although 5 spirit stones were not a great deal, they were sufficient to aid one in entering the Qi refinement stage. A single low-grade spirit stone held a mundane value of 100 taels of silver, a sum difficult for an ordinary person to earn in a year. This was merely the entrance benefit, illustrating the vast chasm between mortals and cultivators, akin to 2 entirely different species. Feng Yue furrowed her brow slightly. Something is amiss? Did Qin Tian truly bestow upon her the spirit stones and the enchanted sword? Is this the same miserly Qin Tian? Perhaps this slight alteration is a result of his rebirth, an effect that Feng Yue attributes to the transformative nature of reincarnation. A seemingly trivial matter can indeed shape the future. Though she remains mortal, her extraordinary demeanor renders Qin Tian hesitant to conceal anything. After receiving her initiation benefits, Feng Yue said little and promptly closed the door, adopting her aloof demeanor once more. Qin Tian turned and departed. In this lifetime, Feng Yue was no longer an ordinary little girl. However, he did not make any deliberate attempts to please her. With the system at his disposal, regardless of Feng Yue's strength, he could assimilate her power. If an opportunity arose to strengthen their bond, it would certainly be welcome, for she was, after all, his junior disciple. Qin Tian did not aspire to be a teacher. With only himself on the ethereal peak, it was expected that he would guide any new disciples. However, Feng Yue evidently required no such instruction from him, and he had no desire to engage in the futile endeavor of teaching a reborn empress. Qin Tian brought a grand armchair and settled himself in the courtyard. His talents were mediocre, and his progress in cultivation was sluggish. He could not fathom why his master had taken a liking to him. For now, all that mattered was that his junior sister exerted herself diligently, while he could simply recline and relax. The system currently allowed for only 1 participant, leaving 8 positions available. If he could gather all 8, they would assist him in his cultivation, and the prospect of immortality would be within reach. Qin Tian harbored no extravagant ambitions. The pursuit of immortality and unparalleled power sufficed. Just as he reveled in his splendid fantasies, a surge of spiritual energy manifested outside the wooden cabin, a phenomenon triggered by someone harnessing the essence of heaven and earth. Was this a reaction resulting from the opening of the Qi Sea? Qin Tian momentarily found himself lost in thought. The tidal wave of spiritual energy was formidable, typically arising during the cultivation of practitioners, with its magnitude determined by individual prowess. When he initially entered the Qi refinement stage, such a spiritual tide had not occurred. If the phoenix body were to be activated, the resulting force would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Qin Tian's face revealed a subtle smile. Having exceptional talent is indeed a blessing. The swifter the cultivation, the better. Qin Tian could sense the long-awaited progress in his cultivation beginning to unfold. His strength was synchronously aligned with that of his junior sister. As soon as she achieved a breakthrough, so would he. Although merely drawing Qi into his body and opening his Qi Sea to enter the Qi refinement stage, it nonetheless granted Qin Tian a substantial enhancement in power. Even in the initial stage of Qi refinement, he could feel the elevation of his abilities, suggesting that this initial stage was anything but ordinary. Once again embarking on the path of cultivation, he vowed that in this lifetime, he would not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. In this world, trust was a scarce commodity. One could only rely on oneself. Feng Yue opened her eyes, surrounded by a swirling aura of spiritual energy. As the foremost among the 10 emperors, she commanded disciples and possessed influence. Yet when the other 9 emperors launched a surprise attack, none came to her aid. Had someone been able to hold off the 9 emperors for even a moment, she would not have met her untimely demise. 5 inferior-grade spirit stones had already been reduced to dust. While these stones were sufficient for an ordinary person to open their qi, they were trivial for her. Feng Yue's qi was far beyond that of an average individual. The smaller qis were merely the size of a fist, while the larger ones could exceed the size of a bathtub. Each circulation of spiritual energy through her meridians allowed her strength to escalate rapidly. In this lifetime, her goal was undoubtedly to achieve the ultimate qi. Feng Yue did not pause, although her phoenix body had yet to awaken. The Phoenix Sutra she had created in her previous life reigned supreme, effortlessly enhancing her powers during the qi refinement stage. As her qi expanded, within a quarter of an hour, her strength surged to the mid-qi refinement stage, ultimately halting at the late stage. With her spirit stones depleted, she resolved to continue her cultivation the following day. To reach the late qi refinement stage in a single day was a feat that would undoubtedly astonish the Wuji sect and even the entire Eastern Wilderness. She had no intention of concealing her talents. As the mightiest empress, subtlety was not part of her character. Once her phoenix body awakened, the resources required would be monumental. Only by showcasing her exceptional abilities could she attract the sect's resources, thereby hastening her ascent in power and avenging those scoundrels. How could such a powerful tide of spiritual energy be present on the mysterious peak? Song Lan Tian wore a puzzled expression. As a peak cultivator at the divine transformation stage, his divine sense could span thousands of miles. Even though the mysterious peak was shrouded by a great formation, he still retained a vague perception. The spiritual energy tide, already under his scrutiny, naturally drew his attention. This tide possessed the might of the late foundation establishment stage. Could it be that Qin Tian had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage? Alas, even if he had, it would ultimately be inconsequential. The mysterious peak's status as a subordinate of the Songqiong Peak was merely a matter of time. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Qin Tian let out a soft sigh. He had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Though he had broken through to this stage some time ago, his progress had been sluggish due to his mediocre talent. However, with his junior sister's recent breakthrough, he too experienced a surge in his cultivation. Truly, she is a remarkable junior sister. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian felt compelled to reward his junior sister. She had selflessly aided him in breaking through to a minor realm, which was indeed a kindness he could not overlook. Given that she was still in the qi refinement stage and unable to practice fasting, he resolved to prepare a delightful meal as a gesture of gratitude. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to absorb spiritual energy to sustain his body's needs. However, as Qin Tian's cultivation progressed slowly, he began to explore other interests, with gourmet cuisine being one of them. It was a perfect opportunity for the two of them to enjoy a hot pot together. Qin Tian took out his various tools and set up a small table in the courtyard. He had been preparing for this hot pot for quite some time, and now, with the presence of two individuals, it was perfectly convenient. How delightful it smelled. What was that aroma? Feng Yue pushed open the wooden door with a creak. Outside, a small table and 2 stools were already arranged, with an iron pot on top, emitting steam. No wonder Qin Tian, in his idle pursuits, seemed to be consumed by the pleasures of the palate, resulting in little achievement. Chapter 6. The Allure of Flavor. Junior sister, have you finished your cultivation? Come and sit down for a meal. Qin Tian gazed at Feng Yue with fervent eyes, as if he were beholding a treasure of immeasurable worth. While diligent cultivation is undoubtedly important, one must also allow for moments of relaxation. After all, a balance between work and rest can yield greater results. With a beaming smile plastered across his face, he spoke words of encouragement, though inwardly he calculated how much benefit Feng Yue could bring him. Brother, my talents are limited. I can only choose to take it easy. The future wholly depends on your efforts, junior sister. This fellow, who refrained from his own cultivation, persistently urged others on. It truly rendered one speechless. No need. I am not hungry. The iron pot was something she had never encountered in her previous life. A curious and peculiar object, and its taste was likely to be mediocre. Moreover, in this lifetime, she wished to maintain a distance from Qin Tian. Sharing a meal was, therefore, best avoided. Gurgle. As the specially crafted hot pot broth by Qin Tian melted, it emanated a rich aroma that caused Feng Yue's stomach to betray her with an audible growl. Despite her consciousness having been reborn, her body remained unchanged. Junior sister, you claim you are not hungry, yet here you are, Qin Tian said, gripping Feng Yue's hand and pulling her towards the hot pot. In an instant, Feng Yue's beautiful eyes turned icy, her Her blood seemed to race, and there was even a faint indication of her phoenix form beginning to surface. For thousands of years, her hands had remained untouched, yet unexpectedly, they were grasped by Qin Tian. "Come, sit down," he urged, helping her take a seat. "Now that master is absent, it is just the two of us. There is no need to be restrained. I assure you, I am quite amiable." Compelled by a strange force, Feng Yue sat down. But a flicker of indignation crossed her mind. How dare this scoundrel take advantage of her? "Here, have some lamb," Qin Tian said, carelessly serving her a piece. This was snowflake lamb, a spirit beast of the pinnacle foundation stage, worth 40 low-grade spirit stones per pound. Had it not been for her presence, he would have thought twice about purchasing it. The monthly allowance for foundation stage cultivators barely amounted to 80 low-grade spirit stones, which would only cover 2 pounds. Yet, something about Qin Tian's clear gaze suggested he was not merely seeking to exploit her. Perhaps she was overthinking it. In her previous life, Qin Tian had constantly sought to possess her. Perhaps this person was simply adept at disguise. She had been too naive in her former existence. As her nose twitched, the combination of her hunger and the enticing aroma of lamb prompted her to instinctively pick up the chopsticks. "This is my secret dipping sauce," Qin Tian said with a smile, pushing the prepared sauce towards her. Feng Yue unconsciously let out a soft hum. In her past life, she had long abandoned the pleasures of the palate, having not eaten for thousands of years. The perfectly cooked lamb, paired with the unique dipping sauce, made the morsels before her seem extraordinarily delicious. "If you like it, eat as much as you wish," Qin Tian encouraged, continuing to cook lamb for Feng Yue. One piece after another, in no time, the 2 pounds of lamb purchased by Qin Tian had been completely devoured by Feng Yue. "It's all gone. Next time, I will make hot pot for you again." "Is this what they call hot pot?" Feng Yue, feeling utterly satisfied, glanced at the empty plate and then at Qin Tian. Her impression of him seemingly shifting. Perhaps this incarnation of Qin Tian was different from the last? He had not withheld her spirit stones or her magic sword, and had even generously spent 10 low-grade spirit stones to procure snowflake lamb for her. "Now that you have finished eating, it is time to return to your cultivation. The path of cultivation demands not only talent but also diligence. The lamb from the foundation stage is infused with abundant spiritual energy, which you can absorb during your training." Watching Feng Yue consume the 2 pounds of lamb brought Qin Tian immense joy. Consuming high-grade food significantly benefits one's cultivation. Had he eaten it himself, he would have absorbed barely a tenth, but with Feng Yue's phoenix physique, her capacity to absorb nutrients far surpassed his own. Feeding her was akin to nourishing himself. Though Qin Tian is not stingy, spending 80 spirit stones on 2 pounds of meat is indeed rather extravagant. However, with the efficient converter in hand, he would not hesitate to part with 80 or even 800 spirit stones. With determination, Feng Yue rose and made her way to the room. The peak foundation building snowflake sheep contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, perfect for her to refine. "Junior sister, keep it up," Qin Tian encouraged her with unwavering eyes. Feng Yue's expression was peculiar. It seemed that while he himself was somewhat lackadaisical in his own cultivation, he was remarkably enthusiastic about others' training. "Junior sister, wait a moment," Qin Tian called out to her. "Opening the Sea of Qi requires a tremendous amount of spirit stones. I still have 100 low-grade spirit stones and 10 recovery pills here. Take them and use them." Qin Tian withdrew all his savings. Yet the prospect of enhancing his strength filled him with joy. Feng Yue was momentarily taken aback as she watched Qin Tian eagerly present his spirit stones and elixirs to her, prompting her to question the authenticity of her own rebirth. Was this Qin Tian truly the same person she remembered? Had time dulled her memory to such an extent? Having lived for thousands of years, her only connection with Qin Tian was in the early days of entering the Wuji sect, and with his demise, he had long since faded into mere recollection. "Why are you dawdling? Quickly accept what your senior brother has offered," Qin Tian urged. These gifts were essentially for his own cultivation, and he felt no reluctance. Rather, he wished he could offer even more. Feng Yue accepted the spirit stones and elixirs, recognizing their significant value for her current circumstances. However, she intended to repay this generosity by guiding Qin Tian in the future, helping him avoid misfortune and encouraging his advancement. With her assistance, even if Qin Tian's talents were modest, he could become a formidable force within the Wuji sect and alter his destiny. "Junior sister, go ahead and cultivate," Feng Yue encouraged as she resumed her own practice. It was a pity that her phoenix body had not awakened. Otherwise, her progress would have been swifter, she mused. The awakening of the phoenix body could harness the power of raging flames, but the process was excruciating and she was reluctant to endure it unless absolutely necessary. Besides the searing flames, the flame elixir could also facilitate this awakening. Although the flame elixir was of a low grade, rated merely as a 5th-tier pill, it was invaluable to her current state of cultivation, which was still in the chi refinement stage. A single 5th-tier elixir was worth over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, an astronomical sum for her at present, and she knew she would have to proceed slowly. The sensation of advancing in cultivation is truly delightful, she remarked softly, a warm feeling surging within her as she began her training. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. She had achieved the pinnacle of chi refinement, though her chi had not yet reached its limit, so she was in no rush to break through. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within her, a smile graced her face. The initial step always brought excitement. After becoming an emperor, her cultivation had stagnated for years, but this felt like a unique form of progress. The spiritual stones and elixirs provided by Qin Tian have all been fully consumed. The phoenix body is capable of rebirth through nirvana, rendering any concerns about after effects from the elixirs irrelevant, albeit at a significant cost to resources. The system demands surpassing Qin Tian within 3 months. However, he is merely at the foundational stage, easily overcome. Currently, her Qi is only slightly smaller than a bathtub, with spiritual energy surging and circulating within, allowing her to effortlessly defeat even those at the foundational stage. Remarkably, she has not only broken through to the late foundational stage, but has also completely consolidated her power, standing merely a hair's breadth from the pinnacle of this stage. Qin Tian, brimming with excitement, nearly jumps in joy, exclaiming, "Junior sister, I am counting on you." Achieving 2 minor realms in just 10 days was something he had never dared to imagine before. At the periphery of the mysterious peak, 3 figures glide through the air on their swords, approaching the summit. This is indeed the mysterious peak, justifiably one of the 9 summits, rich in spiritual energy, adorned with rare flowers and exotic herbs, and teeming with flying creatures and wildlife. It is astonishing that such a prominent peak is occupied by one person, nay, 2, wasting the resources of the Wuji sect. As senior brother Su rightly pointed out, the peak master has recruited hundreds of new disciples this time, leading to an ever-decreasing cultivation space on the Azure Sky Peak, where one must be vigilant to avoid competing with others for spiritual energy. A foundational stage disciple concurred. Chapter 7. The junior sister displays her might with numerous disciples at Azure Sky Peak. The cultivation grounds have become increasingly crowded. In this instance, in a bid to prevent the mysterious peak from recruiting disciples, the azure blue heavens have admitted hundreds of newcomers, further swelling the ranks of disciples at Azure Sky Peak. Let us descend and observe. The mysterious peak should not be neglected, as it will ultimately return to Azure Sky Peak in a year's time. Senior brother Su led his 2 junior brothers gently down toward the mysterious peak. Qin brother, on such a vast main peak, you find yourself all alone. It must be rather lonely, senior brother Su remarked as he leapt from his flying sword, casting a gaze toward Qin Tian, who reclined in a grand chair. Qin Tian is the personally appointed disciple of the esteemed master of the Misty Peak. Although his prowess has yet to be fully revealed, his lineage is undeniably significant. Even some of the less experienced elders are compelled to address him as senior brother, while the junior disciples find themselves in a vastly different generational tier. Nevertheless, everyone has always referred to him as senior brother, and no one has raised any objection. Qin Tian remained seated in the master's chair, not rising, and spoke with a calm demeanor. You have trespassed upon the mysterious peak without prior notice. I have already informed the law enforcement hall. Su Shixiang's expression changed abruptly. This individual didn't adhere to conventionality and directly contacted the law enforcement hall. Currently, the mysterious peak housed but a scant few individuals. Was prior notification truly necessary? Su Shixiang retorted coldly. Qin Tian, though I address you as Shixiang, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. The mysterious peak is on the verge of becoming an annex of the celestial peak. We are merely here to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. He continued. If you wish to remain at the mysterious peak in the future, it will depend on the favor of the celestial peak. It would be wise for you to be more accommodating now, for your future days may be easier. Leave, Qin Tian commanded sharply, as he had no desire to engage in idle banter with them. And if we choose not to depart? Su Shixiang declared arrogantly. You are but at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while I am at the mid-stage, accompanied by 2 disciples of the initial stage. Currently, the mysterious peak has only you and a newly initiated female disciple. You are utterly powerless against us. If we refuse to leave, you will find yourself helpless. Then do not blame me for casting you out. Haha, Qin Tian, do you possess such capability? Su Shixiang stepped forward, his aura bursting forth with intensity. Indeed. Do you possess such capability, Qin Tian? The other two disciples simultaneously unleashed their own auras. 3 against 1, the advantage was clearly on their side. Qin Tian's master possesses formidable strength, being the most powerful among the 9 peak lords. However, 4 years ago, he ventured into the Eastern Wilderness Forbidden Zone and has not returned since. The Forbidden Zone is shrouded in mystery and harbors countless resources. Yet many who enter do not return. It is likely that the Lord of the Miao Peak has met with misfortune, which is why Tsung Lan Tian covets the Miao Peak. If the Miao Peak Lord were still alive, not to mention failing to satisfy 10 disciples, even a single disciple would deter anyone from acting recklessly. Creak. The long-neglected gate slowly opened, and Feng Yue cast a cold, indifferent glance at senior brother Su and his companions. Previously, she would not have cared for Qin Tian, but now he has provided her with ample resources. She is not one to forget kindness, especially since the Miao Peak is now her sacred ground. Leave, or I shall break your legs and toss you out. Feng Yue's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable killing intent. Although the sect forbids infighting among disciples, these individuals trespassed upon the main peak without prior notice and deserve the punishment. The law enforcement hall would have nothing to say. How laughable it is that a mere newcomer, who has only been in the sect for 10 days, dares to speak so boldly. Senior brother Su was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. Qin Tian's arrogance might be tolerated, but what basis does Feng Yue have for her own? It seems that Miao Peak truly should not exist. Lacking strength is one thing, but to be so audacious is simply intolerable. Feng Yue flicked her finger, and a low-grade magic sword fell into her hand. With the sword in her grasp, her aura surged as if the very essence of swordsmanship was about to erupt from her being, though her cultivation needed to be rebuilt. The moment she took hold of the sword, she comprehended its essence independently, even though she was merely at the peak of qi refinement. Dealing with a few foundation establishment practitioners would be an effortless task for her. Qin Tian remained seated in the grand chair, his demeanor calm and composed, showing no concern that Feng Yue might be outmatched by these individuals. If the reincarnated empress could not handle a few foundational ants, she might as well resign herself to oblivion. Senior brother Su, teach them a lesson. They are clearly unaware of their own limitations. Once they leave the mountain, they are likely to suffer greatly. Senior brother Su replied with a smile, I had precisely that intention. As fellow disciples, it is my duty to correct their bad habits. Otherwise, they will only regret it when faced with misfortune later on. Little junior sister, I hope you can appreciate my good intentions. Su licked his lips. Despite Feng Yue being merely 16, her figure had begun to take on exquisite curves, complemented by her unparalleled beauty and an air of invincibility that stirred his emotions. To conquer a woman, the most effective method is naturally to subdue her. Feng Yue, uninterested in idle chatter, directly executed the first stance of the infinite sword technique. This technique was the most widely practiced swordplay within the infinite sect, and it was the first sword art encountered after entering the qi refinement stage. Senior brother Su also drew his sword, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed, viewing Feng Yue with disdain. After all, he was at the mid-foundation stage. Even if he employed merely 1/10 of his strength, she would be unable to withstand it. A newly initiated disciple achieving the qi refinement early stage was already remarkable. But how could she possibly contend with him? Junior sister, I shall use only 10% of my strength. I hope you understand that one must remain humble and low-key, avoiding arrogance and ignorance. With that, senior brother Su swung a sword, a strike devoid of any technique, merely infused with his spiritual power. It was unnecessary for him to employ any formal techniques against a novice disciple. Though he deliberately held back, his speed still surpassed Feng Yue's, and his attack reached her first, slicing directly towards her. Though this strike contained only a fraction of his strength, it was sufficient to effortlessly defeat her. A slight smile graced Su's lips. Once he had taught Qin Tian a lesson, his mission would be accomplished, and he was sure to receive ample rewards. Clang! Feng Yue's magic sword deftly flicked, shattering Su's mid-grade magic sword, and her long blade aimed straight at him. A chilling glimmer surged forth, instilling in Su a profound sense of impending doom. He instinctively retreated, his face awash with astonishment. How could this newcomer have severed his mid-grade sword? What sorcery was this? How could my senior brother's sword be broken? This is impossible. Is she not a new disciple? Peak qi refinement. Another disciple exclaimed in shock. At the moment Feng Yue struck, her cultivation was laid bare, undoubtedly escaping their notice. Had she not only joined the infinite sect 10 days prior? How could she have already reached the peak of chi refinement? Indeed, during her talent assessment, she had been rated as merely a second-grade talent. Such feats are not achievable by one possessing merely a second-rate talent. Even the 8th-grade gifted Jun Aoshi and the 7th-grade gifted Yin Lai have only attained the consummation of chi training at present. Feng Yue, though silent, allowed her abundant chi si to speak for her current prowess. She did not conceal her cultivation, rather, she aimed to shine brightly. For it was only through such brilliance that she could secure the resources of her sect. Brother Su, steadying himself, exhibited a look of astonishment far more intense than that of his 2 junior disciples. The consummation of chi training indeed reflected a terrifying innate talent. Yet her ability to sever his magical sword with a single strike left him utterly astounded. It was as if she had been born for battle, possessing a wealth of combat experience that made him feel like a mere novice in her presence. This was troublesome. A genius had inadvertently fallen into the hands of Piao Peak. However, a nascent genius posed little threat. Today, he must teach Qin Tian a lesson and seize control of Piao Peak. Chapter 8. The true prodigy Sister Feng's extraordinary talent suggests that there must have been an error during the initial assessment, which has unjustly caused her distress. Sister, would you consider joining Sangqiong Peak? Brother Su pondered, believing that if such a prodigy could be lured to Sangqiong Peak, it would undoubtedly elevate the peak's prestige. Although the notion of poaching disciples might not resonate well, he was confident that the peak master would overlook such trivialities in light of her remarkable talent. Furthermore, Piao Peak held little value in comparison to the flourishing Sangqiong Peak. Securing a genius would indeed be a significant achievement. I do not wish to. Sister Feng, at present, Piao Peak is lacking in resources, whereas Sangqiong Peak boasts numerous senior brothers and sisters, as well as formidable elders who can provide guidance at any moment, ensuring that you traverse the immortal path with greater success. Brother Su began to entice her, firmly believing that anyone with aspirations of immortality could not refuse the allure of resources and the mentorship of the powerful. I do not need it. The response remained as frigid as before. Stubborn and unyielding, in that case, let them experience the consequences. Moreover, let them understand that a principal peak cannot be claimed by 1 or 2 individuals alone. Do they not realize that Kanglin Tian is aware that there remains a year until the sect's stipulated time? Qin Tian rose from the grand chair, the seat creaking ominously beneath him. Qin Tian cast his gaze upon the group, and from the moment they arrived, he discerned their covetous intentions toward the mysterious peak. The mysterious peak, renowned for its abundant spiritual energy, ranks among the finest of the 9 peaks, making it exceptionally suited for cultivation. It is not that he wishes to squander the resources of the sect, but rather that his master had imparted a solemn warning before departing, insisting that he safeguard the mysterious peak at all costs. Naturally, he could not allow the Azure Sky Peak to usurp it. Now, having advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, it is time for him to reveal his strength and demonstrate that the mysterious peak is not a place that can be easily trampled upon. Qin Tian harnessed his spiritual energy, preparing to confront these individuals. You are no match for them, Feng Yue interjected, raising her hand to stop Qin Tian. Qin Tian was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while before him stood 2 at the same level and 1 at the mid-stage, with a year still remaining. We are here solely for the purpose of cultivation. After a year, we shall formally affiliate with the Sangqiong Peak. Senior Brother Su chuckled lightly. Before the deadline arrives, it is sufficient for the Piao Peak to retain its nominal status. It bears no significant consequence. However, this place is essential for Sangqiong Peak. The number of disciples at Sangqiong Peak is overwhelming, and conflicts occasionally arise due to the spiritual energy during cultivation. His presence here was also sanctioned by higher authorities. Otherwise, he would not have come. Junior sister possesses exceptional talent, and senior brother shall not be overly ambitious but will exert his utmost effort. If one wishes to avoid injury, it would be prudent to concede. We are merely practicing at Piao Peak, and the spaciousness of Piao Peak is sufficient to accommodate a few more individuals without issue. As long as the 3 of them remain, it will be far easier for the disciples of Sangqiong Peak to arrive subsequently. Dream on, Qin Tian retorted coldly. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is challenging. This precedent cannot be established. Although he currently possesses a system, junior sister has yet to mature, and he himself has not fully developed. Once the disciples of Sangqiong Peak settle in, the situation will no longer be under his control. Given this, let us see if senior brother Qin possesses the strength to drive us away. Senior brother Qin, do not expect the law enforcement hall to intervene. They will not be coming. Qin Tian's expression turned icy. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were selected from various peaks, and unfortunately, none from the mysterious peak were present. The majority hailed from the celestial peak, yet since he had sent his message, not a single law enforcement disciple had appeared. And it seemed unlikely they would. "Let us act together," Brother Su declared, ready to dispense with idle chatter. Those who did not know how to retaliate would inevitably receive a beating, and Qin Tian would soon learn his place. As long as no one was killed, it was commonplace for fellow disciples to spar. In the realm of blades, injuries were to be expected, and no one would raise an objection. Indeed, 2 early-stage Foundation establishment disciples replied in unison. The 3 launched their assault with fervor. "Overestimating yourselves," Feng Yue admonished sharply, and a surge of sword intent soared into the heavens. This sword intent was as piercing as frost, as swift as lightning, exuding an unparalleled and formidable aura. It resembled an invisible giant sword, capable of severing all illusions of the world. Around the sword's essence, the air was rent asunder, producing a shrill howling sound. The radiance emanating from it was more dazzling than the midday sun, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. She had not yet unleashed her true power. With a casual flick of her wrist, Feng Yue unleashed a strike, the sword light shimmering like starlight, imbued with an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. Above the mysterious peak, an intangible sword coalesced, formed from the gathering of sword intent. On the ground, fissures spread like a spider's web, radiating from Feng Yue as the rubble cascaded down. A tempest erupted, howling around the sword intent as if in reverence to this formidable force. Leaves were swept up in the whirlwind, spiraling away as if in frantic flight from this terrifying aura. In the distance, birds, sensing the overwhelming presence, took to the skies in panic, emitting cries of alarm. Meanwhile, timid beasts cowered in their burrows, trembling in silence, too afraid to make a sound. Feng Yue's gaze was cold and resolute, as if she were one with the sword intent, radiating an air of inviolable majesty. Qin Tian brushed aside his hair, which had been stirred by the sword aura, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Remarkable. Now I too possess this skill." At the moment Feng Yue unleashed her sword intent, it was as if a sudden enlightenment washed over Qin Tian, the essence of the sword intent vividly manifesting in his mind. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have been unable to resist the urge to wield his sword and test the potency of this newfound power. Sword intent is a comprehension attainable only by masters of the sword path. Its enhancement to personal combat prowess is immeasurable. Engaging in battles beyond one's rank is merely a commonplace affair for those who grasp the sword intent. Su Shixiang and his 2 disciples halted their advance the instant the sword intent appeared. Their pupils trembled violently, as though they had beheld some colossal terror. Confronted directly by Feng Yue's sword intent, they felt as if the very world was crashing down upon them, as if celestial starlight was bombarding them. They were like ants on the ground. When the sword aura struck them, the swords in their hands shattered instantaneously. Simultaneously, 3 resounding thuds echoed as they were sent flying by the sword aura, crashing to the ground. Blood sprayed from their mouths in crimson jets. Feng Yue, however, did not slay them, for the sect forbids the killing of fellow disciples. Yet, their intrusion into the mysterious peak warranted a mild reprimand, one that would draw no objections. "Let us go," Su Shixiang urged, fleeing in haste with his companions. They were no match for her. After merely 10 days of cultivating to the peak of chi refinement and comprehending sword intent, was she even human? "Junior sister, you are truly formidable," Qin Tian exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Feng Yue cast a glance at him, but chose to ignore his praise, turning back to her chamber. In 2 months and 20 days, should she successfully establish her foundation, she would surpass Qin Tian. What rewards might the system bestow? The ultimate prize was entry into the immortal realm. Although Qin Tian was merely the first target to surpass, one could surmise that the rewards would not be lacking. A flame elixir would be most desirable. Chapter 9. Descent from the mountain. Did you hear? That young woman achieved the peak of chi refinement in just 10 days and even cultivated sword intent. Songlan Tian's expression was one of astonishment. Having lived for a millennium, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Such talent, even among the great sects or sacred lands, would be considered exceptional. The legendary 9th grade talent, or even those above it, had never been reported to reach chi refinement in 10 days. This was an unparalleled genius. A true prodigy. It was unexpected that the Wuzhizong had acquired such a talent. This matter should remain undisclosed for now, with the mysterious peak master absent. Should he manage to recruit her into his own sect, he would gain a brilliant disciple. What significance does an 8th grade talent hold? At this new recruitment conference, he had failed to secure any 8th grade prodigies, and a 7th grade had joined the 100 Flowers Peak instead, leaving him with only a 6th-grade prodigy, Tang Sun. In comparison, 6th-grade talents were inconsequential next to 7th and 8th grades. This had left him quite displeased, but fortune had smiled upon him, bestowing upon him this extraordinary genius. Su Kai, recognizing the talent, rewarded him with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. With a grand gesture, Song Lantian waved his hand, causing the storage ring on his finger to shimmer. A bag of spirit stones materialized from thin air. His principle of clear rewards and punishments was the reason why, despite the multitude of disciples at the Songqiong Peak, everything remained orderly. "Thank you, Peak Master," Su Kai said hurriedly, clasping his fists, a hint of joy illuminating his face. Although he had bungled the task assigned by the Peak Master, fortune had smiled upon him as he unexpectedly discovered a prodigious talent. Not only did he avert disaster, but he had also gained merit. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was worth noting that he currently earned only 160 stones a month. These 5,000 stones represented 2.5 years of benefits. With this sum, he had sufficient resources to support his breakthrough into the late foundation establishment stage. Su Kai shook the Qianquan pouch, the melodious sound of spirit stones clashing resonating in his ears. "You may leave," Song Lantian gestured dismissively. "Understood," Su Kai replied, quietly exiting the Songqiong Hall. He attached the Qianquan pouch to his waist. The storage ring was of considerable value, a possession not typically held by a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon opening the pouch and witnessing it brimming with spirit stones, a wave of elation washed over him. Meanwhile, Qin Tian sat at the entrance of his wooden cabin, staring despondently at his empty pocket. "This is troubling," he thought. A single coin could thwart even the most valiant of heroes. Having given all his spirit stones to Feng Yue, and with his master absent, he was left with only a modicum of sect benefits. Previously, his modest consumption had sufficed, given his average talent, but now, with a younger sister, especially one possessing the phoenix body, how could he sustain the requisite resources to prevent her from fleeing? He pondered whether the system binding would be undone if personnel departed. But Qin Tian dared not gamble. Once content with mediocrity due to his average aptitude, he now recognized the opportunity to grow stronger. He could not afford to let it slip away. Who would not desire to soar through the heavens, commanding respect and awe, becoming a revered emperor? Inside the wooden cabin, Feng Yue paused her cultivation. Her current goal was to eliminate the 9 foes who had wronged her. "Damn those 9 emperors. When I return after my recultivation, I shall annihilate you all," she declared, her words laced with murderous intent. Having concluded her training, Feng Yue stepped outside. To quickly enhance her strength, she required vast amounts of rare materials and spirit stones for assistance. Relying solely on the spiritual energy of the world, even with her awakened phoenix body, would entail a protracted journey. "If only I had a fire spirit pill," Feng Yue mused, knowing that such an item would significantly accelerate her training. In her past life, she had been an unparalleled genius, spending a millennium to ascend to the position of emperor. In this life, she aspired to achieve the same within 500 years, becoming the strongest prodigy recorded in history. Throughout the annals of time, she held the 3rd rank. The first, the Flame Emperor, attained enlightenment in 600 years. While the second was also a woman, her imperial title long forgotten, leaving only vague accounts that attested to her existence. The familiar creak of the door interrupted her thoughts as Qin Tian turned his head. "Junior sister, do you need a fire spirit pill?" he inquired. Feng Yue nodded, her instinctive soft murmur surprisingly audible to Qin Tian, though she paid it no mind. Even if Qin Tian were to learn of it, it would be futile. He neither possesses it nor can he acquire it. After all, it is a 5th-grade elixir, unattainable for a foundational cultivator like him. He must rely on his own efforts and wait until his strength has burgeoned, at which point he can descend the mountain to hone his skills and procure resources. In order to expedite his quest for vengeance, it is imperative to obtain the fire spirit pill, and the prospect of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones is not insurmountable. Assisting his junior sister is tantamount to assisting himself. Thus, a journey down the mountain has become necessary. Qin Tian contemplated for a moment and resolved to descend the mountain. "Junior sister, senior brother is heading down the mountain," he informed Feng Yue before commencing his descent. Could it be that Qin Tian is in search of the fire elixir? Feng Yue was perplexed by the sudden emergence of this thought. Qin Tian possessed a clear objective, making his way directly toward the celestial city nestled at the foot of the mountain. The Wuzhizong sect boasts an extensive history, having existed for several millennia. And at the mountain's base lies a grand celestial city, Wuji City. The city's name is derived from the Wuzhizong sect, rendering it an affiliated celestial city, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Its population exceeds 100 million, with cultivators ubiquitous within its confines. Prominent families, paradisiacal realms, and various smaller sects all engage in activities here. Is this Wuji City? Qin Tian, arriving on his sword, paused outside the city to behold an imposing and majestic fortress sprawling across the plain below, its expanse seemingly limitless. Complemented by towering city walls that rise several dozen meters high, the walls shimmered with glowing runes, indicative of Wuji City's formidable defensive array. At the city gates, a diverse array of ordinary citizens formed an orderly queue to enter, while those possessing cultivation levels ventured straight through a separate entrance. Qin Tian was descending the mountain for the first time. His abilities had been rather mediocre until now, and coupled with his aversion to risk, he had never ventured down the mountain. After all, he had heard countless tales about the world of immortals, both from the online novels of his previous life and the anecdotes of this one. Qin Tian employed a technique of disguise, subsequently landing gracefully as he sheathed his exquisite magic sword, a gift from his esteemed master. Otherwise, his financial means would scarcely allow for such a precious weapon. In the city, flying was prohibited, and although it was his first visit, he was well aware of this regulation. Haha, with 5,000 spiritual stones, I can procure a considerable quantity of elixirs this time, perhaps even acquire several herbs for breaking through the golden elixir stage, and seek assistance from the sect's alchemists for refinement. Su Kai remarked softly, his eyes shimmering with aspirations for the future. Possessing a third-grade talent, he believed that with diligent cultivation, he might have the opportunity to advance to the golden elixir phase. However, who would not desire an earlier breakthrough? After all, achieving success in youth is a universal dream. Moreover, an earlier breakthrough would invigorate his vitality, possibly granting him the chance to ascend to even higher realms. While talent is largely theoretical, there are indeed a few who surpass the limits of their innate abilities. And he felt that he too might not be devoid of the opportunity to become one of them. A disciple of the Wujizong? Su Kai observed Qin Tian, adorned in the garb of the Wujizong, and approached him with measured steps, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Fellow cultivator, are you also here in the Immortal City? Encountering a fellow disciple within the sect elicited little feeling. Yet meeting one outside the mountain gate sparked a profound sense of camaraderie. Qin Tian turned his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, quickly concealed. This fellow disciple seemed familiar to him, yet he could not discern from which peak he hailed. Su Kai, upon seeing Qin Tian, felt an inexplicable recognition. Chapter 10. Esteemed senior brother Su Kai, junior disciple. Qin Tian called out loudly, his eyes brimming with excitement. Su Kai was momentarily taken aback. Oh, this senior brother knows me. Of course, I am Qin Kai from the Beastmaster Peak, a year your senior. Qin Tian continued. Junior disciple Su Kai is quite the prominent figure among the fourth-generation disciples of the Wuji sect. It is said that you are favored by the Tsong Peak Master, and many of the fourth-generation disciples envy you greatly. Qin Tian's eyes shone with admiration, as if Su Kai were an extraordinary individual. Haha, senior brother, you flatter me. Su Kai replied modestly, indeed, the Tsong Peak Master holds me in high regard, but is this news already known among the fourth-generation disciples of the Beastmaster Peak? Su Kai looked at Qin Kai with a hint of anticipation, unaware of the matter's widespread acknowledgement. There is no doubt about it. If I, Qin Kai, were to deceive you, may heaven and earth bear witness to my downfall, Qin Tian asserted earnestly. Such severity. Senior brother, there is no need for such oaths. I believe you, Su Kai interjected, finding himself increasingly fond of Qin Tian, appreciating the sincerity rarely found in senior brothers. Senior brother Qin, what brings you to Xian City this time? Su Kai inquired. Why? To earn spirit stones, of course, Qin Tian teased, deliberately withholding details as he began to walk into the city, prompting Su Kai to hastily follow. Earning spirit stones, this was a pursuit every cultivator cherished. Qin Tian merely displayed the disciple token of the Wuji sect and effortlessly entered Wuji City. Step right up, come and behold the finest beast meat. Available for just 1 spirit stone per pound. Exceptional rouge, any selection for a low-grade spirit stone. Centenarian ginseng and centenarian Hishowu, only 500 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as he entered the city, the cacophony of voices echoed around him. At the bustling southern city gate, a multitude of vendors and wandering customers thronged the area. Make way. A voice of urgency echoed behind Qin Tian, and soon, a luxurious carriage adorned with a myriad of jewels approached. The carriage was drawn by 2 remarkably handsome unicorns, each bearing a single horn and cloaked in purest white. Within the carriage sat a girl clad in an exquisitely crafted robe, her eyes radiating an enigmatic charm as she gazed out towards Qin Tian through the window. "It is the Jiang family of the Eastern Wilderness. Come closer, brother," Su hurriedly urged, pulling Qin Tian aside upon noticing the girl in the carriage. The Jiang family, a prominent clan of the Eastern Wilderness, wielded power that surpassed even that of the Wujizong, making them far beyond the reach of two mere disciples like themselves. The Eastern Wilderness, vast and teeming with countless races, is interwoven with myriad powerful factions, many of which eclipse the might of the Wujizong. The Jiang family has even produced an emperor, their strength unfathomable. Qin Tian was pulled aside, allowing the carriage to pass. "Be careful not to be struck by the carriage," remarked Jiang Jiamingzi with a smile. "Truly, the illustrious family of the Eastern Wilderness is remarkable. Even the beasts pulling the carriage are formidable creatures, likely at the level of Yuan Ying." Su Kai patted his chest, appearing somewhat shaken. Qin Tian cast his gaze upon the exquisite maiden seated in the carriage. Name: Jiang Xie. Age: 17. Talent: Celestial Spirit Body Realm. Nascent Soul Biography: a gem of the Jiang family, a prestigious lineage from the Eastern Wilderness. She began her cultivation at the tender age of 8, established her foundation at 9, attained the Golden Core at 12, and reached the nascent soul stage by 16. According to family secrets, ruins in Wujiqing are about to emerge, prompting her to seek fortuitous opportunities. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. Indeed, the perils below the mountain are palpable. After several years in this realm, Qin Tian experienced the true essence of the cultivation world for the first time. Although the Miao Peak of Wujizong had fallen into disrepair, he was still the sole eldest disciple, and life had been relatively harmonious. Yet, having just ascended the mountain, he encountered a 17-year-old nascent soul cultivator. Was she even human? He surmised that she could easily crush him with a single hand. It was a pity that she was merely of the sacred level, falling just short of the emperor level required by his system. Having witnessed talents of the emperor level, Qin Tian was not overly astonished. Ruins. Qin Tian silently committed this to memory. "Senior brother, what are your next plans?" Su Kai inquired. He recalled Qin Tian's earlier remark about earning spirit stones, stating that purchasing elixirs and spiritual herbs was not an immediate concern. The opportunity to acquire spirit stones was indeed rare. This time it was a fortunate discovery that yielded rewards, but such fortuity might not present itself again. "Rent a shop," Qin Tian replied with a smile. "Is it difficult to earn spirit stones?" "That depends on the method employed. Currently, the consumption of a single junior sister is immense. With our master absent and the elder brother taking on a paternal role, Qin Tian felt the urgency to provide resources for his junior sister. This was certainly not for his own sake, but entirely for her. Presently, there was only one junior sister, but if more were to join, the consumption would escalate even further. At least possessing an imperial-level talent, the higher the talent, the greater the consumption. An imperial-level talent could easily deplete the resources of the Wujizong, creating immense pressure. It felt as though each one was a bottomless pit. "Senior brother, what kind of business do you intend to pursue? May I invest?" After hearing Qin Tian's earlier remarks, Su Kai developed a favorable impression of him, believing that Qin Tian would not deceive him. Besides, it was Qin Tian who had approached him, unaware of Su Kai's identity. Should this venture prove lucrative, earning some spirit stones would be ideal. He happened to have a few spirit stones at hand. If he could turn spirit stones into more spirit stones, that would be splendid. Of course, Su Junior brother can participate as well. Qin Tian smiled slightly, welcoming more participants. "Thank you, Senior brother Qin." Su Kai replied with a slight bow. Observing Qin Tian's composed demeanor, he felt confident that this business could indeed succeed. "Senior brother Qin, I know where we can rent a shop," Su Kai added, leading the way. He had visited Wujiqing numerous times and had a modest understanding of the city. Qin Tian gazed at the simple-minded Su Kai, who harbored aspirations of wealth, and smiled slightly, for he was troubled by the lack of initial capital, and here it was presented to him. Although his venture did not necessitate a substantial investment, the rental for a shop was still a requisite. Before long, the two arrived at a bustling street, where passers-by donned luxurious attire, all of them cultivators with considerable prowess. "Senior brother, this market is specifically designed for cultivators, and the rent is rather steep. It costs 500 low-grade spirit stones per month, amounting to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones a year, a sum that represents several years of income for an average foundation-building cultivator. We need to find a partner. After all, one's energy is limited. I should consult with my fellow disciples." Qin Tian produced a communication talisman to send a message. Wait a moment, senior brother Qin. Since you seek collaboration, why not allow me, your junior brother, to partake as well? Su Kai proposed. You wish to engage in business? Are you not concerned that I might not earn spirit stones from this venture, or that I might deceive you? I trust you, senior brother, Su Kai responded, reassured by Qin Tian's eloquent speech. Given that this business required a shop rental, it seemed a low-risk endeavor. After all, the shop would not vanish. Very well. Let us earn spirit stones together then. We shall each contribute 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to secure a shop. By the way, senior brother, what kind of business do you intend to pursue? Su Kai inquired, feeling that it was only fair to know the nature of the venture since he was investing spirit stones. A grand enterprise, one that can yield significant profits. Qin Tian replied enigmatically. For now, I shall not disclose the details. You will naturally learn them once we commence. Though Su Kai was intrigued, he refrained from pressing further. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was indeed a considerable sum, but the chance to invest was worthwhile, especially since he possessed 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Junior brother, go ahead and secure a shop, Qin Tian instructed, as he himself had no spirit stones to contribute and could only rely on Su Kai. Yes, senior brother. Meanwhile, Qin Tian began to devise a plan. A massive poster appeared at the entrance, emblazoned with the words Joint Development Project for Spirit Mines. Chapter 11. The Joint Development Project for Spirit Mines. Senior brother Qin, do you know where there are spirit mines? How would I know? When venturing out, one must rely on imaginative storytelling. Naturally, I am aware. But the extraction of this spirit stone mine is exceedingly challenging and will require substantial manpower and resources in the initial stages. Thus, we must seek investors to facilitate the mining process. Qin Tian fabricated a tale. Why not submit the spirit stones to the sect? Su Kai exclaimed with excitement, unable to fathom the enormity of the business opportunity. A spirit stone mine. Such resources are typically controlled by major factions. As one of the 12 heavens, the Wuji sect possesses only one high-grade vein, with none of the rare veins at their disposal. If Qin Tian has indeed discovered a spirit vein, it represents an immense resource, a contribution of monumental significance to the sect. Fool, submitting it to the sect would merely yield a meager reward. But if we develop it ourselves, will we ever lack resources in the future? Qin Tian gazed at Su Kai with a look of disappointment, as if lamenting his potential. Indeed, Su Kai suddenly comprehended. The personal fortunes of the sect's disciples were not mandated to be surrendered to the sect. Whether to share or not depended entirely on the disciple's own volition. Once he consumed this opportunity, an inexhaustible future of resources awaited him. A single vein of spirit stones signified a substantial bounty. It was astonishing that a mere casual inquiry among his fellow disciples had led to such a grand fortune. Could it be that fortune had begun to favor Su Kai? First, he discovered the prodigious Feng Yue, and now he encountered a senior brother willing to share a spirit stone mine with him. Fortune had finally turned its gaze upon him. Su Kai suppressed the exuberant swelling in his heart. He must not appear overly enthusiastic, lest he seem inexperienced. Senior brother, what rank does this spirit stone mine hold? He inquired. I'm not quite certain, came the reply. The mine is buried quite deep, several hundred meters underground. I found low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones on the surface. The specific grade will depend on what lies within. A glint of brilliance flickered in Su Kai's eyes. Having studied the explanations regarding spirit stone mines, he recalled that mid-grade spirit stones were found in the periphery, suggesting that this mine was at least of high grade, with a significant possibility of being of the finest quality. Su Kai regarded Qin Tian as one would a treasure, a benefactor. Senior brother, the shop has already been secured for 2 months. By the way, what shall we name our establishment? Su Kai asked, recognizing the necessity of a title for their venture. Let us call it the Pang Clan Chamber of Commerce. The Pang Clan Chamber of Commerce? Su Kai mused. Why not the Qin Clan Chamber of Commerce? However, he refrained from further questioning. Being able to partake in this opportunity was already a significant advantage. He had no illusions about becoming a core member with merely 1,000 spirit stones. Though he had joined, he was acutely aware of his own standing. Jointly developing the spirit stone vein? They were situated on the busiest commercial street in Wuji City, and as soon as the announcement was posted, passers-by began to stop and examine the poster. Are they truly offering a spirit stone mine? Could there be deceit involved? Most of these are scams. Spirit stone mines are typically controlled by major forces, who would willingly share them with others. I suspect it is a ruse as well. Smaller factions with spirit stone mines usually keep them hidden, who would openly declare their existence. Many pedestrians shook their heads, deeming the matter implausible and unworthy of belief. What should we do, senior brother? These people do not believe us, Su Kai exclaimed anxiously. Without spirit stones, how could they commence mining? Do not worry, skepticism is natural. After all, it is unprecedented in the eastern wilderness for anyone to present a spirit stone vein for shared exploitation. Qin Tian approached the entrance, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Do you not believe me? In truth, I harbor doubts myself. And who am I, you ask? I am merely Qin Kai, a humble wandering cultivator. Once more, Qin Tian fabricated an identity with casual ease. What? Su Kai expressed his confusion, pondering why one would claim to be a wandering cultivator. He wished to inquire further. However, with so many guests present, it was not the most opportune moment. How could a mere wandering cultivator possibly possess a spirit stone mine? The shopkeepers from nearby establishments had been drawn in, and it was the proprietor of Wandan Lu who first spoke. Wandan Lu, a prominent business in numerous immortal cities, specialized in the trade of elixirs. It was merely a fortuitous discovery, Qin Tian lamented, but as a mere wandering cultivator. Even if I have indeed uncovered a spirit stone mine, I lack the means to exploit it. The mine lies several hundred meters below the Earth's surface, making extraction exceedingly challenging. As a foundational cultivator, I possess neither strength nor influence. Thus, after much contemplation, I concluded that it would be prudent to gather manpower for a joint endeavor. In this manner, I could secure the spirit stone vein, while all investors would also partake in the benefits. A win-win situation, is it not? This wandering cultivator displayed a commendable degree of self-awareness. However, could a spirit mine truly be entrusted to such a one? A disciple from the Qingyun sect, one of the 12 celestial realms, interjected. Since you claim to have discovered spirit stones, pray tell, where is this mine located? At this utterance, the crowd turned their attention toward Qin Tian. The forces present were formidable, and once they discerned the location of the spirit stone mine, this foundational cultivator would surely lose his worth. The notion of joint development was only an illusion. Who would not desire to monopolize resources for cultivation? My fellow cultivator, as I previously mentioned, I am but a wandering cultivator. If I were to disclose the location, would it still hold any significance for me? Qin Tian replied. Yet, your mere words cannot serve as proof of your knowledge regarding the mine, the Qingyun disciple retorted. He then gestured to a companion, instructing them to inform the senior brother of this revelation concerning the spirit stone vein. In the eastern wilderness, spirit stone veins are among the most stable resources, requiring no perilous ventures into secret realms or mountains, only the slow, diligent application of manpower for extraction. Any faction that learns of a spirit stone vein's existence would be remiss to ignore it. Concurrently, numerous individuals began to send messages, regardless of the truth behind the claims. An investigation was deemed necessary. Qin Tian observed the movements of the crowd with keen insight, understanding that the more individuals who were informed, the better it would be, as this would ensure an ample supply of resources. Those who were skeptical were free to refrain from investing. He was not one to impose. With a tone that conveyed indifference to their willingness to invest, he asserted his position. At this juncture, softness was not an option. It was imperative to exude confidence. Should no one choose to invest, he could simply proceed to extract the resources alone, albeit at a slower pace. Nevertheless, this was preferable to exposing the spiritual mine only to end up with nothing. I truly believe it to be the case. A solitary cultivator would indeed find it challenging to undertake such an endeavor. The extraction of spiritual mines necessitates the identification of spiritual veins, which entails considerable expense. It would be more prudent to collaborate and extract the resources collectively, allowing for a substantial yield of spiritual stones in a short span. In the realm of cultivation, competition is fierce. Every practitioner yearns for an early breakthrough, striving to maintain ample vitality to ascend to the next realm. Might I inquire, Master Qin, what is the nature of this investment model? Regardless of its authenticity, there remains a desire among individuals to delve deeper. Although the nuances of investment may not be fully grasped by all, it is presumed to align with the concept of partnership, wherein spiritual stones are pooled together and profits are subsequently shared. The process is quite straightforward. Individuals are to provide me with their spiritual stones, and upon the completion of the mining operation, I shall return the stones to them along with interest. Chapter 12. It is investment, not partnership. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Qin Tian's intent. They were to entrust him with their spiritual stones, and once he had extracted from the spiritual mine, he would return their stones along with interest? Qin Tian perceived that these individuals remained confined within the simplistic realm of partnership, utterly oblivious to the true essence of investment. Naturally, they were unaware of the inherent risks associated with investing and the necessity for prudence. However, Qin Tian had no intention of elucidating this reality. After all, who would be inclined to invest if they were informed of the potential dangers? It was imperative to create an illusion of absolute safety. The concept was rather straightforward. Individuals would lend their spiritual stones to him, and with these resources, he would assemble a team to commence the mining of spiritual ore. Upon the completion of the mining process, he would return the stones to each contributor. This endeavor was not the partnership business that they misconstrued. Rather, it was a matter of his financial insufficiency necessitating their investment in spiritual stones, which he would repay once he acquired them. The absurdity lay in the notion that they could partake in the mining venture while merely lending him their stones. Was this not a whimsical fantasy? It was indeed a peculiar situation, and he could hardly believe that they would consider him a fool, lending spiritual stones for him to engage in the mining? Such an outlandish thought. The people of Wujiqing could not fathom such an eccentricity. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Initially skeptical of Qin Tian, they now found him utterly ludicrous. "I reiterate," he declared, "those who believe may proceed, while those who do not may choose to refrain from investing." Qin Tian remained unperturbed, maintaining his calm demeanor. This only added to the strangeness of the situation. He appeared so unfazed, as if their disbelief would result in their own loss. "Master Qin, after lending these spiritual stones to you, how much can we expect in return?" A voice emerged from the crowd. Qin Tian scanned the faces before him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the presence of a chorus was essential to propel the narrative forward. The spiritual stones would yield returns every 10 days, with those who lent their stones receiving a 10% investment return at each interval. In truth, he was also utilizing the spiritual stones to generate further wealth for them. Only with these resources could he embark on the mining process, thereby providing rewards to his investors. As for why he did not propose a partnership, as previously stated, he was merely a solitary cultivator. Should his location become known, the subsequent implications would be all too apparent. Once the major powers were alerted, the majority present would likely find themselves bereft of any opportunity to profit from the spiritual stones. A hush fell over the crowd, indeed. The prospect of being discovered by powerful entities posed significant risks, and investing a modest amount now might still yield some profit. 10 days equated to a 10% return. One could only imagine the potential earnings over a year. Some began to calculate the figures. Heavens! If one were to invest 100 spiritual stones, and the mining could continue for a year, the returns would be substantial. Someone exclaimed. They were not considering compound interest, but merely the cyclical calculation on 100 stones, which amounted to a remarkable 365 stones, a yield of 3.6 times the investment over the course of a year. Many who were once skeptical now find themselves intrigued. The prospect of 3 to 4 times the profit is indeed enough to tempt one to take risks. Some individuals reveal a glimmer of greed in their eyes. If this opportunity proves genuine, they could be on the brink of untold wealth. A multitude is eager to learn more, wishing to keep the location of the spirit stone mine a secret. Should powerful factions discover it, they would miss their chance at fortune. "You're mistaken," Qin Tian interjected, gesturing as he explained. An investment of 100 spirit stones for a year does not yield merely 365 stones, but rather 3,000. However, as the extraction progresses, the timeline may shift. The initial investment of 100 stones will increase to 110 and subsequently 121, with the figures escalating further down the line. His words resonated like an incantation, sweeping through the crowd. What immense profits! It seemed almost too good to be true. Yet many hoped for its authenticity, their throats constricting with anticipation. However, the demand for spirit stones is limited and will depend on the extraction rate. This need will primarily manifest in the early stages, likely diminishing as mining continues. Qin Tian felt it imperative to convey that this opportunity would not last indefinitely, urging those who hesitated to act swiftly. The spirit stone mine necessitates capital in its initial phase, with the mine stones eventually serving as the financial resource. This was a simple reality. Thus, those desiring to profit from spirit stones would be compelled to enter the fray without delay. Let him impart the first lesson to the East Wilderness. The initial investment requirement is a mere 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Those interested may begin to invest. Once more, he reiterated, those who believe should invest, while those who do not may refrain. Will you invest? A 10% profit in just 10 days. Some felt tempted, yet conflicted. The allure of high returns clashed with the fear of being swindled by Qin Tian. Su, prepare the registration for those willing to invest, he instructed. Oh, certainly, Su complied, remaining silent as he observed Qin Tian's performance. He merely served as a facilitator, oblivious to the intricacies of the plan. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at Su. Could they truly acquire spirit stones? Moreover, 10,000 inferior stones seemed inadequate. Once mining commenced, the location would inevitably be revealed. It was crucial to secure the spirit vein to prevent any loss. Mining a spirit stone vein is no small feat. It typically spans years, if not decades, with some larger deposits being exploited for over a century. To avert loss, meticulous arrangements must be made, and locating the vein hundreds of meters underground, as well as establishing an extraction passage, is no trivial task. While 10,000 spirit stones may seem substantial, they are but a drop in the ocean when it comes to mining operations. Brother, is 10,000 stones not too little? Su voiced his concerns. Do not fret. Simply focus on the registration, Qin Tian replied, offering no further explanation. Su was merely a tool in this endeavor, not requiring such knowledge. Upon the initial gathering of millions, even tens of millions of spirit stones, it is natural for one to harbor concerns about potential flight with the funds. Thus, establishing a modicum of trust is imperative. Nevertheless, as they are from the same sect, he believes that Qin Tian would not deceive him. A 10-day return of 10% is enticing. Among the crowd, a young lad regarded Qin Tian on stage with contemplative eyes. Currently, the Xiao and Mu families are embroiled in a fierce struggle, engaging in a price war that has considerably diminished their revenue and plunged them into financial hardship. Should this continue, the Xiao family may face decline within a year. This presents an opportunity. I happen to possess 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps I should take a chance. Xiaoyan of the Xiao family in Qigang City invests 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Though Xiaoyan feels this venture may be dubious, for the sake of the Xiao family, he is willing to gamble. Should it prove genuine, he could amplify his investment and potentially amass substantial spirit stones, securing victory against the Mu family. Chapter 13. Stirring the entire city, I shall invest 500 spirit stones. A formidable figure in the golden core stage spoke slowly. For him, the mere 500 low-grade spirit stones were trivial, merely a test of whether this venture could yield profit. I will invest 100. I will invest 10. Though the calls were few, there were still some who, regardless of the circumstances, were inclined to take a risk. Before the entrance of the Pang Merchant Association, the crowd bustled, predominantly comprising onlookers. After all, this method of pooling resources to develop a spirit stone mine is unprecedented. The announcement of a spirit mine is not only rare in Wujiqing, but indeed a first across the entirety of the eastern wilderness. The news spread rapidly throughout Wujiqing. Is it true? They are not concealing the spirit stone mine, but rather disclosing it openly. Do they not fear the covetousness of powerful beings? Could it be false? The streets of Yulong are presently thronged with people, and they remain undispersed. There is no rush. The extraction of spirit stone veins is swift. If it is indeed genuine, I shall invest as well. Although many cultivators were tempted by the prospect of substantial spirit stone returns, they chose to adopt a wait-and-see approach. After all, spirit stones are hard-earned, essential for procuring cultivation resources and expediting one's practice. Historically, the extraction of spirit stone veins has been measured in years, often buried deep underground, making the process arduous. The Pang Merchant Association's mine, located several hundred meters beneath the surface, presents an even greater challenge, requiring considerable time for extraction. In the City Lord's manner, the City Lord remarked, this individual has publicly announced the collection of spirit stones. Once the spirit stone mine is exposed, we must observe whether any major forces will covet it and if the investors are willing. The strategy employed by the Pang Merchant Association is indeed astute. However, it is regrettable to see such a valuable spirit stone mine being allocated to a group of weaker individuals. This is undoubtedly a waste in the eyes of the strong and powerful factions. Not to worry, we shall send someone to follow him, a robust middle-aged man, resembling a cylindrical figure, stated calmly. This man is Xiang Yang, the city lord of Wujiqing and an elder of the Huashan realm in the Wujizong sect. Wujiqing is a prosperous affiliate of Wujizong, characterized by vibrant commerce and frequent transactions. The Wuji sect would undoubtedly seize this lucrative opportunity, as Wuji City annually generates substantial revenue in spirit stones for them. Yes, my lord, came the confident reply. Since he intends to exploit the spirit stone mine, the commotion will surely be considerable. Once we ascertain its location, he will be of no concern to us. There was an air of assurance in the words spoken to the city lord. It was unnecessary to take action, merely to dispatch someone to observe and maintain their reputation. Furthermore, any form of aggression within the city was strictly prohibited, and no one was to violate this edict. It had never been heard that scattered cultivators could control such a spirit stone vein. Smaller sects that discovered spirit stone veins typically employed various means of concealment, fearing the covetous gaze of others. With Qin Tian's recent explosion, it was certain that numerous factions would take action. Wuji City need only follow in their wake. Indeed. My lord. The steward clasped his fists in respect and subsequently departed from the city lord's estate. A ban on martial action had always been in place within the city, however. The allure of the spirit stone vein was far too great for some city guards to prevent. It was inevitable that some would take risks, seeking to abduct Qin Tian, which was intolerable. He was not overly concerned for Qin Tian's safety. After all, the more eyes watching him, the greater the balance of power. His true worry lay in the possibility of someone disrupting the rules of Wuji City. Under the arrangement of the city lord steward, the elite guards congregated near Yulong Street, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. Truly, fortune favored me. In the hall of the Qingyang Sect's Wuji City office, Qing Yun, the fourth-generation senior brother, adorned in a robe of azure and white, with a dark green sash at his waist, laughed heartily. He had just visited Yulong Street and discovered a significant gathering of spirit stones. It was unexpected to encounter news of a spirit stone vein upon leaving the sect. Even for the Qingyang sect, one of the 12 celestial domains, the discovery of a spirit stone vein was an immense opportunity. Senior brother. The Pang clan has already amassed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A fellow disciple spoke up. The shopkeeper of the clan will surely head to the spirit stone mine. Once he exits the city, our opportunity will arise. In light of the current circumstances, the forces of the Eastern Wasteland will learn of this within a few days. Qing Yun replied dismissively, waving his hand. However, we have the advantage. Once the crowd disperses, we shall approach the Pang clan directly. A mere scattered cultivator warrants a personal visit from me. It is a courtesy. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, he would have already intervened in negotiations. Members of the major celestial domains were diligently relaying messages to their respective factions, all believing that a scattered cultivator was unworthy of controlling a spirit stone vein. They felt they could easily manipulate the situation. As news of the spirit stone vein spread, numerous factions began to converge upon Wuji City. Yet, they were not there to invest. Their intentions were solely for the vein. Senior brother, we have already raised 10,000 spirit stones. I never anticipated it would be so effortless to procure such a sum of low-grade spirit stones. Su Kai marveled in astonishment. It is worth noting that the shadow of the spiritual stone vein has never been seen throughout this entire affair, merely relying on a few utterances. If someone were to fabricate a spiritual vein, deceive others out of a considerable sum of spiritual stones, and then abscond, it would indeed be a delightful scheme. Having never encountered such circumstances, a mere 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones seems trivial. Qin Tian, reclining within the shop, spoke with an air of composure. This sum was but a means to gain trust. Otherwise, it would have been substantially greater. Senior brother, what shall we do next? Su Kai inquired, his face adorned with a beaming smile. At this moment, Qin Tian could direct him eastward, and he would not dare venture west. This was a golden opportunity. As long as he could align himself with such a pillar, the day of soaring success would be imminent. By the way, senior brother, why do you publicly declare that you are not a disciple of the Wuji sect? This could deter some covetous individuals, Su Kai remarked, not lacking in intelligence. From the moment the news of the spiritual stone vein spread, countless individuals in the crowd had succumbed to greed. You fool. If we claim to be disciples of the Wuji sect, what do you think will happen once they discover our true intentions? Wouldn't he that mark us as ungrateful wretches? Oblivious to our obligations to the sect? Are you willing to bear such a disgrace? Indeed. Su Kai, belatedly understanding the gravity of the situation, hurried to the back room to change his attire. Alas, it was too late. Many had already taken note of him. Fear not, you are not the mastermind. You are merely a partner in this venture, Qin Tian reassured him, recognizing that Su Kai still held significant value in their scheme. Although Qin Tian possesses limited knowledge about the realm of cultivation, he is aware that spirit stone mines are coveted treasures, even for formidable factions. Nevertheless, it poses no significant concern, as he does not possess a spirit stone mine to covet. Regarding matters of safety, as long as he remains within the city, it is likely that Wuji City will not permit him to encounter any issues. He has no intention of venturing outside, for he is not inclined to engage in perilous endeavors. While he seeks to accumulate spirit stones, he does not wish to dance on the edge of a knife. If he were unafraid of death, he would not be contemplating such schemes. This endeavor is undoubtedly fraught with the potential to offend others. Fortunately, he has concealed his identity. Even if the situation were to unravel, no one would be able to trace him. Chapter 14. The gathering of talents. The first step has been accomplished, and the project has been successfully established. However, there remains a lack of genuine faith among the masses. The initial 10,000 spirit stones have drawn the participation of most individuals, who are merely harboring a gambler's mindset, to instill complete belief in the populace. It is imperative not only to return the spirit stones to the initial investors, but also to convince them of his genuine possession of a spirit stone vein. This undertaking proves to be rather troublesome, as he is currently under the watchful gaze of countless individuals. Fortunately, my master bequeathed to me a precious item. Qin Tian produced a transparent garment. As the eldest disciple of the master of Feng and the sole heir of the peak, he naturally possesses certain advantages. He recalls that before his master departed, he was instructed that this item was a peerless treasure for stealth, assassination, and treasure acquisition. The garment in his hands is known as the Phantom Spirit Garment. According to his master, during her weaker days, this garment provided considerable assistance. Passed down from her own master. As its name suggests, the Phantom Spirit Garment possesses the dual effects of illusion and shadow, capable of disguising one's aura, form, and movements. Were it not for this garment, Qin Tian would not dare to descend the mountain to establish a secondary trading association. Junior brother Su, you guard the shop. I shall venture out for a while. Senior brother, are you heading to the Spirit Stone Mine? There are people outside eagerly awaiting you. Please exercise caution. Su expressed his concerns. To him, Qin Tian is of utmost importance, serving as a bridge to his aspirations for greater heights. Rest assured. As Qin Tian was about to step out, Feng Yue and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Pang Clan Trading Association. Master Qin, are you preparing to depart? Feng Yue inquired, clasping his fists. Indeed, is this esteemed guest here to invest? However, the first phase of Spirit Stones has already been fully arranged. I suggest you wait for the next phase, Qin Tian replied, issuing an implicit dismissal as he perceived the ulterior motives of the visitor. I am Feng Yue, the senior brother of Qingyang sect, and I have matters to discuss with Master Qin. A charming smile graced Feng Yue's lips, and coupled with his handsome appearance, it compelled an instinctive trust in those around him. I am in haste to attend to urgent business. Perhaps you could return in a few days, brother Feng Yue? Qin Tian expressed, his patience waning as he awaited the completion of his final task. Once accomplished, he would be able to bask in the fortune of spirit stones effortlessly. Recently, the feedback on his cultivation had dwindled significantly. His junior sister, Feng Yue, must be solidifying her foundational skills, and as her senior, it was his responsibility to lend a helping hand. After all, what compelled him to descend the mountain and take risks? Foundation establishment is categorized into three types: heaven, earth, and mankind. The Heavenly Path Foundation not only necessitates innate talent, but also substantial natural resources for assistance. Feng Yue, being of the Phoenix body, certainly possessed talent. Yet she lacked the requisite resources. Moreover, the 5th-grade Fire Essence Pill is priced above 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. All this was for his junior sister, Master Qin. If you leave now, you may find that the opportunity has slipped away. The allure of a spirit stone mine is far greater than you can fathom, Qin Yue remarked. His tone calm yet laced with a hint of disdain. A loose cultivator is merely a loose cultivator. How could one comprehend the multitude of nefarious individuals drawn to a spirit stone mine? As Qin Tian stepped beyond the city gates, he feared that not even an hour of safety could be secured. Countless individuals sought to abduct him in hopes of extracting the whereabouts of the spirit stone mines, or perhaps even to delve into his soul to procure their desires. It was now a matter of which faction could act more swiftly. Qin Yue mused that rather than contesting with the major forces outside the city, it would be far more prudent to seize the spirit stone mines while still within the city walls. What do you imply? He inquired. Now that the members of the 12 heavenly caves have arrived in Wuji City, and even those from the great sects have made their appearance, I trust you are aware of the target. With so many formidable factions, do they truly intend to covet my spirit mine? Qin Tian's expression was grave. Yet internally he scoffed, realizing that the world of cultivation operated under such harsh realities. One's possessions were not inherently one's own. Only that which one could protect was truly theirs. Qin, you cannot still be so naive. The law of the jungle prevails in the realm of cultivation, Qingyan replied, shaking his head at the remnants of innocence still lingering in the world. I have come to assist you, Qin. Might we engage in conversation? Qingyun's words exuded confidence. Viewing Qin merely as a scattered cultivator, wholly unaccustomed to such grand scenarios. Each of the 12 heavenly caves was an entity revered by scattered cultivators. Not to mention the presence of the great sections. At this juncture, it was likely that Qin Tian already regretted his previous choices, as the limitations of a scattered cultivator's understanding led to misguided assumptions, ultimately igniting self-destructive flames. Wait a moment, fellow Taoist Qinyan, Qin Tian interjected. It is rather unorthodox for you to seek me out alone. Before he could finish his thought, a gentle voice interrupted. 4 or 5 women clad in sheer, flowing gowns appeared, their alluring figures partially concealed yet tantalizingly visible. Their alabaster chests dazzled the eyes, and the sight of their long, graceful legs stirred a tempest of emotions within. Particularly captivating was the leader among them, whose curvaceous form was matched only by her innocent visage. Each smile and glance seemed to ensnare the very soul. Qin Tian, a Na'vi young man, had never encountered such a scene, feeling his blood rush with exhilaration. He was astonished by the boldness and freedom of the immortal women, and he silently acknowledged that this journey was indeed worthwhile, as it allowed him to witness the diversity among the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. Qin Gongzi, I am Xia Ruyan from the Hehuan sect. And these are my junior sisters, said the leading girl, a harmonious blend of innocence and allure, as she gracefully inclined her body in a respectful gesture. Ahem. Qin Tian cleared his throat a couple of times and returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Miss Xia, is there something you require? Qin Gongzi. With unparalleled talent and striking presence, Ruyan has long admired you from afar and has come to pay her respects in person. Xia Ruyan replied with a smile that blossomed like peach blossoms, drawing the gaze of those around her irresistibly. Qin Tian could hardly muster the energy to comment, for it was merely about the spiritual mind, a matter he had long been aware of. His identity was fabricated, rendering the notion of having long admired it utterly absurd. The cunning vixen, wherever she roamed, seemed to exude an unmistakable allure. Then, a melodious voice rang out. A figure clad in agile attire approached, her exquisite features radiating a spirited charm despite her feminine form. It was Yu Yimeng of the Moonlight Palace, prompting an exclamation from Su Kai. These individuals were the paragons of the younger generation from the 12 heavens, and it was unexpected to see 3 of them congregated today, presumably all drawn by the allure of the spiritual mind. Su Kai suddenly felt a tinge of regret for involving himself in this venture. With the emergence of such distinguished talents from various factions, he, a mere disciple, risked becoming collateral damage. Between the lure of spiritual stones and the preservation of his own life, he deemed the latter far more valuable. Are you all here for Qin, or rather, for the spiritual stone mine? He inquired. Indeed, Yu Yimeng replied candidly, her straightforward nature leaving little room for ambiguity. Presently, the major factions had dispatched their youthful elites. And should he disclose the mine's location, the Moonlight Palace promised him a 10% share of the spiritual stone vein. For a solitary cultivator, such a share would suffice for a lifetime. Since Qin Tian was a solitary cultivator, it was likely his talents were not extraordinary. Perhaps even reaching the limits of his aptitude would not exhaust a mere 10% of the spiritual stone mine. The Hehuan sect was willing to offer a 20% share and extend an invitation for Qin to join their ranks. Remarkably, the Hehuan sect had never accepted male disciples before. Should Qin agree, he would become their sole male disciple, surrounded by countless senior sisters eager to cater to his every need. Meanwhile, Xia Rian swayed her waist, releasing a subtle fragrance into the air. As Qin Tian's vision darkened, he opened his eyes once more to behold a group of women, devoid of clothing, their modesty veiled by a delicate mist. Chapter 15. The Law of the Jungle. Come here, young master, they beckoned. These ethereal figures exuded a unique fragrance, gracefully swaying their slender waists as they approached Qin Tian. Their light steps seemed to tread upon clouds, each movement imbued with irresistible allure. An illusion? Realization dawned upon Qin Tian. This captivating display was undoubtedly the work of Xia Ruyan's sorcery. Yet, he could not help but admire the exquisite artistry of the illusion, which was simply enchanting. A flicker of affection stirred within him, just as the women were about to draw near, and the mist was on the verge of dissipating. A gentle breath of air caressed Qin Tian's ear, causing his earlobe to twitch slightly. In that instant, he jolted awake from the dreamlike trance. What a close call! A surge of frustration welled up within him, akin to awakening from a delightful spring dream just before its climax, leaving him quite displeased. Young Master Qin, do you find it to your liking? Xia Ruyan's sultry voice whispered in his ear as she subtly drew closer. The warmth of her soft, fragrant body stirred a thrill within him. He was no paragon of virtue. When faced with beauty, he had always inclined towards engagement rather than retreat. What is the meaning of this, Miss Xia? Qin Tian suppressed the tumult within and feigned composure. Young Master Qin, should you acquiesce to Ruyan's terms, that enchanting scene could indeed become a reality. Those women were conjured based on the manifestation of the sect's junior sisters, Xia Ruyan murmured, her words dripping with temptation. How infuriating. If only the spirit stone mine were genuine, I would gladly concede, Qin Tian lamented, acutely aware of his predicament, and thus reluctantly declined. Miss Xia, I cannot offer the spirit stone mine to your sect of harmonious union. Such a shameless woman. It seems your allure is lacking. Yu Yiming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Taoist Qin, the sect of harmonious union thrives on the absorption of vital essence for cultivation. Should you venture there, you may find yourself utterly devoured by their enchantresses, Yu Yiming warned, her arms crossed, accentuating her figure clad in black attire. Despite her name suggesting innocence, she radiated a manly vigor. Our Moonlight Palace is a reputable sect, though we have only a fraction of our members present. We can guarantee your safety and uphold our promises. Qin Yun's expression darkened. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of these two women, he could have easily secured Qin Tian's allegiance. Now, the situation had grown increasingly complex, introducing a multitude of uncertainties. Shopkeeper Qin, our Qin Yun sect was the first to arrive, and we have made you aware of your current predicament, which demonstrates our sincerity, he asserted. Qin Yun felt an urgent need to intervene. Should Qin Tian be persuaded, it would spell trouble. Esteemed colleagues, Wuji City is our domain, and such actions seem rather inappropriate. Do they not? The fourth-generation senior brother of Wuji sect, Songfeng, approached slowly, flanked by over a dozen fourth-generation disciples. His steady gait and unwavering gaze exuded an undeniable authority. Naturally, Wuji sect was aware of the news regarding the spiritual stone vein. However, this time, the major factions intended to cultivate the younger generation, thus entrusting the battlefield to them. Senior brother Songfeng. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Kai was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of security. In the face of the young prodigies from various factions, only the talented youth of Wuji sect could stand as equals. The leaders of the fourth-generation disciples from each faction were, without exception, formidable golden core stage cultivators, a realm far beyond what he, a mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could contend with. Qin Tian cast a glance at Su Kai, signaling him to refrain from speaking recklessly. Su Kai understood the unspoken message, as he had no desire to bear the stigma of being a thankless wolf. Junior brother, it is quite a surprise to encounter Taoist Qin and receive an invitation to assist the Pang Merchant Association. Songfeng's mood lifted, for it was astonishing that disciples of the Wuji sect had indeed joined the Pang Merchant Association. Xia Ruyan, Qin Yun, and Yu Yiming, however, exchanged glances of concern, realizing that the Wuji sect had already established a presence within the Pang Merchant Association. Haha, Manager Qin, it appears that fate has intertwined our paths with the Wuji sect. Why not consider joining us? The Wuji sect not only allows you to retain a portion of the spirit stones, but also offers you the position of elder. Songfeng felt a connection between the spirit stone mine and the Wuji sect. This time, victory belonged to him, with the younger generation acting on their own accord. The promised position of elder would likely receive no objections from the sect, albeit it would be an honorary title, as Qin Tian was merely a foundation-building cultivator. Su Kai remained silent, recognizing that the spirit stone mine could not be handed over to the Wuji sect, lest it reveal their true nature and solidify their reputation as ungrateful. No need for that. I shall mine it independently. While I must allocate a considerable share to the investors, I intend to retain a significant portion for myself. This endeavor must remain in my control. Relying on others to uphold their promises is a precarious venture. Qin Tian reiterated his refusal. Taoist Qin, why cling so stubbornly? You should be aware that as a mere loose cultivator, you stand no chance of monopolizing a spirit stone mine, Songfeng cautioned. In the eastern wilderness, it was unheard of for loose cultivators to dominate spirit stone veins. How can one know without trying? Moreover, I have no intention of hoarding it all for myself. In the end, aside from the investors, everyone will be a rightful owner of the mine. Qin Tian responded with profound implications. The others understood his intent, He sought to bind numerous investors to ensure his own safety. If there were indeed too many investors, it might deter major factions from taking action. After all, in the eastern wilderness, there were countless forces, and if too many factions were involved, none would wish to risk offending a multitude. This individual possesses remarkable cunning. However, the current Pang Merchant Association has few investors. Now is their opportunity to grow. Qin Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm confidence, as if all matters lay firmly within his grasp. Esteemed guests, I must kindly ask you to take your leave. I have pressing matters regarding the spirit mine to attend to, and I would not wish to incite discontent among my investors. With that, Qin Tian prepared to turn away. Since he is courting his own demise, let it be so. Qin Yin sneered, recognizing that Qin Tian was oblivious to the peril that awaited him beyond the city gates, where the eastern wasteland was no place for reasoning. Follow him, and we shall act once he has exited the city, Qin Yin commanded, prompting several disciples of the Qingyang sect to hastily pursue him. Xia Ruyan, Yiming, and others were equally unwilling to lag behind, hastening to join the chase. Only Songfeng remained behind. Junior brother Su, do you possess any news regarding the spirit stone vein? Su Kai shook his head. Elder brother, Manager Qin is exceedingly cautious and has not disclosed the location of the spirit stone vein. I have only just become acquainted with him, and thus, I have no information to share. Songfeng nodded in understanding. Qin Tian's strategy of relying on the masses to contend with various powerful factions was indicative of his astute and calculating nature, far beyond what Su Kai might comprehend. Let us pursue him as well. If Qin Tian will not yield to persuasion, then we shall resort to force. However, this will make it difficult to determine who will ultimately prevail. The one who captures Qin Yue first and extracts his soul will be the one to uncover the secrets of the spirit stone vein. As Qin Tian entered the crowd, in the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This exemplifies the formidable capabilities of the phantom spirit garb, which not only conceals one's aura, but also allows for complete invisibility. Not good. He has disappeared. Chapter 16. Sudden wealth. This individual possesses a treasure capable of cloaking his whereabouts. No wonder he dared to leave the city with such confidence. The disciple of the Qingyang sect who had initially followed Qin Tian gazed at the spot where he had vanished, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. They had anticipated easily keeping pace with a foundational cultivator, only to discover that their opponent possessed such a remarkable artifact. To the city gates, Qin Yin urgently commanded, a profound sense of defeat surging within him. He could hardly believe that he had lost track of him. To the city gates, Xia Ruyan and Yue Meng, among others, hurriedly made their way toward the gates. As the young elites of the various heavenly realms, it would be utterly disgraceful if they could not keep up with a mere foundational cultivator. The entrances to the city had long been secured by disciples from the 12 heavenly realms. The moment Qin Tian made an appearance, they would spring into action. While combat was prohibited within the city, no such restrictions applied outside its walls. The bloodshed of the eastern wilderness was notoriously unrelenting. Only the rules of the great celestial cities managed to uphold a semblance of peace. They all harbored the thought, he must not escape. Securing the spirit stone mine would undoubtedly allow one to rise above their peers, gaining immense renown. Senior brother, this person possesses a concealing treasure. How can we track his movements if he emerges from the city gates? A worried disciple of Qingyang spoke up. Just moments ago, Qin Tian had vanished right before their eyes. A mere loose cultivator, even with a treasure, cannot possess anything too formidable, Qin Yun reassured them. I have brought the illuminating mirror. There is no need for concern. This time, Qin Yun was determined to obtain the spirit stone mine, and thus had deliberately brought the mirror designed for locating spirit stone veins. The illuminating mirror, a top-tier spiritual artifact, was one of the few treasured possessions of the Qingyang sect, more than sufficient to reveal Qin Tian's whereabouts. Qin Yun approached the city gates, and once outside the city, he pointed the illuminating mirror in the direction of the exit. Within Wuji City, he had been unable to act freely, but outside its confines, there were no such constraints. An artifact dares to unveil me? Qin Tian, completely cloaked in invisibility at the city gates, shook his head, filled with disdain. Without hesitation, he boldly exited the city. This was a gift from his master. Although Qin Tian was unaware of its precise grade, it was likely superior to a mere spiritual artifact. Qin Yun, is this item reliable? We must not let that scoundrel escape. Someone questioned. Rest assured, he cannot flee. This is a top-tier spiritual artifact. Qin Yun replied with unwavering confidence, as if he could already envision the scene of capturing Qin Tian. After leaving the city, Qin Tian walked a short distance before removing the phantom spirit garb, his figure reappearing. "Hey, you fool!" Qin Tian exclaimed, waving his arm and shouting. His voice resonating through the air, strikingly out of place. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned their gaze towards the distant Qin Tian. Qin Yun followed the sound and observed Qin Yu vehemently pointing a finger at him, exclaiming, "I am speaking to you, you imbecile. Are you not aware that there are 4 city gates? Who is this audacious individual daring to insult the elder brother of Qin Yun's sect?" Many bystanders at the city gate, oblivious to the circumstances, exhibited expressions of astonishment. "Haha, my dear Qin Yun, you are being called an idiot," remarked Xiaoru Yin. Her voice gentle yet piercing like a dagger into Qin Yun's heart. How could he, the esteemed elder brother of Qin Yang Cave, endure public humiliation at the hands of a mere loose cultivator? "Seize him!" Qin Yun roared in fury, his expression dark and turbulent as if it could drip with water. The disciples of Qin Yang Cave surged forward in an instant. This time, he had brought the cream of the crop from the 4th generations, all of whom possessed golden core cultivation. They moved like lightning, charging ferociously towards Qin Tian. "Follow them," Song Feng hastily commanded. This individual was on the turf of Wu Ji sect. He held the advantage of terrain. If others were to snatch him away, how could he return to the sect with any semblance of dignity? Yu Yiming, Xiaoru Yan, and several others hastened to join the pursuit. The young leaders from other cave heavens, not daring to lag behind, also joined the fray. What has this fellow done to provoke the ire of 12 elite cave heavens simultaneously? A curious observer inquired. An informed individual elucidated, "This is Qin Tian, the manager of the Pang Clan's trading company, who has caused quite a stir in Wuji City these past few days. Could it be that he truly knows the location of the Spirit Stone mine? Otherwise, why would 12 cave heavens mobilize at once?" Initially skeptical cultivators began to entertain the possibility that Qin Tian might indeed possess knowledge of the Spirit Stone mine. Does this not imply that investing could genuinely yield Spirit Stones? Many felt a stir of excitement within, as long as Qin Tian did not relinquish the Spirit Stone mine. Their investments might indeed bear fruit. They fervently hoped that manager Qin would evade capture by the 12 cave heavens. Qin Tian smiled faintly, then donned his spiritual attire once more, and his figure vanished again. He did not run far before they split up to pursue him. Someone exclaimed, "He is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Could he possibly escape from our group of golden core cultivators?" Qin Tian donned his ethereal attire, and instead of fleeing, he approached the crowd. However, due to his cloaking ability, he merely brushed past them unnoticed. He possessed no Spirit Stone mines. His departure from the city was merely a ruse to convince others of their existence. Now, with the 12 young prodigies from the 12 heavens in hot pursuit, the illusion of his Spirit Stone mines was further solidified, such benevolent souls. Upon returning to the city gates, Qin Tian, having altered his aura, resolved to seek accommodation at a tavern, the Rui Tavern. Qin Tian gazed upon the opulently adorned tavern, from which wafted delightful aromas, and boldly stepped inside. Those who cultivate immortality rely on spiritual energy, allowing them to forego the consumption of grains. However, high-grade spiritual delicacies not only satiate one's culinary desires but also significantly contribute to the enhancement of one's cultivation. Moreover, there exists a considerable number of cultivators who, despite their ability to abstain from food, still retain a penchant for indulgence. The Rui Tavern is specifically established for the benefit of these cultivators. Esteemed guest, will you be dining or seeking lodgings? The tavern's attendant hurriedly approached Qin Tian, his face alight with a welcoming smile. First, prepare an exquisite banquet, and then arrange for a superior room, Qin Tian declared with a grand gesture, exuding a sense of affluence. Now, he possessed a fortune of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, he was determined to indulge in both fine food and drink, especially since these spirit stones had come to him with relative ease. Right this way, esteemed guest. The attendant not only refrained from disparaging Qin Tian's ostentatious behavior, but instead beamed with excitement. The more prosperous the tavern became, the greater his earnings would be. Such affluent patrons were a welcome sight indeed. Qin Tian was invited to the second floor, and with a fleeting glance, he spotted a familiar figure once more. Jiang Xie, the jewel of the Jiang family, a prodigy in her teenage years with an innate ability of the yuanying stage. "Miss, this establishment is the finest tavern in Wujiqing at present," a servant of the Jiang family whispered beside Jiang Xie. "Let us settle here for the time being. It remains uncertain when the ruins will finally open. It has been several days, yet there is no sign of activity," Jiang Xie remarked, crossing her arms in discontent. Her charming demeanor compelled onlookers to steal a few more glances. After casting a glance behind him, Qin Tian entered the private room on the second floor, deeming it prudent to refrain from engaging with such individuals at this stage of his life. In the Wuji sect, those at the nascent soul stage are regarded as elders. Yet here was a girl scarcely in her teens exhibiting such prowess. Were she to possess imperial-level talent, he might consider approaching her to see if he could take her as a junior sister. Esteemed guest, here is the menu for our establishment. The young attendant presented the menu to Qin Tian. Qin Tian waved his hand and commanded, "Bring forth the finest dishes from your establishment." He was eager to indulge in the culinary delights of the eastern wilderness. "Certainly, esteemed guest," the waiter replied with a beaming smile, promptly preparing to leave. With a confident demeanor, Qin Tian appeared to possess a substantial amount of spirit stones, and he had no apprehensions about the prospect of dining without paying. For no one could evade charges at the Rui Tavern. "Wait, hold on," Qin Tian called out hurriedly after glancing at the menu. Chapter 17, Having Spent. Continue to earn spirit stones. His gaze fell upon the first item on the menu, and he was momentarily taken aback. A specialty dish was priced at an astonishing 4,999 low-grade spirit stones. It was not merely a meal, but akin to consuming gold. Even the lesser dishes commanded prices of 1,999 and 999 stones. Should he order a full banquet of such fare? His 1,000 spirit stones would scarcely suffice. Damn it, is the cost of living for cultivators truly this exorbitant? Qin Tian silently cursed within, as this was his first genuine encounter with the extravagant spending habits of cultivators, which seemed utterly outrageous. Nonetheless, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. In this world of cultivation, resources were highly concentrated. The wealth and assets possessed by the powerful were unfathomable to the weak. As the most esteemed tavern in the renowned large immortal city of the eastern wilderness, the prices were naturally steep. The waiter observed Qin Tian's astonishment and merely smiled, offering no further commentary. Such scenes were all too familiar to him. Those who had never visited the Rui Tavern were oblivious to its reality. Each dish here represented an aspiration that many could never hope to attain in their lifetime. Take, for instance, that dish priced at 4,999 spirit stones. It was a delicacy reserved for those at the nascent soul and spirit transformation realms. "I'll have one of this and another of that." Qin Tian ordered 4 or 5 dishes from the menu. After a cursory calculation, he realized it would amount to 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones. "Damn it, I can only blame my own poverty. But I must not deprive myself," he mused, selecting 5 dishes, each priced at 990 stones. After consuming the lavish meal, Qin Tian felt an intense warmth coursing through his body. "Waiter, is the room ready?" he inquired, sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. This feast was nothing short of a magnificent tonic for him, nearly overflowing his internal spirit energy. "Esteemed guest, the room is prepared. It is equipped with a formation for safe cultivation," the waiter remarked. Recognizing that Qin Tian's strength had significantly improved and that he required nourishment from the spiritual food, truly a perceptive individual, Qin Tian exhaled deeply. "Indeed, my foundation at the late stage of qi refining has been thoroughly solidified." He marveled at the quality of the spiritual food, which provided exceptional nourishment without any adverse effects. Regrettably, his innate talent was too lacking. The 5,000 spirit stones worth of spiritual food had not enabled him to break through to the pinnacle of qi refining. Had it been his junior sister, she would likely have easily surpassed another realm. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 9th day of the 10-day cycle. The spiritual stones in Qin Tian's possession have already been significantly depleted. It is time to continue earning more. The initial 10,000 spiritual stones were merely an appetizer. Now, with the young elites from various realms backing him, it is likely that the trust of the crowd will be even greater. Thus, it is time to initiate the first wave of financing. Qin Tian did not personally intervene. Instead, he sent a message to Su Kai, requesting the collection of 100,000 spiritual stones. 100,000 spiritual stones. Upon receiving the news, Su Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, the discovery of a talented individual had warranted a reward of 5,000 spiritual stones, which had already left him elated. He never anticipated that the current demand would soar to a staggering 100,000 spiritual stones, a colossal sum in his eyes. Our shopkeeper has indicated that for the second phase, 100,000 spiritual stones are needed, so those with intentions should act swiftly. Following Qin Tian's instructions, Su Kai conveyed the message to the crowd. "It is not that our shopkeeper has fled, but rather that he is being closely watched by the elite of various caves, making it inconvenient to enter the city. Do you wish for the spiritual stone mine of the Pang family to be discovered by those from the caves? Su Kai had inherited Qin Tian's eloquence and spoke with great fluency. Tomorrow marks the due date for the first phase. When will shopkeeper Qin return? Qin Yin inquired. He had invested 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, though this amount was not substantial for him. He was concerned about the reliability of the venture. Su Kai waved his hand, attempting to soothe the increasingly restless crowd outside the shop. Tomorrow, our shopkeeper will certainly return. However, he has stated that to avoid detection by the 12 caves, we must expedite the extraction of spiritual stones and increase financing. Those willing to invest may do so. Could it be that the Pang family shopkeeper has fled? This seemed highly probable, as the promised returns from the first phase had yet to be fulfilled, yet they were already soliciting for the second phase. The crowd murmured, expressing their skepticism. After all, the existence of the spiritual stone mine was still merely a claim made by Qin Tian, with no one having witnessed it firsthand. Su Kai scanned the crowd, and a middle-aged Taoist shouted, I believe in shopkeeper Qin. Now that the elites of the 12 caves have arrived, if this were a ruse, why would they mobilize? He added, I will invest 500 spiritual stones. If I delay, I fear I may miss out. I too shall invest 500 spiritual stones. I will also contribute a few hundred. Fortune favors the bold, and one must take risks to earn spiritual stones. The chorus of voices grew, and the crowd was suddenly galvanized. Many who had hesitated resolved to invest once more, thinking that the truth would soon be revealed. A smile crept across Su Kai's face as he mused. Brother Qin's ability to rally the crowd is truly remarkable. Indeed, it takes a leader to inspire action. Under the fervent investment orchestrated by Su Kai, numerous individuals chose to invest again, including many who had missed the opportunity the first time. After all, the initial phase had only raised 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, a significant amount for a foundational cultivator, yet merely a year's yield for a golden core cultivator. In the bustling Wuji city, there were many golden core cultivators, and even a number of nascent soul experts. In just a few hours, over 50,000 spiritual stones had been amassed. Many still opted to wait and see if the first phase investors would receive their returns, and whether Qin Tian would indeed return. On the 10th day, Qin Tian stretched lazily as he exited the tavern. Subsequently, he transformed into the visage of Qin Kai and made his way toward the Pang family shop. As long as the initial returns are delivered, many will inevitably be lured in. The esteemed Qin has returned. As soon as Qin Tian's shadow made its appearance, a voice rang out in joyous exclamation. A considerable crowd had gathered outside the shop, comprised of investors who were making their inaugural investments in spirit stones. Today marked the day of the Spirit Stone Report. Gentlemen, Qin Tian offered a slight bow, expressing his apologies. I had anticipated returning within 6 or 7 days. However, I was pursued by the elite of the 12 caves, which caused some delays. Fortunately, I have not failed in my mission. The Spirit Stone vein remains undiscovered and has already begun operations. This is splendid news. The vast expanse of the eastern wilderness is such that without specific coordinates, even the 12 caves would find it challenging to uncover it. As long as the Spirit Stone vein remains concealed, we have secured a long-term avenue for the acquisition of Spirit Stones. How noble of Manager Qin to generously share the profits from the Spirit Stone vein with us. Many gazed at Qin Tian as though he were a treasure beyond measure. A 10-day period promises a 10% profit. This is indeed exorbitant gain, devoid of significant risk, and far safer than venturing into the depths of the mountains. Wherever Qin Tian went, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Qin Tian was indeed their esteemed benefactor. Below, the returns for the first phase of investors were to be distributed. Su Kai, my dear junior, please distribute the spiritual stones to the first phase investors. Su Kai laid out the spiritual stones he had gathered yesterday. Yet he found it odd that Qin Shixiang had not extracted any spiritual stones from the mining veins throughout this entire process. Su Kai, you have worked diligently lately. From this batch of gathered spiritual stones, you may keep 1,000 for yourself. Henceforth, your daily remuneration in spiritual stones shall be fixed at 100. What do you think? Su Kai was a pivotal worker, and his future value was immense. He must not be treated poorly. Chapter 18. Distribution of investment returns how much? Su Kai exclaimed softly, his voice filled with disbelief. 100 spiritual stones a day? He recalled that during his time at the sect, he had only earned a mere 160 spiritual stones in an entire month. Now, to receive 100 in a single day felt as though fortune had rained down upon him. Su Kai's breath quickened, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Qin Shixiang, I have no objections, Su Kai exclaimed joyfully. He had simply invested 1,000 spiritual stones to rent a shopfront, and now he had already recouped his investment. From this point onward, it would all be pure profit. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, uplifting the spirits of those around him. At that moment, his movements in distributing spiritual stones to the first-phase investors became notably more agile, as if fueled by boundless energy. Aha! I really received the spiritual stones. I invested 100, and now it has become 110. Someone shouted exuberantly, their voice brimming with joy and excitement. Mine has turned into 550. Another exclaimed, their face alight with enthusiasm. The crowd was in a frenzy, within just a few short days. They had received a 10% return, an unprecedented event in the Eastern Wilderness. Scouring the annals of Eastern Wilderness history, one would struggle to find such a splendid occurrence. Many felt exhilarated, believing they had demonstrated keen insight by discovering such a lucrative opportunity. Xiaoyan of the Xiao family gazed at the 1,100 spiritual stones in his hand, a flicker of excitement gracing his features. It's real. It's truly real. The Xiao family is saved. The Xiao and Mu families had recently engaged in fierce competition for the title of the foremost family in Qi City, continuously undercutting prices to see which family would falter first. The key to victory lay in spiritual stones. As long as one possessed enough to withstand losses, they could emerge as the ultimate victor. The Xiao family in Qi City has invested 6,100 spiritual stones, Xiaoyan declared loudly, his voice resolute and powerful. This represented his entire fortune, and he had placed all his hopes on this investment. His initial purpose for coming to Wujiqing was to seek lower-priced goods. Yet he had stumbled upon such a fortuitous event. I too shall invest 550 spiritual stones. Many who have recently acquired spirit stones surged like a tide in front of the shops, clamoring to continue their investments. Qin Tian's words still echoed in their ears. An investment of 100 spirit stones, if sustained for a year, could yield a staggering 30-fold return. How could one possibly refuse such an enticing promise of 30 times profit in just 1 year? Qin Tian smiled faintly, contemplating inwardly. How many can truly restrain themselves after tasting victory, even once? The spirit stones I distribute now merely pass through their hands. Ultimately, they shall return to me. With this, I am not short of spirit stones, yet 100,000 is still insufficient. I shall reclaim my place in the Wuji sect in the next phase. After all, the fiery elixir costing 100,000 spirit stones is hardly exorbitant. Once my junior sister awakens her phoenix physique, her cultivation will soar, propelling my own path to longevity forward at an accelerated pace. Alas, there is but one junior sister, and finding one with imperial-level talent is quite the challenge. Qin Tian glanced at the crowd, his eyes sweeping back and forth as he sought to discern if there were any prodigies among them. A myriad of panels suddenly appeared before him, yet alas, they all belonged to individuals of mediocre talent, with not a single genius above the 5th rank in sight. It seemed that reliance on fate was his only recourse, or perhaps he could devise a means to summon a top-tier genius. Though Qin Tian found himself momentarily bereft of any viable strategies. Infuriatingly, that scoundrel had returned to the city. It was imperative to inform the elder brother. Upon seeing Qin Tian, the disciples of Qin Yang swiftly sent word to Qin Yun, their eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, as if Qin Tian were their mortal enemy. Half an hour later, a sullen Qin Yun arrived outside the Pang family shop. Upon witnessing the smug and self-satisfied expression on Qin Tian's face, his ire surged. As the esteemed 4th-generation elder brother of Qin Yang sect, being publicly mocked and insulted by Qin Tian was an affront he could not tolerate. Following Qin Yun's arrival, the 12 luminaries from the various caves, including Yu Yiming, Xia Ruyan, and Song Feng, made their appearances in succession. The thought of being outmaneuvered by a mere rogue cultivator was an embarrassment they could hardly bear. Should this news leak, where would they hide their shame? Their current aim extended beyond the acquisition of a mere spirit stone mine. They sought to teach Qin Tian a lesson, making him aware that the caves must not be insulted. Ah, is that not the elder brother of the 12 caves? What brings you here again? Qin Tian chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery and disdain, as though he regarded the 12 cave luminaries with utter indifference. The crowd gathered at the shop's entrance turned their eyes toward the 12 young prodigies, who were figures they could scarcely aspire to emulate. Yet, the public sentiment toward them was far from favorable. They had all invested considerable spirit stones, and should the caves uncover the location of the spirit stone mine, their investments would be in vain. Several hundred cultivators stood together, refusing to part ways for the 12 luminaries. In the past, it might have sufficed. but now their interests were at stake. Step aside, Qing Yin huffed, his eyes ablaze with anger. A mere rabble dared obstruct his path. How many could Qing Tian possibly ensnare? With all 12 caves united, no petty rogue or minor faction could impede them, though the eastern wilderness was rife with powers. From grand sects and sacred lands to ancient families, each of the 12 caves was a formidable force in its own right. If they could not even handle a group of rogue cultivators, it would be better to seek a stone to end their own lives. The crowd, chastised by Qing Yun's rebuke, though reluctant, complied and parted the way. After all, they lacked the courage to confront the luminaries of the 12 caves. Xiaoyan's countenance was particularly grim. He had invested the most spirit stones, over 6,000. Should the 12 caves seize the spirit stone mine, he would be left with nothing. Yet, as a mere member of a small celestial city family, he could hardly challenge the caves, let alone the 12 luminaries. He could only hope that Qing Tian would prove resilient and not easily yield. Shopkeeper Qing, I shall advise you one final time. Voluntarily relinquish the location of the spirit stone mine, or the consequences shall be beyond your capacity to endure. Qing Yun's words dripped with menace, devoid of any pretense. Now that the facade has been shattered, there is no longer any need for pretense. Young Master Qing, given the current situation regarding the spirit stone mine, even a single cave cannot monopolize it. It would be prudent for you to surrender it willingly. Xia Ruoyan spoke softly, a faint smile gracing her pure visage. With all 12 caves present, even if one were to claim the spirit stone mine, it would be impossible to consume it alone. I was deceiving you. There is no spirit stone mine. You might as well return and not waste your time. Qing Tian shrugged, attempting to persuade them with kind words. His face painted with helplessness, as if he were truly wronged. At this juncture, do you still wish to deceive us? Qing Yun remained unfazed. Perceiving that Qing Tian regretted revealing the existence of the coveted mine amidst the multitude of covetous eyes. Unfortunately, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted. Surround his shop. As long as he remains silent about the spirit stone mine, he shall not leave. The disciples of Qingyang's sect swiftly mobilized. For Qing Tian possessed concealing artifacts, and they could not allow him to vanish from their sight. Halt. The lord of Wuji City, Xiangyang, materialized above Yulong Street. No one discerned when he had appeared. It was only upon the sound of his voice that the crowd realized he was hovering above them. A formidable being of the transformation stage, he was a figure of dominance in the eastern wilderness. Even among the 12 caves, he stood as a peak leader. Greetings, Lord of the city. The crowd bowed in unison, regardless of who they were. Respect for a being of such caliber was imperative. Qing Tian also offered a slight fist salute, for the Lord of Wuji City was an elder of Wuji sect, a reason behind his choice to reside in Wuji City. At worst, his identity may be unveiled, but at least his life would be spared, albeit at the cost of his reputation. Combat and vendettas are strictly prohibited within the city. All grievances must be settled outside its walls. The Lord's voice resonated with authority, compelling obedience. Chapter 19. Human affairs. The Lord's voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating through the air, as if it could penetrate the eardrums of every listener. The matter of the spirit stone mine has caused quite a stir. Not only is it well known among the citizens of Wuji City, but it has also reached the ears of the major caves, blessed lands, and even grand sections. Wuji City, as the foremost celestial city of Wuji sect, cannot afford to tarnish its reputation. After all, the reputation of a celestial city is of paramount importance, should it lose its credibility. Who would still come to transact business in Wuji City? As long as Qing Tian remains within the city, he must adhere to Wuji City's regulations. Wuji sect is indeed a prestigious sect, and even we, as scattered cultivators, are willing to extend our protection. The lord of the city is both magnanimous and noble. Qing Tian, with his striking good looks, radiated a brilliant smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. As long as one conducts business within the city, they shall naturally receive the protection of Wuji sect. The lord's expression swelled with pride at the public praise, his heart swelling with a measure of satisfaction. The lord's sense of justice is well understood by the younger generation. Sukai, please present the first and second phases of the tax, totaling 11,000 spirit stones. To the lord of the city, Qing Tian instructed. In the city of Wujiqing, the tax rate stands at 1/30th. However, our protagonist has ventured into the financial sector and has deemed it appropriate to set the rate at 1/10. Might this be excessive? The city lord was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Qing Tian would be so astute as to submit 1/10 of the taxes, while the sect's requirement was merely 1/30th. This was by no means excessive. The Pang Clan Chamber of Commerce was in its nascent stage, with scant returns thus far, and it was hoped that the esteemed city lord would not harbor any disdain. Social niceties are ever present, and despite the city lord's duty to maintain order, who could say he might not turn a blind eye? Moreover, the spiritual stone submitted to the city lord essentially benefited the Wujizong as a form of compensation for reputational loss. Haha, there's no rush. The chamber has just begun its journey, and this gesture is commendable. Time is ample, and opportunities will abound in the future. The city lord was in good spirits. Recognizing that this individual was not only eloquent but also adept in interpersonal relations, after concluding his directives, the city lord departed, leaving the young elites of the 12 caves to exit quietly, for the city lord's word was not to be contested. Esteemed city lord, Master Qin has sent a token of appreciation, announced the steward, presenting several storage bags to the city lord. Upon inspection, the bags brimmed with spiritual stones, numbering over 10,000. Haha, what a remarkable person. Though 10,000 spiritual stones may not constitute a significant sum for him, it represented his monthly salary. He recalled Qin Tian mentioning that this was merely the beginning for the Pang Clan Chamber of Commerce, and future contributions might be even greater. City Lord, Master Qin has a message, the steward conveyed. What is it? In the future, 1/10 of the spiritual stone profits shall be submitted, with 1/10 allocated to the city lord. The steward's expression reflected the gravity of the situation. This individual was indeed quite resourceful. The city lord donned a subtle smile, recognizing that relinquishing 2/10 of the profits was no small matter. With the emergence of the 12 caves, even if they were to seize the spiritual stone mines, Wujizong might not secure 2/10. Moreover, given Qin Tian's current strategy of distributing a considerable amount of spiritual stones to smaller investors, it was likely that only 2 or 3/10 would ultimately reach him. In light of this, he instructed Songfeng that there was no need to exert excessive effort in the competition for spiritual stones. The city lord opted not to transfer Songfeng immediately, as such a sudden move might arouse suspicion among other factions. 8 days later, within the Rui restaurant, Qin Tian indulged in the culinary offerings. Having achieved a breakthrough at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he relished the exquisite dish priced at 4,999 without reservation. After accounting for the 10,000 spiritual stones he had distributed, the 10,000 submitted, and the 10,000 given to the city lord, he found himself with nearly 70,000 spiritual stones remaining, ample for a lavish feast at the Rui restaurant. Since dispatching the spiritual stones to the city lord's estate 8 days prior, the young elites of the 12 caves had not been able to accompany him. Thanks to the assistance of the city guard and utilizing the illusory spirit garb, Qin Tian effortlessly altered his appearance and slipped away from public view. It was time. Following this round of financing, stability seemed within reach, and the moment had come to return to Wujizong. Upon the completion of this financing, the spiritual stones required to procure the fire elixir should be sufficient. By the way, regarding the foundation building spiritual items, there are 3 methods of foundation establishment: heaven, earth, and humanity. Naturally, the heaven method is the most superior, yet the spiritual items needed are quite remarkable. As my junior sister possesses imperial-level talent, it must not be squandered. Qin Tian returned to the shop. Senior Su, from this day forth, the new phase of Spirit Stone fundraising will take place 2 days prior to the distribution of Spirit Stone rewards, with the amount for the 3rd phase increased to 1 million Spirit Stones. 1 million. That's quite a substantial sum. Su was taken aback. Indeed, however, there should not be significant fluctuations afterward, as you are currently the sole representative of the guild. I appreciate your efforts, and from now on, your monthly Spirit Stone compensation will rise to 5,000. 5,000. Su felt a surge of optimism. What began as a casual greeting had unexpectedly paved the way for his fortune. Earning 5,000 Spirit Stones monthly was an amount that even many nascent soul cultivators could not achieve. It's no trouble at all. I am part of the guild, and it is my duty to contribute. By the way, if you find yourself overwhelmed, you may recruit some assistants, with compensation set at double the market rate to facilitate your hiring process. Understood, Senior. At that moment, Su felt as though he had become Senior's trusted confidant, even being entrusted with the authority to hire others. The Pang Family Guild continued its Spirit Stone fundraising. Su placed a notice at the shop's entrance. Are we starting the fundraising again? Su nodded and explained, yes, from now on, the Spirit Stone fundraising will occur at fixed intervals, and everyone is welcome to come regularly. Deputy Manager Su, how much Spirit Stone are we raising this time? With the rapid development of the Spirit Stone mines, the current fundraising target is 1 million Spirit Stones. 1 million Spirit Stones is no small amount, but the more we recruit, the greater our opportunities to earn Spirit Stones. Those interested in investing may begin submitting their Spirit Stones. As Su finished speaking, the crowd surged forward. The successful distribution of Spirit Stones in the previous phase had alleviated many concerns. What is this? A foundation-building cultivator, having just handed over 100 Spirit Stones, looked puzzled at the Spirit Stone voucher in his hand, which indicated 100 Spirit Stones. This is the latest Spirit Stone voucher introduced by the Pang Family Guild. From now on, the guild will recognize the voucher rather than individuals. As long as you possess the voucher, you can exchange it for Spirit Stones at the guild. Su sighed inwardly, marveling at Senior Qin's ingenuity. He continued explaining, this voucher can circulate freely, allowing for private buying and selling. Does this mean that as long as the Pang Family Guild exists, this voucher will always hold a value of 100 Spirit Stones? Su nodded affirmatively, precisely. How intriguing. The manager of the Pang Family Guild is truly astute. A graceful and enchanting young lady murmured amidst the crowd. Miss, this individual is quite meticulous and has grand ambitions. A maid of decent appearance and golden core cultivation whispered. Jiang Xie nodded and then spoke. Acquire Spirit Stone vouchers amounting to 500,000. Yes, miss. The maid promptly replied, understanding that her role was to obey without question. Chapter 20. Spirit Stone Vouchers. Jiang Family. Jiang Xie invests 500,000 Spirit Stones. The maid deftly discarded a storage bag at the entrance of the shop, plunging the crowd into a profound silence. The illustrious name of the Jiang family and the staggering sum of 500,000 Spirit Stones left everyone astounded and speechless. Could it be the Jiang family of the Eastern Wilderness? Someone murmured, their voice laden with disbelief. Aside from the Jiang family of the Eastern Wilderness, who else could possibly produce such a sum? Another responded with certainty. Su Kai gazed at the young woman, resembling a maid, before him, his breath momentarily caught. Even as a mere servant, she exuded an overwhelming aura of power. He understood clearly that the strength of the person before him far surpassed his own. Jiang Xie. Is she not the jewel of the Jiang family? The crowd's murmurs crescendoed. The brother of the jewel of the Jiang family is a supreme prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness. Rumored to possess a divine physique, brimming with untapped potential, and is regarded as the hope of the Jiang family, a future king of the Eastern Wilderness. Once perfected, the divine physique renders one invincible among peers. The Jiang family is destined to reign over the Eastern Wilderness in this era. Who can withstand the might of the divine physique? Not even the heads of great sects or the lords of sacred lands can contend with it. All eyes turned towards the sprightly and ethereal Jiang Xie. She waved her hand and greeted everyone with a friendly demeanor. Her sparkling eyes and radiant smile captivated the onlookers. Jiang Xie seemed like the girl next door, warmly addressing the crowd. The fact that Miss Jiang is also investing solidified the venture's prospects. Just moments ago, hesitant cultivators swiftly took decisive action. The South Ming Blessed Land invested 100,000 Spirit Stones. Many from the Blessed Land followed suit, with Miss Jiang's investment. The 12 Caves dared not act recklessly any longer. What are you dawdling for? Is it not permissible for my lady to invest? The maid coldly inquired. Noticing Su Kai's prolonged stupor. My apologies, of course, she can invest. Su Kai was equally taken aback by Jiang Xie's identity and her substantial investment. 500,000 Spirit Stones is no trivial amount. Senior brother Qin. Qin Tian also rose, but was far from pleased. After all, this was a family of sacred lands, one he could not afford to offend. Yet, having come this far, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity, knowing that rejecting the deal would jeopardize his business. In such a place as the southern part of the Eastern Wilderness, particularly in Wujiqing, to attract the jewel of the Eastern Wilderness family was indeed remarkable. Haha, Miss Jiang truly has an eye for talent. Instantly recognizing the vast potential returns of our business association, Qin Tian said with a forced smile. Indeed, I am not an ordinary person. Jiang Xie replied with a hint of pride, her lips curling into a confident smile. She valued not the Spirit Stone mine itself, but rather the Spirit Stone voucher. Though uncertain of its significance, she felt intuitively that it held great worth. Miss Jiang, here is your voucher for 500,000 Spirit Stones. Qin Tian respectfully handed over the voucher. After receiving the voucher, Jiang Xie suddenly wrinkled her nose and inquired, this seems familiar. Have we met before? We crossed paths briefly at the city gate. Qin Tian replied. Jiang Xie's eyes flickered as she suddenly recalled that he was the one who had nearly been struck. Indeed. Well then, I have matters to attend to. so I shall take my leave." Jiang Xie did not linger. Qin Tian was not worth her time. With the assistance of the jewel of the Jiang family, Qin Tian swiftly gathered 1,000,000 spirit stones within the span of an hour. After paying a tax of 100,000 and presenting another 100,000 to the city lord, as well as reserving a second portion of spirit stones as a return, Qin Tian vanished with nearly 700,000 spirit stones remaining. The fire essence pill cost a staggering 180,000 spirit stones. Qin Tian gazed at the pill in his hand, unable to suppress his astonishment. The path of cultivation indeed demands an inexhaustible supply of resources. What is required now are foundational spiritual items. Within Wuji City, there exists a guild dedicated to the sale of such foundational spiritual items, known as the Foundation Establishment Guild. This guild is widespread throughout the eastern wilderness, with reports of its presence extending to the southern ridge, northern plains, western desert, and even central continent. The influence of the Foundation Establishment Guild is unfathomable, reaching every corner. As Qin Tian walked in, he beheld an array of hundreds of spiritual items displayed within the shop's cabinets. These spiritual items, a collective term, encompassed rare divine metals, seeds of enigmatic plants, and even the bones of formidable beings, all classified as foundational spiritual treasures. Customers, however, sought these very foundational treasures. Upon noticing Qin Tian, the shopkeeper approached him. For the Foundation Merchant Guild had branches scattered across the land, catering to patrons ranging from esteemed saints to those merely practicing qi. Indeed. May I inquire about the available spiritual items? Qin Tian asked. Dear customer, behold, there are as many as several hundred items displayed here. You may peruse to discover which foundational spiritual treasures align with your needs, the shopkeeper replied. These treasures not only require a high grade, but must also resonate with the individual to achieve perfect harmony. My junior sister possesses the phoenix physique. I presume that foundational spiritual stones of the fire attribute would be fitting? Qin Tian mused as he browsed. Among the offerings, he noted a human-grade foundational spiritual item. The inner core of a fish demon at the foundational stage, valued at 688 spirit stones. A human-grade foundational spiritual item. The seed of the flame sunflower, valued at 888 spirit stones. An earthly foundational spiritual item, spirit iron, valued at 9,688 spirit stones. An earthly foundational spiritual item, the shell of a spirit turtle, valued at 10,688 spirit stones. With each elevation in grade, the prices surged tenfold. Suddenly, a wooden branch priced at 480,000 spirit stones caught his eye. A heavenly foundational spiritual item. The branch of the Fusang tree, priced at 480,000 spirit stones. Even heavenly spiritual items serve primarily the perfected practitioners of qi, and such a price was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Only the heirs of prominent factions or direct descendants could afford such extravagance. Even a formidable being at the transformation stage might hesitate to part with nearly 500,000 spirit stones for a foundational item. In his earlier days, he had only utilized human-grade spiritual items. The more solid the foundation, the greater the potential for future accomplishments, presenting an opportunity to transcend innate limitations. Yet, those of lesser talent seldom possessed ample resources, often lacking even human-grade items, let alone heavenly ones. However, it was all for his junior sister. According to legend, the Fusang tree was an ancient tree where the golden crows resided, imbued with the fire attribute, likely to harmonize well with his sister's phoenix essence. I shall take this, Qin Tian declared, pointing to the Fusang tree branch. The previously silent shopkeeper rose. Esteemed customer, this is indeed the branch of the Fusang tree. Priced at 480,000 spirit stones. The Foundation Merchant Guild holds no disdain for any patron, yet Qin Tian, being relatively unknown, did not seem like someone capable of such expenditure. Heavenly foundational treasures were typically reserved for the elite of significant powers, meant for the prodigies within their ranks. Qin Tian gazed at the shopkeeper as the information panel materialized before him. Name, Yang Hua age, 1066 talent, level 5 realm, peak of Yuanying life resume. The village he belonged to was annihilated by a beast horde. After surviving, he was taken in by the Foundation Establishment Merchant Association. His innate talent manifested as 5th grade, and he was nurtured by the association to become the shopkeeper of the Foundation Establishment Merchant Association in Wuji City. Today, the long dusty phoenix true feather in the shop is to be sold, and upon learning this, he was so enraged that he spat blood 3 times. Evaluation: unsatisfactory phoenix true feather. Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. The phoenix is a legendary celestial bird that has not appeared for countless years. Yet this humble shop possesses its genuine feathers. Ridiculous, I cannot afford this. Qin Tian chuckled and continued to meander through the shop. Chapter 21. The Eight Gather at the Ethereal Peak. Qin Tian's gaze came to a halt upon noticing a dim feather from a bird. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a feather from the Qinghuan eagle, a spiritual item essential for human foundation cultivation, valued at an astounding 990 spirit stones. Qin Tian scrutinized it for a moment, pondering that this was the only avian feather spiritual item he had encountered, and it must be what he was seeking. Thus, he decisively stated, I shall take this item. The shopkeeper slightly raised his eyes, casting a cursory glance at Qin Tian, and replied in a subdued tone. 990 spirit stones. Initially, the shopkeeper had anticipated a significant customer and felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that only a single human spiritual item was being purchased. Qin Tian grasped the spiritual artifact and swiftly departed from the city. He soared through the skies on his sword, his figure resembling a streak of lightning that traversed the heavens. Before long, he returned to the ethereal peaks. It had been 20 days since his departure, and Qin Tian's thoughts lingered on his junior sister, wondering about her current progress in cultivation. However, the recent synchronization of the system indicated little advancement in her skills, suggesting that her training had not yielded significant results of late. As Qin Tian approached the wooden cabin, he was met with an intense wave of heat. The Phoenix Sutra is a fire element martial art, yet unfortunately, the Phoenix body has yet to awaken. Otherwise, he would have already attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. A hint of regret laced Feng Yue's voice. Regrettably, she could not afford the 5th-grade fire elixir at this moment. Although the celestial peak had extended numerous olive branches to her, she had resolutely declined each one. While she desperately needed resources to achieve a rapid breakthrough, she was unwilling to betray her principles for them, as betrayal was her greatest disdain. With just a few days remaining until she reached the utmost limit of Qi refinement, she also needed to resolve the matter of the foundational spiritual materials promptly. It seemed she would have to venture out. Feng Yue had already formulated a plan in her heart. She was aware of where to find the foundational spiritual materials, and she could retrieve them when the time came. The higher the grade of the foundational spiritual materials, the greater the potential for future achievements. In this life of recultivation, she naturally aimed for the finest. In her previous life, she had initially utilized human-grade foundational spiritual materials, but later, due to the flames consuming her, she awakened her phoenix body and underwent a rebirth to rectify her shortcomings. Otherwise, relying solely on human-grade foundational materials would not have sufficed to elevate her to the realm of the Supreme Emperor, if her memory served her right. Within the boundaries of Wuji City, there lay an exceptional phoenix feather, a remnant of the ancient true phoenix. Over the long passage of time, the feather's brilliance had been obscured, causing it to be mistaken for that of an ordinary beast. Once she acquired the phoenix feather, she would not only complete the heavenly foundation but also achieve perfect harmony with her phoenix body. If she recalled correctly, the phoenix feather was housed within the Foundation Establishment Chamber of Commerce in Wuji City, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Although 1,000 spirit stones was not an exorbitant sum, it was an astronomical figure for her current situation, now that she had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Her monthly stipend was merely 40 spirit stones, and gathering 1,000 would require considerable time. The sect competition. Suddenly, Feng Yue conceived a strategy. If her memory was accurate, the sect competition was only a month away. Competing against the newly admitted disciples with her strength, she would undoubtedly secure first place, with a prize worth no less than 1,000 spirit stones. At that time, she could descend the mountain and purchase the phoenix feather, complete her heavenly foundation, and surpass Qin Tian to earn additional system rewards. After meticulously planning, Feng Yue ceased her training, as she was on the verge of reaching the limits of Qi refinement. Further progress in strength seemed unlikely. What she needed now was to establish her foundation swiftly. It has been over 20 days since Qin Tian descended from the mountain, and his whereabouts remain a mystery. It seems he left after hearing that she needed the fire essence. Yet Feng Yue harbors little belief that Qin Tian could procure such a rare item. The current state of Piaomiao Peak is dire. Without the support of the Peak Master, a single disciple cannot sustain the place. If not for the sect's basic stipends, Qin Tian might struggle even to acquire resources for cultivation. Junior sister, you have emerged from seclusion. Qin Tian had already set up a hot pot, this time purchasing a considerable amount of high-grade spiritual delicacies. Nourishment through food is indeed a form of cultivation. With his limited talent and ordinary physique, his capacity for absorption is restricted. However, as a phoenix body, Feng Yue's allure for spiritual stones undoubtedly surpasses his own. Feng Yue merely nodded slightly. Despite Qin Tian's initiative to speak, she refrained from addressing him as senior brother. Even though in this life, he had not only refrained from withholding her spiritual stones but had also generously provided her with a considerable amount. Her perception of him remained unchanged. Memories of her past life were indelibly etched in her mind. Junior sister, come sit and eat. Although Feng Yue did not refer to him as senior brother, Qin Tian found nothing amiss. People inevitably change over time. He had reviewed Feng Yue's life history, and it was understandable that she would harbor no affection for a brother who had once deprived her of resources during her initial foray into cultivation. Were he in her position, he might even wish to strike him down. How fragrant! Feng Yue's nose twitched slightly. As a qi refinement stage cultivator, she still required sustenance. The aroma of the hot pot was overwhelmingly rich, as if an invisible force were enticing her taste buds. Wind spirit deer, black fireball, spiritual feather chicken, and century-old spirit. Feng Yue gazed at the ingredients on the table, her expression one of disbelief. These items were not particularly rare to her, yet their prices were exorbitant, beyond the means of mere foundation establishment cultivators. A single spiritual feather chicken could cost 300 to 400 spiritual stones, not only enhancing spiritual power but also fortifying the body. The wind spirit deer and black fireball were similarly valuable, each pound exceeding 200 spiritual stones. The total cost of the ingredients on Qin Tian's table alone amounted to 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones. How different is this world from what I remember? How could Qin Tian possess such an abundance of spiritual stones? Junior sister, why are you dazed? Come and eat. These delicacies were specially prepared for you by your senior brother. I wouldn't dare indulge myself. As he spoke, Qin Tian began placing the various ingredients into the pot. These high-grade spiritual foods would undoubtedly benefit her cultivation. With her imminent foundation establishment requiring vast consumption, partaking in these delicacies would serve as a perfect supplement. It seems the master of Piao Peak left you with quite a bit of resources, indulging in such extravagance, spending thousands of spiritual stones on a single meal. An untimely voice interjected. The speaker was none other than the fourth-generation disciple, Song Feng, followed closely by several others, including Tang Sun, who had entered the sect with a sixth-grade talent. Qin Tian cast his gaze upon Song Feng as a panel materialized before him. Name: Song Feng. Age: 37. Talent: 6th grade realm. Mid-gold core life resume. Joined the Wuzhizong at 16. Recognized as the most gifted of his generation, diligent in cultivation. Serving as the 4th-generation senior brother of Wuzhizong and the master of Sangqiong Peak. He returned to the sect after fruitlessly searching for spiritual veins, and at the behest of the Peak Master, invited Feng Yue to join Sangqiong Peak, but the invitation was unsuccessful. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. Name: Tang Sun. Age: 17. Talent: 6th grade realm. Late Qi refining life resume. Joined the Wuzhizong a month ago, became the strongest prodigy of Sangqiong Peak. Designated as the next master of the peak, accompanied Song Feng to Piao Peak. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. It turns out he harbors ambitions for the junior sister. Indeed, geniuses attract attention. Although the junior sister's talent was only rated as 2nd grade, she achieved perfection in Qi refining within 10 days and comprehended sword intent. It is likely that all peaks desire to compete for this swordsmanship prodigy. Haha, the speed of my junior brother is truly remarkable. Junior sister Feng. Just as you emerged from seclusion, Song Feng has arrived. Another voice chimed in. The speaker was Lei Ying, the master of the refining peak. Name: Lei Ying. Age: 38. Talent: 5th grade realm. Early gold core life resume. Joined the Wuzhizong at 17, skilled in weapon refining, became the master of the refining peak. Invited Feng Yue at the peak master's command. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. Several senior brothers are quite swift. It appears they are all infatuated with junior sister Feng Yue. A melodious voice resonated as a figure approached, her long dress trailing behind her, revealing slender jade-like hands and an alluring waist, complemented by an exquisite visage, possessing the beauty to captivate nations. Chapter 22. The highest bidder wins. Junior sister Qin Yue, even by Hua Peak, has shown interest in junior sister Feng Yue. Song Feng chuckled lightly, his demeanor graceful and composed, resembling a dashing nobleman. Indeed, Qin Yue replied with a calm tone, stating that her presence was at her master's behest. Upon learning that Feng Yue had achieved perfection in Qi refining within 10 days and comprehended sword intent, Her master had expressed considerable regret. Had they insisted during the recruitment conference, this talented disciple might have already joined by Hua Peak. Had it not been for Feng Yue's prolonged seclusion, she would have come long ago. Now that Feng Yue has become the focus of competition among various peaks, it would be one thing if she joined another peak. However, a disciple of such remarkable talent should not be allowed to languish in a once-declining Pyongyang peak. Accompanying Qin Ruyue was the 7th-grade prodigy Yin Lai, who bore a smile. Dressed casually, exuding an air of nonchalance. The masters and mistresses of the 8 peaks arrived in succession, and even the sect leader dispatched someone. Namely the 8th-grade prodigy Jun Aoshi from that day, although the true level of Feng Yue's talent remains unknown. Her perfection in qi refining and comprehension of sword and tint sufficiently attest to her exceptional capabilities. It seems that everyone is quite intrigued by my junior sister. Qin Tian chuckled softly. It has been many years since Pyongyang Peak has witnessed such lively activity. Qin Tian observed the decline of the Misty Peak, where no resources remained to nurture a talent like Sister Feng Yue. It would be prudent for you to refrain from undue interference, he stated coldly, a hint of authority glimmering in his gaze. The resources consumed by prodigies far exceed those of ordinary individuals, under the present circumstances. How could the Misty Peak provide such sustenance? Should Sister Feng Yue linger here, it would merely serve to tarnish her brilliance. Brother Tsong is correct. A talent like Sister Feng Yue demands immense resources, and only my affluent refining peak can adequately support her, another voice chimed in. Our alchemy peak is never in want of resources. She ought to join us. Ridiculous. Is it not common knowledge that my talisman peak is the most prosperous? Another insisted. Sister Feng, my 100 Flowers peak is exclusively established for female practitioners. It would surely be the most suitable environment for your cultivation. One by one, representatives from each peak voiced their intentions, eager to entice Feng Yue to their respective sections. Ah, the competition is fierce. However, my sister is but one. To which peak shall she ultimately go? Qin Tian arched an eyebrow, proposing, let us make it simple. Whichever peak offers the greatest value shall be the one she chooses. What do you all think? The assembly collectively agreed, with all 8 peaks converging. Even the sect leader dispatched someone, determined to engage in this contest. Feng Yue, enveloped by ethereal energy, possessed a celestial beauty and an extraordinary aura, as resplendent as the moon in the night sky. Having reached the pinnacle of qi training, auspicious signs manifested around her, a phenomenon reserved for those who had achieved the utmost in their cultivation. Yet, her features were marred by a frown. Clearly displeased with Qin Tian's words, she was not a mere commodity to be bartered for the highest bid. Any fondness she had harbored for Qin Tian evaporated in an instant, revealing his insatiable greed. Sister, the venison is ready. Do indulge in its flavor. Qin Tian served a thick slice of deer meat to Feng Yue, then turned to address the gathering. I apologize for the limited space. I cannot extend an invitation for all to sit. Spirit deer, black fire meat, a century-old ginseng? Is it not said that the Misty Peak has fallen? How can such extravagance be afforded? Murmured the onlookers, bemused. This feast must have cost thousands of spirit stones. Even the peak representatives would hesitate to indulge so lavishly. Merely a show of bravado, Song Feng scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. With no peak master or elders, and no industries under its name, how could they possess such wealth? It seems they are preparing to sell their last assets as the Misty Peak changes hands. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Despite the Misty Peak's years of decline, it must still retain some remnants of its former glory. To deplete resources for mere appearances is futile. These spirit stones would serve far better for cultivation, the crowd murmured in disapproval. Once a formidable faction among the 9 peaks, the Misty Peak was on the verge of disappearing from the annals of history. Perhaps the Wuji sect would continue without the legacy of the Misty Peak. Yet, such is the nature of the cultivation world. Countless powerful beings and once thriving factions have been buried beneath the wheels of history, and the Misty Peak was destined to join their ranks. Please, let us proceed with your bids. There is no need to waste time. Qin Tian's voice shattered the reverie of the assembly. To an outsider, he might seem like a prodigal son, squandering his family's resources, especially given the deep-seated poverty associated with Pyongyang Peak. Feng Yue cast a sidelong glance at Qin Tian, wondering if he was eagerly anticipating her sale at a high price. However, she was indifferent. Having joined Pyongyang Peak, she had never contemplated leaving. Yet, if Qin Yue were to cast her aside, she would naturally not remain. The resources at Pyongyang Peak were scarce, rendering it an inadequate place for cultivation. At that moment, Laying from the artifact refining peak was the first to speak. The artifact Refining Peak offers a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Spring Breeze Sword, valued at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Tian, you should be aware that possessing a spiritual weapon can enhance your strength by over 30%. A boon that may not come your way again in this lifetime. The recruitment conference has afforded you a remarkable opportunity, securing a disciple like Feng Yue. Now, trading for a spiritual sword would also be a significant gain for you. This was a gift from my master, originally intended to attract Feng Yue. But with all 8 peaks gathered, it must now be offered for trade. I believe Qin Tian will find it difficult to resist the allure of a spiritual weapon. Brother Lei, you dare to offer such a low-grade weapon? Are you not aware that Sister Feng Yue has already perfected her Qi training in just 10 days? Scoffed Qing Yue from the Beast Master Peak. We from the Beast Master Peak offer a Peak Foundation Establishment Spirit Beast, valued at 20,000 spirit stones. Qin Shidi. With your ordinary aptitude, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Possessing such a spirit beast would significantly enhance your safety. Is that all? Retorted another voice. Sister Feng is a genius who has comprehended the sword intent. The Alchemy Peak offers a high-grade, 3rd-tier elixir, the Breaking Golden Pill, valued at 50,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the crowd, and many peaks refrained from bidding further, for the price was already comparable to that of numerous 4th-tier elixirs. And the value of breakthrough pills like the Breaking Golden Pill consistently surpassed that of others in the same tier. Qin Ryu let out a sigh. The item she brought this time did not exceed 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones, a substantial sum indeed. The Alchemy Peak was evidently determined to secure Sister Feng Yue this time. Qin Tian took a bite of the beef and glanced towards the speaker. Name: Li Cc. Age: 35. Talent: 5th rank realm. Initial stage of Golden Core Life Resume. Daughter of the Master of the Alchemy Peak, possessing exceptional alchemical talent. Capable of independently refining 3rd-grade elixirs. A prodigy in alchemy, the Peak has recently seen a dearth of such talents. She presented a 3rd-grade elixir to win over Feng Yue. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. An alchemical genius, no wonder she is so arrogant. Only the Alchemy Peak could afford such extravagance, as the costs of alchemy far exceed those of weapon forging. And the prices are higher than those of talismans, making them a daily necessity. Is there anyone else willing to make an offer? Qin Tian rose and surveyed the crowd. Song Feng wore an expression of displeasure. Qin Tian, are you not satisfied with this broken golden core valued at 50,000 spirit stones? This item could provide you the opportunity to break through to the golden core stage. Otherwise, with your 3rd-grade talent, it may take you quite some time to achieve such a breakthrough. Although Songqiang Peak cannot obtain it, it could still remain at Piamiao Peak. Not enough. A mere 3rd-grade elixir cannot possibly persuade my junior sister to accompany you. Since none of you are bidding, I shall make an offer myself. Chapter 23. Feng Yue's Astonishment. 1 million spirit stones. What? The crowd momentarily failed to comprehend. What was Qin Tian bidding? Wasn't Feng Yue already at Piamiao Peak? Was Qin Tian not requesting others to place bids? Why was he suddenly making an offer? Qin Tian, what do you mean? Someone questioned. Qin Tian waved his hand and clarified. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. My request for you to make an offer was to see if you could present treasures that would captivate my junior sister. If you can produce something that satisfies her, I shall certainly not impede her departure. Naturally, I must also present my own treasures to entice her to remain. It is absurd to think you could offer anything of greater worth than my modest golden dan. Li Cc scoffed, dismissing him entirely in her eyes. A mere Qin Tian could hardly compare to the value of her golden dan. What treasures can you possibly present? Is there anything of worth left on the Misty Peak? No one believed Qin Tian could produce any significant treasures. Had he accepted the elixir and allowed Feng Yue to depart, they might have regarded him with a measure of respect, considering it a self-serving act. Yet now, he dared to compete in wealth. Attempting to retain Sister Feng through sheer force of will truly laughable. Far superior to you, worthless lot, Qin Tian replied with arrogance. Feng Yue fell silent for a moment. It dawned on her that he did not view her as a mere commodity, but rather she had misjudged him. Regardless of what Qin Tian might offer, she would choose him without hesitation. Having joined the Misty Peak, she considered herself one of them. She sought resources, but not through treachery. She was aware that Qin Tian was not affluent. His past frugality stemmed from his lack of wealth. While she was uncertain of the origin of the spiritual feast before her, it was likely he had sold some treasures. As the sole disciple of the Misty Peak, he must possess some valuable items. Qin Tian removed the storage bag from his waist, contemplating the prospect of acquiring a storage ring next time. With the Pang clan commerce now firmly established and generating a substantial daily income of spirit stones, he believed it could sustain itself for several years. However, Qin Tian needed to extend the time frame. The 10-day cycle was too rapid and prone to risks. After a few rounds, he planned to transition to a monthly schedule, eventually extending it to 3 months or even 6. This way he could buy time, and once he amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones and aided his junior sister's growth, even a potential collapse would be inconsequential, as he would have matured alongside her. Such bravado. Do you genuinely believe you possess any treasures? Someone scoffed. Whether I do or not, why not test it and find out? Qin Tian retorted, extracting a white jade vial from the storage bag. What kind of elixir could he possibly have? I hope he doesn't embarrass himself by revealing a few first-grade pills. Came the derisive remarks. Li Sisi regarded Feng Yue with disdain. She was confident that he could not produce anything superior to her meager golden elixirs. As a member of the alchemy peak, she would never allow herself to be overshadowed in the realm of alchemy. Stop with the theatrics. Let us see what you've got, she taunted. Very well, I shall indulge your curiosity, Qin Tian replied, uncorking the jade vial. A rich, fragrant aroma of elixir wafted into the air as a pill, white with golden streaks, soared out and hovered gracefully. The pill remained suspended in midair. This was a 5th-grade elixir. Qin Ruoyu gasped in astonishment. As the peak female of Bai Hua Peak, she had indeed encountered 5th-grade pills before. It is a 5th-grade initial stage fire pill, valued at over 100,000 spirit stones, she declared. Li Sisi's pupils dilated, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. As an alchemist, she could not concoct 5th-grade pills, yet she was familiar with their properties. In fact, it is worth 180,000 spirit stones, Qin Tian added with a smile. How could Qin Tian possibly possess a 5th-grade elixir? Where did it come from? He is merely a foundation cultivator. It is implausible for him to have such a treasure. It must be a counterfeit. Song Feng expressed his skepticism. It is genuine. The rich fragrance and the visible alchemical patterns attest to its authenticity, Li Sisi reluctantly admitted, though still in disbelief. Qin Tian, from where did this elixir originate? Song Feng demanded, baring his teeth in incredulity. After all, within the Wuji sect, a cave-dwelling force, only one person could forge 5th-grade pills, the master of the alchemy peak. With an air of pride, Qin Tian declared, I acquired it with the spirit stone. It is hardly something I stumbled upon. It is simply implausible that you possess 180,000 spirit stones. Internally, Qin Tian mused, do you expect me to divulge the profits from my side venture? This matter was one he intended to keep buried deep within, as it constituted his most significant secret. Feng Yue's breath caught in her throat. Having ascended to the throne of an emperor in her past life, she had presumed that little could stir her emotions. Yet now, her once steady heart experienced a subtle ripple of disturbance. Qin Tian, or rather, brother, actually went to great lengths to procure the fire essence pill for her. While others were merely astonished that Qin Tian, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could possess a 5th-grade pill. She understood that this was simply a casual remark that Qin Tian had taken to heart. Remarkably, he had fulfilled her whimsical request. Could it be that Qin Tian was not the person she remembered? The peril of securing a 5th-grade pill with foundation establishment strength was self-evident. Even she would find it exceedingly difficult to acquire such a pill at her stage, yet Qin Tian had managed to do so effortlessly. Junior sister, here you go. Qin Tian tossed the pill to Feng Yue without a moment's hesitation, as if he were discarding a mere inconsequential item rather than a 5th-grade treasure. His nonchalant demeanor rendered the surrounding disciples speechless. Had it been them, they would have been unable to part with a 5th-grade pill so readily. Thank you, brother. Although Feng Yue had come to trust Qin Tian, her proud nature, honed over a millennium, prevented her from addressing him as her brother. No need to thank me. I am your brother, and whenever you require something, I shall find a way to assist you. Qin Tian refrained from presenting the phoenix feather, for its allure was too potent. Given the multitude of onlookers, he decided to wait until they departed before bestowing it upon his junior sister. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anything of greater value than the fire essence pill? If not, you may take your leave and cease coveting my junior sister. Qin Tian stood tall and resolute, surveying the crowd. As the eldest brother, it was his duty to safeguard the Misty Peak and his junior sister. Should anyone attempt to take her away, he would feel he had failed his master's charge. Humph. Song Feng snorted derisively before vanishing from Misty Peak. Although Feng Yue's cultivation speed was astonishing and she had grasped the essence of sword intent, her current talent was still assessed as 2nd grade, which did not warrant desperate competition among the others. The talent stone had never been inaccurate. Perhaps Feng Yue possessed exceptional comprehension. But whether she could ultimately transcend her innate limitations remained uncertain. Let us go. Lei Ying also departed. Representatives from Baiwa Peak and even the sect leader had vanished. Jun Aoshi remained silent, for his master's instructions were merely to extend an invitation, and there was no need to press if it was unreciprocated. Junior sister, will this fire essence pill alleviate your troubles? Feng Yue nodded. With the pill in hand, she could awaken her phoenix body, allowing her to soar to great heights in her cultivation, multiplying her progress manifold. She would soon trample upon any 7th or 8th grade prodigy. By the way, junior sister, I noticed you've reached the peak of chi refinement, so I specifically purchased a foundational spiritual item for you. I hope it aligns with your desires. Qin Tian produced the phoenix feather. Feng Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. This is chapter 24. Brother Feng Yue's hair danced wildly in the wind, her entire being seemingly electrified by an immense stimulus, her gaze fixated on the mysterious and precious phoenix feather before her. She could distinctly feel her body trembling ever so slightly as her unique phoenix body reacted powerfully to the feather. How could Qin Tian have acquired the phoenix feather? This item was an accidental acquisition from her previous life, and it was precisely due to her keen sensitivity as a phoenix body that she became aware of the existence of the phoenix feather. Yet, how did Qin Tian manage to procure the phoenix feather? It seems that a great many changes have transpired. Not only did he acquire the fire elixir ahead of time, but he also secured the phoenix feather much sooner than expected. She had thought that she would need to wait a while longer. Consequently, this could allow her to break through her cultivation bottleneck sooner than anticipated. Junior sister, although this is merely the feather of a Qinghuan eagle, I believe it may be suitable for you, Qin Tian said earnestly as he extended the phoenix feather towards Feng Yue. However, Feng Yue did not accept it. Her heart filled with doubt. Was this truly the same Qin Yue? Not only had he provided her with precious elixirs, but he had also prepared such an essential foundational spiritual object for her. This phoenix feather, worth its weight in gold, was being offered to her without hesitation? Perhaps Qin Tian was unaware of its true nature. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would surely be reluctant to part with it. Junior sister, do you feel that this item is unsuitable? Qin Tian inquired, sensing her hesitation. Surely, a phoenix feather would be the most appropriate foundational spiritual object for a phoenix body. Would it not? Qin Tian felt a sense of uncertainty within. What if Feng Yue did not require this item? He would then have to exert effort to seek out other foundational spiritual materials. This item was exceedingly valuable. It would be wiser for her to keep it for herself. Feng Yue declined with a firm voice. As the proud empress of the world, how could she easily accept such a significant favor? A 5th-grade fire pill was already quite precious, and now there was a genuine phoenix feather. This item could not merely be measured in ordinary spirit stones. If those great sects and sacred lands were to learn of its existence, they would undoubtedly engage in fierce competition, with countless lives lost in the pursuit. Is it not just a feather? Regardless of its cost, if my junior sister needs it, I can certainly procure it for her, Qin Tian stated, his gaze imbued with sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Feng Yue looked upon him, and at that moment, his eyes radiated earnestness, stirring a warmth within her heart. In her past life, she had been besieged by the 9 emperors, isolated and without support. Throughout it all, no one had reached out to assist her. Thank you, senior brother. I shall repay you in the future. Feng Yue finally accepted the phoenix feather, recognizing it as something she urgently required. The difficulty of finding a substitute spiritual item for the phoenix feather was beyond imagination. A gentle smile of contentment graced Qin Tian's face as he finally heard Feng Yue refer to him as senior brother. It seemed their relationship had noticeably improved. Although his personal record indicated he had previously withheld spiritual stones from his junior sister, it appeared he had now made amends. You are my junior sister. What talk of repayment is necessary? Besides, is it not natural for a senior brother to assist his junior sister? As long as you diligently cultivate, that is ample repayment. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Feng Yue observed him closely and realized that Qin Tian genuinely wished for her to focus on her cultivation and enhance her abilities. This sentiment struck her as peculiar. It was rare for someone to treat her with such selflessness. Junior sister, let us dine first. After our meal, we can resume our training. I have invested a considerable amount in these spiritual delicacies, so let us not waste them. Qin Tian urged her warmly to continue eating. Moments ago, with others from various peaks present, he had not had the chance to savor the exquisite spiritual food. These spiritual dishes are quite valuable. And what of that fire spirit pill? How did you acquire such an abundance of spiritual stones? Feng Yue questioned, filled with curiosity. She distinctly remembered that Qin Tian did not possess any particularly rare treasures. Could there be secrets of which she was unaware? Ah, why concern yourself with such matters? Junior sister, these are merely the fruits of my hard work, Qin Tian replied with a casual flick of his eyes. Senior brother, do refrain from engaging in dangerous endeavors. Feng Yue felt compelled to caution him. After all, Qin Tian had treated her well, and she wished for his safety. With the fire spirit pill in hand and the phoenix feather acquired, her path to enhancing her cultivation was now unobstructed. Haha, fret not. Your senior brother is quite fearful of death. Qin Tian laughed heartily, attempting to mask his unease. After all, the business he was engaged in was hardly above board. Should it be exposed, it would lead to significant troubles. Nevertheless, this was indeed the quickest method to acquire spiritual stones at present. Lacking formidable personal strength and being too wary of the risks associated with treasure hunting, he had no choice but to resort to such measures. Feng Yue sensed that Qin Tian was concealing something from her. 18,000 spiritual stones were a vast fortune beyond the means of an early-stage foundation-building cultivator. In a few days, she would investigate further. The immediate priority was to activate her phoenix body and complete her foundation. Once she succeeded in establishing her foundation, surpassing Qin Tian would follow naturally, along with the rewards from the system. After savoring a few bites of the spiritual food, Feng Yue resumed her closed-door cultivation once more. How diligent she was. Qin Tian nodded slightly, expressing his profound satisfaction. If his junior sister did not exert herself in cultivation, how could he possibly harness her strength to attain immortality? Feng Yue retrieved the fire essence pill from an exquisite porcelain vial, its 5 golden threads shimmering as it floated gracefully in the air. This 5th-grade elixir belonged to the realm of mid to high-tier pills, possessing some mysterious and formidable powers, one of which was its ability to levitate. Feng Yue resolved to awaken her phoenix body before establishing her foundation. The awakening of the phoenix would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. Henceforth, her path of cultivation would likely be fraught with turbulence. Previously, she had merely showcased a hint of sword intent, which had already attracted the envy of various peaks. Once her phoenix body was awakened, it was feared that all major factions would extend olive branches to her. As the fire essence pill entered her abdomen, a surge of pure yang medicinal energy coursed through her body, akin to a blazing fire igniting within her meridians. The disciples of each peak gradually returned to their respective summits. Are you saying that Qin Tian has actually produced a 5th-grade elixir? Song Lantian's expression darkened, his voice laced with coldness. Indeed, master, but it remains a mystery how Qin Tian acquired such a pill, replied Song Feng, equally perplexed. After all, 5th-grade pills were treasures reserved for those at the divine transformation stage, yet they had appeared in the hands of a mere foundation establishment disciple. Although Song Lantian felt a sense of loss, he chose not to dwell on it. In his view, Qin Tian was merely a disciple with a 2nd-grade talent. Even if he grasped sword intent, what ultimately could he achieve? While sword intent could render one invincible among peers, a lack of innate talent would lead to a limited future. After all, cultivation level was the foundation of everything. Enough. There is no need to pursue this further. Song Lantian waved his hand. It is a waste of time on a 2nd-grade disciple. Perhaps he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Yes, master. Song Feng replied respectfully as he took his leave. Chapter 25. Awakening of the Phoenix Body. How could a 5th-grade elixir be possessed by a mere foundation establishment and chi refinement disciple? A fierce glint flashed in Song Feng's eyes. That pill, valued at 18,000 spirit stones, was undoubtedly a treasure in his eyes. He mused to himself that although he was unaware of Qin Tian's origins, as long as it could come into his possession, it would suffice. However, with so many aware of Qin Tian's elixir, seizing it for himself would require careful planning. At Bai Hua Peak, very well, if that is the case. Let her remain at Pao Miao Peak, said the Peak Master, Yi Yao, her expression calm and devoid of regret. Currently, Bai Hua Peak boasted a 7th-grade prodigy, Yan Lai, diminishing their urgency for additional talents. Moreover, Feng Yue's talent was merely 2nd-grade, her ceiling already apparent. Upon learning this, the peak masters of the artifact refining and alchemy peaks merely nodded slightly. While they naturally desired sword intent geniuses, a 2nd-grade talent in sword intent appeared less significant. If it can be obtained, then so be it. If not, it is of little consequence. Meanwhile, as the principal party, Feng Yue is diligently channeling the Phoenix Scripture, directing the potency of the fire elixir to surge through the meridians and acupoints within, making the final preparations for the awakening of the Phoenix Body. It has arrived. Qin Tian sensed the intense warmth enveloping the wooden cabin, realizing that Feng Yue's phoenix body was on the verge of awakening. How splendid! My strength shall ascend at an accelerated pace. He felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but reflect on the merit of establishing the Pang Clan Chamber of Commerce. With the awakening of the phoenix body, his junior sister's cultivation speed would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. He hoped to possess sufficient self-defense capabilities before the impending upheaval at the Pang Clan Chamber. The heat was stifling. Would it set the wooden cabin ablaze? Qin Tian felt the temperature steadily rising around him and grew increasingly anxious that the three-story wooden structure might succumb to the searing heat. The energy fluctuations within the cabin intensified. Feng Yue, with her eyes tightly shut, endured the arduous process of awakening her phoenix body. She could distinctly feel the medicinal power coursing through her, while her body temperature soared dramatically. This sensation of rising warmth was far from pleasant at present. She was merely in the qi refinement stage, and the fierce sun pill, a fifth-grade elixir, possessed immense potency. Were it not for her phoenix body, she might have already been overwhelmed and exploded by the powerful medicinal force. Although uncomfortable, it was certainly preferable to the agony of being engulfed in flames. Feng Yue had endured the searing pain of fire before. Thus, the discomfort brought by the medicinal power was trivial in comparison. Her body gradually began to absorb the medicinal essence. Once fully assimilated, the phoenix body would manifest. A terrifying and searing energy gathered atop the mysterious peak, inciting the experts of the Wuzhizang to extend their consciousness toward it. What mischief was afoot at Mysterious Peak? Song Lantian's gaze sharpened as he probed the peak with his formidable consciousness. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by the protective array surrounding the peak, unable to delve fully within. I shall ascertain what is transpiring at Mysterious Peak, he thought, furrowing his brow. Since his consciousness could not penetrate, he would personally venture forth to investigate. In addition to Song Lantian, over 10 formidable entities from the divine transformation realm also set out, including the 8 peak masters and the sect leader, Wujizi. Such vigorous fluctuations, could it be that yet another swordsman prodigy had achieved a breakthrough? Questions swirled in the minds of the gathered individuals. Master Yi, sect leader. You have all come? As Song Lantian approached Mysterious Peak, he noticed Wujizi and the others present. This surge of energy seemed to indicate the awakening of a unique constitution. Wujizi nodded slightly, his expression grave. The sect leader's conjecture appears accurate. The awakening of the divine body by the Qingyang sect was a cataclysmic event, heralded by the manifestation of a white tiger phantom. Yi Yao chimed in, recalling her fortunate presence at that moment. This young girl had exuded an extraordinary aura upon her entry into the sect, suggesting a formidable presence, yet her talent was merely graded at the second tier. It was astonishing to discover she possessed a unique quality, though the specifics of this constitution remained unclear until its full awakening. In the Eastern Wilderness, those endowed with special constitutions were invariably exceptional individuals, destined for boundless achievements. Provided they could grow normally, they would undoubtedly become deities who would command respect throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Within the cabin, Feng Yue felt a surge of intense energy beginning to stir within her. It was the long-dormant phoenix body awakening. Her body radiated a gentle warmth, and enigmatic patterns began to emerge upon her skin, reminiscent of ancient and mysterious totems narrating countless legends. A brilliant light ascended from Feng Yao's form, instantly illuminating the entire Piao Miao Peak. Following this, a resounding cry echoed through the heavens, its sound seemingly hailing from the distant past, imbued with an unparalleled majesty and sanctity. The wooden cabin was shattered by this burst of light, and Feng Yue sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. As the phoenix's divine essence awakened, the space around Feng Yue began to warp, and searing flames erupted from beneath her feet, enveloping her entirely. Amidst the flames, Feng Yue's long hair danced wildly. Her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. She appeared to embody a true phoenix, poised to take flight. A formidable aura emanated from Feng Yue, causing the surrounding flora and fauna to bow in reverence. The creatures of the valley sensed this overwhelming power and fled in terror. Above Feng Yue, a fiery red silhouette of a phoenix materialized, soaring gracefully in the skies. Alas, my wooden cabin! Qin Tian, in a state of despair, exclaimed that this was the only habitable place on the mysterious peak, as all other areas had long fallen into disrepair and ruin. What was that? A colossal phantom of a phoenix, visible to the disciples of the Wuji sect. It was a phoenix, or rather, the ethereal semblance of one. Why did a phoenix's apparition appear upon the mysterious peak? Countless disciples were engulfed in confusion, unaware of the awakening of the divine body. The eastern wilderness stretched infinitely. Yet how many possessed a divine body? The fortunate few who could witness such an awakening were exceedingly rare. It was Sister Feng. The masters and mistresses of the various peaks swiftly soared towards the mysterious peak, all beholding the source of this extraordinary phenomenon. At that moment, Feng Yue was engulfed in divine flames, radiating an astonishing brilliance that rendered it difficult to gaze upon her. The spectacle of the phoenix body awakening was astonishing. At this moment, the mysterious peak was either standing majestically or hovering upon swords. The expressions of the disciples and mistresses were grave. With the emergence of a divine body within the Wuji sect, they would inevitably exist beneath its overwhelming presence. Only another divine body could contend against it. They were destined to remain mere supporting characters. In Yin Lai's eyes, a profound envy shone through. This was the true manifestation of divine grandeur. Jun Ao sure wore a serious expression. The appearance of a divine body posed significant implications for his future plans. What kind of physique was this? Divine flames swirling. The phoenix's hooves resounding. Lei Xing was filled with perplexity. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Nor had he even heard of it, the awakening of a divine body leading to such an extraordinary apparition. Ha! Blessed be the Wuji sect. Has fortune truly smiled upon them this year? The usually composed Wuji Z suddenly burst into laughter, declaring this to be the phoenix body. Chapter 26. Struggle for Supremacy. Wuji Z felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, his aged face beaming with joy. Heaven has blessed my Wuji sect. The phoenix body, such an extraordinary and profound physique, harbors boundless power. Once it matures, it shall reign over the eastern wilderness, elevating the Wuji sect to new heights, achieving a reputation akin to that of a grand sect or even a sacred ground. The phoenix body embodies the essence of the phoenix, wielding the true fire of the phoenix, possessing unparalleled rebirth capabilities and teeming with vitality. In battle, it can continuously rejuvenate, its strength nearly limitless, inherently placing it in an invincible position. Not only can it contend with peers, but it can also triumph over cultivators of a significantly higher realm. The emergence of the phoenix body, a physique that had not manifested for tens of thousands of years, was unexpectedly found on the mysterious peak. The expression of the azure-skied deity was peculiar. He had schemed for years regarding the mysterious peak. Would all his efforts be in vain due to Feng Yue's appearance? No. When the time is right, the mysterious peak will still fall into the hands of the disciples of the Azure Sky Peak, and furthermore, the lineage of the mysterious peak will be incorporated into the Azure Sky Peak. Would this not mean that the Azure Sky Peak was about to welcome a phoenix body? The faces of the peak masters were alight with radiant smiles, each one glowing with vitality. The prodigy had emerged. The Wuji sect held promise. In the world today, there are 9 revered emperors. Yet these emperors are enigmatic and elusive, hidden above the 9 heavens or shrouded in ancient forbidden zones. It is said that mortals may go a millennium without catching a glimpse of their true forms. In the present day, the throne of the great emperor remains vacant. The path of destiny is ever-changing, and the celestial order is incomplete. The world can accommodate only 10 great emperors, a principle that has endured since time immemorial and remains unbroken. However, from ancient times to the present, the era of the 9 emperors has reached its zenith, a golden age unparalleled in history. Throughout antiquity, only when the celestial order was flawless did there exist circumstances that transcended the 9 emperors. In other epochs, having 2 or 3 emperors coexist was already a remarkable feat should someone from the Wuji sect ascend to the imperial throne. The sect would dominate the eastern wasteland for 100,000 years. The lifespan of a great emperor is extensive, allowing them to witness the rise and fall of dynasties and families over the course of 100 millennia. In this vast expanse of time, a great emperor can cultivate a lineage of unparalleled brilliance. The crowd gazed towards the ethereal peak, where the phantom of the phoenix had vanished, and the blazing fire of the phoenix had retreated. Only one figure remained, tall, untainted, with skin as pure as snow and as flawless as a mirror. Enveloped in endless divine radiance, Feng Yue. A mysterious pattern emerged upon her brow, her crimson eyes radiating an extraordinary aura, coursing with the power of the phoenix. Not only was she endowed with formidable talent and the phoenix physique, but her beauty was also otherworldly, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the palace of cold radiance, exuding an unparalleled holiness that evoked jealousy in countless women. In this moment, all the so-called disciples of the peaks dimmed in comparison, for they stood before a true gem of the deep sea. With divine flames swirling and phoenix clouds manifesting, She possessed a talent that was nothing short of extraordinary. From this moment forward, Feng Yue would be the foremost successor of the Wuji sect. The heart of Wuji Zizi brimmed with joy as he let out hearty laughter. Now, when he reunited with those old friends, he could finally hold his head high. As the chief of the Dongdian, he would be able to contend with the successors of great sects and the holy children and daughters of sacred lands. With the wise leadership of the sect master and the presence of the phoenix physique, what fear could they have of great sects and holy lands? The divine body had already instilled dread in all beings, allowing him to reign supreme. Now, the phoenix physique, far surpassing the divine body, left few who could rival it. Even the remaining imperial throne might have a chance of falling into the hands of the Wuji sect. The leaders of the major peaks were filled with excitement, and none found any cause for discontent. The phoenix physique becoming the chief of the Wuji sect was not merely an advantage for Feng Yue. It was a treasure found by the sect. While the peak leaders rejoiced, the disciples of the peaks felt no joy at all. With the phoenix physique present, they would no longer shine, forever relegated to the role of mere embellishments, overshadowed by an insurmountable mountain. Perhaps throughout their lives, they would be forced to remain beneath her. This was an unspoken suppression, leaving them devoid of even a shred of resistance. Songfeng's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. As the disciple of the Tsangqiang Peak, he had aspired to become the chief, but all hope had now evaporated. He would fade into obscurity beneath the vast brilliance of Feng Yue. Laying from the Refining Peak, Qin Ruyu from the 100 Flowers Peak, and Li Sisi from the Alchemy Peak all wore somber expressions, though they were outstanding among the 4th-generation disciples. Feng Yue and her peers were already 5th-generation disciples. At this moment, they understood that it would not be long before the radiance of the phoenix physique would shine forth. Those with special physiques were invariably dazzling, the paragon of excellence that illuminated the world. Currently, Feng Yue simply requires time, and that time shall not be protracted. Yan Lai's countenance betrayed a tinge of envy. He harbored no ambition for supremacy. Rather, it was the resplendent brilliance that captivated him. Had he possessed a divine physique, perhaps he, too, could bask in such radiance. In his youth, he had encountered a remarkable young prodigy with a nascent divine body, who drew attention wherever he went. This encounter had sown a seed of aspiration within him, a yearning to one day become a dazzling sun. Today, he beheld yet another such individual. One day, Yan Lai, too, shall shine brilliantly. Jun Aoshi maintained his usual demeanor. It was a requisite of his princely upbringing. If one cannot master their own emotions and expressions, how can they aspire to become a successor of a dynasty? However, the profound dissatisfaction lurking within the depths of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The lineage of the mysterious peak had nearly become extinct, and his junior sister had vanished for years, her fate unknown, yet to return. Let me, the old master, take charge of this disciple in her stead. Wujizi nodded, increasingly pleased with Feng Yue. Like a resplendent pearl, one requires a masterful guide. Otherwise, the pearl may gather dust, rendering the endeavor futile. Senior brother, you already have an 8th-grade prodigy as your closed-door disciple. Surely your energy is limited. Why not allow junior sister to instruct him instead? Yi Yao spoke candidly. Initially, at the recruitment conference, she had discerned Feng Yue's extraordinary temperament, yet failed to persist, a thought that now filled her with regret. This time, she would not easily concede. Junior sister, fret not. I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, making it difficult to advance, and thus I have ample time to mentor a disciple. Wujizi chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with determination towards Feng Yue. Such a talent, if he could become his disciple, would surely bring him glory. During gatherings with old friends, he would relish in boasting a little. Senior brother, when you accepted Aoshi, did you not declare him your closed-door disciple? How can you now contradict your own words? Yi Yao directly challenged Wujizi. This was a contest for the phoenix body disciple. She would not yield. How vexing. Not only a genius in sword intent, but also possessing a special physique, Song Lantian lamented. He was the first to recognize Feng Yue's exceptional talents, yet regrettably, he had not given it the attention it deserved, merely sending a disciple to investigate. After all, he had assessed his aptitude as merely 2nd grade, leading to his underestimation. But now, with the awakening of the phoenix body, he suddenly comprehended. Perhaps the true potential had eluded detection due to the unawakened physique and the aptitude stone as failure to reveal his genuine capabilities. Had he personally come forth, he might have already claimed him as a disciple. Regret had come too late. This was the final opportunity. Our Tsangqiang Peak boasts formidable strength, abundant resources, and numerous elders. Should he cultivate here, he shall undoubtedly become the peak of brilliance in the eastern wilderness, Song Lantian declared. Chapter 27, Renowned at Present. Within the Wujizi sect, Songqiong Peak leads in terms of resources and manpower. Ridiculous. My artifact refining peak is equally affluent, lacking for nothing. Who does not know that artifact masters are wealthy beyond measure? Lei Xing hastily interjected, proclaiming that geniuses are as rare as extraordinary herbs, seldom encountered over the years. If one were to encounter such brilliance, how could they possibly let it slip away? The leaders of the Alchemy Peak, Beast Mastery Peak, and Spiritual Herb Peak found themselves once again embroiled in a fierce contest for their disciples. The Peak Masters harbored regret, lamenting why they had not come forth in person before the phoenix body awakened. They had merely regarded Feng Yue as a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, possessing insight into the sword's will, and though they were well-intentioned, they had not given her the attention she deserved. In hindsight, their short-sightedness was glaring. It is truly remarkable that such an exceptionally gifted individual could compel the Peak Masters and sect leaders to set aside their pride in this competition. The world has always been thus. It is inherently unjust, as some are born as dragons while others as ants. Many disciples exhibited expressions of envy, pondering why they had never experienced such treatment. Why was I not endowed with a divine constitution? The heavens are indeed unfair. Countless individuals lamented the stark disparity among those who share the same humanity. Talent is predetermined at birth, and to transcend such innate limitations is arduous in the extreme. Throughout history, few individuals of mediocre talent have ever reached the pinnacle of the world. In their fervor over sect matters, the Peak Masters engaged in heated debates, each asserting that Feng Yue should rightfully belong to them. Their arguments grew increasingly passionate, with some disciples witnessing this spectacle for the first time, those who typically occupied positions of high authority appearing so flustered. Might I have a word, esteemed Peak Masters? Qin Tian boldly spoke up. Had these individuals forgotten that Feng Yue was now his junior sister, and not merely an unclaimed artifact? Qin Tian's words drew the increasingly agitated crowd back into focus. What do you wish to say? Song Lantian inquired coldly. Were it not for the obstinacy of that rascal Qin Tian, the mysterious peak would already belong to him. Feng Yue is my junior sister, esteemed Peak Masters. Why must you vie for her? Qin Tian longed to retort that the emperor was not as anxious as the eunuch. The crowd finally grasped the reality. Feng Yue had indeed joined the mysterious peak. But so what? She possessed the phoenix body, and even with the Peak Master present, they would still covet her, let alone in the absence of the Peak Master. Humph. Do you believe the mysterious peak is worthy of retaining the phoenix body? If she remains, it will only hinder her progress. Without a renowned master to guide her, how could she become an unparalleled powerhouse? Song Lantian scoffed. Indeed, the mysterious peak cannot hold on to her. As it stands, the current mysterious peak would stifle even a common disciple, let alone one of her caliber. Yeo interjected. Qin Tian, I understand your desire to keep such a brilliant junior sister. But you must realize that the mysterious peak lacks the mentors to nurture her and does not possess sufficient resources to meet her needs. This matter, in anyone's hands, would be met with reluctance to part with such a talented junior sister. Yet, the harsh truth remains, the weak cannot protect their treasures. Then there is no need for concern, for I am confident I can mentor my junior sister well, Qin Tian asserted, patting his chest with assurance. My junior sister is the reincarnation of a great emperor. Her guidance is not a concern, and as for resources, with the Pan Clan's Merchant Association, I believe it will be no trouble to support her. Moreover, I intend to take on several junior sisters in the future. If I cannot even support one, then what is there to pursue? This matter is not yours to decide. You, a mere foundation establishment disciple, cannot fathom the demands of the phoenix body. Even our Wuji sect can only accompany the phoenix body for a short while. Wuji dismissed Qin Tian's assertions. If it were an ordinary prodigy, that would be one thing, but the phoenix body is a top-tier existence in the eastern wilderness and the entire central Yuan continent. It cannot be left to Qin Tian's whims. Qin Tian was anxious. If Feng Yue were taken away, what would become of his path to immortality? He could not gamble on the probability of the system becoming unbound after her abduction. He had to ensure Feng Yue remained. An imperial-level talent was exceedingly rare, perhaps not to be found for millennia. Missing out on Feng Yue might mean he would struggle to find another such talent until he drew his last breath. Moreover, his own aptitude was mediocre, merely third tier, and at most he could reach the golden core stage. Master, I cannot allow you to take my junior sister, Qin Tian declared resolutely. Since she has joined the Misty Peak and become a disciple of my master, it cannot proceed without my master's consent. Feng Yue opened her eyes. Having just awakened her physique, her strength surged, reaching the limits of the chi refining stage. She could utilize her phoenix feather to establish a foundation at any moment. The chi refining stage was merely an introduction. It was only after establishing a foundation that one could truly step into the realm of cultivation. However, there was no rush. With her phoenix physique awakened, she needed to comprehend its profound intricacies and make it her own. Do not act recklessly, Wu Jizi said, his tone tinged with irritation. Had Qin Tian not been the sole disciple of his junior sister, he would have already intervened. The phoenix physique was the hope of the Wuji sect, and no one could obstruct it. Absolutely not, Qin Tian insisted, gritting his teeth. Even if the sect leader disapproved, he would not yield an inch. He knew the sect leader would not harm him. After all, he was the only disciple of the master. Though often overlooked, no one dared to harm him. Feng Yue's expression shifted. Why did her senior brother in this life differ so greatly from the one in her memories? He was so protective of her. Master, I have already joined the Misty Peak, and I will not choose to depart. Once a disciple, forever a child to the master. Though my master is no longer present, senior brother Qin has provided much assistance, and I will not abandon the Misty Peak. Feng Yue's voice resonated. Xiao Yue, you are a phoenix physique, currently. There is no one at Misty Peak who can assist you, Wu Jizi said anxiously. He might disregard Qin Tian's opinion, but Feng Yue's must be considered. Indeed, Xiao Yue. Do not act impulsively. Many peak masters chimed in with affectionate tones, as if she were their cherished junior. At that moment, everyone sought to establish a connection, after all. She was the phoenix physique, destined to dominate the Wuji sect and the eastern wasteland. A group of elders also voiced their sentiments, their eyes shining with warmth despite their unfamiliarity. They embodied the adage, flowers attract butterflies. When her second-tier talent was first revealed, only Yi Yao had shown interest in her exceptional demeanor, while few others had spoken up. Yet now, with the awakening of her phoenix physique, elders and peak masters alike expressed their goodwill. I have made my decision. Should I betray the Misty Peak and become a heartless individual? Do you still trust me, elders? Feng Yue asserted firmly, unwilling to leave Misty Peak. Though her feelings for the sect were limited, Qin Tian had aided her repeatedly. Since he was unwilling to let her go, she would stay. The elders and peak masters fell silent. Feng Yue's unwavering determination brought great comfort to them, as they felt this disciple possessed both loyalty and righteousness. Yet, they were also concerned about the potential tarnishing of Mingzhu, fearing the extinguishment of Wuji sect's hopes. Alas, sighed Wu Jizi, if you are resolute in your desire to remain, then I shall acquiesce. However, from this day forth, you shall serve as the sect's chief disciple. With the resources of the sect laid open before you, you may learn from any of the peak's traditions, should you wish to do so. Wu Jizi turned to the various peak masters. Do you have any objections? No, the assembly replied in unison, expressing their agreement. Although they could not formally accept Feng Yue as a disciple, having her study at their main peak would still forge a beneficial connection. Xiao Yue, you are welcome to come to Bai Hua Peak at any time. The same goes for Beast Mastery. Many of the peak masters chimed in, smiling. It was an honor for their respective peaks to have the phoenix body learn from them. Chapter 28, The Child of Destiny. As the peak masters departed, it became clear that Feng Yue's continued presence at Piaomiao Peak was not solely due to Qin Tian, but rather because of Feng Yue herself. Such extraordinary talent could never be allowed to languish within Wuji sect. All peak masters and elders would come forth to impart their teachings. The phoenix body possessed exceptional innate abilities, and perhaps by gathering the strengths of many, her power would grow even more formidable. Any individual with a phoenix body within Wuji sect could come and go freely. In the days that followed, a peak master would arrive every other day, as if by mutual agreement, rotating their visits. Although Feng Yue had no need for such attention, she diligently studied the profound skills of the peak masters and the sect leader to conceal her identity. Her speed of comprehension left everyone astounded. 3 days later, Feng Yue broke through to the foundation establishment stage, achieving the pinnacle of this realm. Haha, you have already reached the peak of foundation establishment, and the golden core is within your grasp. Junior sister, you must continue to strive forward. Qin Tian laughed heartily in solitude. It had taken him several years to barely break through to the foundation establishment stage, yet here she was, having attained the great perfection of foundation establishment in just over a month. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. If only I had more than one such sister. Qin Tian reveled in the exquisite sensation of rapid cultivation brought forth by his junior sister, leaving him utterly captivated. From where, he pondered, could he possibly seek another junior sister? He murmured to himself, waiting upon the ethereal peak, yet fearing the odds were even more insubstantial. Must he descend the mountain in search? A hint. The Child of Destiny discovered 30,000 miles away, the Child of Destiny. Qin Tian rose abruptly, his heart brimming with excitement as he gazed intently at the information displayed on the panel. To his astonishment, the system actually provided hints. Otherwise, relying solely on his own efforts, he might have spent a lifetime in search of the 9 individuals possessing imperial-level talents. It was exasperating to have been consumed by worry over this matter, especially when the system could have informed him sooner. This seemingly unintelligent system was far from clever. Qin Tian could not help but grumble. Now, his junior sister had become the cherished jewel of the Wujizong, lacking for nothing in terms of resources, thus freeing him from any concern. He could now confidently descend the mountain to seek out his junior brothers. However, relying solely on one junior sister, the pace remained rather sluggish. He needed to gather all 9 individuals to proceed. Determined, Qin Tian entrusted a few words to Feng Yue before descending the mountain. Upon hearing this, the Child of Destiny recognized the extraordinary nature of the task at hand and understood the urgency of time. Feng Yue did not attempt to impede him. Her phoenix form had already awakened, and her cultivation advanced rapidly each day. She did not require the myriad insights of the mortal realm, for she possessed a millennium of enlightenment. She merely needed to elevate her strength. In this lifetime, she remained the strongest. However, the system's task had indeed underestimated her. Surpassing Qin Tian was set to a mere 3-month time frame, yet she had already established her foundation in the Tao, placing her power above that of Qin Tian. She could only await the unfolding of events. 30,000 miles, a distance neither excessively long nor particularly short, even with the use of a flying sword. It would take 7 to 8 days to arrive. The eastern wilderness sprawled endlessly, its true size unknown, yet for a formidable being, 30,000 miles was but a fleeting moment. After several days, Qin Tian finally reached the designated location indicated by the system, Chigang City. Qin Tian stood poised in the air, surveying the landscape below. Even from several dozen kilometers away, the dense cluster of buildings was vividly discernible. This was a modest celestial city, home to a population of merely several hundred thousand. It was a subordinate county city within the domain of the Wuji sect. Although Qin Tian had never set foot here, he had perused relevant materials in advance. The system merely indicated the location without specifying the identities involved. How perplexing. Qin Tian could not help but grumble. This inept system could not even label the individuals. Though Chigang City was not extensive, its population was significant, making the task of locating someone among hundreds of thousands akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, he decided to enter the city and investigate further. Reluctantly, he lamented the system's lack of intelligence and resolved to search slowly. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the earth several miles away. Capturing her would surely instill fear in the Xiao family. 3 masked figures sprinted swiftly across the ground. Ahead of them, a beautiful girl clad in blue, resembling a fairy, was desperately fleeing. At that moment, the girl was covered in blood, her garments tattered, akin to a fallen princess. Hold on, we will soon reach Chigang City, she thought, glancing back at her pursuers before accelerating her flight. Name, Xiaoling. Age, 17. Talent, Rank 5 Realm. Late Qi Refinement. Life Summary, the youngest daughter of the Xiao family head in Chigang City. She had ventured to Wuji City 5 days prior in search of elixirs, but was subsequently captured by the Mu family cultivators on her return, who intended to use her as leverage against the Xiao family. Evaluation, unsatisfactory. Name, Mu Shan. Age, 31. Talent, Rank 2 Realm. Late Foundation Establishment. Life Summary, a distant relative of the Xiao family, tasked by the family head to capture the young lady of the Xiao family. Evaluation, unsatisfactory. Before Qin Tian appeared several panels. The 3 individuals clad in black from the Mu family were all at the Foundation Establishment stage, with 2 in the mid-stage and 1 in the late stage. Qin Tian stood by, observing intently, when he noticed Xiaoling rushing towards his direction with great urgency. Qin Tian silently cursed, as he had no desire to become entangled in the disputes of others. He resolved to depart immediately. Young master, save me, and the Xiao family will surely reward you handsomely. Xiaoling's voice rang out like a delicate bell, her enchanting eyes revealing a hint of desperation. Qin Tian remained silent, his heart as unyielding as stone, despite the pitiful gaze directed at him. He understood all too well that the path of cultivation was fraught with peril, and it was wiser to avoid meddling in others' affairs if one wished to prolong their existence. The notion of seeking rescue seemed futile. Escape was out of the question. The group of cloaked figures appeared to be in high spirits, for Qin Tian soared through the skies on his sword, clearly possessing cultivation at least at the foundation establishment stage. Should he choose to intervene, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. The young girl watched as Qin Tian flew away, a flicker of despair crossing her features. The distance to Qingang City was still several dozen kilometers, and her spiritual energy had evidently been depleted, rendering her unable to continue her flight. "Brother, I am so sorry," Xiaoling lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. The precious elixir her father had sacrificed everything to procure was about to slip from her grasp. Both of her accompanying clan uncles had already perished in battle. Xiaoling felt utterly powerless, her spiritual energy completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Qingang City was so near, yet it felt insurmountable. Your worthless brother, now stripped of all cultivation, has fallen from the genius of Qingang City to a mere waste. He has lost his position as the young master of the Xiao family. What difference would it make if you were to bring back this fourth-grade elixir? The cloaked man laughed heartily. The emergence of a genius from the Xiao family was precisely why the Mu family was so eager to act against them. Should a genius from the Xiao family realize their potential, the Mu family would find it increasingly difficult to maintain their foothold in Qingang City. Who could have predicted that after months of conflict, the Xiao family's genius would suffer a drastic decline in cultivation, plummeting from the foundation establishment stage back to the initial stage of qi refinement? Indeed, the unpredictability of life was astonishing. Nevertheless, the Mu family had already launched their offensive against the Xiao family and had no intention of retreating. When their informants within the Xiao family relayed the news that the young lady was heading to Wujiqing to seek a remedy for the Xiao family's discarded scion, they discreetly followed her. To pursue a mere wastrel, they had expended 70 to 80,000 spirit stones to acquire a high-grade fourth-grade elixir. The Xiao family was already under the thumb of the Mu family, and now, with their considerable resources depleted, seizing the elixir would hasten the Xiao family's decline, especially with the Xiao young lady in their grasp. Having lost all cultivation and reduced to a state of worthlessness, suddenly, Qin Tian furrowed his brows, resembling the archetype of the destined child, and he bore the surname Xiao. Halt. Qin Tian abruptly turned around. Chapter 29, The Xiao Family. With a thunderous shout, Qin Yue swiftly retrieved a spiritual sword from his storage pouch and hurled it with great force. The sword arced gracefully through the air before embedding itself firmly in the ground before the three individuals. My dear fellow, why meddle in such trifling matters and invite trouble upon yourself? The leader of the cloaked figures possessed the formidable strength of late-stage foundation establishment. Although the exact power of Qin Tian remained uncertain to them, they mused that, given his youth, even if he were at the foundation establishment level, he would hardly surpass their leader, especially with their numbers on their side. 3 grown men bullying a single girl, how could I, as a champion of justice, stand idly by while you commit such heinous acts? Qin Tian stood resolute, his robe billowing in the wind, embodying the image of a chivalrous hero who intervenes in the face of injustice. Young man, are you aware of our identities? Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you and provoke calamity upon yourself, warned the cloaked figure. The Mu family, one of the 2 prominent clans in Qingang City, wielded influence far beyond what a mere foundation establishment cultivator could contend with. Yet today, I shall intervene without hesitation, Qin Tian declared. As the esteemed eldest disciple of the mysterious sky sect's Miao Peak, he harbored no fear of a mere family from a celestial city. Moreover, I not only recognize your identity but also comprehend the power that lies behind you. Am I correct, Mu Shan? Qin Tian called out Mu Shan's name directly. Mu Shan was taken aback, his expression hidden beneath the black veil betraying his astonishment. This individual actually recognized him and knew his name, despite his clandestine appearance and the veil he wore. Furthermore, Qin Tian also mentioned the names of 2 other individuals cloaked in black, Mu Shi and Mu Shui. It was indeed members of the Mu family. Although Xiao Ling had long suspected that the Mu family was behind this, she had no knowledge of their identities, nor how this young master had discerned them. Being publicly named caused the members of the Mu family to feel a pang of unease, as if they had been concealed in the shadows only to be suddenly exposed to the harsh light of day. Leave at once. I am the senior brother of the mysterious sky sect's Misty Peak. Should you dare utter another word, I shall annihilate you, Qin Tian declared, his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly dismissive of the few before him. The title of senior brother of the mysterious sky sect was not one they could afford to offend. However, capturing Xiao Ling would render the Xiao family hesitant to retaliate, allowing the Mu family to ascend as the foremost clan in Qingang City. Stubbornly obstinate, Qin Tian scoffed, realizing that he needed to demonstrate his might. Though there were 3 foundation-building cultivators before him, he felt no trepidation. He had reached the pinnacle of foundation building and comprehended the essence of sword intent, granting him the strength to contend even against those in the golden core stage. With a swift flick of his sword, Qin Tian unleashed a formidable sword energy that surged forth, as if to rend the very heavens and earth asunder. Wherever the blade's light traversed, a tempest was stirred, and dust and stones were sent spiraling into the air. With a resonant clang, a chasm several meters deep and dozens of meters long manifested before the trio. Haha. Truly worthy of my junior sister's prowess. It is indeed fearsome beyond compare. This is merely a casual strike. I can only imagine the magnitude of her power when she exerts her full strength. Qin Tian felt an immense satisfaction, for he now possessed the entirety of his junior sister's formidable abilities, rendering his own meager strength almost negligible. Qin Tian's resolve to locate his second junior disciple grew ever more steadfast. The chosen one, he presumed, would not be inferior to his junior sister. Mushan's eyes widened in terror. The force of this strike rivaled that of any golden core cultivator he had encountered. Leave at once, Qin Tian commanded loudly, his sole desire being the pursuit of immortality, not bloodshed. Thank you, noble sir, for your mercy. Several individuals bowed and hastily departed the scene. At that moment, familial interests were cast aside, for preserving their lives took precedence. Impressive, Xiao Ling marveled, her eyes widening. The power of this strike was unleashed by a young man of her own age. Was this the strength of the master brother of the Wuji sect? The prefix of Misty Peak had long been selectively forgotten by her. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao Ling rose and offered a respectful bow to Qin Tian. Had it not been for him today, she would have surely fallen into the clutches of the Mu family. Not only would the substantial spiritual stones she had painstakingly acquired be seized, but her family would also face dire straits. No need for such formality. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, his focus directed toward the so-called wasteful young master. Young Master Qin, please accompany Linger to my family. I assure you a generous reward awaits. Qin Ling, now aware of Qin Tian's name, prepared to extend an invitation to the Xiao family. At present, she possessed nothing but a single pill, yet the debt of gratitude for her life must be repaid. Moreover, she harbored something far more precious than her own life. Very well, Qin Tian did not decline. Though he cared little for rewards, he was compelled to investigate this wasteful young master. Please, young master, Qin Ling smiled brightly, her countenance radiant as the sun, resembling an ethereal being. Her injuries seemed to have no bearing on her spirits, as if they were inconsequential. What a carefree disposition. Qin Tian mused inwardly, surprised that she could smile so joyfully mere moments after escaping death. Young master, is the Wuji sect truly as formidable as you claim? Qin Ling gazed earnestly at Qin Tian, her eyes clear and innocent, resembling that of a girl devoid of malice. Indeed. There are many disciples like myself within the Wuji sect, Qin Tian replied, slightly lifting his chin, taking pride in the external admiration for his sect. The Wuji sect is indeed remarkable. However, young Master Qin is the master brother, undoubtedly the most exceptional among them. You are truly humble. Xiao Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration, only to quickly shift to a look of regret. It is a pity. I had originally intended to join the Wuji sect, but the troubles of the Xiao family delayed my plans. Fear not. There will be opportunities ahead. You may try again next year, Qin Tian reassured her, though he lamented her somewhat lacking talent, for otherwise, she might have been accepted into Misty Peak. Of course, the term somewhat lacking referred to the system's requirements. A 5th-rank talent was truly not inferior, placing her among the elite within the Wuji sect. After all, the likes of 7th or 8th-rank talents, or even the extraordinary talents of his junior sister, were exceedingly rare occurrences, often not seen for decades or even centuries. A 5th-rank talent, in less competitive years, could even attain the highest accolades. Young master, we have arrived at Chigang City. Chigang City, with a population of several 100,000, stands as the largest celestial city within a 1,000-mile radius. In the eyes of the villagers and townsfolk, it is indeed a significant place, being the most bustling town in the vicinity. Without pausing, the two individuals made their way toward the Xiao residence. Miss Xiao, why are you covered in blood and gravely injured? The sight of Xiao Ling, drenched in blood, drew considerable attention, yet she appeared entirely unfazed by her condition. Miss. The inhabitants of the Xiao residence rushed forward upon seeing her. Which scoundrel dared to harm our young lady? The housekeeper, a middle-aged man, felt a pang of anguish at the sight of Xiaoling's injuries. After all, she was someone he had watched grow up. A group of servants gathered around, their expressions filled with concern, indicating that Miss Xiao treats her subordinates well. Qin Tian discerned that their worry was genuine, not mere pretense. I am fine. Is my brother at home? Xiaoling replied with a smile, seemingly indifferent to her wounds. Little sister. Xiaoyan appeared at the entrance of the Xiao residence, his eyes brimming with worry. Qin Tian was overjoyed. He had found it. Chapter 30. The grandpa by his side. As Qin Tian gazed at Xiaoyan, a panel materialized before him. Name: Xiaoyan. Age: 19. Talent: Imperial level realm. Initial stage of Qi refinement. Life resume. Son of the Xiao family head in Qigang City. Possessing the remnants of a powerful soul. Having been drained of spiritual energy by this soul, his cultivation has plummeted. Today he has consumed a 5th grade elixir. And after enduring life and death, he may awaken his identity as the son of destiny. Evaluation: satisfactory. Qin Tian nearly burst into laughter. The second one had finally arrived. His own strength could be doubled. This remnant soul seemed to lack spiritual energy, and all that was needed to awaken it was to provide sufficient spiritual power. Qin Tian was in exceptionally high spirits. This was not a concern. With the presence of his elderly companion, there was no need for guidance. The Miao Peak lacked elders, and entrusting him to provide instruction would indeed be a challenging task. As Qin Tian gazed at the ring in Xiaoyan's hand, a panel materialized before him. Name: Yao Yuan. Age: 79. 52. Talent: Saint level realm. Saint, still possessing golden core strength. Life resume: head of the Yao family from the central state. Later betrayed by several other families in a covert scheme. With the protection of the treasured ring, he managed to leave behind a fragment of his soul, which will awaken in a day. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. Such an extraordinary origin. Families from the central state, akin to those from the eastern wilderness, are only deemed prestigious if they have produced an emperor. Families of this caliber, nurtured over 100,000 years by the emperor, are formidable entities with profound legacies. Young Master Qin, have you thought of something joyful? Xiaoling inquired with a smile. Oh, nothing. Nothing, Qin Tian replied, regaining his composure and inadvertently revealing his emotions upon seeing the child of destiny. Summon all the cultivators of the Xiao family at once. That damned Mu family has dared to lay hands on my sister. Xiaoyan's eyes burned with fury. While he could tolerate harm to himself, any threat to his sister was utterly unacceptable. Brother, there's no need. I'm fine, Xiaoling interjected, preventing Xiaoyan from taking rash action. The current Xiao family was no match for the Mu family. If it weren't for the city lord's presence, the Mu family would have likely resorted to force rather than merely suppressing the Xiao family's business. This grudge cannot go unavenged. I cannot swallow this anger. I will demand an explanation from the Mu family right now, Xiaoyan declared, fully aware of their disadvantage, yet still brimming with defiance. Yenner, do not act impulsively. The head of the Xiao family emerged, his heart aching upon seeing Xiaoling covered in blood. However, as the head of the Xiao family, he understood that this was a critical moment for their survival. They must avoid giving the Mu family any leverage. Let us return home and deliberate on this matter carefully. Benefactor, please. The head of the Xiao family acknowledged that his daughter's return was thanks to Qin Tian, who, being a disciple of the Wuji sect, deserved utmost respect. The Wuji sect was the largest power within tens of thousands of miles, with the city lord of Qigang being an outer elder of the sect. Within the Wuji sect's sphere of influence, numerous immortal cities were under its control, as such a grand sect required abundant resources, and immortal cities were undoubtedly vital assets. Please. Qin Tian did not decline. Even without an invitation, he intended to enter. In the Xiao family's reception hall, Xiaoling changed into a flowing white dress, radiating purity like the bright moon, resembling a celestial maiden from the moon palace, stunningly beautiful. Young Master Qin saved Linger, and for that, our Xiao family is immensely grateful. Here is a 3rd-grade breaking golden core pill, as a token of our appreciation to you. The head of the Xiao family retrieved a white porcelain box. As the box opened, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted through the air. This pill was originally prepared to assist Xiaoyan in breaking through to the golden core stage. However, it had now become unnecessary. The prodigy of the Xiao family, a paragon of excellence who had surpassed the foundation establishment stage before the age of 20, had unexpectedly regressed in his cultivation just a few days prior, becoming an ordinary person at the initial stage of Qi refinement. The members of the Xiao family felt a deep sense of loss upon hearing this news, yet they understood the necessity of repaying the debt of life. The Xiao family was not one to be ungrateful. The head of the Xiao family insisted politely that it was merely a trivial effort. suggesting that the elixir should remain with him. However, Qin Tian declined, stating that the elixir was of no use to him. Even if bestowed upon him, he might not be able to utilize it to break through to the golden core stage. It would be wiser to leave a favorable impression, especially since he had ulterior motives for his visit. Young Master Qin, please accept this. Although it is merely a third-grade elixir, it can increase the user's chances of breaking through by 30%, the head of the Shao family urged, channeling his spiritual energy to present it to Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, you must accept it. If you refuse, it would suggest that our Shao family is ungrateful, echoed the elders of the Shao family in agreement. Very well. I shall accept it, Qin Tian replied, planning to later gift it to Xiaoyan. However, this destined child seemed to differ from his expectations. He should have been neglected by his family and derided by others, yet upon entering the mansion, he discovered otherwise. Linger, I have retrieved the elixir. Father, I have brought it back, Xiaoling announced, producing the elixir, a fifth-grade spirit restoration pill, following Xiaoyan's sudden decline in cultivation. Renowned physicians concluded that his spiritual energy had been inexplicably drained and required a substantial amount of spiritual energy for recovery. Consequently, the Shao family had exhausted their family savings to procure a fifth-grade spirit restoration pill, which contained an immense reservoir of spiritual energy that might enable Xiaoyan's recovery. Xiaoyan was the hope of the Shao family. Although his precise talents remained uncertain, the entire family believed that he represented their best chance. Our Shao family still has hope. As long as Yenner can regain his cultivation, the Mu family will eventually become no match for us, and we can avenge Linger. The head of the Shao family exclaimed, excitedly accepting the elixir. This had consumed the last of the Shao family's spiritual stones. But as long as Xiaoyan could restore his cultivation, everything would be worth it, even if the family lost all their assets. Everything now rested on Yenner. The Mu family could revel for a few years, but with the talents of our clan's young master, it wouldn't be long before they would tremble in fear. Several elders of the Shao family also appeared elated, as if they could foresee a bright future for the Shao family. Yenner, the head of the Shao family, handed the elixir to Xiaoyan, whose expression grew grave upon receiving it. Once a genius, he had fallen to the status of a mere novice in qi cultivation, a drastic decline that would be difficult for anyone to accept. Now, however, an opportunity to ascend to greatness once more had finally presented itself. This elixir was reputedly crafted by the most esteemed physician in Qi City, and it was believed to resolve the issues that had recently arisen for him. At the entrance of the Shao residence, the head of the Mu family and 3 elders approached, each adorned with smiles. The Mu family head, cloaked in a black robe, bore the visage of a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor. Among the elders, one donned a gray Taoist robe and was of ample stature, while another, dressed in a blue robe, was tall and formidable, exuding an aura of extraordinary power. The last elder, however, stood at less than 5 feet tall, yet radiated a similar potent essence. Family head, the Shao family's acquisition of elixirs has surely exhausted their supply of spirit stones. Consequently, they will no longer be able to rival us, one of the elders from the Mu family remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, there can only be one family in Qingang City, and that is the Mu family. After competing with the Shao family for centuries, it is high time for them to withdraw, the Mu family head declared, in high spirits. What brings you here, Mu family? The guards of the Shao family retorted with fury, enraged by the audacity of the Mu family to attempt an ambush on their young lady. Were it not for the intervention of their family head, they would have already stormed the Mu residence. Impertinent lowborns. How dare you show such disrespect to the head of the Mu family? Go quickly and announce our presence. Do you wish for us to force our way in? Bellowed the tall elder from the Mu family. Chapter 31. Reduced to ruin, the Mu family boasted 4 formidable golden core cultivators, while the Shao family was left with only their family head and the elder. The disparity in strength between the 2 families was vast. Had it not been for the city's prohibition on private duels, the Mu family might have obliterated the Shao family long ago. Who dares to act with such insolence at the Shao residence? The Shao family head scoffed, appearing at the entrance of his estate. The elder and other members of the Shao family soon joined him, including Qin Tian. Mu Li. The Shao family had emanated an aura of murderous intent. His daughter had been attacked by the Mu family, and had he not been bound by his responsibilities as head of the Shao family, he would have already charged into their territory. The audacity of these scoundrels to confront him now was infuriating. Brother Shao, as fellow heads of families in Qingang City, my Mu family comes to pay a visit. Why such murderous intent? Is this how the Shao family treats its guests? The Mu family had responded. exuding an air of calm confidence, a testament to the Mu family's undeniable strength. I, Xiaoyan, shall one day avenge the assault on my sister by the Mu family. Xiaoyan declared, his gaze dark and his finger pointing accusingly at the Mu family head. Younger generation, do not speak recklessly without evidence. Your sister possessed a treasured item and was robbed. You cannot lay the blame on the Mu family. The portly Mu elder laughed. The act of ambushing a resident of Qi City indeed violates city regulations. If you have proof, take it to the city lord's manor to lodge a complaint. Although their names were mentioned, the three elders remained unseen, leaving the Xiao family powerless to take action against them. After all, one must adhere to the principle of evidence. Do not claim there is a lack of evidence. Even if evidence exists, what difference would it make? In the event of disputes at the city gates, the Lord's residence remains indifferent. The path of cultivation is fraught with conflict and strife. How could the Lord possibly intervene in every matter? The majority of regulations are merely established to maintain public order and have seldom been truly enforced. Alas, my second brother. A mere threat from a waste of the Qi refinement stage is hardly worth our concern. The head of the Mu family chuckled lightly. Xiaoyan is the hope of the Xiao clan, and trampling on such hope would only provoke them. Should the Xiao clan choose to act, it would be even more fortuitous, as the Mu family could then conveniently dispose of them. My young master has already acquired the esteemed elixir, and soon he shall regain his strength. Just wait. With my young master's innate talent, it won't be long before your Mu family meets its demise. Who can say for certain? What if that elixir fails to restore him? The head of the Mu family was not angered. Instead, he laughed heartily. You shall soon find out. Xiaoyan produced the elixir, and as a fifth-grade pill emerged, the air was instantly filled with its rich fragrance. This fifth-grade elixir had consumed the last of the Xiao family's resources. Xiaoyan felt uncertain, yet he could not display weakness in front of his adversaries. Anyone can boast. This elixir cannot save you. The head of the Mu family scoffed, adding, should you regain your cultivation, my Mu family will offer you 100,000 spirit stones. Is that true? Xiaoyan replied. The Xiao family had depleted their spirit stones. If he could win back 100,000, their business could continue to operate. It is indeed true. My Mu family does not deceive. The head of the Mu family wore a sincere expression. Father, should we consume the elixir now? Xiaoyan communicated telepathically. It is generally best to take elixirs in private, yet the Mu family is pressing hard. Since they are willing to offer spirit stones, we might as well accept them. Father trusts the renowned physician. The head of the Xiao family pondered. The esteemed physician of Qi City had once received favors from the Xiao family and is worthy of trust. Very well, the Xiao family accepts this wager. However, should you fail to restore your cultivation, the Xiao family will compensate with 10,000 spirit stones. 100,000 for 10,000 is hardly a burden for you. Is it? The Xiao family accepts. The head of the Xiao family declared, as a crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance of the Xiao residence. If the Xiao family cannot even accept this wager, it will be difficult for them to hold their heads high in Qingang City again. Let us commence, then. Qin Tian observed the scene in silence, a mere spectator to the unfolding drama. Brother, you will surely recover, Xiaoling asserted with unwavering conviction. Her fist clenched in encouragement for Xiaoyan. It was rumored that the Xiao family had acquired a rare elixir from Wuji City, intending for their prodigy, Xiaoyan, to regain his former prowess. Indeed, a fifth-grade elixir was a significant investment for the Xiao family. Yet the question lingered, would it truly yield results? The answer would soon reveal itself. It was perplexing how the foremost talent of Qi City could fall from grace overnight. His cultivation regressing to the initial stage of Qi refinement, akin to a novice practitioner. Such a prodigy reduced to insignificance was a lamentable fate. The tale of Xiaoyan had already spread throughout Qi City, with the Mu family playing a notable role in this narrative. Xiaoyan dismissed the gossip, having grown weary of such remarks in recent days. Once he refined the elixir, he would reclaim his title as a genius. The potent essence of the elixir coursed through Xiaoyan's body, revitalizing pill, a remedy for spirit transformation cultivators to restore their spiritual energy, brimming with vitality. Haha. My cultivation has risen. I am back to the mid-Qi refinement stage. Xiaoyan exclaimed with elation. Members of the Mu family were momentarily taken aback. Patriarch, could it be that he is indeed recovering? One inquired. Impossible. A fifth-grade elixir is far beyond the tolerance of someone at the initial stage of Qi refinement. The patriarch replied with composure. The genius of the Xiao family will be overwhelmed by the elixir's potency, and when that occurs, the Xiao family will undoubtedly be thrown into chaos, granting us the opportunity to act openly. The atmosphere was electric as the Xiao family rejoiced at the prospect of their young master's restoration. Late stage of Qi refinement. Peak of Qi refinement. He is on the verge of foundation establishment. The crowd was left in awe. The speed of his ascension was astonishing. Could it be that the genius of the Xiao family was truly on the path to reclaiming his illustrious title? Bystanders marveled in disbelief. Suddenly, Xiaoyan cried out. Blood oozing from his pores as a torrent of spiritual energy surged from his mouth and nose, resembling a fountain. The child of destiny must endure life and death trials. Qin Tian mused inwardly, recognizing the discomfort inflicted by the elixir's overwhelming force. Even Feng Yue, possessing the phoenix body, could only barely assimilate a fifth-grade elixir. Xiaoyan, lacking any extraordinary constitution, was unable to withstand such strain. Yet, from this day forth, he would emerge as a dragon rising from the depths. The child of destiny possesses immense fortune, and in the future, myriad opportunities would undoubtedly present themselves. Yenner, the head of the Xiao family, bellowed in alarm. This elixir is about to rupture his body. This physician has harmed my son. The patriarch suddenly regained his composure. Realizing that a Qi refinement practitioner could not endure a fifth-grade elixir. Haha, the head of the Xiao family is flustered. How could one at the initial stage of Qi refinement consume a fifth-grade elixir? I fear your prized child may not survive this day. With the Xiao family's spirit stones depleted and their business ventures faltering, perhaps it was time for the Xiao family to withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, the forthcoming events would not remain so amicable. The Mu family patriarch chuckled. Yenner, do not absorb the spiritual energy. Disperse it. The head of the Xiao family hurriedly spoke, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy to stabilize his body. Several elders of the Xiao family also sprang into action. However, the terrifying power contained within the fifth-grade elixir was formidable. With a cough, Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by half a recovery pill. Brother, young master, the members of the Xiao family cried out in despair. Their hopes shattered. Father, I am ruined. My qi has been torn apart by the spiritual energy. Xiaoyan appeared utterly desolate. Muli, how dare you betray my son? The head of the Xiao family wept tears of blood. Haha, it is your Xiao family's folly to place such blind faith in the words of a renowned physician, laughed the head of the Mu family. He had merely bribed one individual, yet had caused the Xiao family to exhaust their spiritual stones, nearly costing their prodigy his life and rendering him utterly useless. If there was any chance for recovery before, now Xiaoyan was devoid of all hope. A bet is a bet, brother Xiao. Can you part with 10,000 spiritual stones? The head of the Mu family said with a light chuckle. The members of the Xiao family turned ashen. Having already suffered considerable losses in their business rivalry with the Mu family, the loss of a fifth-grade elixir had completely drained their spiritual stones, leaving them unable to produce the demanded sum. What, does the Xiao family intend to renege? If so, my Mu family may be compelled to take action. Wait a moment. Qin Tian smiled, sensing that the time was ripe for intervention. Chapter 32. The old man awakens. Qin Tian appeared and blocked the way of the Mu family members, a radiant smile adorning his face. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? The head of the Mu family scrutinized Qin Tian, noting his mere foundation establishment cultivation, and dismissed him with indifference. To him, a mere foundation establishment cultivator could be easily suppressed. I am Qin Tian, the senior brother of the Piao Miao Peak of the Wuji sect. Qin Tian maintained his smile. With the destined child soon within his grasp, his spirits were exceptionally high. The reason he did not intervene to stop Xiaoyan from consuming the precious pill was due to the system's reminder. The destined child must endure life and death to attain greatness. If he intervened, it could alter the child's destiny, which would bode ill for both parties. Wuji sect. The members of the Mu family were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning serious. For these lesser families in the small immortal city, the Wuji sect was an unattainable presence. They were also aware that Piao Miao Peak was one of the 9 main peaks of the Wuji sect. The head of the Mu family wore an unusual expression, fully aware that they could not afford to provoke Qin Tian. Senior brother Qin, what do you mean by this? If I recall correctly, disciples of the Wuji sect are forbidden from interfering in secular disputes, the head of the Mu family stated. The Wuji sect, as a dominant force among the 12 caves of heaven, had its own rules. I do not interfere. The Xiao family recently bestowed upon me a broken golden pill, and I have yet to receive the spirit stones. I shall assist them with these 10,000 spirit stones, Qin Tian said, casually retrieving 10,000 sparkling spirit stones from his storage bag and placing them on the ground. This young master Qin, the head of the Xiao family, faltered. clearly in a predicament. That was meant to be a token of gratitude. How could they accept spirit stones? No need for further words. Qin Tian gestured for the head of the Shao family to be silent. Since the wager has been fulfilled, the head of the Mu family may take the spirit stones and depart. Qin Tian spoke softly. He could not directly involve himself in the affairs of the two families. So Xiaoyan's matters would have to be resolved by Xiaoyan himself, at least in public. If he left any incriminating evidence, it would only expedite the Azure Skies takeover of Piao Miao Peak. Are you not leaving? What? Is it too little? Qin Tian, noticing the Mu family members in action, spoke coldly. Brother Xiao, consider yourselves fortunate. However, you will not endure for long. The head of the Mu family, unwilling to offend Qin Tian, could only take the spirit stones and leave. He understood that Qin Tian had merely saved Qin Ling out of fleeting acquaintance. In a few days, when Qin Tian departed, he would return to confront the Shao family. Thank you, young Master Qin, for your great kindness, the head of the Shao family expressed, bowing in gratitude. For once again Qin Tian had aided them. It is nothing. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. What a pity, the genius of the Shao family has been utterly ruined. The #1 talent of Qi City now has no opportunity for cultivation. Among the crowd were many cultivators who could easily discern that Xiaoyan's meridians had been destroyed, rendering further cultivation impossible. Even if the Mu family retreated, the Shao family was left without the power to resist. Qin Tian could protect for a moment, yet not for eternity. Moreover, his connection with them was merely a fleeting encounter. How could he consistently shield the Shao family? Alas! Disperse the crowd and bring Yenner back to the estate. This matter is entirely my fault. A renowned physician has colluded with the Mu family to harm my Yenner. The head of the Shao family appeared as a frail old man, greatly devastated by the transformation of Xiao Yan into a cripple. The mood within the Shao family was one of profound despondency, with Qin Ling weeping uncontrollably for her brother, who had always been her protector and now lay incapacitated. Dear friends, there is no need for such sorrow, Qin Tian spoke once they returned to the estate. It is time to take on disciples. One must break before one can establish anew. Could this not also be viewed as an opportunity? Does Master Qin imply that Yenna still has a chance? The head of the Shao family fixed his gaze intently on Qin Tian, who now seemed to him like a final lifeline. Qin Tian, the esteemed senior brother of the Wujizong, undoubtedly possesses mysterious abilities that may well restore Xiaoyan's health. Young Master Qin, do you have a method to save my brother? Qin Ling gazed at Qin Tian with tears glistening in her eyes, her expression filled with hope. Xiaoyan, however, appeared ashen, his meridians shattered, plunging him into a state of despair. Just days prior, he had a glimmer of opportunity, yet now he had irrevocably fallen from the pinnacle of Qingang City to a mere cripple incapable of cultivation. I have come to accept disciples on behalf of my master, and Xiaoyan is the chosen one. The mere destruction of his meridians is no hindrance. I possess the means to assist him, Qin Tian declared, his gaze unwavering and imbued with profound confidence. After all, he was the son of destiny. The more tragic the circumstances, the more favorable the outcome that awaited him. Do I still have a chance? Xiaoyan, in excruciating pain, managed to rise and stagger to Qin Tian's side. With a thud, he knelt before him. Benefactor? Do I still have the opportunity to cultivate? Have you not heard? Heaven does not entirely forsake its people. You certainly have a chance. Your body is gravely injured, so rest for the night. Tomorrow, after you become my disciple, you shall accompany me back to the Wujizong. Qin Tian was confident that the success rate of accepting disciples at this moment was exceedingly high. Thank you, senior brother. Had he come to recruit him earlier, Xiaoyan's pride might have prevented him from acquiescing, but now, for Qin Tian to regard him, a mere cripple, as worthy of attention made Qin Tian his savior. Go and rest. Xiaoyan was carried away, his condition barely alive. Master Xiao, since Xiaoyan has agreed to join my Piao Miao Peak, I shall naturally intervene in the affairs of the Shao family. Please accept these spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of luminous spirit stones cascaded from his storage pouch, filling the courtyard to the brim, possibly amounting to nearly 500,000 spirit stones. Young Master Qin, this is far too much. The Shao family cannot accept such a sum. The Shao family head was taken aback as the transparent spirit stones overflowed the courtyard, representing an enormous fortune. Even before the decline of the Shao family, they could not have amassed such wealth in spirit stones. Is this a refusal of Shao Shidi's entry into my Piao Miao Peak? My senior brother aids his junior, and yet you hesitate? In that case, the Shao family expresses its deepest gratitude to young Master Qin. The Xiao family head bowed respectfully to Qin Tian, recognizing him as their benefactor. He had saved his daughter and accepted his son. Now, these spirit stones could indeed salvage the Xiao family. Such a bounty was sufficient to enable them to triumph over the Mu family in business. This matter must remain confidential. I wish to spare my junior brother from undue psychological burden, Qin Tian advised the gathered individuals, and they all nodded in agreement. Qin Tian spent a night in the most splendid chamber of the Xiao residence, where the family took meticulous care to ensure that no slight was shown. The following morning, Xiao Yin awoke, his entire body racked with pain, particularly a searing agony emanating from his dantian. Awake, are we? A voice, deep and weathered, unexpectedly reverberated through the air. Xiao Yin, alert and wary, scanned his surroundings. Who speaks? It is I, came the response, accompanied by a gentle glow from Qin Tian's storage ring. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yin stood in astonishment. You mean to say that the esteemed alchemist is a figure from thousands of years ago? Indeed. The voice acknowledged. I never anticipated that this ring would preserve a fragment of my soul, allowing me to see the light of day once more. Congratulations, esteemed alchemist. Xiao Yin reflected on his own unfortunate state, recognizing that he too was a victim of adversity. Your plight resonates with me. It is intertwined with my own past. Take me as your master, and I shall ensure that you rise again, breaking free from the East Wilderness. The ring emitted a commanding presence, embodying a spirit that seemed to look down upon the world. Chapter 33. You are not of the same world, though your foundation has crumbled. Remember that your former cultivation was merely a rudimentary foundation. It will inevitably become your shackle. However, with my guidance, you shall reach the pinnacle of every realm, ultimately achieving the status of the mightiest. The alchemist brimmed with confidence. Under his tutelage, Xiao Yan's future potential was boundless. This proposal stemmed not only from a desire to amend the misfortune Xiao Yan had suffered due to his energy being siphoned, but also from a genuine wish to nurture a prodigy who could avenge past grievances. Old enemies still lingered, and with only this fragment of a soul, revenge seemed a distant dream. Xiao Yan found himself in a quandary. He had already pledged allegiance to the Wuzhizong at the mysterious peak, and how could he now betray that promise? What? You are unwilling? The alchemist questioned. Do you know how many extraordinary talents sought to become my disciple, only to be turned away? Xiao Yan recounted the events of the previous day. Wuzhizong? Merely a small cave paradise, the alchemist scoffed, regarding it as insignificant as ants. However, I have already given my word. I cannot be unfaithful. I cannot accept you as my master, Xiao Yan declared resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. He was not one to forsake loyalty for personal gain. Having made a promise, he would honor it. Haha, excellent. I admire your character. You may regard me as a senior, and I shall still be willing to guide you. The alchemist responded with delight. A youth who valued integrity was surely commendable. Had Xiao Yan immediately pledged himself to the alchemist, he might have withheld his full teachings. He had no desire to raise an ungrateful disciple. Character was far more crucial than mere talent. Allow me to heal your wounds. A mysterious energy emanated from Xiao Yan's ancient ring, and soon he felt the pain dissipate entirely. It is merely a minor injury to your dantian. With the practice of my techniques, you shall recover swiftly. However, do not rush. First, go meet your senior brother. Indeed, esteemed senior, Xiao Yan is currently in high spirits, completely free from the disappointment following the destruction of his energy sea. Upon returning to the living room of the Xiao family, he found Qin Tian, the head of the Xiao family, and a number of elders already gathered. Yinner, you have arrived, inquired the head of the Xiao family. Master. The young master is on his way, replied someone. Young Master Qin, Yinner sustained significant injuries, hence his slight delay. I hope for your understanding. Now, Qin Tian had become a benefactor to the Xiao family, and the head of the Xiao family was anxious that Qin Tian might harbor displeasure and refuse to accept Yinner as his disciple. It is of no concern. Qin Tian thought to himself. If all goes well, my elderly companion should have awakened by now. The restorative elixir from yesterday is rich in spiritual energy, and he must have absorbed quite a bit. Father, brother, Xiao Yan greeted as he entered the hall. Indeed, Yinner, from this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the Wuji sect. Once you are at the Wuji sect, you must heed your brother's words and never act in defiance. The head of the Xiao family said with a serious expression. Turning his head, he added with a smile, Young Master Qin, should Yinner ever be disobedient, please feel free to discipline him. A brother is akin to a father. You may instruct him as you see fit, Qin Tian responded, having received 50,000 spirit stones. A lifeline for the entire Xiao family. We are all fellow disciples, and we shall assist one another. if my junior encounters difficulties. I will certainly do my utmost to help, Qin Tian said earnestly. Each junior disciple embodies Qin Tian's hopes and aspirations for longevity. Naturally, he would not allow them to encounter misfortune and would endeavor to aid their cultivation. The head of the Xiao family nodded with a smile. Recognizing that with such a brother, Yeno had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Is this individual truly your brother? Elder Yao inquired. Xiaoyan replied in silence, indeed. Brother Qin has rendered great kindness to our Xiao family. Elder Yao shook his head with a sigh. This individual possesses mediocre talent. I fear his future achievements will be limited. In a few years, he may no longer be on the same path as you. Elder Yao discerned Qin Tian's true capabilities at a glance. Although he did not comprehend how Qin Tian possessed the strength of a peak foundation establishment, his third-grade talent could not be mistaken. With third-grade talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, one could at most cultivate to the golden core stage. While it may be considered decent among ordinary individuals, to him, it was no different from being a mere mortal. Xiaoyan responded, Brother, is it truly only third-grade talent? Yet, if given the opportunity, I shall repay my brother's kindness. Indeed, you understand the importance of gratitude. With a master like me, you are destined to soar to great heights. He will inevitably be unable to keep pace with you at that time. Simply offering him some guidance will be of lifelong benefit to him. Junior, how is your injury? Qin Tian inquired. Thank you for your concern, brother. My injuries are no longer severe, Xiaoyan replied. Though under Elder Yao's assistance he was destined to become a top-tier figure, he still held great respect for Qin Tian. After all, Qin Tian was the first to extend a helping hand during his time of peril. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Very well, if that is the case, let us set forth to return to the sect. The disciple has been received, and Qin Tian is not inclined to waste any more time outside. Yes, brother, thus it is. To practice in the sect is far more effective in tempering one's mindset than solitary cultivation. Elder Yao believes that sending Xiaoyan to the Wuji sect is indeed a fortuitous decision. Xiaoyan bid farewell to the members of the Xiao family. Brother, I will come to Wuji's sect to find you, Xiao Ling said tearfully before his departure. Very well, I shall await you at Wuji's sect, Xiaoyan replied. Now that he has joined the mountain gate, it is destined that he will not return home frequently. The news of Xiaoyan becoming a disciple of Wuji sect has spread throughout Qi. Have you heard? The senior brother of Piao Peak has actually taken a useless person as his disciple. Of course, I have heard. Piao Peak is said to be the most decrepit of the main peaks of Wuji sect. With the peak master missing, there is only one remaining disciple, who is about to be dismissed, hence the rush to recruit students. The news regarding Piao Peak is no secret. Anyone with a bit of curiosity can easily find out. How infuriating. This Piao Peak is so dismal, it made me fear the title of senior brother, the head of the Mu family grumbled. When Qin Tian revealed his lineage, the title of senior brother indeed instilled fear in him. Let us continue to deal with the Xiao family. They are now at their wits' end, and it is time to swallow their assets. The head of the Mu family no longer had any reservations upon learning of Qin Tian's identity. Senior brother, are we not headed to Wuji sect? Xiaoyan inquired along the way. No rush. We shall first make a trip to Wuji city. Now that your Qi Si has been destroyed, you require an extraordinary elixir for healing, Qin Tian replied, preparing for a visit to Wuji city. The fourth batch of spirit stones from the Pang family commerce has already been collected. It is time to retrieve them. Restoring the Qi Si is no simple task, however. It is not entirely without options, as Qin Tian had seen from the hints provided. Name, Yao Yuan age, 7952 talent, Saint level realm, Saint. Still possessing golden core strength life summary. Head of the Yao family from the central state, later ambushed by several other families in collusion. Narrowly escaping with a remnant soul under the protection of a treasure ring, now awakened and preparing to seek the 5-spirit flower, great recovery herb. In continuation herb to concoct elixirs for Xiaoyan's Qi Si restoration. Evaluation. Unsatisfactory, they will need to search for it themselves, which will waste considerable time. Qin Tian still requires his junior brother to provide him with cultivation, thus it is imperative to resolve this matter promptly. Restoring the Qi Si is no easy feat. Few in the eastern wilderness know the formula for restoring the Qi Si, yet you, as a senior brother, have shown some diligence, Elder Yao's voice resonated. Regardless of whether you can assist me, I shall forever remember your kindness. Xiaoyan felt a stirring in his heart, despite their recent acquaintance. Qin Tian treated him as a family member. Chapter 34, Purchasing Herbs. Wuji City, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, stretches for hundreds of kilometers, boasting majestic rivers and towering mountains, while also brimming with the rich essence of human life. Qin Tian once again arrived at Wuji City. "Junior brother, please wait for me at the tavern. I have some matters to attend to," he instructed after ensuring Xiaoyan was settled. After changing his appearance, Qin Tian departed alone. It had been over 10 days since he left. He wondered if the Pang clan mercantile had encountered any issues. If the merchant association were to be exposed, it would lead to considerable trouble. After Qin Tian's departure, Xiaoyan quietly left the tavern as well. "Senior, I previously invested over 6,000 spirit stones in a merchant association, and I believe it is time to collect," he mentioned. "The herbs required for repairing the Qi are exceedingly expensive, but with those 6,000 spirit stones, I could procure some herbs to refine pills. If I repeat this process a few times, I might gather the necessary funds," Elder Yao remarked. "But I do not know how to refine pills." Xiaoyan replied helplessly. Now that he had a method to restore his Qi, a flicker of hope ignited within him. However, the precious spirit herbs became the first formidable obstacle. "Do not worry, with me here, you need not concern yourself with the art of pill refinement," Elder Yao assured, brimming with confidence. "As long as we have the herbs, everything will be easily managed." "Senior brother, you have returned," Su Kai exclaimed, hastening to greet Qin Tian in front of the Pang clan mercantile. Su Kai stood tall, his demeanor exuding confidence, for he now earned 100 spirit stones daily, with a monthly salary reaching 3,000 spirit stones. His every gesture radiated assurance and composure. And as the executive deputy manager of the Pang clan mercantile, he was now a figure who attracted flattery from all corners. Who would not wish to invest in the Pang clan mercantile? After all, one could yield a 10% profit in just 10 days without bearing any risk. Such a golden opportunity was coveted by many, especially among smaller factions and rogue cultivators who viewed it as a prime chance for sudden wealth. Qin Tian nodded slightly. "How has the merchant association been faring lately? Has anyone caused any trouble?" Since the Jiang family's pearl invested 500,000 spirit stones, people from various caves have gradually departed, likely not daring to provoke the Jiang family's pearl, Su Kai replied. "The fourth batch of spirit stones has also been collected. Following your instructions, we have gathered 3 million spirit stones, paid a tax of 200,000, contributed another 200,000 to the city lord, and settled the previous period's account of 110,000. We now have 150,000 spirit stones remaining." "Good. The spirit stone mine is now on the right track. We can afford to slow down the pace. Inform everyone that starting next period, we will switch to a monthly collection," Qin Tian decided. He had to alter the speed. Otherwise, the Pang clan mercantile would not survive for long. This rapid turnover is excessive, primarily due to the taxes and the share owed to the city lord. However, it is unavoidable. To conduct business safely, one must pay a price, especially with such high-risk profits. With a monthly profit of 10%, I believe many will still be unable to resist the temptation. Qin Tian took possession of 140,000 spirit stones. The 5 spirit flowers and the great recovery grass were indeed valuable spirit herbs. Upon departing from the Pang clan commerce, Xiaoyan arrived at the establishment. "Senior Yao, this commerce is indeed rare, offering a 10% return every 10 days. Xiaoyan remarked, seemingly holding it in high regard. After all, he had genuinely profited from prior returns. Such exorbitant gains, however, suggested something amiss. Senior Yao replied solemnly. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a commerce. "Senior, this commerce is a means of self-preservation for a loose cultivator, pooling profits to attract others." Xiaoyan believed there was no issue with it, instead admiring the manager, Qin Kai, for being both generous and exceptionally astute. Yet, something felt off. Senior Yao muttered to himself, sensing an underlying discrepancy despite the apparent logic. "Manager Su, here is my spirit stone voucher. I would like to exchange it." Xiaoyan presented the previous voucher of 6,100 spirit stones. "Esteemed guest, here are your 6,710 spirit stones. Please accept." Su Kai handed over the stones. These spirit stones had been reserved, and even if unclaimed, they would be securely stored. "Senior, you worry too much. I have already received several times. If it weren't for the urgent need for spirit stones, I would wish to continue saving." Xiaoyan thought highly of the commerce, envisioning that if he let it sit for a few years, the amount would grow astronomically. Senior Yao remained silent. Xiaoyan's ease in acquiring spirit stones struck him as peculiar. Though he could not pinpoint the issue, he sensed trouble lurking beneath the surface. To the herb shop it is. With spirit stones in hand, it is time to commence alchemy. Only through alchemy can one swiftly amass spirit stones, he declared. Transforming herbs into elixirs would multiply their value manifold, a strategy Senior Yao deemed the most prudent. Very well, Xiaoyan replied without further ado. Heading straight to the herb shop. Senior, are you suggesting that you cannot refine the elixirs and require me to practice? Xiaoyan questioned incredulously. But I do not know how to concoct elixirs. The intricacies of alchemy were no trivial matter. Alchemists held a prestigious status. Not everyone could attain such a title. Once one became an alchemist, they would invariably be esteemed guests among various factions. Rest assured, with me around, refining a mere first-grade elixir is but a trifling task. Senior Yao assured confidently. Xiaoyan returned to the inn with the herbs, where Qin Tian had also arrived. Finding materials to restore his qi was relatively easy. However, the three primary herbs, De Huan Chao, Wu Ling Hua, and Su Mai Chao were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent in the apothecary. Qin murmured. Senior brother, Xiaoyan greeted with a bow. Younger brother, come, take a seat. Qin Tian, who had just moments ago worn a worried expression, now welcomed Xiaoyan with a smile. Senior brother, what troubled you just now? Might you share it with me? Xiaoyan felt a certain camaraderie with Qin Tian. Now that he had Senior Yao as an ally, he believed he might be able to assist his elder brother. It's nothing, merely seeking a few herbs, but I've traversed many shops without success. Are you not from Wuji City? Do you require herbs? Why not visit the Baichao Pavilion? It houses the most comprehensive collection of herbs in Wujiqing. Featuring a variety of medicinal plants, the innkeeper remarked with a smile. How many herbs could a typical apothecary possibly possess? Rare herbs are typically found only in large merchant guilds, and many are not displayed openly. The Baichao Pavilion? Qin Tian pondered, perplexed, having never heard of such a name. His knowledge of the world below the mountain was rather limited. Let's take a look, he decided, preparing to visit the Baichao Pavilion. After obtaining directions from the innkeeper, Qin Tian and Xiaoyan set off for their destination. There was no need to avoid the Pang Merchant Guild now. As he departed, Qin Tian tossed a spirit stone to the innkeeper, which brought a broad smile to his face. In no time, the two arrived at the Baichao Pavilion. Before them stood a three-story wooden structure, exuding an air of antiquity and natural charm, clearly aged, with an exterior that was not ostentatious but rather possessed a rustic simplicity. Even before stepping inside, the rich aroma of herbs wafted towards them. Upon entering, they were greeted by walls adorned with transparent compartments, showcasing an array of exotic flowers and herbs, including water bluegrass, wind element fruit, and golden pattern flowers. Chapter 35, The Touch Junior Brother Indeed. The Baichao Pavilion is extraordinary. Brother, it is a property under the Yaowang Valley of the Eastern Wilderness sect, where various herbs abound, Xiaoyan explained. Haha. It seems your knowledge is somewhat limited, dear brother, the elder Yao chuckled softly. The Yaowang Valley is an esteemed sect, having thrived for over 100,000 years, and remains the pinnacle of the medicinal arts. It is surprising that Qin Tian is unaware of this. That's splendid, Qin Tian replied with a smile. He detested complications and preferred to acquire everything in one go. It was essential to resolve matters quickly and return to the sect, especially given the insecurity of the world below. Shopkeeper, Qin Tian called out. The shopkeeper, a venerable elder with a white beard and a face lined with wrinkles, possessed bright eyes that hinted at considerable prowess. Please bring me a great recovery herb, a continuation herb, and a 5-spirit flower. Qin Tian directly stated his needs. What? The residual spirit of the elder Yao gasped in astonishment. He was all too familiar with these ingredients, as they were the primary components for a pill that restores one's energy C. Such a formula should, at the very least, be in the hands of a prominent sect or a holy ground in the eastern wilderness. How could Qin Tian possibly know of it? Elder, are you saying that the herbs my brother seeks are the main ingredients for the energy C restoration pill? Xiaoyan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon hearing the elder's musings. Indeed, while I am unsure how this young man came to know of the formula, these herbs are indeed the primary components. Brother, you are not jesting. You truly intend to help me restore my energy C? Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, deeply touched by Qin Tian's kindness. Brother, should I achieve great success in this life, I shall surely not forget your kindness. Xiaoyan's eyes glimmered with tears, pondering how he could ever repay such a favor. Even one's closest kin would seldom exhibit such generosity. Esteemed guest, these herbs hold considerable value. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The shopkeeper inquired softly. These 3 herbs are valued at over 500,000 spirit stones. Can an obscure foundation establishment cultivator afford such a sum? The herbal pavilion frequently encountered individuals who despite lacking spirit stones, feigned wealth, with many resorting to such acts in desperate times. However, the herbal pavilion is not a charitable establishment. Absolutely. Qin Tian's voice resonated with conviction. The shopkeeper flicked his fingers, and several transparent doors opened, allowing the 3 herbs to soar forth. Esteemed guest. The total amounts to 530,000 spirit stones, he stated quietly, untroubled by the prospect of theft. Over the years, none dared to rob the Medicine King Valley. Fortunately, it's quite affordable, Qin Tian remarked casually, leaving the shopkeeper momentarily taken aback. A torrent of spirit stones emerged from Qin Tian's storage bag. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous onlookers. So many spirit stones. A Foundation establishment cultivator possesses such wealth. Spending 500,000 spirit stones on herbs. That is a disciple of the Wuji sect. Someone recognized Qin Tian's attire. Upon hearing this, the avarice in many eyes faded, for the Wuji sect is a formidable force, wielding immense power and dominance, not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. With a swift exchange of payment and goods, Qin Tian departed with the herbs in hand. Junior brother, prepare to return to the sect, he said, elated to have swiftly gathered the required herbs. Senior brother, what purpose do you have for these 3 herbs? Xiaoyan inquired, hoping to ascertain whether they were intended for him. To refine pills, though I lack the expertise in alchemy. I shall seek out the alchemists at the pill refining peak upon our return, Qin Tian responded, acknowledging his inability in the art of alchemy. His talents in cultivation were unremarkable, and his aptitude for alchemy was equally mediocre. In truth, he was rather ordinary in all respects. It was unclear what his master saw in him. Perhaps it was his strikingly radiant appearance akin to the sun. Indeed, Xiaoyan expressed a hint of disappointment. Aware that alchemy was involved, yet curious about the specific concoction, he feared it might be mere coincidence. Clutching the 3 invaluable spirit herbs, Qin Tian encountered no attempts at theft along the way, likely due to the protective aura surrounding a disciple of the Wuji sect. Days later, Qin Tian returned to the Wuji sect. Junior brother, there is something I must inform you of. Currently, the peak master of the mysterious peak, our master, is away from the sect. Besides myself, you also have an elder sister. Your elder sister is exceptionally gifted, possessing the potential of an emperor. Do not offend her. Qin Tian cautioned, aware of Feng Yue's aloof and proud demeanor, which even made him, her senior brother, feel distant. He wanted to prepare his junior brother to avoid inciting her displeasure. Elder sister? Xiaoyan had learned about the situation at the mysterious peak along the way, but he was unaware of this elder sister. Haha, the potential of an emperor, the elder alchemist could not help but chuckle. Your senior brother possesses quite a sense of humor. Individuals with the potential of an emperor are exceedingly rare. Not only in the Wuji sect but across the entire eastern wasteland, and even the entire Tian Yuan continent and the boundless seas. It is unlikely there is even one such person. The lifespan of an emperor spans 100,000 years, yet, how many can accumulate such longevity over that time? In this current era, the 9 emperors reign supreme, a rare occurrence indeed, as it happens only once every 10,000 years. While prodigies are often seen, the caliber of an emperor is seldom encountered throughout the ages. Indeed, senior brother, Xiaoyan replied earnestly, acknowledging that despite his senior brother's penchant for boasting, he remained his elder. The 2 made their way swiftly to the summit of the ethereal peak, arriving shortly thereafter. The once humble 3-story cottage had been destroyed and replaced with a new structure, commissioned by the sect leader, far more opulent than before, constructed from spirit wood. Still in training, are we? My younger sister is truly diligent, senior brother Qin Tian remarked, feeling a sense of pride. Such potent flames, indicative of a unique constitution. Elder Yao exclaimed, his ethereal eyes glinting with intrigue. Who goes there? Feng Yue suddenly opened her eyes, seemingly piercing through the wooden walls to the outside world. Sensing an intruder. What an astonishing spiritual awareness. Elder Yao was taken aback. This modest Wuji sect possessed such an extraordinary maiden. Although her exact talents remained unknown, her exceptional aura was palpable. Young man, while your senior brother may be ordinary, your senior sister is surely anything but, Elder Yao commented. What do you mean, Elder? Xiaoyan asked, astonished. Throughout their journey, Elder Yao had expressed disdain for everyone, making this praise a first. Feng Yue emerged from the cottage, her gaze fixed upon Xiaoyan. What an enigmatic aura. Is there a powerful entity residing within? Having ascended to the rank of emperor, and being the foremost among them, she had witnessed countless peculiarities. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, and recalling the inexplicable sensation of being observed, she instantly recognized that he bore something extraordinary. This is troublesome. This woman is indeed remarkable, seemingly aware of my presence. Elder Yao was astonished, grappling with a situation that exceeded his understanding. Before him stood merely a girl. Yet he felt an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. Junior sister, allow me to introduce you. This is my third junior brother, whom I have just received on behalf of our master. We are now all family, and as the senior sister, you must assist him, Qin Tian said. Junior brother. Meet your senior sister. Greetings, senior sister, Xiao Yan acknowledged, sensing her remarkable nature, which had even elicited admiration from Elder Yao. Chapter 36. Trouble at the Law Enforcement Hall. Feng Yue nodded slightly, remaining silent, embodying her reticent nature to perfection. Possession? Or perhaps. Though Feng Yue discerned a hint of suspicion, she chose not to voice it. Given her current limitations, it was wiser to remain discreet. Junior brother? Why is there a junior brother in this lifetime? Clearly, the trajectory has shifted, she pondered, though she refrained from overthinking it. From the outset, her path seemed to have diverged. These are merely minor changes. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to inquire. Feng Yue stated before retreating back into the cottage. Your senior sister has such a disposition, you should grow closer to her in the days to come. Qin Tian gently patted Xiao Yan. This extraordinary woman seemed like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, enveloped in the aura of a phoenix. One could only fear that her future achievements would be boundless, destined to emerge from the eastern wilderness and become a formidable force commanding the entire continent. Elder Yao, known for his loquacity, was now even more loquacious. Senior sister, is she truly that remarkable? Indeed, although I currently exist merely as a remnant of my soul, I can perceive that this woman possesses a mysterious constitution, one that is said to be the phoenix body, a rarity that appears only once in 100 generations. However, you need not fret. Your own innate talent is equally outstanding, blessed with great fortune. The heights of your future accomplishments remain uncertain. Elder Yao had also discerned the ethereal fortune surrounding Xiao Yan, indicating her immeasurable potential. It was astonishing that such a humble peak had given rise to two prodigious talents, while only one elder brother remained ordinary. Ding, the transcendent system has been successfully bound. This system aims to assist the host in surpassing their rivals, with the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm upon success. The first target for transcendence is Qin Tian, with a requirement to surpass him in cultivation and combat prowess within 6 months. Success will yield rewards, while failure will incur penalties. As Xiao Yan beheld the sudden appearance of a panel before him, he was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the nature of this phenomenon. Elder, there appears to be a glowing object ahead. Do you know what it is? He inquired hastily, having never encountered such a sight and therefore turning to Elder Yao for guidance. What glowing object? Could it be that you are hallucinating, Yinner? Elder Yao asked. You cannot see it, Elder? Am I the only one able to perceive it? Xiao Yan hesitated before deciding not to pursue the topic further, instead chuckling. It seems I must be seeing things. An opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm? The legends of the celestial realm were well known across the continent. Yet they had always been mere hearsay, never witnessed firsthand. It was said that such a path would only emerge at the culmination of one's cultivation journey, accessible only to emperors who caught a glimpse of it. Surpassing the elder brother would yield rewards, but failure would result in punishment. The elder remarked that the senior brother was merely at the foundation establishment stage, so surpassing him within 6 months should not pose much difficulty. Qin Tian, without permission, you have brought outsiders into the sect and leaked sect secrets. Are you aware of your transgressions? Just as Xiao Yan was lost in thought, a voice resounded, belonging to an individual clad in the law enforcement hall's uniform. The newcomer was Wu Riken, a golden core stage enforcer, standing at just over 5 feet tall. With a rotund figure and a face dotted with many blemishes, rendering him somewhat unattractive, Wu Riken chuckled lightly, stating that Qin Tian had already received relevant information since joining the sect. However, they had not intervened when he brought others, choosing instead to act at this moment. The Wujizong was a cave heaven power, shrouded in numerous secrets. The sect had long established rules that required permission for outsiders to enter or exit. Where do these outsiders come from? Qin Tian scanned his surroundings, turning with disdain to declare, do not speak nonsense. There are no outsiders on Malfing. Only a lot of outsiders. Humph, boasting with words, yet the truth stands before you, undeniable. The Wujizong has never had such a disciple. Do you truly wish to deny it? Wu Riken pointed at Xiao Yan and remarked, bringing outsiders back to the sect without permission is a matter of considerable gravity. Or perhaps not, depending on the conclusion drawn. In the case of Qin Tian, it is undoubtedly significant. Now that a prodigy has emerged from the Miao Miao Peak, no one wishes to offend, yet he hails from the Songqiang Peak and possesses a secret edict from there. Should he manage to seize incriminating evidence against Qin Tian and imprison him, the Miao Miao Peak would effectively fall under the control of the Songqiang Peak. I am the senior brother of the Miao Miao Peak, and this is a newly recruited disciple of mine. Do not speak recklessly, Qin Tian replied coldly. It appears the master of Songqiang Peak still harbors designs on Miao Miao Peak. What a farce. The disciple recruitment conference has already passed for over a month. How could there be new disciples? Wu Ricken scoffed. You fool. How can you, as a member of the law enforcement hall, not be aware that even outside the recruitment period, exceptional talents can still be accepted? Qin taunted. You. Wu Ricken's gaze turned icy. How dare this individual call him a fool? Since joining the law enforcement hall, every disciple had treated him with utmost respect. Were it not for the presence of Feng Yue, the chief of the Miao Miao Peak, he would have already taught Qin Tian a lesson. Now, with Feng Yue's presence, everything must adhere to the rules. How will you prove that this disciple is a prodigy? Wu Ricken asked coldly. One cannot simply declare a stray cat or dog to be a genius. It is common knowledge that the Miao Miao Peak is facing a shortage of disciples and may soon be disbanded, which Qin Tian must be reluctant to accept. You need not worry. I shall take my junior brother to undergo the assessment, he replied. Humph. Until the disciple assessment has taken place, he remains an outsider and is not permitted to linger within the sect without authorization, Wu Ricken asserted firmly. Furthermore, should his talents fall short of the standards, you will be in violation of sect rules, and according to those rules, you will have to spend 3 months in the dungeon. Wu Ricken crossed his arms, scrutinizing Qin Yue. Once those 3 months pass, the fate of the Miao Miao Peak may change drastically. You must either go for the assessment now, or I shall expel him, marking you, Qin Tian, as a violator of sect rules. Exceptional disciples are not easily found, and without a talent stone. How can you claim this youth to be a genius? Outside of recruitment periods, one must possess at least a 4th-grade talent. A 4th-grade talent is exceedingly rare, even within the vast expanse of the Wuji sect. Very well, I will acquiesce to your demands. After all, new disciples must eventually undergo a talent assessment. Let us proceed with that. Wu Ricken, observing Qin Tian's unwavering confidence, felt a pang of apprehension. Could he truly be a genius of 4th grade or above? Scanning over Xiaoyan, Wu Ricken suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Qin Tian, you are quite amusing. You have found a waste of a person whose Qi has been destroyed and dare to call him a genius. Who in the East Wilderness does not know that once the Qi is ruined, one becomes a mere invalid, unable to pursue the path of cultivation. Yet here you are, brazenly parading a cripple as a prodigy. Qin Tian, you have violated sect regulations. I hereby place you under arrest, pending sect judgment. As Wu Ricken's words echoed, the disciples of the law enforcement hall charged towards Qin Tian. Halt. Xiaoyan observed the members of the law enforcement hall with indifference. Since the Wujizong is unwilling to retain me, I shall take my leave. There is no need to trouble my senior brother. Qin Tian treated him as a family member. Yet Xiaoyan wished to spare Qin Tian from any troubles. The modest Wuji sect was hardly worthy of causing him distress. Elder Yao also spoke up, expressing his concern for his prized disciple, who was being troubled by such a minor sect. Even if you were to enter the sacred grounds, you ought to be recognized as a divine son. Elder Yao spoke with confidence, asserting that had Xiaoyan not entered the Misty Peak, he would have gladly taken him under his wing. It was the Wuji sect's failure to recognize true talent. Thinking of leaving? After witnessing the secrets of Wuji sect, how could you depart so easily? Wu Ricken scoffed, for Xiaoyan was evidence. Should he escape, how could they accuse Qin Tian? Chapter 37. Alchemy Peak. A surge of searing phoenix true fire erupted, blocking the path of the disciples of the law enforcement hall, forcing them to retreat in an instant. Were the flames to touch them, they would likely leave no bones behind. Those who dare to wreak havoc on Misty Peak shall meet their end. Although Feng Yue was a fire phoenix, her words carried an icy chill. Wu Ricken was drenched in cold sweat. The intensity of the flames posed a deathly threat even to him, who had attained the golden core stage. Yet, for the sake of Songqiang Peak, he steeled himself and said, Chief, Qin Tian has violated the sect's rules. We are merely acting according to protocol. Begone. Feng Yue cared not for such regulations, and she perceived that Xiaoyan's talent was extraordinary, likely rivaling her own. Her discernment was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Wu Ricken found himself in a dire predicament. If he left, he would be unable to fulfill the task assigned by the Peak Master. However, to remain was equally perilous. If you do not leave, you shall die. Feng Yue issued her final ultimatum. Although merely at the foundation establishment stage, she exuded a palpable aura of death that even the golden core Wu Ricken could not ignore. Chief, I apologize for the disturbance. Leave. Wu Ricken had no choice but to withdraw. Feng Yue did not seem to be threatening him. Yet he sensed that further delay could lead to dire consequences. Qin Tian, it would be wise for you to remain hidden on Misty Peak. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall will surely enforce the sect's laws. Wu Ricken left behind a harsh remark before departing. Thank you, senior sister. Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. There's no need for such formality. The destruction of your Qi is not a grave matter. If you can procure the Great Recovery Herb, the Continuation Herb, and the 5-Spirit Flower, it can be restored, Feng Yue remarked before retreating into the room. Now that her phoenix body had awakened, her cultivation speed was astonishing, progressing in a single day as much as an ordinary person would in 100. She could not afford to waste time. She actually knew how to repair the Qi, Elder Yum mused, feeling utterly bewildered. He had always believed that such secrets were unknown in the eastern wilderness, as they were the hidden treasures of the Medicine King Valley. Yet now, it seemed that not only did Qin Tian appear to possess this knowledge, but even this girl seemed aware of it. Could it be that the alchemical formulas of the Medicine King Valley were now common knowledge? The elixir for repairing the Qi, while not of high grade, possessed remarkable effects and was deemed an absolute secret. He must find an opportunity to uncover the truth. Junior brother, you should rest for a while. I will step out and later take you to assess your talent and receive your disciple token. Qin Tian prepared to journey to the pill refining peak. He now possessed the medicinal herbs, yet he required someone skilled in alchemy, for he himself lacked the expertise in pill concoction. Moreover, the elixir capable of restoring his vital energy was undoubtedly of a high grade. Qin Tian meticulously inscribed the alchemical formula before making his way to the pill refining peak. However, he refrained from disclosing the formula's true purpose. Should others discover that it was a potion for restoring one's Qi, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. At the pill refining peak, phoenixes soared gracefully, their brilliance reminiscent of a rainbow. On the cliffs, precious herbs flourished, and spiritual grasses took root among the rocks, permeating the air with an ethereal aura, akin to a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Truly, the pill refining peak is comparable to an earthly paradise, as even from a distance, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Qin Tian arrived swiftly at the base of the peak, riding his sword. The disciples at the pill refining peak were few. Alchemy required a unique talent, rarer than that needed for cultivation. Occasionally, disciples could be seen coming and going at the mountain gate. Although the number of disciples here was limited, it was still many times greater than that of the mysterious peak. On the pill refining peak, there were still thousands of disciples, a testament to the long lifespan of cultivators and years of diligent accumulation. With less than 2 months remaining until the Grand Disciple competition, many had come seeking pills, which had kept me exceedingly busy. Everyone aspired to achieve remarkable standings in the competition. Yet it was we at the pill refining peak who bore the brunt of the demand. Several young alchemical apprentices returned from the mountain's base, grumbling as they walked. It was expected that the leaders from various peaks would once again dominate the top ranks in this upcoming competition. However, a formidable phoenix body contender had emerged this time, potentially introducing some unpredictability. Although the chief disciple possessed extraordinary talent and bore the phoenix body, their limited cultivation time might hinder their ability to contend with the other peaks. Regarding the phoenix body, while the young apprentices were uncertain if it belonged to the category of divine bodies or sacred bodies, even the least formidable of divine bodies, upon reaching full maturity, would become a legendary god king, capable of overwhelming the mightiest sections. Is the disciple competition about to commence once more? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian exhibited little reaction. Having been in the sect for nearly 5 years, he had already participated in the disciple competition. This competition, held every 3 years, rewards those who excel with substantial prizes, a measure instituted by the sect to stimulate the disciples' enthusiasm for cultivation. 3 years prior, Qin Tian had merely attained the Qi refinement stage and had competed in the Qi refinement group, failing to place in the top 500 and being eliminated in the second round. Approaching a few junior brothers, Qin Tian offered a slight bow. Esteemed senior brother, is there something you require? Inquired several young apprentices. Although Qin Tian holds a prominent reputation within the Wuji sect as the sole disciple of the main peak, few have truly encountered him. After all, Qin Tian prefers to remain within the confines of the mountain, and alchemists are generally a reclusive group. Junior brother, senior brother, I have come seeking elixirs. May I inquire about the esteemed alchemists of the Alchemy Peak who are capable of concocting fourth-grade pills? Qin Tian casually retrieved several spirit stones from his storage bag and distributed 10 to each of the 3 individuals. Junior brother, you are being too courteous. Though they feigned reluctance, they accepted the spirit stones into their bags. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the demeanor of the young alchemists noticeably improved, a smile gracing their faces. Senior brother, there are a total of 5 alchemists on Alchemy Peak who can refine 4th-grade pills. Among them, the Peak Master is also capable of producing 5th-grade pills. Apart from the Peak Master, there are the Elder Yang Liang, the 2nd Elder Qin Tianfu, the 3rd Elder Xie Pailan, and the 7th Elder Yang Renjia. These 4 elders are proficient in the art of 4th-grade alchemy. There are only 4 individuals. Though Qin Tian was aware of the rarity of alchemists, he was nonetheless astonished to discover that within the esteemed Wuji sect, one of the 12 celestial realms, there were only 4 individuals capable of refining 4th-grade elixirs. Senior brother, is there anything further? Inquired several young apprentices. Given Qin Tian's courteous demeanor, such respect was seldom encountered, and they treated him with considerable politeness. For these apprentices, who had only attained the qi refinement stage, the sum of 10 spirit stones represented a significant amount. Qin Tian inquired further about the residences of several individuals and the regulations regarding the hiring of alchemists. The fees charged by these alchemists were quite substantial, he mused. The alchemists on the Pill Peak, aside from the tasks assigned by the sect, were also permitted to accept private commissions. Their fee structure dictated a charge of 30% of the value of the pill produced, with the stipulation that any failures would be borne by the client. Indeed, with such a rate, alchemy proved to be a highly lucrative endeavor. A 4th-grade pill could be valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones, translating to an income exceeding 10,000 spirit stones for a single refinement. With 5 alchemists to choose from, whom should he seek? After much contemplation, Qin Tian resolved to seek out the Peak Master directly. The elixir for restoring the Qi Si was exceedingly precious, and should it fail, Qin Tian would find himself unable to bear the consequences. As for how to persuade the Peak Master to assist him, Qin Tian had his own strategies. The disciples at the Alchemy Peak did not impede his passage. With the upcoming competition among disciples, the influx of visitors to the Alchemy Peak had become a commonplace occurrence. Chapter 38. Li Sisi. The formula for the Qi Si Nirvana pill must surely be worth no less than 10 million spirit stones. He mused softly as he walked along the serpentine path leading up the Alchemy Peak, pondering what a suitable price would be. Qin Tian had no intention of expending spirit stones this time. Rather, he was scheming to earn a substantial profit in spirit stones. However, he found it quite challenging to determine an appropriate price for the alchemical formula. Regardless, it didn't matter much, as the formula was acquired without cost. The primary concern was to ensure that he successfully obtained the Qi Si Nirvana pill. If his 3rd junior brother could commence his cultivation a day earlier, his strength would be enhanced sooner. As Qin Tian traversed halfway, he abruptly halted his steps. If he were to seek out others to peddle his wares, he would inevitably face price reductions. It would be far more advantageous to devise a method for others to approach him willingly. Come one, come all. The price for the 4th-grade elixir formula goes to the highest bidder. Qin Tian arrived at the bustling marketplace on the Alchemy Peak, a dedicated venue for transactions. This locale has long been a hub for the diverse trade of elixirs, thus naturally evolving into a vibrant and lively market. Damn it! Although the Alchemy Peak houses a relatively small populace among the 9 peaks, it is astonishingly lively, boasting such a flourishing marketplace. In stark contrast, my own Miao Peak is left with but a handful of souls, desolate and dreary. Observing the lively scene before him, Qin Tian felt a pang of envy. Alas, the system's demands for talent are exceedingly high. Otherwise, with its formidable investigative capabilities and his own prescient intuition, he could easily traverse the grand cities and potentially discover prodigious talents of 4th or 5th grade, even 6th or 7th grade. Curse system. Must it not lower its criteria just a tad? Qin Tian couldn't help but silently curse. If only he could recruit a few more exceptionally talented disciples. How much better it would be. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on acquiring the Qi Si Nirvana pill for the time being. Is it true that you are selling a 4th-grade pill formula? A composed 2nd-grade alchemist in a black robe paused at Qin Tian's stall, his gaze reflecting a blend of skepticism and anticipation. The 4th-grade pill formula was indeed a treasure of considerable worth. A single 4th-grade pill could be valued at over 10,000 spirit stones, while a formula for such a pill, if already known, typically commanded a price between 10 to 50 times that of the pill itself. If it were a unique creation, its value could soar to tenfold or more. Of course it's true. Who would dare to jest about such matters at the alchemy peak? Qin Tian asserted with unwavering confidence. The formula he held was for the Nirvana pill, a priceless treasure far surpassing an ordinary 4th-grade formula, even reaching the rarity of 6th or 7th-grade recipes. The Wujizong likely couldn't absorb such a treasure, but Qin Tian was in dire need of alchemists to assist him, so he would temporarily offer it at a bargain, especially since it was within his own sect. What? A 4th-grade formula? A crowd quickly gathered around Qin Tian's stall. Where did a mere foundation-building cultivator acquire a 4th-grade formula? A disciple questioned, aware that the value of a 4th-grade formula was substantial enough to exchange for a fine spiritual weapon. Indeed, even at the alchemy peak. Renowned for its talented alchemists, 4th-grade formulas were exceedingly rare, counted among the few that could serve as a profound foundation for the sect. In a typical alchemical family, such a formula could be regarded as a priceless heirloom. Hearing the commotion, Li Sisi, a genius alchemist from the alchemy peak, remarked, "Sister, a foundation-building cultivator selling a 4th-grade formula is likely a fraud." Clad in a flowing azure gown, the speaker was Han Ling, a prodigy ranked just below Li Sisi. Now capable of concocting 3rd-grade pills, albeit only the more elementary varieties. "Let us take a look," Li Sisi said, her brows slightly furrowed. The allure of a 4th-grade formula was simply too great. Even if there were a 1 in 10,000 chance it was genuine, it was worth investigating. As Li Sisi and Han Ling approached, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. Li Sisi, with her graceful figure and alluring curves accentuated by her delicate gown, exuded an irresistible charm. Moreover, she emanated the unique fragrance of an alchemist's potion, prompting onlookers to inhale deeply. "It's you, Qin Tian," Li Sisi remarked with a light snort, her impression of him etched in her memory. A mere foundation-building cultivator had surprisingly produced a Li Huadan valued at nearly 200,000 spirit stones. Indeed, what of it? Does Miss Li have any interest? Qin Tian smiled, unexpectedly having caught such a magnificent prize upon his arrival, a beautiful and enchanting mermaid. Li Sisi, the cherished daughter of the elder master of the pill refining peak, was a fact well known among the members of the Wuji sect, though she herself might remain oblivious to the widespread recognition of her identity. After all, no one felt compelled to bring it to her attention. He was Qin Tian, the esteemed senior brother of the Piaomiao Peak. His name had reached her ears long before, yet she had never anticipated meeting him in person. A single individual presiding over a main peak must certainly enjoy abundant resources, which explained the availability of a 4th-grade pill formula. In the eyes of the disciples of Wuji sect, though Qin Tian's abilities seemed rather average, he undoubtedly possessed significant resources. After all, a main peak, by any measure, is replete with riches. With only one individual utilizing it, and now with the addition of Feng Yue, there were merely 2. Initially, many believed the pill formula to be a fabrication, yet if it were presented by Qin Tian, they deemed it highly plausible that it was genuine. The master of Piaomiao Peak would surely have left Qin Tian with some precious treasures. Perhaps this 4th-grade pill formula was among them. "Your master must have treated you quite well. It's one thing to possess a 5th-grade pill, but to also have a pill formula, could there be more treasures?" Li Sisi's smile was radiant, her expression lively and particularly captivating. "Indeed, I am the sole disciple of my master, and naturally, quite a few valuable treasures have been left to me," Qin Tian proclaimed grandly, fully aware that a foundation-building cultivator like himself, possessing such treasures, would invite suspicion. Yet, having his master as a guise would certainly alleviate much of that scrutiny. "May I have a glimpse of your pill formula, Brother Qin?" Li Sisi inquired. There was no animosity between her and Qin Tian. Their only prior encounter had been during the incident when she attempted to recruit disciples from Piaomiao Peak. If Qin Tian possesses a formula for elixirs that is absent from the alchemy peak, it would undoubtedly be advantageous to acquire it, thereby enriching the foundation of the alchemy peak. As a disciple of the alchemy peak, one must diligently fortify its legacy. Thus, Qin Tian presented the formula. However, he intentionally omitted several crucial ingredients. This Li Sisi's brows furrowed in alarm, and she instinctively blurted out, "As a 3rd-tier alchemist, her aptitude for alchemy within the Wuji sect is unparalleled." And even her father once remarked that it was merely a matter of time before she surpassed him. With just a fleeting glance at the elixir, she discerned its intricacies. Although the components appeared ordinary, the pharmacological properties seemed to converge upon a mysterious direction. "Impossible," How could such a formula exist? Within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. The impact of this elixir akin to the cataclysmic collapse of mountains and rivers. Qin brother, from whence did you obtain this formula? Li Sisi instinctively inquired. But she quickly realized the inappropriateness of her question. Qin brother, there is no need to respond. I have been presumptuous. Qin Tian smiled. Evidently Miss Li was aware of the secret behind this elixir. Are you able to afford it? Is the recipe genuine? I truly envy senior brother Qin for possessing a 4th-grade recipe. It could fetch at least 2 to 300,000 spirit stones. 2 to 300,000 spirit stones, a recipe valued at such an astronomical figure? To most disciples, this sum is indeed monumental. Everyone realized that senior brother Qin's recipe was likely unparalleled even at the alchemy peak. Senior brother Qin, although a 4th-grade recipe holds significant worth. Sister Li is a 3rd-grade alchemist and a disciple of the peak master. Surely she can afford even a 4th-grade recipe, Han Ling interjected, her voice melodious. Dressed in azure, she exuded an ethereal elegance, captivatingly reminiscent of a graceful willow swaying gently in the breeze. Han Ling's beauty and poise were of the highest caliber, only slightly eclipsed by Li Sisi, making her the dream goddess of countless male disciples. Senior brother Qin, has anyone else laid eyes on this recipe? Li Sisi understood the gravity of the matter. If others had indeed seen it, it was imperative to ensure their silence, for otherwise, significant trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 39. 1 million spirit stones. No, you are the first. Qin Tian was resolutely confident. Li Sisi had undoubtedly discerned the extraordinary utility of this recipe. Are you certain you wish to sell it? Li Sisi inquired once more, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty. With a resigned gesture, Qin Tian raised his hand, his face etched with a profound sense of helplessness. There is simply no alternative. Now that there are junior brothers and sisters on the Misty Peak, their cultivation demands a considerable amount of resources. I can only liquidate my assets. As you all know, the Phoenix body consumes vast amounts of energy. The meager resources provided by the sect are utterly insufficient. Qin Tian's regard for his junior sister was indeed commendable. He was willing to part with his treasures for her sake. How many spirit stones do you require? Li Sisi inquired directly, recognizing the immeasurable value of the pill formula. Unsure of its worth herself, she decided to first gauge Qin Tian's psychological price, hoping to strike a fortunate deal. A pill capable of restoring the Qi is a treasure for cultivators whose Qi has been destroyed. It could command a staggering price, sufficient to bankrupt them for just a single pill. Although it merely aids cultivators below the nascent soul stage in recovering their Qi, it remains an extraordinary treasure. Indeed priceless. Wait a moment, Li Sisi interjected, halting Qin Tian. This matter bears great significance. We cannot discuss it openly in front of others. Brother Qin, this place is not suitable for conversation, please. Senior sister Li, it seems you hold this pill formula in high esteem. Qin Tian remarked. The Lord of the Misty Peak is said to be a formidable cultivator, second only to the sect leader of the Wujizong, and indeed, the items left behind are not of ordinary quality. Qin Tian was fortunate. His mere 3rd-grade talent was something even the peak masters and mistresses could not surpass. The alchemy peak is dotted with numerous alchemical chambers, and Qin Tian followed Li Sisi to her dedicated alchemical chamber. This is where my master refined pills back in the day. It is safe and secluded, free from the worry of prying eyes. It was Qin Tian's first visit to the alchemist's domain, where the air was thick with the rich fragrance of herbs, and a bronze alchemical furnace stood before him. Towering at half his height, the furnace radiated an enchanting glow, surrounded by wisps of ethereal light, truly remarkable in its presence. A gentle warmth emanated from it, making Qin Tian muse quietly to himself. What a splendid furnace. It would certainly keep one warm during the winter. You are utterly ignorant. This is a spirit treasure alchemical furnace, not merely a fire stove, Han Ling exclaimed, her frustration evident as she regarded Qin Tian's lack of awareness. In contrast, Li Sisi maintained a serene demeanor, her expression tranquil, adorned with a gentle smile that resembled that of a celestial being. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, Li Sisi immediately addressed the matter at hand. Brother Qin, this alchemical formula is exceedingly precious. I trust that the elders of the Misty Peak have informed you of its significance. Let us dispense with any pretense. What price do you seek? Given we share the same sect, I shall offer you a discount. 10 million spirit stones will suffice, Qin Tian replied, raising a finger with an air of composure. This price, for the Qi Nirvana pill, was indeed a bargain of remarkable proportions. Have you lost your mind? Han Ling exclaimed, leaping up in indignation. Although she had not seen the formula, she was well aware that it was merely a fourth-tier alchemical formula, even if it were unique to the alchemy peak. The highest value for such a formula would not exceed 500,000 spirit stones. What? Is that a substantial amount? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, asserting that this was the Qi-Si Nirvana pill. Not only was it one of a kind, but it had never before been seen in the eastern wilderness. Li Sisi furrowed her brow. 10 million spirit stones was no trifling sum, yet the Qi-Si Nirvana pill was indeed worth such a price. However, she found herself unable to produce such a sum at that moment. Sister, return the formula to him. This fellow has no grasp of its market value. Han Ling fumed, incredulous that he had not first familiarized himself with the going rate before making such a bold demand. Li Sisi placated Han Ling. Junior sister, do not be hasty. To the uninformed, 10 million spirit stones may seem excessive. Brother Qin, this price is not unreasonable. Might I request a little time to gather the necessary funds? This pill was an opportunity that could not be missed. Even if it meant exhausting the Alchemy Peak's resources, it must be secured, lest they regret it for a lifetime. Had Qin Tian not been a disciple of the Wuji sect, but rather a wanderer from the wilderness, Li Sisi would have considered resorting to force to obtain it. Sister, it is merely a fourth-tier formula. How could it possibly be worth 10 million spirit stones? Han Ling remained unconvinced. This formula is worth far more than 10 million. If a major sect or sacred ground were involved, they would likely offer tens of millions of spirit stones without hesitation. Although it is only fourth tier, it has the potential to infer higher-tier formulas based on the alchemical properties. The vast expanse of the eastern wilderness is home to countless cultivators, and the battles are unceasing. The number of cultivators whose Qi-Sis have been destroyed is as numerous as the stars. Once this pill is released, not only the Alchemy Peak, but even the Wuji sect would gain significant renown. Tens of millions of spirit stones. Han Ling was momentarily taken aback, initially suspecting that Li Sisi was jesting. However, upon observing Li Sisi's serious demeanor, it became evident that she was not joking. Although the pill formula was indeed precious, Li Sisi possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy. Despite currently being capable of concocting only third-tier pills, her understanding of pharmacology was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the sect leader. Thus, even with the formula being incomplete, she could discern certain insights. A fourth-tier pill formula was valued at millions, and it was likely that this particular formula was exceedingly rare, possibly even unprecedented in the eastern wasteland. Have you made your decision? Will you buy it or not? Qin Tian firmly believed that any alchemist would find it impossible to resist such a tremendous temptation. Brother Qin, please wait here for a moment. I must consult with my father regarding this matter, as it is of great importance. Han Ling had always been curious about the contents of the pill formula, but Li Sisi had not permitted her to observe it, for the fewer the individuals aware of the formula, the better. However, after a brief quarter of an hour, the esteemed leader of the Pill Peak, Li Longfei, hurriedly arrived at the alchemy chamber, clad in a robe embroidered with intricate patterns of various herbs. He held the pill formula in his hand, his expression one of urgency. I have arrived, Master. Han Ling respectfully greeted him with a bow. Qin Tian slightly inclined his head in respect, for this was one of the 10 most influential figures of the Wuji sect, presiding over a principal peak, with a cultivation level that soared to the heavens, making him a formidable presence across the eastern wilderness. It is indeed surprising that your master possesses such a remarkable treasure, yet has never mentioned it. She certainly conceals her secrets well. The first words spoken by Li Longfei were an expression of awe. It is understandable. Given your master's formidable prowess and her penchant for traversing various secret realms and ancient territories, it is no wonder she could procure such a rare alchemical formula. My master has always been elusive, often disappearing for months on end. This time, she has been absent for several years. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall seek her out, Qin Tian replied, his tone imbued with profound longing. Qin Tian's master was indeed kind to him, yet he had long been absent, vanishing without a trace at times. Your master. Li Longfei hesitated, ultimately transforming his words into a sigh of resignation. Take care of yourself. The assault on the Misty Peak by Tsang Lantian was not solely due to the absence of its master for several years. There was another reason. Li Peak Master, do you know the whereabouts of my master? Qin Tian's voice brimmed with agitation, for his master had been missing for years, and all he knew was that his master had ventured into a forbidden zone, leaving his fate uncertain, with no further information available. As a mere Foundation establishment disciple, much of the information remained beyond his reach. Should you have the opportunity to ascend to the nascent soul realm, I shall certainly divulge the details to you. It seemed that Li Peak Master shared a significant bond with Qin Tian's master and wished to withhold too much information from him. Li Peak Master, if you could enlighten me about my master's whereabouts, I require only a single finished elixir in exchange for the formula, which I shall graciously provide free of charge. Now, with junior disciples by his side, Qin Tian was confident that his strength would progress swiftly. Yet, what weighed most heavily on his mind was his carefree, adventurous master. Chapter 40. The Trail of the Master. Are you truly willing to part with this? It is worth millions of spirit stones. Li Longfei, having lived for centuries, found it astonishing to encounter someone so generous. The value of this formula exceeded mere millions. If auctioned, its price would surely soar several-fold. I am willing, as long as I can learn of my master's whereabouts. Qin Tian's voice resonated with determination, unwavering and resolute. In his heart, the trivial sum of spirit stones paled in comparison to his master. Li Sisi and Han Ling were taken aback by Qin Tian's words, clearly not anticipating his steadfastness. No, I cannot divulge this information to you, Li Longfei replied firmly, shaking his head, his stance unyielding. Despite the formula's immense value, he remained tight-lipped. 1,000,000 spirit stones. I cannot produce such a sum at once. How about this? I shall provide you with 500,000 spirit stones for now, and I will immediately gather the materials to concoct the elixir, offering you the first pill as interest for the remaining payment. What are your thoughts, Qin Tian? Li Longfei inquired, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. To him, a single elixir was but a trivial matter, as he possessed the formula and hence would never lack for such concoctions. He scrutinized the materials listed, acknowledging that while they were considered rare among fourth-grade elixirs, they were worth merely a few 100,000 spirit stones. The notion that he could not divulge even the slightest detail about an invaluable formula troubled Qin Tian, leading him to increasingly suspect that his master might have met with misfortune. Very well, but Master Li, is it truly impossible to speak of my master's situation? If you deem the formula insufficient in value, you may certainly make your demands, Qin Tian insisted, endeavoring to sway Li Longfei's decision. If you can attain the transformation stage, I shall reveal the information to you. Until then, do not dwell on such matters. But I possess only third-grade talent. Achieving the transformation stage seems an unattainable dream. Qin Tian lamented, unwilling to concede defeat, as he felt an urgent need to ascertain his master's current condition. There is no need for further discussion. I shall not disclose this matter to you, nor will anyone in the entire Wuji sect. Save your efforts if you cannot reach the transformation stage. There is no need for you to know. Let us return to the subject of the formula. I have already consented to your request. Could you assist in procuring the remaining herbs? Although Qin Tian was merely short a few ingredients, attempting to deduce their properties on his own would likely consume vast amounts of spirit materials and take centuries before yielding any results. Li Sisi had also heard whispers regarding the master of Piaomiao Peak, yet she had only caught fragments of rumor, never anticipating the severity of the situation that would lead her father to forego millions of spirit stones. Han Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had stumbled upon a secret from a hidden corner of their sect. Qin Tian let out a helpless sigh. It seemed that Li Longfei was resolute in his silence. He could only temporarily relinquish his pursuit, yet he firmly believed that with sufficient leverage, no mouth could remain sealed. Qin Tian handed the carefully prepared note to Li Longfei, harboring no concerns that the principled man would renege on their agreement. Such a person would never resort to dishonesty regarding matters of spirit stones. Li Longfei cast a fleeting glance at the note, which promptly disintegrated into ashes. The value of this alchemical formula was far too great to be treated carelessly. She went to gather the necessary herbs. Li Longfei, brimming with anticipation, was eager to commence the alchemical process. Although the formula was intricate, it pertained to a fourth-tier elixir, and as a fifth-tier alchemist, crafting the Qi Nirvana pill would pose no challenge for him. Yes, master, replied Li Shishi, who always addressed her mentor with respect in the presence of others. Wait a moment, Qin Tian interjected, stopping Li Shishi. Sect Master Li, I have prepared the elixirs. As he spoke, he retrieved a substantial quantity of elixirs from his storage pouch. His primary purpose for visiting was to concoct pills. The spirit stones were of secondary importance. How could you possess such an abundance of spiritual materials? Qin Tian thought, while he likely obtained the alchemical formula from his master. These herbs were evidently not part of that legacy. My master left behind a considerable amount, which I sold to procure some herbs, Qin Tian explained candidly. Recently, I took on a junior disciple whose Qi has been damaged, necessitating an elixir for his recovery. With the transaction completed, there was little left to conceal. Moreover, news of Xiaoyan's discovery by the law enforcement hall was merely a matter of time before it spread. Brother Qin, you truly care for your junior brother and sister. Li Shishi remarked with a gentle smile, noting that he had produced a 5th-tier elixir and now offered a priceless alchemical formula for his junior. If this formula were to be auctioned, it could yield an immense fortune, potentially enabling even an ordinary talent like Qin Tian to ascend to the Yuanying or even Huashan stages. Even Hanling, who had just mocked Qin Tian, found herself harboring newfound admiration for him. The path of cultivation necessitated vast resources. For the sake of a singular treasure, it was not uncommon for brothers to turn against one another, and even father-son conflicts were not unheard of. Haha, then I shall concoct a batch. Li Longfei laughed heartily, appreciating Qin Tian's loyalty and integrity. The elixirs are in hand, along with 500,000 spirit stones. With the elixirs secured, Qin Tian departed from the alchemy peak. Meanwhile, rumors of the sale of the formula spread like wildfire, though no one knew the specifics of the alchemical recipe. Brother, you have returned, Xiaoyan exclaimed as he spotted Qin Tian, rushing forward. Currently, he was unable to cultivate, although there were methods to restore his Qi. They required a lengthy duration to achieve results. The valuable herbs were beyond his current means. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Indeed, junior brother. Shortly I shall take you to assess your talents and formally admit you as a disciple of the Wuji sect. However, elder brother, the current condition of junior brother's energy C has been devastated, and I fear he may not pass the aptitude test. The elder drug master was in good spirits. Should Xiaoyan fail the talent assessment, he would not be counted among the disciples of the Misty Peak, thus allowing the elder to accept him. Little Yin, if the Wuji sect does not retain you, it is merely their misfortune. As long as I am here to assist you in restoring your energy C, it shall not take long. With just a few batches of elixirs to procure the spiritual materials and herbs, I can concoct the energy C Nirvana pill. The elder drug master brimmed with confidence, viewing the destruction of an energy C as a trivial matter. It seemed that this disciple was destined to be his. If you can procure the 5 spirit flower, the continuation grass, and the great restoration grass, I can aid you in restoring your energy C. Feng Yue approached gracefully, light as a celestial phoenix. After awakening her phoenix body, her vitality surged, akin to a reawakening volcano, infusing the misty peak with vigor. What? Exclaimed the elder drug master, astonished. How did this young woman know the herbs for restoring the energy C? And it appeared that Qin Tian was also aware, having already acquired the herbs. Elder, it seems that senior sister is also knowledgeable about the methods for restoring the energy C. Did you not mention that this was a unique formula from the Medicine King Valley? Xiaoyan's voice was filled with confusion. The elder drug master remained silent, pondering whether the world had changed during his millennia-long slumber, and if the secrets of the Medicine King Valley had been divulged. Junior sister, there is no need for you to concern yourself with such trivialities. I have already devised a solution for junior brother's energy C issue. This outing is precisely to address that matter. Upon Qin Tian's utterance, Feng Yue furrowed her brow. Did her senior brother truly understand the intricacies of the Qi Nirvana? This elixir, which she had fortuitously acquired, was a closely guarded secret of the Medicine King's Valley, unknown to the outside world. What means do you possess? Chapter 41. The astonished Feng Yue had initially presumed that Qin Tian was merely speaking fancifully. For it was well known that the restoration of the Qi was an arduous endeavor, one that few could achieve across the entire eastern wilderness. Success would require the procurement of exceedingly rare and invaluable celestial materials or the treasured Qi Nirvana pill from the Medicine King's Valley. Elder Yao wore an expression of peculiar intrigue, for Qin Tian had procured the primary ingredient for the Qi Nirvana pill. Perhaps he truly possessed a solution to this formidable dilemma. Qin Tian extracted the Qi Nirvana pill, and in an instant, an intense fragrance of the elixir permeated the air, swiftly filling the entire space. Although the Qi Nirvana pill is merely a 4th-grade elixir, its worth far surpasses that of ordinary 5th-grade pills. This is due to the exceptional quality of the herbs employed, which exceeds the grade of many herbs used in 5th-grade elixirs. Is this the Qi Nirvana pill? Feng Yue's expression sharpened, and even her typically tranquil imperial heart stirred with a hint of tumult. Why does Qin Tian possess this elixir? It is worth noting that even she acquired it merely by chance. The Valley of the Medicine King has always regarded it as a closely guarded secret. known to scarcely anyone outside its confines. Yet now, this elixir has inexplicably found its way into Qin Tian's hands? From whence did this potion originate? Feng Yue voiced her inner doubts. The remnant soul of the esteemed elder also gazed intently at Qin Tian, eager to uncover how she had come to possess such knowledge. As for this matter, it is confidential. Qin Tian struggled to conjure a plausible excuse, concluding that silence was the wisest course. Feng Yue chose not to press further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. Regrettably, I shall eventually ascertain the truth, the elder's remnant soul murmured softly. This formula is one of the 3 great secret elixirs of the Valley of the Medicine King, and it is imperative to uncover the source of the leak. Alas, Qin Tian has managed to secure her position, the elder lamented inwardly, though he did not allow such emotions to surface. Third junior brother, this elixir is for you. May you restore your vitality and resume your path of cultivation. Thank you, brother. Xiao Yin did not refuse. He indeed required the Vitality Nirvana elixir, and he would forever cherish Qin Tian's benevolence in his heart. Go, refine it. Once your vitality is restored, we shall proceed with the talent assessment. How wonderful! Qin Tian reclined in the grand chair, a satisfied smile gracing her features. The prospect of longevity gleamed before her, with 2 imperial-level talents striving in her service. The future appeared bright. 2 hours later, Qin Tian and Xiao Yin arrived at the Mountain Gate Plaza. At that moment, the plaza was sparsely populated with disciples. Only a few wandering figures and some mortals earnestly worshipping at the entrance, a stark contrast to the bustling scene during the recruitment conference. Outside the law enforcement hall, Elder Wu, Qin Tian has brought someone for the talent assessment. Good, let's depart immediately, and notified Song Fengzi as well. Wu Riken's lips curled upward, contemplating that once Qin Tian was dealt with, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Possessing merely a 3rd-tier talent, the difficulty of elevating another level was immense. Should he fail to break through this time, he would be relegated to a lesser position within the boundless sect. The rich spiritual energy offered him a sliver of opportunity for advancement. However, if he were to venture into the outside world, assuming a role as a minor celestial town leader or similar, the prospects for his growth would likely diminish for a lifetime. In the plaza stood an office, where an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe sat. He emanated an odor of decay, his skin wrinkled, and both his beard and hair had turned completely white. Elder, I have brought new disciples for testing, Qin Tian said, slightly bowing in respect. The elderly Taoist did not even open his eyes, appearing languid. You understand the rules, do you not? Of course. Qin Tian nodded, swiftly presenting a token of appreciation. The elderly man slightly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, the token vanished without a trace. Proceed with the testing. Only those with a talent of 4 tiers or above may remain. During the period when disciples are not being recruited, a minimum innate talent of the 4th rank is required for the sect to make an exception and accept a candidate. Possessing a 4th rank talent is already considered a mark of a small genius, as it signifies the potential to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Within the Wuji sect, the nascent soul realm represents the foundational level for external elders, a status akin to being a pillar of strength. In lesser factions, one could even ascend to the position of a founding ancestor. Qin Tian, you have finally chosen to show yourself, Wu Riken approached, his gaze malevolent as he fixated on Qin Tian, thinking to himself that this fellow had eluded capture at the alchemy peak, but now he could not escape. Who are you? Qin Tian scoffed, disregarding Wu Riken, and continued on with Xiao Yin, preparing to test his talent. You. Wu Riken was nearly driven to the point of fury, his mouth twisting in anger. Typically, he wielded his authority as an enforcer of the law hall, and everywhere he went, the junior disciples treated him with utmost respect. How dare Qin Tian ignore him so brazenly? Qin Tian, you have violated the sect rules. Come with us, Wu Riken stated coldly, thinking that once they arrived at the law hall, he would find a way to compel Qin Tian to comply and agree to release the mysterious peak. Isn't Qin Tian the grand disciple of the mysterious peak? As the sole disciple of the main peak, Qin Tian's reputation within the Wuji sect was exceedingly high, especially with the esteemed Feng Yue as his mentor. Numerous passing disciples halted to observe, and even many mortals nearby paused to watch. The law hall presides over the enforcement of discipline, and ordinary disciples universally feared it. Senior brother Qin has violated the sect rules? If he is captured by the law hall, won't the mysterious peak be utterly finished? The ambitions of the sky peak towards the mysterious peak were no secret within the Wuji sect. Many disciples were well aware of this. Oh, esteemed enforcer, May I inquire which rule I have transgressed? Qin Tian called out loudly, pondering that the law hall was clearly seeking to create trouble for him. You have brought an outsider to the main peak and divulged sect secrets. Wu Ricken pointed at Xiao Yin, declaring, this individual is not a disciple of the Wuji sect. Yet you have brought him to the mysterious peak. Fool, this is my newly accepted disciple under Master S guidance. Do not speak recklessly. Are you aware that there is a rule against slander? Qin Tian retorted without reservation, showing no regard for Wu Ricken, who he found most detestable for acting as someone else's lackey. Qin Tian actually called the enforcer a fool. The position of the law hall was unique, and few dared to show such disrespect. Fool. Wu Ricken's short and rotund figure trembled with rage. Qin Tian repeatedly provoked him, significantly challenging his authority. Today, he must capture Qin Tian at all costs. You brought a useless individual, whose energy center has been destroyed, into the mountain gate. This serves as your evidence. Wu Ricken's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. Has the energy center of the person beside Qin Tian truly been destroyed? Have you lost your sight? Take a good look. Whose energy center has been ruined? Qin Tian continued to mock Wu Ricken, contemplating that serving as someone else's lackey deemed one a dog. And the most effective way to deal with such dogs was through reprimand and chastisement. Wu Ricken was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao Yin. What? The energy center is intact? Could I have been mistaken? Doubts began to creep into Wu Ricken's mind. Perhaps he was merely imagining things. According to the sect rules, slander is a shared crime. Wu Deacon, will you go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment? Or shall I accompany my junior sister to seek out the sect leader? I saw this individual yesterday with a damaged energy center. How could he be well today? Wu Ricken's gaze sharpened. Qin Tian, you are deliberately conspiring against me. I have no interest in a mere dog. You are not worthy of my scheming against you. Qin Tian's words dripped with disdain, as if the person before him were not a deacon but a common cur. You should voluntarily accept your punishment. Perhaps you might receive leniency, as the law enforcement hall consists of your own people. Brother Qin, why must you be so aggressive? Deacon Wu is merely considering the safety of the sect. Furthermore, if your disciple fails the assessment, he is indeed considered an outsider. The voice of Zhang Feng resonated as he descended from the sky, accompanied by several disciples, including the previously renowned 6th grade prodigy, Tang's son. Am I being aggressive? I merely exited the law enforcement hall when someone came to confront me. Surely, it is not I who is being aggressive. Qin Tian smiled lightly, his demeanor exuding calmness. You from Songqiang Peak are closely following. It seems the law enforcement hall has tipped you off. How audacious Qin Tian was to speak. First, he accused the law enforcement hall of collusion, and now he insinuated that Songqiang Peak was in cahoots with him. However, there was truth in his words. The law enforcement hall had long since lost its original purity, with most of its disciples hailing from Songqiang Peak. The onlookers grew in number. If the individuals were merely reminiscing, it would not attract attention, but should a conflict erupt, the crowd would undoubtedly swell. Qin Tian was indeed the first in years to confront the law enforcement hall head-on. Brother Qin, one must not speak recklessly of matters without evidence. If your new disciple fails the assessment and you bring him back to the main peak, it would undeniably violate the sect's rules. Songfeng smiled gently, his demeanor appearing mild. Yet his words concealed profound implications. Were it a peak master or an elder escorting a new disciple back to the mountain, the law enforcement hall would intervene regardless of the disciple's talent. However, this did not apply to Qin Tian, should the individual he brought fail to meet the standards. It would constitute an unauthorized infraction. While the punishment was not excessively severe, as it had not yet resulted in dire consequences, merely a period of confinement, it was sufficient to gradually undermine the ethereal peak. You have mentioned that a verdict can only be rendered post-evaluation, yet Steward Wu was poised to apprehend the individual immediately, a fact witnessed by numerous peers. Qin Tian's gaze remained resolute, harboring no intention of letting the old dog Wu Ricken escape unscathed. How could the person you brought back possibly be a 4th-tier genius? I merely wish to prevent you from squandering your time on this matter. This individual is no spring chicken. He bears the marks of cultivation, yet possesses no prowess whatsoever. He is nothing but a worthless failure. The 6th-tier genius Tang Sun scoffed, stepping forward. He had been with the Songqiang Peak for over a month and had already attained the late stage of qi refinement at merely 17 years of age, while Xiao Yin was nearing 20. Even if a 4th-tier genius could not compare to him, it was inconceivable for someone to reach 19 without any cultivation. Xiao Yin had his meridians destroyed and lost all his power. Now that his meridians had recovered, He was simply an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Brother Qin, I understand your eagerness to recruit disciples, but you cannot indiscriminately gather individuals to fill the ranks. A failure must never enter the Wujizong, Songfeng remarked with a smile, evidently viewing Qin Tian as someone desperate and reckless. The talent testing stone is exorbitantly valuable, and Qin Tian could not possibly possess one. He might as well be picking anyone off the street. Whether or not one possesses talent is determined by the talent stone and not by your mere words. Can you truly discern talent? Or do you consider your words to be the talent stone itself? Qin Tian's expression was one of disdain, his tone laced with mockery. Brother, this fellow is blind to true worth. I shall certainly teach him a lesson later, Xiao Yin said, casting a cold glance at Tang Sun. He was a rare genius in Qingang City, having reached the late stage of foundation establishment at merely 19, yet he was being branded as a failure by another. Furthermore, this individual was making things difficult for his elder brother, who treated him like family. Although Tang Sun was younger, he possessed 6th-tier talent, allowing him to command respect among the disciples of Songqiang Peak. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to succeed Songfeng as the next peak master. Despite his recent entry into the sect, he was treated with utmost respect by all. And now someone he regarded as a failure dared to say they would teach him a lesson. Tang Sun exuded an extraordinary aura, with a pure wave of spiritual energy surrounding him. His gaze was piercing, and his presence imposing, as he unabashedly fixed his stare on Xiao Yin. Though you are 2 years my senior, do you truly believe you can be compared to me? You may not yet realize that I am the proud possessor of 6th-tier talent, a rarity in Songqiang Peak over the past century. You may not yet comprehend the true worth of a 6th-grade talent, but in time, I shall have the opportunity to ascend as a paramount powerhouse, surpassing even the transformation realm. Tang Sun maintained a tranquil demeanor as he leisurely strolled within the arena. The moment had arrived for him to make his mark. Beginning with Qin Tian, why bother discussing matters with a worthless individual? He remarked. Since you wish to understand your fate, let us proceed with the test. Song Feng gestured for Qin Tian to act freely. Listen closely, disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Should this individual fail to meet the sect standards, you are to immediately apprehend him and bring him back for punishment. Wu Ricken cast a cold gaze upon Qin Tian, his eyes brimming with malice. It was one thing for this fellow to insult him, but to dare wield the sect's regulations against him? Did he not realize that the authority to interpret these rules lay firmly within the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Hall? Very well. Let him grasp the consequences of his actions. Qin Tian turned to Xiao Yin and said, Junior brother, allow them to witness. Yes, senior brother. Although Xiao Yin had never undergone a talent test, he possessed considerable confidence in his own abilities, firmly believing that reaching the 4th grade would be well within his grasp. Qin Tian gazed at the crowd, inwardly pondering, if you wish to witness my folly, brace yourselves for a surprise. Xiao Yin possesses imperial-level talent. A dual imperial level among the peaks, such might can likely only be found at the mysterious peak. Alas, Elder Yao was filled with regret. His energy sea had been destroyed, and despite any attempts to obstruct, he could not prevent Xiao Yin from joining the mysterious peak. Was I destined to have no connection with this disciple? Though he was left with but a fragment of his soul, his gaze surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to discern Xiao Yin's extraordinary nature. Upon awakening, he had conceived the idea of nurturing Xiao Yin to exact vengeance for himself, yet now, what was to be done? Xiao Yin approached the talent testing stone. Could this individual truly possess 4th grade talent? That seemed improbable. 4th grade talent is a rarity, emerging only once in myriad mortals. This person could not possibly be a 4th grade genius. The traces of cultivation upon him indicated years of practice. Yet he had not even entered the Qi refinement stage, likely possessing no more than 1st grade talent. It is known that even 1st grade talent, after years of cultivation, seldom fails to reach the initial stages of Qi refinement. Xiao Yin gently placed his palm upon the talent stone. In the next moment, 4 beams of light shot skyward. Astonishingly, it was indeed a 4th grade talent. Wu Ricken's face turned ashen. A 19-year-old who had not entered the Qi refinement stage, yet was truly a 4th grade talent? Humph, merely 4th grade. What significance does that hold? Tang Sun expressed disdain. In his view, the disparity between 4th and 6th grades was akin to that between a sparrow and a rock. Although surprised, Tang Sun remained unfazed. Only Wu Ricken's expression darkened. With Xiao Yin meeting the requirements, Qin Tian's accusations could not stand, which presented him with a dilemma. How could it be merely 4th grade? Qin Tian felt no joy, but rather perplexity. Was the system malfunctioning? System, are you experiencing an error, or is it the talent stone that is faulty? just as the crowd was astonished. Another beam of light illuminated the space. Fifth-grade talent. A gasp arose from the throng. Fifth-grade talent is undoubtedly a true genius, sought after by elders even among the major peaks. The emergence of a fifth-grade talent was fortuitous. I am in need of a disciple, yet who is this brilliant son testing their aptitude? An ethereal elder suddenly appeared, floating in the air, gazing at Xiaoyan with a smile. A fifth-grade genius, a rare find indeed. I would be delighted to take him under my wing. Suddenly, a radiant light sliced through the clouds, appearing before the crowd. The newcomer was graceful, their entire being shimmering like a celestial maiden. It was Elder Xiao Lanting of the Spirit Plant Peak. Chapter 43. The contest for Xiaoyan today, the appearance of Elder Xiao Lanting. Renowned as the most beautiful among the second-generation disciples of the Wuji sect, was a sight to behold. Her elegance and charm had captivated countless elders. This young man, would you be willing to join my tutelage? Xiao Lanting spoke, her voice like the delicate bloom of an orchid, serene and elegant, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. A fifth-tier genius was once a rarity, with scarcely two emerging in a year. She had not taken on a disciple in many years. Qin Tian had heard of Elder Zhao's remarkable deeds, knowing her to be the revered master of spiritual plants at the Spiritual Plant Peak, who had always remained aloof from worldly affairs, embodying grace and intellect, captivating numerous elders and young prodigies alike. As the most beautiful among the elders, she ranked among the finest within the unbounded sect. With Elder Xiaoyan having already joined the ethereal peak, there was no need for further concern. Qin Tian offered a slight bow. In the unbounded sect, whether elder or peak master, all would wish to take a talented disciple under their wing upon encountering one. Alas, she had chosen to join the ethereal peak. Elder Xiao Lanting shook her head once more, her expression akin to witnessing a precious pearl tarnished, as if a gifted individual were to be buried in obscurity. It was indeed lamentable. Such a promising fifth-grade prodigy had taken such a misguided path. The elderly man echoed her sentiment. These individuals underestimated the ethereal peak. They would soon come to realize its formidable prowess, Qin Tian thought, simmering with indignation. Suddenly, the talent testing stone continued its function, emitting a series of radiant beams of light, culminating in 7 pillars soaring into the heavens. By the heavens, a sixth-grade talent had emerged. The unbounded sect was graced by yet another sixth-grade prodigy. How is this possible? How could he possess a sixth-grade talent? Tang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that this person shared his level of talent. At last, the talent testing stone fell silent, confirming a definitive sixth-grade rating. Damn it, this talent stone must be malfunctioning. Qin Tian was resolute that his system could not be mistaken. Only Elder Yao maintained his usual calm demeanor, well aware that Xiaoyan's strength lay in fortune rather than talent. Although a sixth-grade talent was indeed a top-tier existence within the unbounded sect, Elder Yao sighed, resigned to the reality that this disciple would likely remain beyond his reach, at least in name. Senior brother, I am a sixth-grade talent, fulfilling the sect's requirements. Xiaoyan dashed over, her face brimming with joy, knowing that those present could no longer impose difficulties on her senior brother. Indeed, sixth grade is commendable, Qin Tian encouraged, patting Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Such a pity, Elder Xiao Lanting and the other elders' expressions of regret deepened. From time to time, more elders arrived at the Mountain Gate Plaza, and upon learning of Xiaoyan's affiliation with the ethereal peak, they unanimously shook their heads. What a shame. A sixth-grade genius at the celestial peak would undoubtedly achieve immeasurable heights in the future. This was a disciple retrieved by Qin Tian. Unless this sixth-grade prodigy chose to leave voluntarily, no one could contest for her. It appeared unlikely. Observers noted Xiaoyan's evident respect for Qin Tian. Esteemed elders, please take your leave, Qin Tian said, clasping his hands in salute. A chorus of sighs followed as the elders departed in succession. Elder Wu, I shall reiterate. Will you go to the law enforcement hall for your punishment, or shall I accompany my junior brothers and sisters to seek the sect master? You nearly caused the sect to lose a sixth-grade prodigy. This is no trivial matter. Qin Tian cast a resolute gaze towards Wu Ricken. It was time for this old dog to comprehend that serving as a mere pawn would not culminate in a favorable outcome. Wu Ricken appeared flustered. Should Qin Tian indeed ally with Feng Yue and Xiaoyan, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Elder Wu, you have indeed erred by failing to adhere to protocol and executing the rules after assessing the talent, blindly trusting your own judgment. You shall face the consequences. Take this as a lesson to be more discerning in the future, Changfeng remarked, casually downplaying Wu's slanderous actions as mere judgment errors. Humph. Brother Chang is already encroaching upon the affairs of the law enforcement hall. One might mistakenly think the hall operates at your behest, Qin Tian retorted. Noting the animosity that had developed between Song Qiong Peak and Piaomiao Peak, now embroiled in a rivalry. Am I mistaken in my assertions, Brother Qin? Cha Feng inquired with a smile, his expression brimming with confidence. While Wu Riken's conduct was indeed questionable, it could hardly be deemed a grave offense. Moreover, serving Song Qiong Peak, he would inevitably seek to preserve his position. Serving as a mere dog will ultimately lead to a dismal fate, Qin Tian mused, causing Wu Riken to clench his fists in seething anger at being ridiculed by a junior. Especially for those who serve such individuals, the prospects are even bleaker. Qin Tian added, turning his attention to Chang Feng. What does it matter if one possesses a 6th grade talent? There exists a disparity even among those of the same grade. Tang Sun scoffed, asserting that although Xiaoyan possessed 6th grade aptitude, his cultivation speed was evidently sluggish. Yet, you are merely at the later stages of qi training. What is there to boast about? Xiaoyan retorted defiantly. Far superior to you, a waste who has even reached the qi training stage. Junior brother. There is no need to waste words on them. Many prodigies have been overshadowed. In less than a month and a half, the disciple ranking competition will commence, and then they shall witness the chasm in disparity. Since Piaomiao Peak has disciples, we shall defeat them in the ranking competition. I doubt they will dare to face us. Xiaoyan proclaimed, brimming with youthful vigor and devoid of fear. Let us await the ranking competition for clarity, Tang Sun replied coldly, casting a brief glance at Xiaoyan. Currently, the sect boasted 2 6th grade prodigies. Should Tang Sun conquer Xiaoyan, he would still shine brightly. The members of Song Qiong Peak gradually departed. Qin Tian did not impede the duel between the two. The chosen one, with the assistance of his venerable companion, holds a promising future. Elder. The test has been successfully completed. I kindly request a certificate. Qin Tian arrived at the office, where the aged elder remained slumped in his chair, showing no sign of change even at the appearance of a 6th grade prodigy. The elderly elder flicked his finger gently, and a disciple's token materialized before him. Junior brother. From this moment forth, you shall be officially recognized as a disciple of the Misty Peak. After Qin Tian handed over the initiation gift to Xiaoyan, he assumed the role of a detached overseer, teaching him the art of cultivation. That was utterly out of the question, for he himself merely reaped the benefits. It was left to his junior brothers and sisters to strive diligently on their own. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan harbored no intention of seeking Qin Tian's guidance. Little Yin, you may join the Wuji sect, yet the scriptures of the Wuji sect are truly beneath contempt. If you aspire to grow stronger, even to attain the status of an emperor, you must absolutely refrain from practicing the Wuji sect's teachings. I possess a sacred scripture entitled 10,000 Transformations Burning Heaven Technique. Senior Yao has no alternative. If he wishes to exact revenge or even reconstruct his physical form, he must rely solely on Xiaoyan. Since there is no formal master-disciple relationship, let us solidify the essence of it. After spending several days together, he has sensed that Xiaoyan is a person who values gratitude and reciprocity. Qin Tian sensed the surging spiritual energy within his body. Realizing that someone had achieved a breakthrough, though he was uncertain whether it was his junior sister or junior brother. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Every day, Qin Tian indulged in hot pot, enjoying a leisurely and carefree existence. In stark contrast, Feng Yue and Xiaoyan exerted themselves relentlessly, dedicating each day to rigorous training. Feng Yue had already advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Xiaoyan, having embarked on a path of recultivation, had his strength elevated to the peak of qi refinement in merely a month, thanks to the assistance of the esteemed Elder Yao. As he diligently solidified his foundation with the goal of reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, the grand competition of the sect was fervently underway. On the 3rd day from the end, a disciple arrived on a sword. Senior Brother Qin, the disciple competition is about to commence. Please ensure that the disciples of Piaomiao Peak are prepared. Our Piaomiao Peak now boasts a chief disciple and a 6th grade prodigy, no longer resembling its former self. Even a few disciples warrant a special announcement. Understood, Qin Tian replied. Chapter 44, the sect grand competition. The martial arts arena of Wujizong was situated at the heart of the 9 main peaks, encompassing a vast expanse of flat land with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered here, representing the realms of qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. Each face radiated anticipation. Those who could showcase their prowess in this grand competition stood to gain not only immense rewards, but also a chance to establish their names in the annals of history. Who would relish the thought of fame and glory? For the youthful disciples, it was a tantalizing dream. Elders from various peaks, peak masters, and the sect leader Wujizi all made their appearances in succession. The time for task completion was finally at hand. Feng Yue, gazing at the countdown on the system, felt a surge of joy. The settlement time coincided perfectly with the conclusion of the competition. Having already broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, she had deliberately suppressed her cultivation, which could easily allow her to advance to the late stage. Once the competition concluded, she would seamlessly transition into the mid-stage of foundation establishment, surpassing her senior brother with effortless ease. Feng Yue was acutely aware that surpassing Qin Tian was a foregone conclusion, and thus she began to eagerly anticipate the so-called rewards. As for the penalties, she had not given them a second thought, as in her mind, defeat was simply inconceivable. Xiaoyan and Tang Xun's gazes remained locked in a silent confrontation. Tang Xun had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, achieving this remarkable feat within just 3 months of entering the sect, showcasing the terrifying potential of his 6th-grade talent. Many of his peers were still languishing in the early stages of qi refinement. Meanwhile, Yan Lai, endowed with a 7th-grade talent, and Jun'eo Shi, possessing an 8th-grade talent, had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The most captivating among them was undoubtedly Feng Yue, followed closely by Yan Lai and Jun'eo Shi, as well as the 8 peak disciples. Regrettably, this cohort of prodigies had only recently begun their cultivation journey and were not yet prepared to compete with the peak disciples. Otherwise, the battle in the Golden Core group would undoubtedly have been a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. The competition among those in the foundation establishment stage was equally thrilling, and I found myself right in the midst of it. Alas, these prodigies had only just stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, the top 3 of this cohort would surely have belonged to them. The esteemed trio of Feng Shouxi, Jun'eo Shi, and Yan Lai truly radiates brilliance. However, in this foundational competition, one must pay heed to the formidable Ming Ling of Songqiang Peak, who is rumored to have mastered the first 3 forms of the Wuji sword technique and possesses the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, Sister Jing Wan from Beast Master Peak has contracted 3 peak foundation establishment spirit beasts, and her own prowess has also reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, distinguishing her as a paragon among her peers. The presence of 3 peak foundation establishment spirit beasts is indeed astonishing. When combined with her own abilities, it is tantamount to wielding the strength of 4 peak foundation establishment entities. While the prospect of 4 peak foundation establishment spirit beasts is indeed awe-inspiring, my senior brother Ding Chuan from Array Peak has already demonstrated his command over a corner of the Wuji killing array. Whether facing 4 or even 40 peak foundation establishment spirit beasts, he remains unfazed. The disciples of Array Peak exude confidence, for the path of Array Masters is notoriously challenging within the 6 arts. Yet, once one achieves mastery, they can confront adversaries regardless of their numbers or strength. Transcending ranks in combat becomes but a commonplace occurrence. Disciples not participating in the competition gather in clusters, animatedly discussing the outstanding figures from their respective peaks. Aside from the 8 peak masters and 3 prodigies, the fervor surrounding the leaders of the foundation establishment period peaks is notably high. The names of Han Ling from Alchemy Peak, Yun Xian from Artifact Peak, Zhongting from Spirit Plant Peak, Hu Jia from Talismans Peak, and Jiang Shushao from 100 Flowers Peak are frequently mentioned among the disciples. As for Qin Tian, he is often mentioned alongside Feng Yue, referred to as the senior brother of the chief. Senior brother, our Wuji sect truly lives up to its reputation as a major celestial power, gathering such a multitude for a mere disciple competition. Xiaoyan trails behind Qin Tian, his curiosity prompting him to gaze around. Although he is a genius from Qigang City, his origins from a small family leave him unaccustomed to such grandeur. Only Feng Yue remains silent throughout, showing no reaction to the bustling disciple competition. Third junior brother, strive to secure a top 3 position in the Qi refinement stage, Qin Tian encouraged. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall undoubtedly claim first place in the Qi refinement stage, Xiaoyan replied confidently. After over a month of guidance from Elder Yao, he now possesses the capability to engage in battles beyond his rank. Damn it. My cultivation is becoming increasingly hard to suppress. I am on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Thankfully, I managed to hold on until the disciple competition. Otherwise, I would have had to compete with the Golden Core group, Qin Tian grumbled inwardly, bemused by the necessity to restrain his own strength. The rapid progress in cultivation can sometimes be a source of vexation. It's all due to the relentless efforts of my junior brothers and sisters that I too feel compelled to strive harder. Haha, in this generation of our Wuji sect, this disciple competition can indeed be deemed a gathering of prodigies. Wuji Zi chuckled softly, observing the exceptional talents before him, feeling exceedingly pleased, particularly this year. With the addition of a 6th grade prodigy midway, Wuji Zi seems to envision a splendid and radiant future for the Wuji sect. Master, we may announce the commencement of the competition. Yi spoke up to remind everyone. Ah, yes, indeed, lost in joy. Wuji Zi cleared his throat, his voice resonating throughout the martial arena, bringing instant silence to the thousands of disciples present. The annual competition of the Wuji sect was about to commence. Coinciding this year with the 12 Paradises, a joint contest held once every 30 years. The top 10 disciples from each peak would have the opportunity to participate in this prestigious event. Although Wuji Zi's tone was gentle, his words reached every ear with crystal clarity. To secure a place within the top 10 of the 12 Paradises would bestow upon them the chance to achieve renown across the realms. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Many disciples felt a surge of ambition, eager to strive for this rare chance. How splendid! This is my chance to shine, Yin Lai exclaimed, beaming with confidence. Despite only being at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he was resolute in his belief that he would secure a place in the top 10 of that category. In contrast, Jun Aoshi wore an expression devoid of emotion, as if this matter held little significance for him. The outstanding disciples from various peaks wore smiles, seemingly assured of their entry into the top 10. To motivate everyone, this year's rewards for ranking will be more generous than in previous years. As for the specifics of the rewards, that remains a secret for now, leaving room for anticipation. Wuji Zi intentionally left them in suspense. This time, our Wuji sect shall undoubtedly stand tall among the 12 Paradises, he declared, stroking his beard, pride evident in his demeanor. Having witnessed so many iterations of the 12 Paradises joint competition, he had never felt such anticipation before. Should the other Paradises behold the brilliance of our sect's divine body and the prodigies of 7th or 8th grade talent, they would surely be infuriated. This year, the 8 peaks of the Golden Core realm should dominate the top 10. It remains to be seen who the other 2 will be, an elder remarked. The situation in the Golden Core phase should align closely with our expectations. However, in the foundation establishment phase, 3 prodigies have emerged, especially Feng Yue with her phoenix physique. This could lead to unforeseen variables, and some leaders among the foundation establishment disciples may miss this opportunity. Although these 3 had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, it was quite common for geniuses to surpass their ranks in battle. Our Beast Master Peak S. Jing Wan will undoubtedly claim first place in foundation establishment, declared the Peak Master with unwavering confidence. With 4 Peak Foundation establishment spirit beasts, who among the same tier could possibly contend? Just a few spirit beasts, but alas, they are utterly insignificant in the face of the Wuji killing formation. The master of the Array Peak waved his hand dismissively, as if the first position was already secured for the Array Peak. Humph. My Sangqiong Peak's Mieling has mastered the first 3 forms of the Wuji sword technique, rivaling even Golden Core experts. My individual combat prowess is unparalleled, far beyond what external forces can compare, Song Lan Tian scoffed, showing disdain for the reliance on external forces by the Beast Master Peak and Array Peak. This time, it must be our Beast Master Peak that emerges victorious. Nonsense. It will undoubtedly be our Refining Peak that claims the top spot. A group of Peak Masters and Elders suddenly found themselves embroiled in an intense argument, plunging the scene into chaos. Faces flushed with anger, each individual was fiercely contending, save for the members of the Miao Miao Peak, who remained unperturbed. The atmosphere teetered on the brink of uncontrollable disorder, leaving the disciples in a state of shock, utterly unprepared to witness such an unbecoming side of their elders and peak leaders. Amidst the clamor, the decorum of the gathering was utterly forsaken. The venerable Wuji Zi could hardly maintain his composure, lamenting that these individuals displayed none of the dignity befitting a true powerhouse. The announcement of the competition rules was made. Chapter 45, The Flighty Qin Tian. This competition's regulations diverged markedly from those of the past. It was not a mere contest of one-on-one combat, but rather a novel format. The participants would be divided into 3 groups: Qi Cultivation, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. Each group of disciples would be dispatched to the Xian Beast Mountain range for trials, with rankings determined by the points earned through the slaying of demonic beasts. The point system was straightforward. Points would be awarded based on the strength of the demonic beasts. Vanquishing a beast of equal rank would yield 1 point, while defeating a beast of 1 minor realm higher would double the points. Should a beast be of 1 major realm higher, 20 points would be granted. Conversely, no points would be awarded for slaying beasts beneath one's own realm. The disciples, however, were not perplexed, for the rules were clear as day. Adjacent to the Wu Ji sect, the Xian Beast Mountain range sprawled across an expansive forest, with a diameter exceeding 10,000 kilometers and teeming with numerous demonic creatures, albeit of generally modest rank. The Qi cultivation disciples would operate in the outskirts of the mountains, the Foundation establishment disciples would venture into the mid-region, and the Golden Core disciples would delve into the inner sanctum. Naturally, there was no compulsion to remain within these designated areas, should any disciple feel sufficiently powerful. They were free to explore deeper realms. This mountain trial was orchestrated by Wu Ji Zi with intention. The disciples of Wu Ji sect had long flourished in a sheltered environment, lacking the brutal trials necessary for growth. Positions would be allocated at random, with each participant receiving a teleportation talisman that could be activated in times of peril. Although Wu Jizi aimed for his disciples to undergo rigorous trials, he also wished to avoid excessive casualties. Therefore, he had already established formations throughout the Xian Beast Mountain range, allowing for instant teleportation with the talisman in hand. However, the use of the teleportation talisman would signify the forfeiture of one's qualification in this competition. Thus, it was imperative that everyone exercised caution in its use. Now, the allocation would commence. Qin Tian had already made his way to the spectator stands beside the martial arena. With his junior disciples striving diligently, he found no necessity to partake in the trials. As for the rewards from the contests, they held no allure for him, especially since he possessed a sum of 5 million spirit stones. With a flourish of his robe, Master Wajizi made the thousands of disciples in the arena vanish without a trace. Above the arena, numerous projections materialized, showcasing vistas of the mountains, each depicting the figures of disciples. The technique of projection was not particularly sophisticated. It was quite common in the eastern wilderness, and even newly initiated disciples were not astonished by it. Only Qin Tian in the stands exclaimed, "Remarkable," although he had heard of it before. Witnessing it firsthand was truly mesmerizing. He had not anticipated such extraordinary projection technology in the eastern wilderness. A group of onlookers turned their gazes toward Qin Tian, wondering what warranted such excitement. Wajizi furrowed his brow. "Qin Tian, what brings you to the stands?" "To observe, of course. I wish to witness the splendid performances of my junior brothers and sisters," Qin Tian replied with an air of certainty, as the senior brother of the Misty Peak. "It is imperative that you participate. You cannot simply sit idly by," Wajizi admonished, exasperated that this fellow had chosen to lounge in the stands. With a wave of his robe, Wajizi exhibited a hint of astonishment. Peak Foundation establishment? How has this lad progressed to such heights? When the Wujizong first assessed Qin Tian, they had indeed noted his cultivation level. It had only been a few short years since his initiation, yet could it be that he truly possessed only a third-grade talent? Did his junior sister not have a backup plan? This fellow is quite intriguing. Opting to skip the contest and retreat to the stands, a disciple remarked with a chuckle, "It seems Brother Qin is simply aware of his own capabilities and wishes to avoid embarrassment before the crowd. After all, the senior brothers and sisters from each peak are no weaklings. Where have I been tossed?" Qin Tian gazed around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Truly, the sect master was formidable. With a mere wave, he had conjured thousands of disciples. Was this the power of a grandmaster, the strength of a sect leader? Qin Tian was profoundly shaken, experiencing for the first time the spectacle of such a formidable being wielding their powers. He was left wondering about the true cultivation level of the sect leader. Towering ancient trees were scattered throughout the mountains, their gnarled vines entwined like dragons amidst the trunks. The air was filled with the sounds of cicadas and birds, while distant roars of beasts echoed intermittently. Well, since he was already here, he might as well enjoy the scenery of the mountains, having no interest in rankings. In his previous life, he had also felt this way, lamenting his mediocre strength and being in the Qi refinement stage. This time, however, he was determined to claim the top position. Feng Yue, without hesitation, ventured deeper into the forest, showing no interest in the beasts lurking in the periphery. Only through battle could one awaken their potential. Opportunities for great fortune often lay between life and death. From this moment onward, you must engage in combat with the beasts. I shall not intervene unless you are in a dire situation, Elder Yao advised. Such trials were trivial for him. Yet hunting beasts was preferable to the internecine struggles among disciples. Beasts cared not for one's identity. If you sought their lives, they would seek yours in return. Suddenly, a colossal beast, standing over 2 meters tall, emerged from the thicket, its sleek black-brown fur glistening like satin, its muscles bulging prominently. What a gigantic creature! It must be larger than an elephant, exclaimed the spectators, recognizing it as a blood dragon ox. According to the bestiary, the blood dragon ox was a relatively common beast. Imbued with the bloodline of a dragon, possessing immense strength capable of contending with dragonkind. An adult blood dragon ox reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, while the king among them could even transcend to the golden core stage. This particular beast appeared to be still in its youth, not yet fully grown. A disciple from the beast-taming peak remarked, an adult blood dragon ox can reach heights of 3 to 4 meters, and its fur turns a golden hue upon maturity. Qin, you are fortunate to encounter a juvenile. Capturing it would yield points. Though powerful, the blood dragon ox is a herbivorous beast, known for its gentle nature and rarely aggressive demeanor. This ox is enormous. I should keep my distance, Qin Tian thought, not harboring any desire to engage in battle. After all, it was a massive creature, and he did not wish to complicate matters unnecessarily, especially since it bore him no enmity. Please, dear ox, he said as he stepped aside, allowing the blood dragon ox to pass. The beast glanced at him briefly, lifting its head and continuing on its way. Is Qin Tian really not going to engage the blood dragon ox? If he encounters a carnivorous beast, he might be even more reluctant. Some disciples murmured in disbelief. A sudden roar reverberated through the air as a vibrant, multicolored rainbow leopard, adorned with a striking red stripe along its flank, entered Qin Tian's line of sight. The rainbow leopard, measuring over 2 meters in length, was similar in size to a tiger, and the red stripe indicated it was in the early stages of foundation establishment. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak are exceedingly familiar with the demon beasts, as soon as the rainbow leopard appeared. Someone remarked that senior brother Qin had presumably already established his foundation, making it seemingly effortless for him to handle a nascent foundation rainbow leopard. It's just a leopard, Qin Tian shouted, turning on his heel to flee, for he had no desire to engage in such a futile skirmish. The blood dragon bull followed closely behind him. No way, he is actually running away. Senior brother Qin is too cowardly. Indeed, he is a timid fellow, remarkably apprehensive. Wujizi wore a helpless expression. Quick. Switch to another disciple's projection. Continuing like this could adversely affect the others. Chapter 46. The timid bull demon. Such a timid disciple is truly unprecedented. Should the other disciples follow suit, it would undoubtedly lead to detrimental consequences for the disciples of the Wuji sect. The figure of Qin Tian gradually faded from the sight of the crowd. Damn it, why is this wretched bull relentlessly pursuing me? Qin Tian seethed with indignation. It was evident that the leopard was targeting the blood dragon bull, yet the bull continued to tail him closely. Enough of this. I must drive them away, he resolved. Realizing that fleeing indefinitely was not a viable option. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light emerged, and the head of the leopard was severed in an instant. The blood dragon bull, witnessing its adversary being beheaded by a single stroke, was instantly filled with terror. Scurrying behind Qin Tian and burying its massive head deep into his back. Surely, this bull is excessively timid. It's merely a foundational-level leopard demon, and it yields no points for its demise. A graceful figure emerged from the shadows. Qin Tian, with your foundational strength, how can you merely run from a foundational-level beast? Han Ling's voice was melodious, akin to an oriole emerging from its nest. Her waist-length hair, snow-white skin, and nearly flawless beauty left no room for criticism. Thank you for your assistance, senior sister Han, Qin Tian replied, shaking his head inwardly. The leopard demon had simply drawn the short straw. He had no desire to engage. Yet Han Ling had effortlessly dispatched it. There's no need for thanks. It was but a trivial effort. If one lacks the will to fight against beasts, it would be prudent to withdraw from this trial altogether, Han Ling remarked, gracefully swaying her slender waist as she strolled deeper into the thicket. Had it not been for Qin Tian's selfless act in providing a medicinal formula for her master, she would have had no interest in acknowledging such a cowardly and timid individual. Perhaps I'll just find a place to bide my time and activate the teleportation talisman when the time comes, Qin Tian mused, preparing to depart. The blood dragon bull let out a low moo and followed closely behind him, clearly unnerved by Han Ling's decisive action against the leopard demon. Hey, why are you following me? Qin Tian asked, patting the bull on its head, urging it to leave. Yet the bull remained steadfast, refusing to part ways. Very well, then. Accompany me if you must. An hour later, Qin Tian reclined languidly on the bull's back, feeling utterly content. However, the occasional branches brushing against his face in the dense forest left him somewhat displeased. Isn't this the Xian Beast Mountain Range, renowned for its heavenly treasures and rare spiritual herbs? Why have I not encountered any thus far? Little bull, are there indeed any heavenly materials or treasures within this forest? Having come this far, I cannot return empty-handed, especially considering the expenses that lie ahead. The little bull responded with a moo, raising its head and moving deeper into the woods. Foundational level beasts possess a degree of spirituality and considerable intelligence, Qin Tian noted. Hanling, as for the heavenly treasures, they belong to the capable. This one-realm fruit shall be claimed by me. A one-realm fruit. Qin Tian possessed extraordinary hearing, even from hundreds of meters away. He could distinctly perceive the sound resonating through the dense forest. The little calf is quite impressive. It has indeed uncovered a treasure, he remarked, though regrettably, someone else had gotten to it first. The calf, roughly the size of an elephant, raised its chin high, its eyes sparkling with an expression of self-satisfaction akin to that of a human. As Qin Tian approached to take a closer look, he realized that what lay before him was not merely an ordinary spiritual fruit, but a premium variety, an exquisite spiritual fruit valued at over 100,000 spirit stones, serving as a principal ingredient in the concoction of fifth-grade high-tier elixirs. Although Qin Tian possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, it was only natural for him to covet such a rare herb, especially one worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Through the gaps between the branches, Qin Tian gazed ahead and beheld a small mound of earth, upon which stood a verdant sapling, approximately 30 centimeters tall, its branches and leaves flourishing like a carefully nurtured bonsai. Adorning this petite tree was a fruit resembling a small bird. This avian-like fruit, known as a realm fruit, quivered incessantly due to the residual turbulence from the battle of several individuals, appearing as if a lively little bird were gracefully dancing. Who, once again, was Han Ling? And who were the others? Qin Tian had little time left before departing from the mysterious peak, and many within the sect were unfamiliar to him. Brother Mia Ling, who is truly capable, remains uncertain, Han Ling remarked, her demeanor calm and composed, unfazed even by the scrutiny of several onlookers. The first realm fruit is of considerable value. I must secure it at all costs. In that case, it shall be a contest of skills, Mia Ling coldly declared, commanding his fellow disciples of the celestial peak to draw their swords in unison. Each of them possessed formidable skills, having reached the pinnacle of foundation building. Isn't Mia Ling the leader of the foundation stage at Celestial Peak? Although Qin Tian had not met him, he had certainly heard of his reputation. Among the top 10 contenders for the Golden Core and Foundation groups, both Han Ling and Mia Ling were prominent figures, with Mia Ling being a strong favorite in the top 3. Xiaonyou, charge ahead. We shall seize the first realm fruit, Qin Tian encouraged, patting Xiaonyou's head. The first realm fruit, a primary ingredient for high-grade 5th-tier elixirs, could elevate cultivators below the nascent soul stage by an entire realm if consumed directly. In the next moment, Xiaonyou barreled through the forest like a frenzied boulder, toppling ancient trees in his wake. Despite his robust stature, Xiaonyou's speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Those engaged in fierce combat were momentarily unable to halt their actions, witnessing a massive bull, with a person atop, stirring up a whirlwind of leaves as the first realm fruit vanished without a trace. You little thief, how dare you pluck my peach? Mia Ling erupted in fury, pursuing the errant duo. The first realm fruit could save years of arduous cultivation. For those in the Golden Core realm, advancing a level required considerable time, and this precious fruit could allow one to surpass their peers. It's Qin Tian, Han Ling discerned, though she could not see the figure on the bull's back. She recognized the beast. She too gave chase, knowing the fruit's immense value might even surpass that of the first prize in this competition. If my junior sister consumes this fine treasure and elevates her realm, my own cultivation will surely benefit as well. It is a win-win situation. Qin Tian felt elated, though regretting that he could not gather the sapling bearing the first realm fruit. Halt. Mia Ling's fury was palpable, feeling as though he might explode. He had thought the fruit was within his grasp, only to have it snatched away. What dream are you having in broad daylight? Or perhaps you would rather taste my wrath. As a disciple of Celestial Peak, Mia Ling had faced numerous difficulties from his sect, and had it not been for his insufficient strength, he would have acted differently. I'll just settle for some interest. You little thief, if I catch up to you. Your demise is assured. Mie Ling, akin to a volcano ready to erupt, was incensed not only by the theft, but also by the mockery. How can this bull run so swiftly? He roared. Beside the sapling of the first realm fruit stood an enormous ape, for meters tall, with thick fur and arms thicker than the waist of a bull, bellowing in fury. On the back of the colossal ape was another, slightly smaller, simian companion. Oh. The little ape, upon witnessing the disappearance of the fruit, leaped down from its back, incessantly beating its chest and emitting a series of grunts. Who could it be? The giant ape, with a voice that resonated over 100 miles, spoke in human tongue. He had merely ventured out for half an hour to hunt, and yet a creature had dared to steal his precious spirit fruit. Qin Tian also heard the thunderous roar. The little ox shuddered in fear, its speed noticeably reduced, for it was aware of the source of that colossal bellow. Indeed, this forest harbored formidable magical beasts, and Qin Tian had no desire to entangle himself in their troubles. The giant ape sniffed the air, then pursued the direction in which Qin Tian and the others had departed. Chapter 47. Qin Tian takes action. A shocking revelation, it was the roar of the earth ape. Feng Yue furrowed her brows. The aura of this earth ape was robust and formidable. Likely at least a peak golden core level magical beast. Where the earth ape resided, there must be spiritual treasures. Could it be that the spiritual object guarded by the earth ape had been stolen? In an instant, Feng Yue vanished, her trajectory clearly aimed toward the earth ape's location. The earth ape signifies treasures, murmured Jun Aoshi softly before setting off. The golden core participants hastened towards the source of the sound, for it was common knowledge that the earth ape was synonymous with treasures. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Tian, was leisurely seated upon the ox, observing the pursuing Mei Ling behind him. Are you not capable? Can't you catch up? Qin Tian turned to face Mei Ling. Qin Tian, don't let me catch you. Mei Ling recognized him immediately as he turned around. She had been present when Feng Yue awakened her phoenix form, thus she easily identified Qin Tian beside her. Catch me if you can. This fruit, I shall gladly accept, Qin Tian declared, placing the fruit into his storage bag. It was a one-realm fruit. Several disciples who beheld the fruit in Qin Tian's hand gasped in astonishment. The news of Qin Tian acquiring the fruit quickly spread among the multitude of disciples. What merit does Qin Tian possess to claim a one-realm fruit? Song Feng remarked coldly. If he could obtain a one-realm fruit, he would stand out among the many peak disciples. Upon hearing the news, Li Sisi immediately began her search for Qin Tian. This item held even greater value for her. If she could refine it into a pill, perhaps she could break through two realms and emerge as the strongest among the younger generation of the Wujizong. The immense temptation drove her to pursue him. The one-realm pill is mine. A disciple, bare-chested and muscular, wielding a large hammer, suddenly leaped down from the sky, blocking Qin Tian's path. It was Yun Xian from the artifact refining peak. Mei Ling halted. This man, like her, possessed peak foundation establishment strength and was a leading figure of the foundation establishment realm at the artifact refining peak. Having joined the peak for many years, Yun Xian had tirelessly forged weapons since entering the sect, cultivating a physique rivaling that of magical beasts. The little ox, seeing the imposing figure ahead, hurriedly came to a stop, its body trembling incessantly. Everyone, this spiritual fruit is already in my possession. Are you truly considering a forceful snatch? Qin Tian remained composed, dismissing the two individuals before him. Although he too had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, there existed a discernible disparity among those at the same level. Having comprehended his junior sister's sword intent, he felt unperturbed in any battle against his peers. Brother Qin, I shall offer you 1,000 spirit stones in exchange for the spirit fruit, Yun Xian declared, producing 1,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and letting them levitate before him. 1,000 spirit stones, junior brother Yun Xian, do you presume that I lack discernment? Qin Tian remarked, his robust appearance belied by a shrewd mind. Since brother Qin is unwilling, I shall have no choice but to take offense. A faint smile graced Yun Xian's lips as he channeled his formidable spiritual energy into his colossal hammer. This was a trial, after all. Competition among disciples was permitted by the sect. Yun Xian, that spirit fruit belongs to me. It was taken by Qin Tian. You would do well not to interfere. In the hands of its possessor, it rightfully belonged to them. With a powerful push of his legs, Yun Xian unleashed a terrifying surge of physical strength, leaving a massive footprint embedded deep into the ground beneath him. As he leapt into the air, a ferocious aura enveloped him, akin to a raging giant ape. As he swung his mighty hammer, this strike, one could hardly imagine, would not only trouble Foundation establishment cultivators, but could even maim those of the Golden Core stage. Qin Tian frowned slightly. This fellow, seemingly honest and simple, unexpectedly resorted to lethal moves. It is worth noting that in the outside world, his strength is merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, given that he has not been cultivating for long, and his special identity is known to many disciples. Haha. Mia Ling let out a cold laugh, choosing not to intervene. If Qin Tian were to be killed by Yun Xian, it would, in fact, alleviate considerable trouble for Sangtian Peak. Qin Tian leapt from the back of the cow, just as Yun Xian's attack descended. Moo! The little calf bolted away, its speed surpassing that of moments before. With a graceful leap backward, Qin Tian deftly evaded Yun Xian's strike. Interesting, you managed to escape my blow. It seems you are not as inept as the rumors suggest, Yun Xian remarked, his voice resonating powerfully, far louder than a typical shout. What a waste it would be if you perished from a single blow. Qin Tian spoke with icy detachment. He had no inclination to engage in conflict. Yet if someone sought to end his life, he would not simply stand idly by as a benevolent figure. What does it matter if a worthless life is extinguished? Yun Xian replied with indifference, as if the lives of ordinary people held no significance. Brother Qin, you should surrender the spiritual fruit, given your strength. You cannot safeguard such a treasure. A mere commoner is often punished for possessing something valuable. If you desire it, come and take it yourself. Qin Tian revealed the spiritual fruit, and in an instant, the air was suffused with vibrant energy. The first-grade fruit exuded a rich fragrance, stirring an instinctive yearning within. A primal desire from the body for the essence it contained. Qin Tian had never contemplated concealing his prowess. When confronting adversaries, one must strike decisively. Haha. You worthless fool, do you truly believe that evading my strike renders you my equal? Yun Xian bellowed, his hands firmly gripping the hammer's handle. As he channeled all his spiritual energy into the mighty weapon, swinging the colossal hammer once more. The hammer spirit forging technique, first form, Dawnbreaker. As the iron hammer descended, it seemed to bear the brilliance of dawn, emanating an overwhelming aura capable of shaking the heavens. This was indeed the esteemed technique passed down from the forging peak. Qin Tian's demise was inevitable. He will perish, sneered Mia Ling softly. This technique guided the flow of spiritual energy through the imagery of a hammer, opening unique channels within the body, resembling the connection between the hammer's handle and head, allowing for a denser and more potent circulation of energy. It could even absorb the surrounding metallic essence in the quintessence of or imbued with spiritual resonance, thus enhancing one's spiritual attributes to align more closely with the fierce and pure qualities required for forging. It was a premier technique for weapon crafting, equally formidable in combat. Haha, with Qin Tian's death, the mysterious peak will fall into our grasp at Sangqiong Peak, laughed the other disciples of Sangqiong Peak unabashedly. Yun Xian was a prodigious craftsman from the forging peak, known for his brash demeanor and indifference to Qin Tian's identity. In truth, Qin Tian possessed no noble status. He was merely an ordinary disciple from the fallen main peak, already at the brink of collapse. A magnificent sword materialized in Qin Tian's hand. An exquisite magical weapon he had acquired in Wujiqing. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent soared into the heavens. The surrounding leaves were effortlessly bisected, their edges smooth and precise. The sharp sword energy resonated through the air. Although Qin Tian had grasped the essence of sword intent, Feng Yue had yet to deploy any sword techniques, leaving him unfulfilled. Despite his average innate talent over the years, he had diligently practiced the Miao Miao Peak sword technique. The Miao Miao sword art. It was said that this technique was retrieved from an ancient tomb by his master, yet its complexities rendered it difficult to comprehend. And he had only mastered 2 moves. However, Qin Tian refrained from utilizing any formal techniques. With a mere flick of his wrist, a chilling sword intent erupted forth, transforming into countless sword energies resembling bamboo leaves, sweeping toward his adversary like a tempest. Wherever the sword intent touched, leaves fell, disintegrating into dust midair, producing a rustling sound akin to a bamboo grove lamenting under the weight of such ferocious assault. This was sword intent. Chapter 48. The terrifying Qin Tian Mi Ling and several disciples of the Celestial Dome were filled with astonishment. This was indeed sword intent, a phenomenon only comprehensible by prodigies of the sword. Had Qin Tian always been regarded as a failure? Among the senior disciples of the 9 Peaks, he had endured relentless criticism, with many deeming him unworthy of the title of senior brother. Qin Tian casually unleashed a single strike, effortlessly dismantling Yun Xian's assault, and compelling him to retract his offensive, should he be struck by the sword intent. It was feared that even his formidable physique would struggle to endure the consequences. Yet, instead of displaying concern after being repelled, Yunxian bore an expression of exuberant excitement. So it is sword intent. It appears that Brother Qin has been concealing his true abilities. The rumors of his ineptitude are far from the truth. However, even if you have comprehended sword intent, today you must leave behind a first-level fruit. With determination, Yunxian summoned a faint aura that radiated from within, gradually coalescing into a nebulous hammer shape. This was the essence of the hammer technique. Mi Ling, taken aback, thought it absurd that one could comprehend sword intent. And now another had emerged with an understanding of the hammer technique's true essence. Both the hammer technique and sword intent represented extraordinary insights achieved only upon reaching a pinnacle, and anyone who mastered them would possess strength far exceeding that of their peers. Regrettably, Yunxian's grasp of hammer intent remained superficial, merely at a faint 10%. Mi Ling lamented that Yunxian's hammer intent had yet to exert any influence on the surroundings, confined solely to himself, thus offering limited enhancement to his combat prowess. Qin Tian remained unfazed. His sword intent was derived from Feng Yue, far beyond the comprehension of one merely scratching the surface. Humph, Qin Tian scoffed lightly. How could you possibly understand the disparity inherent in the same intent, which is akin to the vast chasm between clouds and mud? The first move of the ethereal sword technique, shadow of the flowing clouds. Qin Tian's body soared like a feather caught in the wind, ascending several meters high. Simultaneously, his wrist flicked, and the sword blade traced a graceful arc from below to above, its velocity transitioning from languid to swift, leaving a series of ethereal sword shadows in the air, akin to drifting clouds. After a brief pause in midair, leveraging the force of its descent, the sword shadows transformed into multiple strands of sword qi, scattering outward. Although the sword qi appeared gentle, to Yunxian's eyes, it bore the weight of a mountain, akin to a divine cleaving strike, rendering his resolve insubstantial in that moment. Only the primal instinct born from the fear of death remained, escape. Yunxian suppressed the overwhelming dread and leapt desperately. The sword qi approached in an instant, and several blossoms of blood erupted forth as he was struck by the sword intent, crimson gushing from his waist, a horrific gash severing flesh and blood. Yunxian was both terrified and astonished. Had he not evaded in time, he would have surely been bisected. Such terrifying sword intent. Mi Ling instinctively retreated a few steps, realizing that he too possessed the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. The moment Qin Tian made his move, his strength was undeniably revealed. This fellow had intentionally concealed his prowess. Could it be that he aimed to astonish everyone during the grand competition? The astonishment reflected in Han Ling's beautiful eyes was even more intense than that of Miao Ling. As Qin Tian advanced step by step, Yunxian's expression was one of sheer terror, fearing that Qin Tian would slay him. I have been defeated. I no longer desire this realm, he lamented. Yunxian, a prodigy from the refining peak, was imbued with pride. How absurd. This object was rightfully mine, and you possess no authority to determine its fate. No sooner had Qin Tian's words fallen than he stood directly before Yunxian. This was the leader of the Foundation Establishment realm at the refining peak, unexpectedly vanquished by a single strike from Qin Tian. How much strength this fellow had yet to conceal remained a mystery. Han Ling mused quietly, uncertain if senior sister Li Sisi was aware of the situation. What do you intend to do? It is merely a contest. Do you truly wish to kill me? Among fellow disciples, we may spar, but we must not resort to murder. Do you wish to violate the sect's regulations? Though defeated, Yunxian was acutely aware that Qin Tian could not harm him. He may have lacked a champion to defend him, yet should Qin Tian dare to act against him, the entire refining peak would undoubtedly retaliate. His aptitude for cultivation, though not on par with Zi Leiying of the refining peak, marked him as the foremost talent among the younger generation in the art of refining. Having even begun to grasp the essence of the hammer, destined to become a master craftsman. Senior brother Qin, while Yunxian is at fault, he is highly favored at the refining peak. It would be wise to let this matter rest, Han Ling interjected, anxious that Qin Tian might make a grave mistake. Mi Ling remained silent, secretly relishing the prospect of Qin Tian dispatching Yunxian, thus inciting enmity with the refining peak. Is that so? Qin Tian's sword shadow flickered, and a surge of sword intent shot forth. Yunxian clutched his abdomen, screaming in agony. The terror he felt from the gaping wound inflicted by the sword intent surpassed even the pain itself. Qin Tian, you have utterly destroyed my qi si. Yunxian shrieked. realizing that such a fate rendered him akin to a cripple. Even if he comprehended the essence of the hammer, he would only be capable of forging mundane artifacts. The disbelief coursing through him at the thought of Qin Tian having ruined his Qi Si was akin to a death sentence. "What are you doing, Qin Tian?" Han Ling's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Qin Tian's sudden assault. "You have committed a grave mistake. The refining peak will not let this slide." The destruction of the Qi Si was nearly irreversible, save for exceedingly rare herbs and treasures. After all, the nirvana pill for the Qi Si was unknown in the eastern wilderness. How intriguing, Mi Ling chuckled, then departed with several others. Qin Tian possesses a profound sword intent, and his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He is acutely aware that he is no match for Qin Tian. Yet, what of it? I have merely incapacitated him. Refraining from taking his life is a gesture of camaraderie among fellow disciples. Qin Tian remains unfazed, for Yun Xian's attack was a lethal strike. Had it been 3 months prior when he was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, a single blow would have left him in pieces. After Qin Tian spoke, he vanished into the dense forest, setting out to seek Feng Yue and assist his junior sister in enhancing her strength. The Earth Ape sniffed the spot where Qin Tian and his companions had just been, then disappeared without a trace. "Have you heard? The first realm fruit has been acquired by Qin Tian, the senior brother of the mysterious peak." "How can this be possible? Qin Tian has only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, and at most, he is in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly seize the first realm fruit?" The news of Qin Tian possessing a boundary fruit swiftly spread among the disciples through the whispers of those with ulterior motives. Yet, the true extent of Qin Tian's strength remained a closely guarded secret. Brother Mi Ling's cunning tactics were indeed remarkable. Now, while everyone was aware of Qin Tian's possession of the boundary fruit, they remained oblivious to his formidable prowess, which would undoubtedly incite many to take action against him. The more adversaries Qin Tian amassed, the more precarious the safety of Piaomiao Peak became. The ambition to seize Piaomiao Peak was a directive from the Peak Master, and as disciples of Songqiang Peak, they were obliged to lend their support. The boundary fruit was indeed extraordinary, its effects were miraculous, and it was unexpected that Qin Tian had come into its possession. Feng Yue murmured softly, had it been anyone else, she would have seized the opportunity to claim it for herself, but upon contemplating the matter further, she hesitated and refrained from advancing towards him. "Let us secure the first place." With a casual flick of her sword, a golden core realm beast that had just soared through the air plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash, its head severed from its body, and crimson blood gushed forth from its neck like a fountain. The beasts in the outer circle were too feeble. It would be prudent to venture deeper into the inner circle. As she traversed the path, not a single beast could withstand her single strike. Chapter 49. Jingwan. Why is everyone converging towards the inner circle? Every disciple depicted in the arena's projections, without exception, was hastily rushing towards the center. Even the peak disciples from the inner circle were joining the throng. Could it be that a rare treasure has emerged? Master, during the formation of the array in the Xian Beast Mountain Range, did you discover any heavenly materials or earthly treasures? Inquired Lei Xing, the peak master of the artifact refining peak. This situation was decidedly unusual. Even the Golden Core disciples were making their way to the inner circle, where the beasts were merely at the foundation establishment stage, with very few at the Golden Core level. Their chances of gaining points there were slim. Wujizi stroked his beard and smiled faintly. There is a boundary fruit guarded by a land ape. The Xian Beast Mountain Range, designated for the disciples' grand competition, had already been meticulously surveyed by Wujizi, and naturally, he had discovered the boundary fruit, though he had chosen not to take it. Indeed, a boundary fruit. No wonder even the Golden Core disciples are tempted. Lei Xing nodded in agreement. This item was irresistible to practitioners below the nascent soul stage, as it could elevate one's cultivation by a small realm without any adverse effects. It remained uncertain into whose hands it would ultimately fall. Now that Golden Core disciples had joined the fray, the outcome became all the more unpredictable. Alas for the Foundation Establishment disciples, with the involvement of the Golden Core disciples, they would likely find themselves unqualified to participate. Our Songqiang Peak's disciple, Song Feng, possesses extraordinary strength and stands out among the disciples. This treasure will undoubtedly end up in our possession, declared a confident elder from Songqiang Peak. Though there were 8 peak disciples, Song Feng's prowess was indeed among the highest. How laughable! Who does not know that my artifact refining Peak's laying sword technique is superb, far surpassing Song Feng's Wujizi sword technique? The master of the artifact refinement peak regarded the situation with disdain, confident that the upcoming champion would undoubtedly be one of their own. Li Longfei, the master of the pill refinement peak, shook his head and remarked, "My disciple, Li Sisi, surely surpasses all of you in strength." The various peaks erupted into another fierce debate, each asserting that their disciples were the most exceptional. A disciple couldn't help but sigh, lamenting how the leaders of the sect seemed to revel in bickering. Whenever they gathered, conflict was almost inevitable. Rumors circulated that the Wuji sect was united in purpose. But was this truly the case? Many disciples felt fortunate that the sect had not fractured. Enough of this quarrel, Wuji Zi interjected firmly, recognizing that if left unchecked, this group could argue for days. In my view, Ao sure possesses extraordinary talent and great opportunities. It is highly likely he will obtain a fruit of the first realm. The peak masters scoffed in unison. Feng Yue, with her exceptional talent and phoenix constitution, should surely rank higher in terms of aptitude, they argued. This statement plunged the room into silence, for she was a divine body, destined to become a divine monarch, a future goddess whose potential could lead the Wuji sect to glory. And many hoped she would succeed. Surely the sect leader would not disclose this information to his disciples? One pondered aloud. Cough, how could that be? I would never engage in such behavior, Wuji Zi chuckled, swiftly changing the subject. Now, what is the current ranking of the disciples? Returning to the sect leader. The first in the Qi refinement group is Xiao Yan, followed by Nalan Rongrua and Tang Sun. In the Foundation Establishment Group, Feng Yue leads, with Jing Wan from the Beast Master Peak in second place. In the Golden Core Group, the top spot is held by Tsang Feng, with Lei Ying in second. Xiaoyan, who is this individual that has managed to secure first place in the Qi Refinement Group? An elder inquired with evident curiosity. This Qi Refinement stage is the first realm of cultivation and also the one with the greatest number of disciples, with tens of thousands of participants. Over 80% were in the Qi Refinement stage, making the competition tremendously fierce, exponentially more so than in the Foundation and Golden Core stages. This disciple was recently accepted by Qin Tian, possessing a 6th grade talent, Elder Xiao, renowned as the most beautiful among the elders, noted with a hint of regret. For she recognized the value of such a 6th grade genius. A 6th grade talent. Where did Qin Tian find such a disciple? They marveled. It is worth noting that a 6th grade genius is considered a top-tier talent within the Wuji sect, often the subject of fierce competition among the peak masters. The fact that Qin Tian had quietly taken one in was infuriating. How could the Misty Peak, of all places, manage to accept a 6th grade talent? An elder exclaimed in indignation, for they had longed to have such a genius as an apprentice to inherit their legacy. A chorus of jealousy echoed among the elders, many of whom were peak masters themselves. Among them, some have yet to receive even a 6th grade talent disciple. It is the Earth Ape pursuing Jing Wan of the Beast Control Peak. In the scene, a massive ape leaps down from an ancient tree. Jing Wan's dark hair dances in the wind, her beautiful eyes wide with alarm, her pearly teeth clenched. Beside her are 2 spirit beasts, a wind wolf and a purple tiger, while a golden-winged bird circles overhead. The moment the Earth Ape appears, the wind wolf and purple tiger begin to tremble, their eyes filled with terror. As the oppressive aura exuded by the Earth Ape instinctively instills fear in the 2 pinnacle Foundation spirit beasts. With a roar, the purple tiger emits a fierce growl, positioning itself protectively in front of Jing Wan. Purple tiger, stand down. Jing Wan understands fully that they are no match for the Earth Ape. The ape curls its lips, a trace of disdain flickering in its eyes. It then swiftly bypasses the trio of creatures, its focus solely on pursuing the thief and showing no interest in the human before it. Is it leaving? Jing Wan muses in confusion. No. The Earth Ape is after a realm fruit. As an outstanding disciple of the Beast Control Peak, having long been in the company of spirit beasts, she deduces that this realm fruit is likely something the Earth Ape guards, and its keen sense of smell must lead it directly to the fruit's location. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Wan decides to follow. The temptation of the realm fruit is simply too great, promising an elevation of one small realm and potentially saving years of arduous cultivation. Wolf, follow closely, she instructs, sending the wind wolf to trail behind while she rides the purple tiger, with the golden-winged bird following in the air. The sun rises, illuminating the path as they ascend the mountainside, eager to reach the summit and sing their song. Qin Tian lay leisurely on the back of the ox, humming a gentle tune. This trial had proven worthwhile, yielding a bountiful harvest. Yet, he pondered the whereabouts of his junior sister, having searched numerous locations to no avail. In a fit of boredom, he remarked, You useless beast, even your sense of smell is lacking. You can't even locate a person. With a swift slap on the ox's back, he declared, I give you 1 hour. If you still cannot find her, you shall take your leave. This cowardly creature, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger only to return when the threat dissipated, seemed fit only for hot pot. The young ox wore an expression of helplessness. It had never even caught a whiff of Feng Yue's scent. How could it possibly locate her? A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The sound of a colossal ape reverberating for miles, reaching Qin Tian's ears with startling clarity. The blood dragon ox, seemingly sensing something amiss, bolted away with astonishing speed, surpassing even the most formidable demon beasts of the Golden Core stage. What a terrifying roar, Qin Tian muttered softly, recognizing it as emanating from a creature of at least the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm. Suddenly, Qin Tian found himself admiring the little bull. Although timid, its speed in fleeing was remarkable, perfectly aligning with his principle of prioritizing safety. The roar of the earth ape erupted at the very spot where Qin Tian had just been, bellowing loudly, Damn thief, you truly know how to run. Chapter 50. The chase. The sound of the earth ape echoed like a beacon, drawing the disciples who harbored intentions towards the first-grade fruit to follow suit. What is going on? It seems as though this beast has been tailing me incessantly. Throughout his journey, Qin Tian had heard that roar several times, each occurrence alarmingly close. Each time the call echoed, the little bull would dash away, only for the roar to resound nearby once more. This led Qin Tian to suspect that the beast was indeed pursuing him. Damn it, could it be that you, this foolish bull, have stirred up trouble? Qin Tian exclaimed suddenly. Moo. The blood dragon bull let out a series of cries, expressing its inner dissatisfaction. Are you really not the cause of this? Qin Tian remained skeptical of the bull, which looked anything but the innocent creature it pretended to be. Chirp, chirp. A golden-winged bird emitted a clear call. The young man riding the bull must be Qin Tian, Jingwan murmured softly, recalling the news that stated Qin Tian had snatched a first-grade fruit while riding the bull. At this point, nearly all participating disciples were aware of Qin Tian's exploits. Purple Tiger, pursue him. With Qin Tian's whereabouts uncovered, it was tantamount to discovering the location of the coveted fruit. As for Qin Tian himself, no one paid him any heed. His mediocre strength was common knowledge among the disciples of Wuji sect. I found him. Jingwan gazed ahead at the young man on the back of the blood dragon bull, a radiant smile blossoming on her exquisite face, akin to a peony in full bloom. Qin Tian was surprisingly swift, managing to elude the earth ape's pursuit. However, it is mine now. Jingwan signaled to the windwolf. In the next instant, a massive windwolf, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length with a sleek coat, surged forth like an arrow loosed from a bow. Oh woo! The windwolf howled, preparing to take down the blood dragon bull first. With a glare, the blood dragon bull bolted in terror. Yet, the golden-winged bird had been poised for this moment, diving down with great speed. Two foundational beasts, this troublesome bull. You have certainly brought calamity upon us. Qin Tian had no desire to engage in battle, but now he had no choice. In an instant, his exquisite sword materialized in his hand, and he swiftly unleashed 2 strikes. Even without deliberately channeling sword intent, the sheer force of his strikes was formidable enough to compel both beasts to halt in their tracks. Junior brother Qin, it seems you are not the waste as rumored. Jingwan, riding the purple tiger, revealed herself. With just a casual 2 strikes, Qin Tian rendered the 2 spirit beasts hesitant to engage, sufficiently demonstrating his extraordinary prowess. Who are you? Qin Tian inquired, his face filled with confusion. Jingwan's delicate visage fell in disappointment. After all, she was the cherished daughter of the beast-taming peak. And Qin Tian did not recognize her. I am Jingwan from the beast-taming peak. Oh, do you seek my assistance? Indeed, I do. It pertains to the matter of the first realm fruit. Precisely. Though Qin Tian's notoriety is not insignificant, his presence has always been rather subdued. Logically speaking, apart from the disciples of Sanqiang Peak, others from various peaks would seldom trouble him. Presently, the only thing that captivates attention is the fruit of a realm he possesses, particularly when it draws the gaze of a beauty more radiant than peach blossoms. It is evident that the news of his possession of a realm fruit has undoubtedly been disseminated by the Spirit Annihilation faction. I refuse, Qin Tian declared, turning away resolutely. Brother Qin, you have no choice in this matter. It would be wise to surrender the spirit fruit. Jingwan waved her hand, summoning 3 spirit beasts that encircled Qin Tian from all directions. Then it remains to be seen if you possess the capability to compel me. Although Qin Tian had long been aware of the opportunistic tendencies within the Eastern Wilderness cultivation community, he had never truly experienced it until this grand competition. In the face of treasures, even fellow disciples would fiercely contest against one another. Encountering unfamiliar cultivators would likely lead to even less restraint. Perhaps this epitomizes the true essence of survival of the fittest in the path of cultivation. All hearsay pales in comparison to first-hand experience. Brother Qin, while you have indeed proven stronger than the rumors suggest, you are still within the Foundation Establishment realm, whereas we have 4 peak Foundation Establishment warriors on our side. If you wish to avoid hardship, it would be prudent to hand over the fruit. Jingwan approached Qin Tian with a smile. The blood dragon bull looked at the 3 surrounding spirit beasts, its body trembling once again. In the dense forest, the rustling leaves of ancient trees echoed, startling birds and beasts into flight. This is not good. The earth ape has caught up. Jingwan's expression changed drastically. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a resounding crash as a colossal ape descended from a towering ancient tree, shaking the ground with a deep thud. The earth ape bellowed at Qin Tian, its eyes blazing with fury. Little thief, I have finally tracked you down. Qin Tian's pupils widened in astonishment as he uttered human words. Was this not a feat exclusive to demon beasts of the nascent soul realm? Jingwan was equally taken aback, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. For a high-ranking nascent soul demon could easily crush her with a mere swipe. No, this was not a nascent soul beast. It must be at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Were it truly a nascent soul demon, its aura would be earth-shattering, causing the spiritual energy in its wake to churn violently. The earth ape, resembling a human in stature, had thus learned to articulate human speech more swiftly than other demon beasts. Hand over the first realm fruit, or face death, the earth ape declared, thumping its chest to assert its power. What is this first realm fruit? Qin Tian responded, bewildered. Little thief, do not attempt to deceive me. I can smell the scent of the first realm fruit on you. I have been pursuing you for quite some time, yet you evade me well. The earth ape fumed, having chased Qin Tian for a fair distance. So it was indeed aimed at me, Qin Tian mused, realizing he was not merely chasing after a small calf. Bull, bull. The blood dragon bull cried out excitedly, finally vindicating itself, as it had been wrongfully blamed by the earth ape, when it was the true culprit all along. Cough, cough. Hurry and run, you foolish bull, Qin Tian urged softly. The blood dragon bull sprang into action, kicking up a cloud of dust. Though robust in physique and seemingly slow, once it moved, its speed was remarkable. Attempting to flee, the earth ape leapt gracefully, soaring several hundred meters into the air, landing directly before Qin Tian. Haha. Brother Qin, it appears your situation is rather dire. Surrender the first realm fruit, and I shall help you navigate this crisis, came the voice of Tsongfeng, accompanied by a dozen golden core disciples from Songqiang Peak. If you hand over the first realm fruit, I can alleviate your predicament. Song brother, are you a match for the earth ape? Li Sisi arrived gracefully, followed by 7 or 8 disciples from the alchemy peak. Humph, Qin Tian. No one can save you today. Laying emerged from the crowd, angered that Qin Tian had incapacitated Yun Xian, the foremost talent from the refining peak. A deep-seated grudge indeed. Following them, disciples from the Array Peak, Spirit Herb Peak, and Talisman's Peak appeared in succession. The 2 prodigies, Jun Aoshi and Yen Lai, also made their entrance. With nearly 100 golden core cultivators converged, the earth ape dared not act recklessly. Should it be besieged, it would face a perilous fate. With so many gathered, you all must be here for the first realm fruit. Qin Tian smiled, realizing that Mei Ling had disseminated the news to everyone. No one replied. All eyes fixed on Qin Tian, their intentions unmistakable. Beneath the nascent soul realm, who could resist the temptation of the first realm fruit? Yet, with over 100 of you here, and only one spiritual fruit, how shall it be divided? Qin Tian spread his hands, feigning helplessness. This is not your concern. Simply hand over the spiritual fruit, Songfeng asserted. To whom shall I surrender it? To you? Qin Tian spoke as he retrieved the spiritual fruit. In an instant, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, captivating the gaze of over 100 golden core disciples, their eyes filled with yearning. The earth ape became restless. Yet the multitude of humans surrounding it compelled it to retreat. This was the spiritual fruit it intended to use for its breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. And to its dismay, it found itself outmaneuvered. With no other choice, it slowly withdrew. However, no one paid heed to it. A peak golden core earth ape remained the strongest force in the vicinity, and no one dared to provoke such a formidable presence. In the martial arts arena, The elders and peak masters observed the unfolding scene with peculiar expressions. A first-grade fruit had unexpectedly fallen into Qin Tian's hands, yet they lamented his insufficient strength, fearing he would be unable to safeguard it. The competition among disciples was intentionally encouraged by the higher-ups to cultivate exceptional talents through rivalry. If one's strength were lacking, even possessing treasures would not guarantee their retention. They believed the disciples in the great competition would recognize this truth. Wu Jizi stroked his beard and remarked, "Very well. You outnumber me, so this fruit shall be yours." Qin Tian casually tossed the spiritual fruit into the air. "The spiritual fruit is mine," thundered Lei Ying from the refining peak, instantly leaping forward. "You dare claim it? This is rightfully mine," Song Feng retorted, unwilling to back down, and swiftly reached out to seize it. Li Sisi and the leaders from various peaks, without exception, joined the fray. "Foolish bull, why aren't you fleeing?" Once the attention of the crowd shifted, the blood dragon bull immediately broke into a frantic run, vanishing in a flash. "Ha, the spiritual fruit is mine." Song Feng, being the closest, was the first to grasp it. "Wait, this is merely an ordinary spiritual fruit, not a first-grade one." Song Feng seethed with fury, enraged that Qin Tian had dared to deceive him. In his wrath, he forcefully smashed the spiritual fruit onto the ground. "What? It's a fake." Others also halted, their expressions mirroring his disbelief. Qin Tian, that scoundrel, dared to toy with over 100 individuals, inciting a fury that was palpable among the crowd. Though the spiritual fruit might not necessarily fall into their grasp, they were determined to pursue Qin Tian. Their collective outrage transformed their desire for the fruit into a fervent wish to teach Qin Tian a severe lesson. 100 or more surged forth in pursuit. Yet Qin Tian had already vanished without a trace. The elders and peak masters present in the training arena furrowed their brows, their eyes wide with disbelief that Qin Tian had managed to escape so effortlessly while mocking over 100 golden core disciples. It was evident that the disciples lacked the necessary experience. A mere trivial ploy had left them bewildered. Should they leave the sect? Would they not be easily deceived by others, leaving them utterly bereft? Alas, they could hardly bear to witness this. A group of elders covered their faces, recognizing that this trial had unveiled numerous issues. "Indeed, while this ox may be clumsy, its speed is quite remarkable," Qin Tian remarked, patting the blood dragon ox. The creature let out a proud bellow, as if to say, "Isn't that so? Where has my junior sister run off to?" Qin Tian murmured quietly. The Xian beast forest was vast, making it no simple task to locate an individual. The disciples from other main peaks, being numerous, could rely on communication talismans to stay informed. Qin Tian, however, had entirely forgotten about this and had not thought to prepare a talisman. He resolved not to be so careless in the future, lest he invite further troubles. Senior sister Feng Yue truly is formidable. She managed to slay a golden core beast with a single strike. Indeed, should senior sister Feng grow stronger, she would undoubtedly become a paragon worthy of the Phoenix divine body, ensuring that the Wuji sect could flourish for millennia. Once a divine body reaches full maturity, its lifespan is extended significantly. While it may not rival that of a great emperor, living for tens of thousands of years is certainly feasible. "Junior brothers, have you seen senior sister Feng?" Qin Tian appeared atop his ox. The two Foundation establishment disciples, having never encountered Qin Tian, immediately responded upon witnessing his ability to tame a blood dragon ox. "Senior sister Feng Yue is incredibly strong. There are no beasts in the middle area that can contend with her. She has already ventured into the inner regions." "Thank you, junior brothers," Qin Tian said with a respectful nod. "Senior brother, you're too polite," they replied. "The inner region, that is a territory where golden core beasts roam, and even those of the nascent soul stage may be present." After contemplating for a moment, Qin Tian decided to venture into the inner circle as well. His current strength was formidable, so safety should not pose much of an issue. If he could administer the first-grade fruit to his junior sister sooner, it would expedite her cultivation. However, Feng Yue, his junior sister, was indeed impressive. Despite being in the mid-foundation stage, she could effortlessly annihilate early golden core beasts. Truly extraordinary. And I find myself quite fond of her. The power of his sister would naturally be fully synchronized with him, including the awakened phoenix body. Yet Qin Tian would refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. To live modestly is to thrive in longevity, and this is the philosophy by which Qin Tian abides. Throughout history, many prodigies have emerged, yet only a select few have managed to endure until the very end. The majority have become mere remnants along the imperial path. Presently, The 9 existing emperors inhabit an era littered with the bones of the fallen. Divine bodies, sacred bodies, and even the legendary imperial bodies have been buried, with only one ultimately achieving success. Suddenly, the golden-winged bird called out as it swooped down from the sky. Its persistent presence was unmistakable. Qin Shixiang. It would be best if you handed over the spiritual fruit. Jingwan leaped down from the air. Although her prowess did not match that of the Golden Core disciples, she possessed 3 spiritual beasts, including a wind wolf adept at pursuit. Is it just you? Qin Tian surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of others. 1 person and 3 spiritual beasts, Jingwan corrected him. To the disciples of Beast Master Peak, spiritual beasts were their companions. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you leave. I have no desire to waste time with you, Qin Tian said coldly, though he was reluctant to engage. Being relentlessly pursued was hardly to his liking. Qin Shixiang, strength is not merely a matter of boasting. With a roar, the 3 spiritual beasts launched a fierce assault. Their imposing presence caused the earth to tremble. Ancient trees along their path were shattered. Since Shixiang is unwilling, I shall retrieve it myself, Jingwan stated, eager to avoid delay as pursuers were sure to arrive soon. Stop, this suits me just fine. Qin Tian leaped down from the ox's back, sword shadow flowing clouds. He immediately executed the first move of the ethereal sword technique. A dazzling and blinding beam of sword light arced gracefully through the air, arriving in an instant. The brilliance was so intense that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Clang! As the sword light flashed, several heads rolled to the ground. A few foundation stage spiritual beasts were effortlessly dispatched with a single stroke. The sound of trees collapsing, accompanied by the splatter of blood, left Jingwan frozen in place. Utterly still. These were 3 peak foundation stage spiritual beasts. Each possessed combat prowess surpassing that of ordinary peak foundation stage cultivators, yet they had been severed in an instant. With a joyful bounce, the little ox trotted over to Qin Tian. Jingwan gazed at him, her eyes reflecting profound fear. Junior sister, re-establish your contract with your spiritual beasts and refrain from following me. Otherwise, it will not be the beasts who perish. Qin Tian departed upon his small ox, leaving Jingwan in silence, her lips sealed. Chapter 52, turned into a pig's head. Whoever discovers Qin Tian first shall seize the fruit of the first realm. The multitude of disciples within the mountains shifted their focus from hunting beasts to scouring for Qin Tian's whereabouts. Qin Tian has fled. Pursue him swiftly. As soon as he left, those disciples who had accompanied Jingwan followed suit without hesitation. As for Jingwan, at this moment, she was of little concern to anyone. This fellow was as slippery as an eel, truly adept at evasion. It was solely thanks to junior sister Jingwan's windwolf that they managed to uncover Qin Tian's trail so swiftly. Hearing the commotion behind him, Qin Tian paid it no mind. Stop right there, Qin Tian, a disciple in the early stage of Golden Core shouted. The little cow continued to gallop wildly, showing no signs of slowing down. Am I supposed to stop just because you say so? Qin Tian's words ignited a furious rage in the Golden Core disciple. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator mock him, a Golden Core practitioner? Capture him. Several disciples instantly pursued. Haha, Qin Tian is mine. Hu Jie, the leader of the foundation establishment disciples from the Talisman Peak, laughed heartily as he surpassed several Golden Core disciples. A few yellow talismans glimmered beneath him. These were speed talismans, significantly enhancing a cultivator's velocity. Qin Tian, you won't escape. Hand over the spiritual fruit. Hu Jie's laughter reverberated through the forest. Securing the spiritual fruit would give him the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core stage. Catch up to me first, Qin Tian replied from atop the cow, his demeanor calm as he resolved to head towards the inner region. Damn it, how can a mere foundation establishment blood dragon cow run so fast? Half an hour passed, and Hu Jie couldn't help but curse. Despite using several speed talismans, he remained unable to catch up to the cow. The Golden Core disciples behind him had long vanished from sight. Painfully, Hu Jie retrieved a few talismans from his possession. These were explosive talismans, exceedingly valuable, each worth thousands of spiritual stones. Qin Tian, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being ruthless, Hu Jie warned aloud. Yet the little cow continued its frenzied sprint, leaving only a receding silhouette in response. You brought this upon yourself. Hu Jie activated the explosive talismans, which shot forth with a fierce velocity. As they neared Qin Tian, the talismans disintegrated into dust, resulting in a tremendous explosion, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. You're so foolish. It's time for a lesson. Hu Jie accelerated, believing that Qin Tian would surely be gravely injured by the blast, making this the perfect moment to reap the rewards. As the dust began to settle, a solitary cow stood unharmed in place, its coat still smooth and intact despite being covered in dirt. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was several dozen meters away. "You're unscathed?" Hu Jie gaped, astonished at Qin Tian's astonishing reflexes. "Moo!" The little cow took off once more, its eyes filled with indignation. Qin Tian cast a glance at the young bull, his heart brimming with astonishment. This creature appeared utterly unscathed. How peculiar! This bull must possess some extraordinary qualities. However, at this moment, Qin Tian had no time to scrutinize the young bull closely. The audacity of this fellow to employ talismans against him guaranteed a dire outcome. Hu Jie, sensing the intensity of Qin Tian's gaze, involuntarily shuddered. Yet, he was the leader of the Foundation Establishment group from the Talisman Peak, convinced that in the Foundation Establishment stage, he was a match for anyone. "Qin Tian, it seems you possess a modicum of strength, but this is where it ends. Hand over the One Realm fruit promptly," he declared. "You shall not lay your hands on the One Realm fruit today, but a thorough beating awaits you." No sooner had Qin Tian's words left his lips than he propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, his body shooting forth like an arrow. The phoenix body not only commanded the flames, but also possessed an unparalleled physique, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Qin Tian clenched his fists tightly, poised to test the strength of his own combat abilities, while simultaneously intending to teach Hu Jie a lesson. "Mighty talisman," Hu Jie chuckled softly. "Daring to compete with me in strength. Let me demonstrate the prowess I possess with the augmentation of talismans." A cruel smile adorned Hu Jie's face. For the mighty talisman could elevate his power by 30%. In the realm of Foundation Establishment, such a 30% increase was indeed formidable. Bang! As Qin Tian's fist collided with Hu Jie's, a resounding crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of a bone fracturing. "Ah!" Hu Jie clutched his already broken arm with his other hand, crying out in agony. His palm had split open, bones protruding through the flesh, blood oozing profusely. A sight both gruesome and shocking. Truly formidable, indeed, a divine physique. Qin Tian chuckled, for this constitution surpassed that of ordinary beings. He resolved to seize the opportunity to further experiment with the Phoenix True Fire. In his heart, Qin Tian harbored an unspoken anticipation. His junior sister truly was a remarkable individual, possessing not only formidable cultivation and sword intent, but also an extraordinary physique. One could only wonder how many more mysteries remained undiscovered within her. Lately, his spiritual energy had been autonomously circulating, leaving him puzzled as to whether it was a manifestation of some enigmatic technique, presumably gifted by his junior sister. It seemed he was courting his own misfortune. Qin Tian approached Hu Jie. "How is it that your physique is so formidable?" Hu Jie asked, his voice laced with anguish, for he had employed a strength charm. "Naturally, it is through consistent training that one achieves such power. Can one truly become so formidable by mere happenstance? Since you seek to seize what is mine, it stands to reason that I may justly claim yours as well. Surrender all that you possess. Are you attempting to rob me?" Hu Jie retorted, retreating cautiously, fully aware that he was no match for Qin Tian. Qin Tian possesses not only a formidable physique, but has also inadvertently rendered one of his hands unusable, necessitating at least a fortnight of recuperation. "No, it is not theft I seek, but rather a request for a loan." How harsh the word rob sounds. "I shall not lend," Hu Jie declared without a moment's hesitation. "What? You refuse to lend? Do you truly believe I am merely asking?" Qin Tian chuckled, and in the next instant, his form vanished. A fist materialized before Hu Jie in an instant. With a resounding thud, Hu Jie was sent flying, tumbling across the ground for several rotations before coming to a halt, a few teeth having been lost in the process. "Will you lend or not?" "I ask you once more," Qin Tian demanded, his fist tightly clenched. "I will lend. I will lend." Hu Jie stammered, his lips swollen to an alarming size. His words slurred. He was genuinely concerned that should this continue, he might be beaten to death by Qin Tian. Hu Jie reached into his storage pouch, a rune shimmering around him. This was a teleportation rune. "Qin Tian, if you think to rob me, you are dreaming," Hu Jie retorted defiantly. "Attempting to flee?" Qin Tian unleashed another punch, striking Hu Jie squarely in the abdomen. "Ah!" Hu Jie cried out in anguish, just as the teleportation rune was activated. With a sickening sound, he expelled a mouthful of blood, along with remnants of his recent meal, a foul odor wafting through the air. The gaze of the crowd in the martial arena turned simultaneously towards Hu Jie. His face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, his arms drenched in blood, and his stomach concaved, an utterly pitiful sight. "Disciple, The Grand Elder of the Rune Peak stepped forward, appearing beside Hu Jie in an instant. Who has been so ruthless as to inflict such grievous injuries upon you? Even with healing elixirs, recovery would take at least a month. The spectators listened intently. Hu Jie was the leader of the foundational realm at Rune Peak, a prodigy of their sect, and yet he had been reduced to such a state. It was Qin Tian, that scoundrel. Hu Jie gritted his teeth through the pain, uttering Qin Tian's name. Qin Tian? Hasn't he just recently entered the foundational realm? How could he have so thoroughly defeated Hu Jie? Chapter 53. A single strike. The crowd collectively questioned their hearing. How could Qin Tian possibly have vanquished Hu Jie? Even the Grand Elder of Rune Peak was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with hesitation, "You mean the Qin Tian from the Misty Peak?" Hu Jie nodded vehemently, his face a mask of resentment. "Indeed, that is him. Is it truly Qin Tian? Had he not only recently broken through to the foundational realm? It had been but a few short years since Qin Tian's entry into the sect, and both the elders and peak masters were well aware of this. After all, he was the sole descendant of the Misty Peak. Even if Qin Tian's performance were average, he could not escape the scrutiny of the masses. Moreover, the commotion surrounding his breakthrough to the foundational realm had drawn much attention. In contrast, Hu Jie had been at the foundational realm for several years, his strength formidable. With only a small step needed to reach the Golden Core realm. How could this be possible? Master, please retrieve the footage of Qin Tian. Due to Qin Tian's habitual low profile, Wu Jizi preferred to shield the disciples from any potential emotional disturbances, thus consistently cutting off his footage. However, Wu Jizi nodded. His mind now filled with questions. Could Qin Tian truly possess such formidable prowess? Meanwhile, Qin Tian lay leisurely on the back of a cow, joyfully singing a tune. After delivering a thorough beating to Hu Jie, he continued his journey deeper into the mountains. This individual exhibited no signs of anxiety typical of a grand competition. Serenely singing atop the cow, and his current position was already nearing the inner circle. Observing him, one would hardly consider him a contender capable of defeating Hu Jie. In his current state, Qin Tian undeniably appears to be a lackadaisical individual devoid of ambition. What is Qin Tian's current score? Esteemed leader. Could we perhaps ascertain Qin Tian's points? One disciple, filled with curiosity, noted Qin Tian's nonchalance, as if he were certain of his success. However, these transmission talismans not only facilitate teleportation, but also display landmarks and record scores, albeit at a considerable cost. The elder responsible for recording and checking the scores could not help but twitch slightly. This was far from a sure victory. It was a blatant surrender. Elder Chun, what is Qin Tian's score? Elder Chun cleared his throat and responded, Qin Tian's score is 0, placing him at the bottom of the rankings. How much? Only 0 points? The competition has been underway for several hours, and he has not even hunted a single beast? The Xian Beast mountain range is predominantly inhabited by low-tier beasts. Yet they are abundant. Spanning over tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, its vastness is indeed remarkable, while it may not be classified as a major mountain range. Its scale is far from insignificant. Qin Tian wandered for several hours within, yet astonishingly, he failed to slay even a single beast. This is utterly ineffectual. This fellow seems to be on an outing. Wu Jizi, filled with frustration, lamented how his junior sister could have chosen such a disciple. Send Hu Jie for healing. He must be dazed from the beating. Wu Jizi waved his hand dismissively, pondering that if Qin Tian could indeed render Hu Jie in such a state, he would have a score of 0, nor would he be ranked last. Yes, Sectmaster. The Grand Elder of the Talisman Peak had nothing to say. Qin Tian appeared harmless and devoid of ambition, certainly not someone capable of injuring Hu Jie. Hu Jie must have been disoriented, mistaking him for someone else, surely. It must be so. With Qin Tian's demeanor, it simply does not add up. Hu Jie was on the verge of losing his mind. Wondering why they still did not believe him. Had he endured the beating for nothing? Suddenly, figures emerged, the spirit extinguishing from the Sky Peak. Han Ling from the Alchemy Peak, Ding Chuan from the Array Peak, the prodigious Yen Lai, and Jun Ao Shi, all converging to block Qin Tian's path. Both Han Ling and Spirit Extinguishing understood that Qin Tian was no weakling, having previously defeated Yun Xian, hence they refrained from recklessly advancing. They planned to utilize the strength of the others to first wear down Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian possesses commendable personal strength, he finds himself surrounded by exceptional talents from various peaks. Qin Tian, it would be wise to surrender your possessions, Yen Lai remarked with a smile. This was a fruit of the first realm. Possessing it would allow him to overshadow Jun Ao Shi, thus basking in glory, though he had little hope for Feng Yue. Yin Lai felt a twinge of frustration. Having arrived at a cave realm, he anticipated abundant opportunities to showcase his prowess. Little did he know that first. There was the 8th grade prodigy Jun Ao Shi, followed by the Phoenix body wielder Feng Yue. He might as well have gone to a grand sect instead. The whims of fate are unpredictable. Now, escape was not an option. A traitor to the sect would bear a tarnished reputation and would find no refuge in a great sect, leaving only a path of darkness ahead. Jun Ao Shi took a step forward. The value of the first realm fruit was exceedingly high, its market price several times greater than that of an infant pill. Even as a prince of the kingdom, it would be difficult for him to enjoy such a treasure. Brothers, your realms are still shallow. The effects of the first realm fruit cannot be fully realized in your hands. How about you entrust it to your elder brother? Ding Chuan of the Array Peak suggested. Clad in a bagua robe, his handsome visage adorned with a smile. Although Yin Lai and Jun Ao Shi were top-tier geniuses, Ding Chuan had already comprehended a fragment of the killing formation, and his future achievements might not pale in comparison to theirs. Elder brother. Treasures should be possessed by the capable, Yin Lai replied with a light chuckle. After all, this was a first realm fruit, and no cultivator would willingly relinquish such a prize. Jun Ao Shi remained silent, yet he was resolute in his desire to obtain the fruit. Despite both being merely in the early stages of foundation establishment, they showed no sign of retreat before Ding Chuan. Only Han Ling and Mia Ling observed in silence, curious whether the three could subdue Qin Tian. Fools, do you truly believe you can capture me? Qin Tian scoffed. Why not test it and find out? Ding Chuan's feet shimmered with golden runes, spreading outward. This was the infinite killing formation. Although it was merely a fragment of the array, it was sufficient to subdue him. Ding Chuan brimmed with confidence. This was a top-tier killing formation passed down from the ancestors of the Wuji Sect's Array Peak, reputed to be capable of subduing even the leaders of great sects when complete. Qin Tian, if you wish to live, surrender the spiritual fruit. This is not an object you should covet. Spiritual entities possess their own essence, and they rightfully belong to the strong, Ding Chuan proclaimed, his words infused with formidable assurance. Once this formation was unleashed, even the most gifted individuals at the Golden Core stage might struggle to withstand its force. As the golden runes enveloped the area, the array unleashed a torrent of charging steeds, blades, and spears, an overwhelming aura of slaughter. In the dense forest, the moment the killing formation activated, the weather shifted dramatically. The once serene valley was instantaneously shrouded in a crimson glow, shooting skyward as if to stain the heavens red. A fierce wind howled, whipping up sand and stones. As trees in the valley succumbed to the tempest, their branches and leaves swirling through the air. In the midst of the lethal formation, countless sharp currents of sword energy emerged from thin air, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Wherever this sword energy reached, rocks were shattered into dust, and the earth was pierced with countless deep craters. The brows of Yin Lai and his companions were furrowed in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the terrifying mastery of the formation displayed by Ding Chuan. This array was potent enough to annihilate Golden Core cultivators. Mei Ling's brow furrowed. Although he had comprehended the first three forms of the Wuji sword technique, he realized that if enveloped by the formation, it would be nearly impossible to defy fate. The formation. Qin Tian's expression was far from pleasant. He had never encountered formations before and was utterly ignorant of them. Unlike other transmigrators who seemed to possess an innate understanding upon arrival, he found himself wholly unacquainted with the intricacies of formations. His only recourse was to rely on sheer strength to force his way through. First, he examined the resume of this individual. Name, Ding Chuan. Age, 28. Innate talent, 5th rank realm. Peak foundation establishment. Life resume. Hailing from Aerie City, he was born into a family of merchants. At the age of 16, he joined the Wujizong, where the master of the Array Peak discovered his innate talent for formations and took him as a disciple. After a decade of comprehension, he recently contributed to a segment of the Wujical Array 3 months ago, and is now participating in this disciple competition, where Qin Tian has identified a flaw in his formation. Evaluation. Unsatisfactory. Chapter 54. Breaking the formation. This resume is indeed impressive, Qin Tian mused, secretly pleased that even the flaw in the formation was plainly evident. Is this what you take pride in? Merely a trivial skill. Qin Tian's voice echoed languidly from within the formation. Ding Chuan scoffed derisively. Such arrogance. This formation is one that even seasoned masters of arrays would find challenging to unravel. It can only mercilessly annihilate those caught within. Qin Tian. Though I shall not take your life, if you wish to avoid unnecessary suffering, it would be prudent to relinquish the spirit fruit at once. With your feeble formation, A mere flick of my wrist would suffice to dismantle it effortlessly. Should you remain obstinate, then you shall first endure some hardship. Ding Chuan formed a seal with his fingers, and the array surged to life with astonishing speed, unleashing countless razor-sharp sword energies that rained down upon Qin Tian. The first-tier fruit had indeed fallen into Qin Tian's possession, yet alas, he could not safeguard it. The spectators in the training arena were momentarily taken aback, as they had never anticipated that the consistently last-ranked Qin Tian would snatch the first-tier fruit away. With a swift motion of the exquisite spirit sword in his hand, Qin Tian effortlessly shattered the myriad sword energies that filled the sky. You possess considerable strength, Qin Tian. It appears that many have underestimated you. However, beneath this murderous formation, even your prowess at the Golden Core stage will prove futile. This seemingly casual strike from Qin Tian had already revealed his peak foundation establishment strength. His abilities were formidable, and his swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, capable of dissolving the imminent peril of the lethal array. Could it be that Hu Jie was truly bested by Qin Tian? Nearby, Hu Jie, having consumed a healing elixir, found his swollen visage returning to normal. The mention of his name incensed him further, gnashing his teeth in frustration at being perpetually referenced. The expressions of the onlookers from Sangqiong Peak darkened. Qin Tian's growing strength was increasingly disadvantageous for them. Particularly, Songlan Tian wore an expression as gloomy as a stormy sea, for Qin Tian represented the sole obstacle to his dominion over Pyamyao Peak. Wujizi stroked his beard, his gaze profoundly contemplative. Could it be that the disciple my junior sister has taken under her wing harbors undisclosed secrets? Is Qin Tian not as ordinary as he appears? Alas, he had encountered the boundless killing formation. Wujizi shook his head in dismay. Though Qin Tian may possess certain capabilities, the Wujizong's ultimate killing formation is the foremost array of the sect. Even a mere fragment of it can ensnare those unfamiliar with its intricacies. Not even a peak Golden Core cultivator can hope to escape its clutches, ultimately succumbing to the array's relentless consumption until death. Qin Tian, I grant you one final opportunity to surrender the spirit fruit. Otherwise, the formation shall be fully unleashed, and you will find yourself regretting your choice when it is too late. A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you not realize that there are realms beyond your comprehension? With your meager formation, what can you possibly do to me? Qin Tian bellowed. Watch closely. For today, I shall dismantle your feeble array. The essence of the Qin Tian sword intent coalesced at the tip of the blade, and with a vigorous thrust, it was unleashed. A sharp, resounding shatter echoed through the air, sufficient to vanquish a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, as the runes swiftly began to disintegrate. The sword energy dissipated into the void, restoring clarity to the realm between heaven and earth. Holding an exquisite magical artifact, Qin Tian stood proudly, the expression of pride evident on the face of the blood dragon bull, its body no longer trembling. My formation has been shattered. Ding Chuan gazed at Qin Tian in disbelief. The corner of the infinite killing formation that he had painstakingly comprehended for a decade had been effortlessly dismantled by Qin Tian in a single move. 10 years of understanding. And yet it was undone in an instant. Ding Chuan murmured, is the art of formation truly this enigmatic? Qin Tian had indeed broken Ding Chuan's formation. Han Ling was left in a state of shock, her mouth agape, pondering how many more secrets Qin Tian might harbor. This individual had concealed his true strength for so long atop the misty peak, never revealing his prowess over the years. Yen Lai, Jun'eo Shi, and Miao Ling wore solemn expressions, utterly astonished that Qin Tian not only possessed formidable strength, but was also well-versed in formations. This is unreal, exclaimed many onlookers, their mouths agape in astonishment, completely unprepared for the unfolding scene. The challenge of dismantling a formation far surpassed that of establishing one. Qin Tian's expertise in formations likely eclipsed that of Ding Chuan by a significant margin. This is dire. Ding Chuan's heart shattered, plunging him into self-doubt, which would become his inner demon. The elder of the formation peak spoke with a hint of panic. Ding Chuan was a prodigy in the realm of formations, groomed by the peak master to be a successor, with the potential to inherit the position in the future. The elder made to venture into the mountains to retrieve Ding Chuan. Do not rush. This is a trial of his mindset, and he must overcome it on his own. The peak master interjected, asserting that matters of the heart could not be aided by others. I never imagined that the disciple my junior sister had taken under her wing would be so exceptional. Not only grasping the essence of sword intent, but also achieving notable success in formations, the peak master remarked. acknowledging that Qin Tian's application of sword intent within formations could not escape their notice. Qin Tian remained oblivious to the profound impact his single strike had on shattering a corner of the infinite killing array, which sent ripples of shock throughout the sect. How exceedingly fragile, he remarked with a dismissive curl of his lip, devoid of any intention to offer consolation. Instead, he continued to deride. Is this the array you take so much pride in? It hardly impresses. After a decade of mastery, is this truly the extent of your capabilities? Even a pig, given such time, should not be this woefully inadequate. Ding Chuan's gaze began to dull as he descended into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Qin Tian smiled lightly. He would show no mercy to this fellow who dared to challenge him. Oh, by the way, I have never studied formations. Your skill is truly quite mediocre. Impossible, impossible. You must have studied formations. Ding Chuan exclaimed, his emotions in turmoil. While Qin Tian's mastery of formations might indeed surpass his own, he could not fathom that Qin Tian had never delved into the subject. I swear, I truly have not studied it. Formations are far too simple. Is there a need for dedicated study? Qin Tian's declaration struck Ding Chuan's heart like a bolt of lightning. Am I a failure? Ding Chuan began to mutter incessantly to himself. A decade of diligent research, yet it was insufficient to withstand the casual strike of another. Such a fragile heart. Qin Tian scoffed, pondering whether this fellow had lost his mind. Senior brother Qin, your skills are truly remarkable. I wonder how formidable your personal strength is, Yan Lai remarked, his aura surging. Though he was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he possessed ample confidence in his ability to defeat Qin Tian. Damn it. What a bunch of useless people have come forth, Qin Tian said with dissatisfaction. How dare a mere novice in foundation establishment challenge me? Realm is not the sole measure of combat prowess. Throughout history, countless prodigies have risen against the odds. Yan Lai's words exuded an overwhelming arrogance, as he regarded himself among those exceptional talents who defy the conventional standards. Qin Tian refrained from further idle chatter. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight and reappeared beside Yan Lai. Such talents are indeed plentiful, yet you are not among them. Yan Lai's pupils widened in shock, utterly oblivious to how Qin Tian had materialized at his side. In an instant, he felt a ferocious aura akin to that of a wild beast surge around him. With a swift motion, Qin Tian raised his palm, and with a sharp crack, Yan Lai was sent hurtling away. And you? I presume you seek the fruit of the first realm as well? Qin Tian turned his gaze toward Jun Aoshi, standing tall and imposing. Jun Aoshi emanated an air of nobility, his brows sharp as swords. Just as he began to formulate an explanation, Qin Tian's hand descended with relentless force, producing another resounding clap that sent the proud and haughty Jun Aoshi flying. Both of them tumbled across the ground several times, disoriented and unable to rise for an extended period. How absurd, Qin Tian scoffed. How dare a mere initial stage foundation establishment cultivator approach me? Qin Tian possesses the prowess of 2 imperial-level prodigies. How could he possibly be trifled with by those of mere 7th or 8th grade talent? Qin Tian turned his gaze towards Hanling and Mieling Chapter 55, Beast Tide. Are you two also here for the fruit of the first realm? Hanling instinctively took a couple of steps back, chuckling. Haha, senior brother Qin, you jest. We merely came to take a look. The exquisite visage of Qin Ling was awash with astonishment, for Qin Tian had effortlessly dispatched the 2nd and 3rd ranked prodigies of the Wuji sect with a single strike. Brother Qin, I was merely passing by and shall not intrude upon you, Mia Ling remarked before swiftly making her exit. Han Ling hastily clasped her hands in farewell, fully aware that she was no match for Qin Tian. Lai Er, the master of Bai Hua Peak, suddenly rose to his feet. This was the hope of Bai Hua Peak, a being of 7th grade talent who had been rendered dazed by a mere slap from Qin Tian. Wujizi also chuckled nervously as his prized disciple, Jun Aoshi, found himself equally bewildered by the same blow. Qin Tian truly concealed himself deeply. Now everyone has come to realize that this fellow possesses extraordinary strength, yet has persistently chosen to hide his abilities. Off I go, continuing the search for my junior sister. These individuals are indeed only capable of remembering the beatings they receive. I hope no one else arrives subsequently. As anticipated, the inner region is teeming with even more demonic beasts. With a single stroke of her sword, Feng Yue dispatched the Blood Wolf horse, a creature of mid-golden core stage. After extracting the inner core, she delved further inward. The inner cores of demonic beasts embody their essence and are of immense value. Although she is presently the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, the consumption of her phoenix body is substantial. Should her cultivation level rise further, the Wuji sect may struggle to meet the demands of her phoenix body. Thud, thud. Feng Yue gazed into the distance, recognizing the rhythmic vibrations emanating from the earth. It was clear that these were caused by a multitude of demonic beasts trampling the ground. A beast tide. The numbers of demonic beasts within the Xian Beast Mountains are countless. If a beast tide were to erupt, the participating disciples would have no choice but to withdraw prematurely lest they perish beneath the onslaught. Ahead stood a human female. The Earth Ape noticed Feng Yue from a distance. These wretched humans dared to seize his one-stage fruit, a spiritual treasure he had guarded for decades. He was the Beast King deep within the Xian Beast Mountains, remaining in the inner region solely due to the presence of the one-stage fruit. The rampant slaughter of demonic beasts had also severed the path to the nascent soul for his son. These humans must be eliminated. Behind the Earth Ape, a larger Earth Ape let forth an enraged roar. During this trial in the Xian Beast Mountains, countless demonic beasts are being slain every moment. These humans do not seek food or resources. They are driven solely by a desire for slaughter, which is utterly intolerable for the demonic beasts. Behind the Earth Ape, various demonic creatures gathered, surging forth like a torrential flood. Feng Yue did not flee. It was merely a beast tide. Searching for demonic beasts would be far too troublesome. She was determined to secure the first place. This human does not flee. The Earth Ape was infuriated, perceiving this as a profound insult. Let the humans understand our might. Roar. Countless demonic beasts echoed in a unified howl. Demonic beasts at the Foundation establishment stage possess considerable intelligence, while those at the Golden Core stage are nearly indistinguishable from humans. The human girl before them not only refrained from running, but also displayed a murderous intent. A blatant provocation. Feng Yue activated the Phoenix Sutra and, in the next moment, charged directly into the beast tide. Her target was the Earth Ape of early nascent soul stage. If she could vanquish it, the beast tide would inevitably collapse, and she would ascend to an undisputed first place. Battling across two major realms is deemed impossible in the eyes of the world. Even those gifted with divine bodies find it exceedingly rare to combat across a single major realm, yet she faced beasts that surpassed her by over 2 major realms. Undaunted in the slightest, the human race is far too arrogant. The earthbound ape, a creature of immense fury, relentlessly pounded its chest, enraged that a mere foundation-level practitioner dared to challenge it. As a formidable demon of the nascent soul realm and a king among the creatures of the Xian Beast Mountain range, it was not to be trifled with. Feng Yue, however, remained unperturbed. To her, a practitioner of the nascent soul was nothing more than an insignificant insect. This confrontation presented an excellent opportunity for her to hone her own cultivation. Each stage of her journey demanded perfection, and she aspired to transcend all limits in this lifetime. With a resounding clang, a sword's cry harmonized with the call of the phoenix. The leading Earth Ape's pupils constricted in instinctual fear, compelling it to retreat at an alarming speed. Yet, Feng Yue's strike was swifter still. With a sickening thud, the head of the peaked Golden Core Earth Ape soared into the air, severed by her blade. Humans seek their demise. The nascent soul ape bellowed, its voice echoing with rage. This was its most exceptional progeny, the hope of the Earth Ape lineage, now felled by Feng Yue's sword. Your strength is indeed commendable. To slay a Golden Core beast at the Foundation establishment stage is no small feat. You must be a prodigy among your kind. Yet, you remain unaware of the chasm that lies between the Golden Core and the nascent soul. Attacker, commanded the nascent soul ape, rallying a multitude of Golden Core beasts to charge forward. Having lived for centuries, it understood the importance of a cautious approach. It aimed to exhaust her spiritual energy with the beast horde, ensuring a foolproof victory. The human race was cunning, often concealing their true capabilities. And Feng Yue surely possessed hidden tricks. A vast, seemingly endless throng of beasts surged forth, as Feng Yue's sword blazed with brilliance. Each stroke resulted in the precise decapitation of a beast. Though her cultivation was not high, her combat intuition and experience remained sharp. With each realm approached in its entirety, she aimed to forge a flawless imperial foundation. In this lifetime, she was destined to transcend and ascend to immortality. Apart from vengeance, her ultimate goals were to achieve immortality and soar into the celestial realm, as the pursuit of the Great Path was her eternal quest. A disturbance akin to the turning of earth dragons rippled through the vicinity, felt by disciples of the Wujizong over dozens, even hundreds of kilometers. This was not the turning of earth dragons, it resembled the legendary beast tide. The ground trembled with the incessant sounds of countless beasts trampling upon it. A beast tide? Upon learning of this phenomenon, disciples were filled with dread. Such a tide often heralded disaster, and their mere tens of thousands would be incapable of withstanding its onslaught. How could this beast tide be provoked? Could the hunting of beasts have incited a collective uprising among them? This thought weighed heavily on the minds of all present. Historically, the Wujizong's disciples' competitions involved pairwise battles, taking into account the possibility of resistance against beasts. The impending beast tide could not escape the notice of the sect's higher-ups. Master, what shall we do now? The disciples' competition has incited the wrath of the beasts, leading to their uprising. An elder spoke urgently. If we withdraw now, it would be considered forfeiture, as the time has not yet elapsed. However, if we persist, we are certain to face significant casualties. This was not merely a competition, but also a trial. The choice lay in their hands, to seek safety or to fight valiantly against the tide. The benevolent visage of the Supreme Sect revealed a flicker of solemnity. For countless years, the Supreme Sect has remained unchanged, perpetually residing in the confines of the cave realm. With aspirations to ascend as a paramount teaching, the baptism of blood and tears is an indispensable rite of passage. Some elders felt a pang of compassion, as many of these disciples were nurtured with their utmost efforts. The sect leader was correct. To grow stronger and transcend, conflict is unavoidable. Under the unwavering demeanor of the Supreme Master, no one dared to intervene, and the grand competition continued unabated. The beast tide? After vanquishing a new wave of disciples coveting the spiritual fruits, Qin Tian learned of the beast tide surging within the inner realm. This is dire. My junior sister is still inside. Chapter 56. The Move Junior Sister. The terror of the beast tide, as Qin Tian had long anticipated, was the convergence of a horrifying multitude of demonic beasts, surging like a torrential wave, capable of obliterating everything in their path during their charge. Although his junior sister was immensely powerful in her previous life, she had yet to mature in this one. Without a moment's thought, Qin Tian resolved to venture into the inner realm. He feared that his junior sister would be reluctant to abandon this grand competition. Little bull, let us go. Qin Tian urged, patting the little bull, yet it remained utterly still. Moo. The little bull voiced a protest. Faced with the dreadful beast tide, it was reluctant to proceed. Coward, you are also a beast. What do you fear? They will not attack you. Moo. The little bull continued to resist. In a state of helplessness, Qin Tian was compelled to abandon the young ox and continue his journey on foot. After an hour, he finally arrived at the inner area. The cacophony of the beast tide was now unmistakably close, with the roars of various demonic beasts rising and falling in a deafening chorus. What could be the reason for the beast tide to halt ahead, accompanied by the sounds of battle? Qin Tian was engulfed in confusion, his mind filled with an array of questions. Subsequently, he summoned his sword and soared into the sky, eager to discern what was transpiring ahead. Junior sister. Qin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld, at the heart of the monstrous throng, a strikingly beautiful maiden wielding a mystical sword, fiercely embroiled in a fierce combat with the beasts. Surrounding her lay a gruesome tableau of the fallen, the ground littered with the carcasses of demons. A scene so harrowing it could be likened to a mountain of corpses amid a sea of blood. The blood of the beasts coalesced into a small stream, flowing ominously. Damn it, his junior sister must not falter. With such an incessant onslaught of monsters, she had not even a moment to activate the teleportation talisman. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Tian immediately soared through the air on his sword, heading towards Feng Yue. Humans, I never imagined you to be a divine being. No wonder you have managed to fight for so long. But how much longer can you endure? The old earth ape gazed at Feng Yue, his eyes brimming with astonishment, completely forgetting about the offspring he had just lost. The human divine body was profoundly mysterious, harboring a terrifying energy akin to a miraculous elixir in human form. If he could devour Feng Yue, he might ascend further, becoming a true demon king and commanding the entire Xian Beast Mountain range. With each passing moment, she could not hold out much longer. High-ranking demon beasts exert absolute control over their lower counterparts. However, the deaths of hundreds of demon beasts had instilled fear in the remaining ones, preventing them from recklessly advancing. Feng Yue appeared like a humanoid beast, astonishingly managing to battle for an entire hour and slaying hundreds of demon beasts, the majority of which were golden core demons, striking terror into the hearts of countless others. Feng Yue's expression was gravely serious. Although her phoenix body transcended that of ordinary humans, this prolonged and intense combat had nearly depleted her spiritual energy. What once was a vast reservoir of energy, larger than a bathtub, had now shrunk to the size of a fist. If this continued, she would surely exhaust her spiritual power. Her physical stamina was also reaching its limits. If she did not retreat soon, she might lose her chance entirely. especially with a nascent soul demon king lurking nearby, watching hungrily. Enough, I must withdraw. There are too many demon beasts. I need to forge a path first. Feng Yue resolved, beginning her tactical retreat while continuing to fight. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. The old earth ape bellowed, his palm smashing down on a tree that required the embrace of 3 or 4 men to encircle. He then lifted the massive trunk, like a formidable deity, and brought it crashing down. Feng Yue leaped into the air, narrowly dodging this thunderous strike. The ancient tree exploded upon impact, splinters flying everywhere, leaving a deep gash in the ground. With your spiritual energy exhausted and still wishing to flee, perhaps had you run at the outset, you might have had a chance. But a prideful scion of humanity would never retreat in disgrace, would they? The old earth ape chuckled softly. He was all too familiar with humans, unlike demon beasts. Their natures were more singular. Humans are complex and variable. The courageous face thousands without fear, while the timid quail even before weaker foes. Feng Yue, being as proud as she was, would never flee unless absolutely necessary. She cleaved through several demon beasts with her sword and frantically dashed towards the periphery of the mountain range. Human, are you attempting to escape? The old earth ape's words dripped with amusement. Feng Yue instinctively hesitated. Her former pride made her reluctant to choose flight over combat. This demon beast was surprisingly clever, resorting to provoking her. Qin Tian silently scoffed. He knew Feng Yue was the reincarnation of an empress, and the strong often carried their own arrogance. Junior sister, do not heed his words. He merely relies on the overwhelming numbers of monsters to intimidate the few. At that moment, Qin Tian's voice resonated. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword shadow flowing cloud. A dazzling array of sword lights cascaded down from the heavens like shooting stars, instantly cleaving through several monstrous beasts. Qin Tian's strength surpasses that of Feng Yue by a considerable margin. Yet another prodigy has emerged. The old earth ape's gaze instantly darkened. The human race is indeed exceptionally endowed. Qin Tian, merely at the foundation establishment stage, could effortlessly slay golden core demonic beasts with a single strike, rivaling even Feng Yue. The emergence of such prodigious talents in tandem is indeed astonishing. Should they be vanquished today, the Wuji sect would undoubtedly suffer immense regret. Senior brother, Feng Yue exclaimed in delight, her heart brimming with astonishment at the revelation that Qin Tian had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and had even dispatched a golden core demonic beast with a single sword strike. Although his swordsmanship lacked refinement and his combat experience was somewhat limited, his power was already several times greater than that of an ordinary genius. Furthermore, the nascent form of sword intent was the most astonishing aspect of his prowess. The taste of a one-realm fruit is akin to your theft of my progeny's one-realm fruit, the ancient earth ape thundered in wrathful inquiry. Qin Tian smiled faintly and remarked, you beast, your sense of smell is quite keen. However, I did not steal, I merely took. Qin Tian retrieved a boundary fruit, gently swaying it in his hand. Many demonic beasts gazed upon it with covetous eyes, for this object held efficacy for all beings below the nascent soul stage. Among those present, only the elder earth ape had no need for the boundary fruit. Then I shall eliminate both of you and reclaim the spirit fruit. The elder earth ape declared coldly. Junior sister, here, Qin Tian said without hesitation as he tossed the boundary fruit to Feng Yue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. The fruit was of considerable value, and yet Qin Tian had so readily given it to her? Senior brother, the effects of the boundary fruit are extraordinary. You have already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Consuming it would enable your breakthrough to the golden core stage. It would be wiser for you to keep it for yourself. The boundary fruit bore no side effects and was far superior to the breaking core pill, offering numerous benefits to cultivation. The breaking core pill often stimulated latent potential but came with significant drawbacks, typically used by those whose potential had been exhausted in a final desperate attempt. Feng Yue brimmed with confidence, believing she needed no external aid to reach the golden core stage. Junior sister, my talents are limited. Consuming this would be a waste on my part, Qin Tian insisted, compelling Feng Yue to accept it. It was no jest. Her elevation in strength would equate to his own, a mutually beneficial endeavor. Upon witnessing Feng Yue's reluctance to accept, Qin Tian's expression hardened as he declared, Junior sister, this gift is bestowed upon you by your elder brother. Would you truly refuse it? Feng Yue hesitated briefly, acutely aware of the invaluable nature of the one-realm fruit. Thank you, elder brother, she replied, accepting the fruit. She resolved to seek out even more precious spiritual items to repay him in due course. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a captivating charm. To her, the one-realm fruit was not particularly precious. She had encountered countless rare treasures in her past. Yet, this was a gift freely given to her. Perhaps, in this life, her elder brother was indeed different from those before. After enduring solitude for so long, the sudden warmth enveloping her heart stirred a sensation she had never experienced before, a delightful novelty. "Do not refuse. This spiritual fruit is mine," interjected the old earth ape inopportunely. "I shall not indulge your games any longer. I would rather eliminate both of you swiftly to prevent the arrival of the Wuji sect." Chapter 57. True Phoenix Fire Kill. The old earth ape bellowed, swinging his massive arm, prompting a fierce onslaught from a multitude of beasts. This time, they surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Feng Yue's expression shifted dramatically as she realized that the old earth ape had not yet exerted his full strength. Roar! The old earth ape propelled himself forward, determined to take matters into his own hands. Time had stretched on too long, and he was increasingly anxious about the potential arrival of human reinforcements. "Junior sister, you must leave first. I will hold them off," Qin Tian urged. "No, we shall go together," Feng Yue insisted resolutely, unwilling to allow Qin Tian to face the danger alone. "You must leave. Your spiritual energy is depleted, and continuing could be perilous," Qin Tian pressed urgently, contemplating activating the teleportation talisman once Feng Yue had departed. For this grand competition held little significance for him. "Absolutely not," Feng Yue persisted, unwavering in her determination. "Hurry!" Qin Tian suddenly shouted. "Are you disregarding your elder brother's words?" Feng Yue was taken aback. No one had ever dared to reprimand her in such a manner. She could hardly recall the last time she had experienced such an encounter. To her surprise, she found herself compelled to heed Qin Tian's command and began to dash towards the exit. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. The old earth ape was determined not to let Feng Yue flee. The human race bore grudges. Should Feng Yue evade capture today, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance in the future. With a clang, Qin Tian wielded his sword, unleashing a strike imbued with terrifying sword intent that instantaneously cleaved a swath of emptiness. "Kill him!" The old earth ape roared in fury. Qin Tian swiftly turned and fled in the opposite direction of Feng Yue. "Come, pursue me if you dare." Qin Tian had no intention of passively waiting to be hunted. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, an elder with an ethereal presence smiled gently, acknowledging that the emergence of two prodigies from the Wujizong was indeed a stroke of fortune for the sect. The elder's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the Xian Beast mountain range. Feng Yue was the future of Wujizong, and naturally, there were unseen protectors safeguarding her. Although Qin Tian remained oblivious to this fact, the old earth ape leaped into the air, positioning itself before Qin Tian. "Since you aspire to be a hero, let me first eliminate you. Once you are vanquished, I shall turn my attention to that girl." The old earth ape's form abruptly transformed into a resplendent golden hue, embodying the divine abilities of the ape clan. "For a foundation-building realm to compel me to intervene personally, you may take pride in that." The old earth ape shimmered with dazzling golden light, and in the next moment, it struck down upon Qin Tian with a forceful slap. This was a full-force blow from the nascent soul realm, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, a true testament to the might of the nascent soul stage. Qin Tian's spiritual energy surged wildly as he unleashed the first move of the ethereal sword technique, the sword shadow flowing clouds. This time, Qin Tian fully manifested his sword intent, a terrifying wave of energy crashing forth like a tumultuous tide. The ancient earth ape, with its golden colossal palm, effortlessly shattered the overwhelming sword intent. "Indeed, you are a prodigy. You have also comprehended the sword intent." The ancient earth ape was astonished, realizing that a single cave abode harbored two disciples who grasped the sword intent. The sword intent is undeniably formidable, yet you are merely at the foundational stage. It is best for you to submit to your fate. The ape god descends. Roar. The ancient earth ape radiated a crystalline brilliance, an overwhelming aura enveloping the surroundings. The horrific demonic energy rampaged freely, casting a shadow over the skies, while the ancient earth ape alone emanated a dazzling golden light. The power of the nascent soul stage far surpassed that of the foundational stage by more than a fold. The beast tide recoiled in fear, retreating hundreds of meters to avoid being caught in the wake of this demonic power. Qin Tian furrowed his brow and turned to dash into the midst of the beast horde. The creatures emitted a series of ferocious roars, cursing the despicable human who dared to drag them into this predicament. A mystical and ethereal wind swirled around them. Qin Tian executed the second move of the ethereal sword technique, and a tangible beam of sword light flickered past, instantly cleaving dozens of monstrous beasts in two. "If he could not harm you," the venerable old ape, then this young master would simply eliminate the other beasts. Qin Tian deliberately plunged into the horde of creatures, intending to incite chaos among them. The ancient land ape let out a scornful laugh, showing indifference to the casualties of the beasts. He too charged into the fray, seeking to slay Qin Tian. Qin Tian continuously unleashed the ethereal sword technique. How frustrating! The teleportation talisman had yet to activate. Enraged, Qin Tian found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of slaughter. After half an hour, the number of demon beasts he had vanquished surpassed even that of Feng Yue. Moreover, many more demon beasts fell victim to the indirect strikes of the ancient ape. Let me try the phoenix form, Qin Tian murmured softly. Relying solely on sword intent allowed him to withstand the ancient ape, yet this approach would undoubtedly lead to his demise through sheer exhaustion. The rate at which a nascent soul cultivator absorbed spiritual energy was vastly superior to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Tian's body radiated a shimmering glow, and an extraordinarily intense flame manifested in his hand. The true fire of the phoenix. This ethereal flame, born of the phoenix's essence, burns with unparalleled ferocity. Once it touches anything, it cannot be extinguished unless the very body is reduced to ash. This is the true fire of the phoenix. The ancient ape's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Qin Tian possesses a unique constitution as well? Qin Tian cast forth the true fire from his hands, instantly ensnaring dozens of monstrous beasts. The flames swiftly seared through their flesh and blood, causing them to writhe in agony upon the ground. Alas, the fire remained unquenchable. In the eyes of the ancient earth ape, a profound wariness flickered as an energy shield composed of spiritual essence rapidly enveloped its exterior. Upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities from the earthbound apes and the beast horde, Qin Tian realized that they had no intention of continuing the battle. The mere flicker of the phoenix's true fire had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy. Just as he was about to activate the teleportation talisman, a voice resonated from the skies above, a venerable elder, suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. During this trial, the Wuji sect had forged an accord with the Beast King, stipulating that those at the nascent soul stage were prohibited from intervening. The Beast King, the sole sovereign of the Xian Beast Mountain Range, was a formidable entity at the transformation stage, possessing immense power. Frustration flickered in the eyes of the elder earthbound ape. Yet it had no choice but to retreat. Curse it, the human prodigies truly have their protectors. The elder ape grumbled as the beast tide was compelled to disperse. Thank you, esteemed elder, Qin Tian expressed with a smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Fully aware that the individual before him was undoubtedly a senior from the Wuji sect. There is no need for excessive formality, the elder replied with a gentle smile, displaying a sense of camaraderie. Indeed, you are a commendable senior brother. Esteemed elder, you flatter me. I possess but this one junior sister, and it is my duty to safeguard her, Qin Tian responded humbly. It is indeed imperative to protect your junior sister. Your sword intent and even the phoenix's true fire seemed to resonate with her essence, the elder remarked, intrigued. It was the elder's first encounter with two individuals so strikingly similar. A subtle change flickered across Qin Tian's countenance. His power was derived from his junior sister. The moment he acted, his true strength would be revealed, leaving him no choice but to resort to the phoenix's true fire. The essence of the sword is indeed a topic of discussion. What you comprehend, I too can grasp. However, the phoenix body. It is a divine entity so unique that only one can possess it in a single generation. This is a consensus held by all. Haha. I have merely gleaned a fragment from my junior sister's teachings. The elder refrained from pressing further and instead remarked, everyone harbors their own secrets. Strive to keep yours concealed from the outside world. The competition continues, and I shall not intrude any longer. With that, the elder vanished in an instant. Qin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the matter had not been probed further. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. The existence of a second phoenix body, if it were to be revealed, would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval. Henceforth, he resolved to employ his unique secret technique sparingly. Murmuring to himself, he prepared to venture beyond the mountains, his interest in hunting demonic beasts for points having waned. Since Feng Yue's departure, an unsettling anxiety had gripped him. After regaining a modicum of spiritual energy, she returned to the inner circle, only to find the ground strewn with the corpses of demonic beasts. The sword intent lingering in the air seemed to rival his own. From the remnants of that sword intent, Feng Yue sensed that Qin Tian's prowess was likely extraordinary. How could her senior brother's comprehension of sword intent be so profound? Was this the residue of the true fire of the phoenix? Chapter 58. Renewed assault. Feng Yue furrowed her brow. The scene of battle before her felt eerily familiar, as if she had witnessed it firsthand. Why was this so? Where had her senior brother gone? A sudden wave of concern for Qin Tian surged within her. The massive tide of beasts would pose a considerable challenge even for her, with formidable beings of the nascent soul realm among them. While she had contingency plans, what resources did Qin Tian possess? Employing a tracking technique, Feng Yue followed his trail, hastening towards the mountain's edge. The grand competition had yielded bountiful rewards, and Qin Tian felt quite content as he strolled through the mountains. The first realm was indeed sufficient to significantly enhance Feng Yue's strength, while he himself could also benefit from this opportunity to refine his cultivation. However, the swift exposure of his secret left him somewhat disheartened. His true fire of the phoenix, easily discernible to the discerning eye, required a clever ruse to divert attention. This incident involved the sect's elders. Should it come to the attention of outside cultivators, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. The appearance of two individuals with identical constitutions in one era would pique the curiosity of the noble families and sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness. The time for the competition was drawing near. Having been compelled to eliminate numerous demonic beasts, he suspected that the sect had already taken notice. Nevertheless, it was not a grave concern. Although he preferred to operate discreetly, he did not fear the exposure of his strength. Allowing others to recognize his capabilities could mitigate potential losses, instilling a sense of caution in those with ulterior motives, preventing them from targeting him recklessly. This was particularly true for the members of the enforcement hall. Suddenly, a gray creature, a flower rat twice the size of an ordinary squirrel, chirped at Qin Tian's feet. Where did this wild rodent come from? Without hesitation, he kicked it away, sending it flying several hundred meters before it collided with a large tree and came to a halt. Little mouse. A distressed young woman rushed over to carefully pick up the small creature. The flower rat squeaked a couple of times before losing consciousness. Thank goodness, it's not dead, she exclaimed, rising to her feet, her anger flaring. Qin Tian, you jerk. You almost killed my spirit-seeking mouse. The spirit-seeking mouse, though not as valuable as the treasure-seeking mouse, possesses remarkable abilities in both tracking and treasure hunting. Yet, it was nearly struck down by a kick from Qin Tian. A woman, adorned in a delicate pink gauze dress, with a countenance as beautiful as a blooming flower and skin as fair as snow, gazed at Qin Tian with a face full of indignation. Qin Tian chuckled. No wonder you are unafraid of people. It turns out this little creature is domesticated. My apologies, I mistook it for a wild rat. The girl, filled with indignation, was appalled that he would refer to her cherished spirit mouse as a mere wild rat. Next time, make sure your precious companion doesn't venture too close to others. Should it be accidentally kicked to death, you would deeply regret it. Qin Tian casually remarked, preparing to turn away. It was merely a rat. Kicking it was no great concern. Stop. You think you can just walk away after kicking my precious mouse? There is no such thing as a free pass in this world. The girl exclaimed, her large eyes flashing with anger. I'm not even demanding compensation for emotional distress. Consider yourself fortunate, Qin Tian replied, ignoring her. As he attempted to flee, the girl suddenly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, a fierce attack that sliced through the trees along a span of hundreds of meters. Though she appeared gentle and demure, her assault was extraordinarily fierce and powerful. Qin Tian soared into the sky with a leap, evading the attack by several hundred meters. Such an assault would likely be impossible for an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator to evade. Qin Tian gazed at the woman, sensing that her appearance was anything but coincidental. Name, Nanmen Xian. Age, 31. Talent, 5th grade realm. Initial stage of golden core life experience. Disciple of the spirit herb peak. Here for a realm fruit evaluation. Unsatisfactory. It was evident that she had ulterior motives. That rat was likely not an accidental presence, but rather a pursuer in quest of him. Qin Tian chuckled softly. How do you intend to resolve this? This fellow possessed formidable strength within the Foundation establishment stage. It was rare for anyone to rival him, and he had effortlessly evaded my attack, the woman in the flowing dress murmured. Nevertheless, even so, he was merely at the Foundation establishment level. How could he alter her fortune? As long as she secured a realm fruit, she could potentially ascend to the position of the new peak maiden. That will depend on your sincerity, Nanmen Xian replied softly. You came here for a realm fruit, did you not? Qin Tian stated forthrightly. Nanmen Xian paused momentarily before responding with a playful laugh. Indeed, now that you have injured my prized mouse, you shall compensate with a realm fruit. A wild rat. Its survival is merely a stroke of luck, Qin Tian retorted. knowing that many coveted his spiritual fruit. But they must possess the capability to claim it. I shall retrieve it myself. With the matter laid bare, Nanmen Xian decided to abandon any pretense. Come forth. Qin Tian called out to the dense forest. Are there others? Nanmen Xian inquired, glancing into the depths of the thicket. Haha, brother Qin, your strength is truly remarkable. Worthy of defeating the prodigy Jun Aosher in a single blow, someone laughed heartily as they emerged. Among them was Lei Ying from the refraining peak. With a dark complexion and a robust physique, he wholly embodied Qin Tian's preconceived notion of a blacksmith. Brother Qin, Li Sisi from the alchemy peak also appeared. Figures from the Azure Sky Peak and the Spirit Herb Peak, as well as the 100 Blossoms Peak, gradually made their entrance. The grand competition was nearing its conclusion. This was the final opportunity to seize a realm fruit. Once the competition ended, they would no longer have the chance to claim Qin Tian's possession. Their persistence is truly relentless, Qin Tian mused, underestimating the immense allure of the realm fruit. This group seemed utterly disinterested in the competition, fixated solely on pursuing him. Qin Tian, you might as well hand it over. You cannot retain it, Song Feng asserted. Indeed, last time we underestimated you, allowing you to exploit the situation. This time, it will not be so simple, Lei Ying added. You are too late. I have already consumed the realm fruit. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Impossible. If you had ingested a realm fruit, you would have immediately broken through to the golden core stage. How can you still be at the foundation establishment level? If I truly consumed it, there is nothing I can do to prove it to you. Time is of the essence. Stop wasting words with him. Let us incapacitate him first, Lei Ying said coldly. Recalling how Qin Tian had crippled Yun Xian from the refining peak, that score remained unsettled. That will depend on your abilities, Qin Tian declared, drawing forth a top-tier magic sword. This group comprised golden core cultivators, promising talents nurtured by their respective peaks, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary beasts of the same tier, especially Cangfeng and Lei Ying, both of whom were prodigies in the mid to late golden core stage. Let us engage. With a thunderous roar, Cangfeng and Lei Ying launched a joint assault. Among the disciples of the 8 peaks, they were indeed formidable adversaries. Although Li Sisi regarded Qin Tian as a loyal companion, she showed no hesitation in confronting the first-order fruit. Initiating her attack, come forth, let me witness whether you, the disciples of the peaks, are truly worthy of your esteemed titles. Standing resolute with his sword, Qin Tian faced the onslaught of the crowd, unperturbed by their aggression. Is it merely foundational cultivation? Do you truly believe you could pose a challenge to us? Cangfeng sneered contemptuously. The collective strike was not born out of respect for Qin Tian's prowess, but rather a shared desire to seize his storage pouch first. Chapter 59. Feng Yue Strike Stop. Feng Yue's voice rang out, as melodious and clear as a kingfisher's call. Accompanying her words was a blade of light that sliced through the air like a flash of lightning. Cangfeng and Lei Ying were thrown into a state of panic, hastily retreating. Should they have attempted to withstand that blow, they would likely emerge gravely injured, if not dead. Such was the might of the Phoenix divine body. The prowess of the chief disciple of the Wujizong was indeed terrifying. Having entered the sect merely 3 months prior, she had already reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation and had comprehended the essence of sword intent. Despite their years in the golden core stage, they found themselves lacking even the qualifications to contend. The first-order fruit is in my possession. Who among you dares to seize it? Feng Yue revealed the fruit, its rich fragrance instantly wafting through the air. Cangfeng and Lei Ying's expressions darkened. Qin Tian actually had the audacity to bestow such a precious treasure upon his junior sister. What kind of generous senior brother was he? Did Qin Tian not realize that, as a foundational cultivator himself, he could use that first-order fruit to break through to the golden core stage? Chief disciple, the crowd saluted in unison. Though Qin Tian and the others might remain indifferent, they dared not act recklessly in the presence of Feng Yue. Setting aside her formidable strength, her noble lineage alone was enough to instill fear. As a phoenix body, she was destined to become a goddess of unparalleled might, unbound even by the constraints of the Wuji sect. This group of so-called geniuses, both male and female, though often lauded as prodigies, paled in comparison to her brilliance. Their 5th and 6th grade talents were utterly trivial when juxtaposed with the divine physique she possessed. The disparity was far greater than that between a first-grade talent and their own. Begone, Feng Yue's gaze hardened, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping her. Were it not for the bonds of their shared sect, these individuals would have met their demise. I take my leave, despite their reluctance. Song Feng and Ling had no choice but to depart. Li Sisi cast a glance before following suit. Recognizing that the phoenix body was not a foe to be trifled with, their fates were sealed as mere leaders of the Wuji sect, while Feng Yue was destined to reign as the sovereign of the eastern wilderness. Haha, a bunch of cowards. Qin Tian showed no mercy, laughing heartily. This incited discontent among the crowd, who muttered under their breath, "What is there to be proud of? It's merely a formidable junior sister." "Thank you, junior sister." Feng Yue replied with a nod, her expression softening in an instant. The spiritual fruit held immense value for Qin Tian, sufficient to elevate him to the Golden Core realm. Yet he chose to offer it to her. Furthermore, it was he who sought her out during the beast tide. Feng Yue instinctively smiled. "Brother? Should anyone dare to lay a hand on me in the future, you may come to my aid." She pondered whether the traces of battle were left by him. If so, those individuals would surely be no match for him. Agreed, Qin Tian readily assented, his masculinity a non-issue in the face of such a beneficial alliance. "With a strong ally at my side, this is indeed fortuitous. The time for the grand competition is approaching," Qin Tian remarked, gazing at the shimmering teleportation array. The teleportation talismans had begun to activate, and the competing disciples would soon be transported back. Golden runes illuminated the talisman, and in the next moment, the two vanished from sight. Indeed, this teleportation talisman was a miraculous contraption for those wishing to escape danger at a moment's notice. Qin Tian tucked away the teleportation talisman. The returning disciples submitted their talismans, which could only function due to the presence of a guiding formation in the Xian Beast Mountain range. Beyond this region, they were rendered entirely useless, so there was no point in keeping them clandestinely. Wu Jizi spoke up, stating that such talismans, capable of disregarding distance and enabling instantaneous transportation, were beyond the crafting abilities of the Wu Ji sect. Alas, they were constrained by geographical limitations. Qin Tian discarded the talisman. An elder of the Wu Ji sect stepped forward to announce the rankings. The top 10 would represent the Wu Ji sect in the 12 Caves Heaven competition. Furthermore, the total rewards for this competition were as follows. For the Qi Refinement Group, the first place would receive 20,000 Spirit Stones, the second place 10,000. The third 5,000, the fourth 1,500, the fifth 1,400, the sixth 1,300, the seventh 1,200, the eighth 1,100, the ninth 1,000, and the 10th 900. A fully realized Qi refinement cultivator typically earned a mere 40 Spirit Stones per month. Thus, securing the 10th place would amount to nearly 2 years' worth of salary, while the first prize, a staggering 20,000 Spirit Stones, equated to the earnings of 40 years. Such a sum was sufficient to purchase an authentic foundational cultivation item. For those in the Qi refinement stage, Spirit Stones could procure almost 99% of the necessary cultivation resources. The first place boasts a handsome reward of 10,000 Spirit Stones. One could only wonder who would seize the top position. Many disciples, upon hearing the prize amounts, were inexplicably stirred. 20,000 Spirit Stones represented an astronomical figure for those in the Qi refinement stage. In previous competitions, the first prize for the Qi refinement group was merely a few thousand Spirit Stones. Regrettably, many Qi refinement disciples lamented their choices, feeling they had missed a monumental opportunity. Only the 6th grade genius Tang Sun maintained his composure, as if the Spirit Stones were destined for him. 20,000 Spirit Stones, splendid. They can facilitate my foundational cultivation. Tang Sun murmured. Congratulations, junior brother Tang. Having joined the sect for merely 3 months and encountering such fortune, the first place in the Qi refinement group is undoubtedly yours. Someone remarked. Of course, who could rival my junior brother in the Qi refinement group? Tang Sun is in a league of his own. Having even slain a foundational demon beast, overcoming an entire realm to achieve victory. Many disciples from the Tsongqiang Peak boasted about Tang Sun's prowess. Despite his short time in the sect, his extraordinary talent had propelled him to full mastery of the Qi refinement stage within just 3 months, surpassing many who had been training for years. How can you be so certain of your first place when the rankings have yet to be announced? Xiaoyan chuckled softly. Are you actually considering competing for the top spot with me? Tang Sun scoffed, confident that despite not knowing why a seemingly insignificant individual like Xiao Yan possessed 6th grade talent, there remained a discernible gap between them. Tang Sun was brimming with self-assurance, convinced that Xiao Yan, being a novice, could never compare to him. Indeed, such arrogance is unwarranted. Before Tang Sun could utter a word, a group of disciples from the Celestial Peak could no longer contain their derision. Junior brother, Why bother arguing with a frog at the bottom of a well? The first place is undoubtedly yours. Qin Tian patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Well aware that Xiaoyan was not only exceptionally gifted but also the child of fortune. Such a person, without a doubt, possessed extraordinary luck. What my senior brother says is true. They are merely frogs in a well. My junior brother is certain to secure the first place. Filled with confidence regarding the first position, Xiaoyan's prowess, under the guidance of Master Yao, was far beyond what ordinary peers could compare to. Qin Tian, although junior sister Feng is indeed a paragon of talent, not everyone possesses a divine body. Song Feng appeared behind Tang Sun, his repeated defeats at the hands of Qin Tian fueling his irritation. My junior brother is a prodigious genius, not inferior to junior sister Feng. What a joke. Junior sister Feng merely allowed you to benefit from her talent. Do you truly believe that everyone you find is a genius? Aspiring to claim the first place is nothing short of a pipe dream, Song Feng scoffed. Feng Yue is a being of the phoenix body. Individuals like her are exceedingly rare, appearing only once every millennium. Based solely on Xiaoyan's meager 6th grade talent, he dares to compare himself to the phoenix body? Let us wager, then, on who will achieve first place. Chapter 60. The conclusion of the competition. Very well. I accept the wager. Song Feng was incredulous that Xiaoyan, having only entered the sect for a month, could possibly be compared to Tang Sun. The instruction and resources Tang Sun had access to were incomparable to those of the mysterious peak, being personally imparted by the master, who on the mysterious peak could provide such teaching. No one, only a being like Feng Yue, with a divine body, could warrant an exception from the sect leader to learn from the masters of the 9 peaks. Xiaoyan had not been afforded such privilege. Although his 6th grade talent was rare, it was insufficient to compel the sect to make exceptions. Let us wager your high-grade magic sword, Qin Tian suggested. Glancing at the sword in Song Feng's possession, deeming it quite suitable for Xiaoyan's use, Song Feng was taken aback. It was a contest among junior brothers. So why should he stake his magic sword? However, having reached this point, retreating would only bring shame. Senior brother, rest assured. This time my junior brother will undoubtedly defeat the Foundation Establishment Beast and secure the first place. Tang Sun was brimming with confidence. Slaying a Foundation Establishment Beast while in the Qi refinement stage was an exceedingly rare feat. And defeating a beast across a major realm was a testament to genius in any faction. Song Feng, upon hearing this, felt somewhat reassured. Battling across a major realm was indeed a daunting task, even for him. Impressive for a 6th grade talent. You are truly formidable. Very well. But what will you use as your stake? Song Feng inquired, gazing at Qin Tian. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Tian summoned an exquisite magic sword that materialized before him. This splendid blade shall suffice. Wagering between superior and exquisite ranks positions you at a significant advantage. Indeed. Song Feng felt a surge of desire. The exquisite sword held a value several times greater than his superior sword. The rankings for the Qi training group were about to be announced. 10th place, Kong Yufan. 9th place, Chen Ming. 8th place, Wei Chun. 7th place, Ho Wei. 4th place, Shi Xiaoao. The announcement of the 7th to 10th positions did not stir much excitement. The focus of attention invariably gravitated towards the champion. Or at the very least, the top 3. 3rd place, Nailan Rongrua. 2nd place, Tang Sun. 1st place, Xiaoyan. The elder did not dally, swiftly proclaiming the names of the top 3. Forgive my boldness, but I claim the first position, Xiaoyan remarked with a slight smile. Song Feng and Tang Sun were left astonished, utterly unprepared for Xiaoyan's unexpected victory. Wagerers must accept their losses, Song Feng conceded, reluctantly handing the sword over to Qin Tian, for to withhold it would tarnish his reputation. Remarkably, Xiaoyan had only joined the sect a month prior. Yet he secured the top rank in the Qi training group, a feat indicative of extraordinary talent. It seems Qin Tian has an uncanny ability to identify such prodigies. With Feng Yue preceding Xiaoyan, the Miao Miao Peak now boasts 2 remarkable geniuses. Many elders whispered among themselves, their words laced with envy. A 6th grade prodigy, such talent was a rarity, even among the main peaks. Next, the rankings for the Foundation Establishment Group were to be revealed. The rewards, still in spirit stones, had increased tenfold from the Qi training group, with the 1st place receiving 200,000 spirit stones. Spirit stones serve as both currency and essential resources for cultivation, allowing one to procure nearly everything needed for the Foundation Establishment stage. While Xiaoyan drew considerable attention, his affiliation with Miao Miao Peak rendered any envy futile. The Foundation Establishment Group naturally garnered greater interest, as its disciples represented the mainstream strength within the sect, unlike their Qi training counterparts who commanded less focus. Foundation establishment signifies the bedrock of cultivation. Those who excel at this stage often achieve remarkable success in their future endeavors. 10th place, Han Yu from the Sky Peak. 7th place, Han Ling from the Alchemy Peak. 6th place, Jiang Shasha from the Spiritual Herb Peak. 5th place, Ning Chuan from the Array Peak. 4th place, Yin Lai from the 100 Flowers Peak. The sect leader's disciple, Jun Aoshi, claimed 3rd place. 2nd place, Qin Tian. 1st place, Feng Yue. Was Qin Tian truly the second? There must be some hidden machinations at play. Could it be that Feng Yue, the chief, aided Qin Tian in vanquishing the demon beasts? Many disciples in the foundation building stage began to vociferously express their disbelief. They were well aware of Qin Tian's capabilities, having only recently entered the foundation building phase. How could he possibly secure 2nd place? The elders and peak masters of the Wuzhizong remained silent, particularly Tsang Lantian. If there were indeed any hidden agendas, he would have already erupted in outrage. Alas, this achievement was solely the result of Qin Tian's own efforts. Qin Tian possesses remarkable strength, having effortlessly defeated the two prodigies, Jun Aoshi and Yin Lai, with a mere slap. In the rankings of the Golden Core stage, Song Feng stands first, followed by Lei Ying in 2nd, and Li Shishi in 3rd, with the disciples from various peaks claiming the top 8 positions. The 9th and 10th spots are occupied by 2 disciples hailing from Song Feng Peak, a fact that elicits no surprise given its status as the strongest main peak. The reward for securing 1st place in the Golden Core stage is a low-grade spiritual weapon. Song Feng, smiling, accepts the prize. Having just lost a high-grade magic sword but now acquiring another spiritual artifact. Following the conclusion of this competition, the top 10 disciples will rest before embarking on a journey to Ling Su sect in 7 days. Ling Su sect, the most formidable of the 12 paradises, traditionally hosts the grand contest of the various heavens. This has been an established custom for many years, with no dissent from other factions, despite being merely a paradise force. Ling Su sect possesses profound roots and likely has the strength to contend with major sections. Its influence among the 12 paradises is immense. On Chaomiao Peak, the elder brother exclaims, truly impressive, securing 2nd place. Xiaoyan responds, what is so remarkable about 2nd place? Qin Tian waves his hand dismissively. That 2nd place was merely a fluke. Had it not been for the beast tide, I had no intention of intervening. Now, I'm faced with the dilemma of participating in the grand contest of the heavens. Qin Tian had no desire to go. He merely wished to languidly await his demise, allowing his junior disciples to toil diligently while he reclined and grew stronger. Qin Tian wore a somber expression, consumed by melancholy. Xiaoyan initially presumed that Qin Tian's sorrow stemmed from his inability to compete with Feng Yue, senior brother. The 2nd sister is a peerless genius endowed with a divine physique. There is no shame in your defeat. How peculiar, thought the old man. After all these years, he could hardly believe that Yin Er's rather ordinary senior brother could secure 2nd place. The esteemed elder Yao grew increasingly curious about Qin Tian, eager to uncover the secret of his achievement. It was entirely expected for Feng Yue to claim 1st place, after all. She possessed a divine physique and remained inscrutable even to elder Yao, exuding the aura of an extraordinary being. Feng Yue cast a sidelong glance at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, to her astonishment, managed to secure the 2nd place. Furthermore, those battle scars, could they truly be the remnants of Qin Tian's combat? The Phoenix True Fire, in theory, should be a power unique to her alone. Feng Yue found herself utterly perplexed. However, the pressing matter at hand was to examine the system's settlement. The 3-month period had come to an end, and it was time to unveil the rewards bestowed by the system. As for surpassing Qin Tian, Feng Yue regarded it with no sense of surprise whatsoever. Qin Tian may have concealed some strategies, yet they pale in comparison to hers. Feng Yue remained silent and strode directly into the wooden cabin. The senior sister is truly diligent. Having just returned, she is already commencing her training anew. I cannot afford to lag behind. I too shall engage in my cultivation. Xiaoyan also followed suit, embarking on his own training. Qin Tian returned to his chair. The prospect of cultivation seemed utterly unattainable, a dream forever out of reach. His junior disciples were diligently striving, which was commendable. Feng Yue whispered softly, it is time to settle the tasks. Chapter 61, Task Settlement. Failure. Ding. The task settlement commences. Task requirement. Surpass senior brother Qin Tian within 3 months. Task settlement. Failure. Cultivation level not surpassed. Combat prowess not surpassed. Task penalty. 7 days of close study under Qin Tian. Failure to complete the penalty results in the deprivation of physical constitution and cultivation ability, rendering future cultivation impossible. Having failed the first task, an additional task is issued, requiring her to surpass Qin Tian within half a month, with rewards for success and penalties for failure. What? Task failure? A myriad of questions filled Feng Yue's small mind. How could this be? How could she possibly fail to surpass Qin Tian? Both were at the foundation establishment stage. It is worth noting that she had achieved a perfect foundation establishment through the Phoenix True Feather, having reached an unparalleled level in this realm. A feat few had accomplished throughout history. Yet now, at the same stage, she could not surpass Qin Tian. The disparity in combat prowess was even more outrageous. She possessed the Phoenix body, one of the most formidable physiques in existence, capable of condensing Phoenix True Fire that could incinerate all in its path, engaging in battles across realms as effortlessly as one would eat or drink. In addition to her Phoenix body, she wielded a profound sword intent, unmatched in lethality, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. Coupled with the Emperor-level cultivation technique, the Phoenix Scripture, she was endowed with an array of powerful means. Yet, despite all this, she was still no match for Qin Tian. This led Feng Yue to question the accuracy of the system. System, are you certain I am not Qin Tian's opponent? Feng Yue found it hard to believe this bizarre assertion. She refused to accept it. Ding. The system does not err. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Yue's gaze sharpened. To ascertain the truth, a confrontation was inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, she could not accept that Qin Tian was stronger than she. As for the system's penalty, she would address it only after verifying the system's authenticity. If Qin Tian truly surpassed her, she would concede to the system's demands. The penalty for failing to comply was tantamount to a death sentence. With a determined creak, Feng Yue pushed open the door of the wooden cabin. There lay Qin Tian, reclining in a grand armchair, already lost in slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. In a flash, Feng Yue unleashed a terrifying sword intent. Boom. The sword energy crisscrossed with such ferocity that it seemed poised to rend the very heavens asunder. In that moment, Feng Yue appeared as a celestial warrior descending from the skies, her hair billowing in the wind, an overwhelming aura of battle radiating around her. If she could not surpass Qin Tian, how could she ever claim the title of the strongest? Yet, despite the tumultuous intensity of her sword intent, it bore no malice. Feng Yue was merely compelling Qin Tian to take action. Who? Qin Tian, sensing this surging battle intent, was jolted awake from his slumber. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, bewildered by her sudden aggression directed toward him. Qin Tian pondered silently. This is not the past life. Logically, there should be no animosity towards me. The withholding of resources was a matter of the previous existence, was it not? A surge of formidable battle intent caused Xiaoyan, who had just begun his meditative practice, to halt and subsequently appear outside the wooden cabin. How intriguing. The Phoenix body is about to confront Qin Tian, providing an excellent opportunity to gauge his depths. Elder Yao muttered quietly, harboring considerable curiosity about Qin Tian's capabilities, noting that his innate talent was merely mediocre, rated at the 3rd tier. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Has senior brother Qin Tian offended you?" Xiaoyan hastily interjected, attempting to mediate. They were all fellow disciples. There was no need for conflict, and it would be better to resolve matters through dialogue. "You and I shall engage in a duel," Feng Yue stated directly. Of course. She held no grudge against Qin Tian. In fact, he had treated her exceptionally well in this lifetime. Why engage in a fight? Forget it, forget it. Qin Tian waved his hand in refusal, knowing that his techniques were derived from Feng Yue herself, and should a real battle ensue, his secrets would be exposed. "No, we must fight," Feng Yue insisted resolutely. "Not fighting," Qin Tian retorted, resuming his seated position. With a resonant cry of the phoenix, Feng Yue immediately struck. Her phoenix realm activated, with ethereal phoenix apparitions entwining around her. In that moment, Feng Yue exuded an unparalleled grace, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace. As Qin Tian closed his eyes, his expression remained calm and composed, allowing Feng Yue to display her abilities. Surely, she wouldn't resort to violence, would she? Qin Tian silently lamented. He could not afford to act today, for if his true self were to be revealed, it would lead to insurmountable complications that he could not possibly explain. "You." Feng Yue, infuriated, instinctively stamped her foot. but quickly realized the impropriety of such a gesture, for she was the Phoenix Empress and could not indulge in such actions. What to do? Without Qin Tian responding. She had no means to validate her assertions. Was she truly expected to study under him for an entire month? If the system were indeed genuine, it would spell disaster for her, stripping her of her innate abilities and cultivation. Most critically, it would render her incapable of practicing for life, in this world dominated by cultivators. Mortals held no rights. If that were to happen, how could she ever seek vengeance for the deep-seated enmity with the 9 emperors? The stakes were too high. She could not afford to gamble. Feng Yue then brought over a stool and seated herself before Qin Tian. What was happening? Xiaoyan looked utterly bewildered. Was his senior sister coercing their senior brother into submission? What a pity that they had not engaged in a confrontation. Elder Yao mused with a sense of regret. Qin Tian squinted his eyes and, upon seeing Feng Yue right before him, hurriedly closed them again. An hour later, he spoke. Junior sister, I am no match for you. It would be unfortunate if I were to get injured. Why not seek out those from the other peaks for a sparring session? The sect's esteemed disciple, Jun Aoshi, possessed an 8th-grade talent and an extraordinary demeanor, with the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. No, Yan Lai from Baiwa Peak, with his 7th-grade aptitude, is also a formidable opponent. Feng Yue fixed her gaze upon Qin Tian, stating, I only wish to spar with you. Senior brother, that is not feasible. Your strength is too weak. Qin Tian quickly waved his hands in refusal. With her arms crossed, Feng Yue declared that if he did not agree, she would follow him persistently. After all, her request was merely for close learning, though the method of learning was not specified. Alas, it seemed he had been ensnared. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Or had the elder from their sect mentioned his combat abilities? Qin Tian's mind raced. Besides this, it was hard to fathom why Feng Yue sought him for a spar, given that prior to the competition, they had exchanged no more than 10 sentences. Well, I am going to sleep, Qin Tian stated. Was he to be unable to escape even this? I will go with you, she insisted. Huh. Qin Tian was taken aback. No, I meant I am going to sleep. No, wait, I will watch you sleep. Feng Yue quickly interjected. That is unnecessary. I do not like being watched while I sleep. A day later, he sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Was he truly destined to engage in a battle? Feng Yue had followed him diligently for an entire day, accompanying him wherever he went. Elder, senior brother, senior sister. What is this situation? Why are you so inseparable? Elder Yao, I have no idea. Finally, 6 days later, a letter arrived from the sect. Chief Feng, senior brother Qin, the sect master has issued an order for you to immediately head to Lingshu sect to participate in the Dantian League. Understood, understood. Qin Tian had always been reluctant to participate in competitions, yet now he found himself yearning to join. For 6 consecutive days, he had been accompanied by Feng Yue. Chapter 62, the Lingshu sect and the Dantian tournament. This time, the Wujizong dispatched a total of 30 disciples, accompanied by their leader, the Wujizi, along with 3 peak masters, Song Lantian of Sanqiong Peak, Li Longfei of the Alchemy Peak, and Yi Yao of the Baiwa Peak. The remaining peak masters stayed behind at Wujizong, accompanied by several elders. After all, these 30 prodigies represented the hope of Wujizong's future, particularly Feng Yue, who was pivotal for the sect's potential expansion. The issue of safety could not be underestimated. Absolute assurance was imperative. Few factions wished to see a divine king emerge from Wujizong, for once a divine king attained full strength, they would reign over the eastern wasteland for millennia. Whether it be Dongdian powers, grand sects, or even sacred grounds, without drawing upon their foundational strength, they would find it challenging to confront a divine king directly. Wujizi wore a beaming smile. If anyone were to express the highest anticipation for this grand competition, it was undoubtedly him. The other 11 Dongshans had already learned of the existence of Wujizong's divine body, and it was likely they were feeling quite uneasy at this moment. Finally, the time had come for Wujizi to revel in his triumph. He could hardly wait to witness the expressions of dismay on the faces of the other sect leaders. Ha ha. In a corner of the teleportation array, Wujizi couldn't suppress his laughter, for the opportunity for Wujizong to shine had arrived. Leader, what are you thinking about? Yi Yao asked, her expression one of perplexity as she regarded Wujizi, wondering why he was inexplicably laughing. It's nothing at all, just recalling some joyful thoughts. Wujizi awkwardly waved his hand. Leader, this time we can finally secure a commendable ranking. Numerous elders and peak masters gathered outside the teleportation array to bid them farewell. The safety of the sect was of utmost importance. History had recorded instances where high-ranking members of Dongtian ventured out collectively, only to be ambushed by demonic cultivators, resulting in severe casualties. Rest assured, with Feng Yue present, Wujizong will undoubtedly claim the top position, Wujizi declared confidently, his spirits high, as they commenced the teleportation. Boom. The runes of the Wujizong teleportation array shimmered with brilliant radiance. Although Wujizong's teleportation array was merely small-scale, it was capable of transporting dozens of individuals. Among the Dantian powers, nearly all possess small-scale teleportation arrays. Only the strongest among the 12 Dongshans, the Lingshu sect, possessed a medium-scale teleportation array. Small-scale teleportation arrays could facilitate transport within a specific area of the Eastern Wasteland, while medium-scale arrays could reach nearly any location equipped with a teleportation array in the region. As for large-scale arrays capable of traversing continents to reach the northern plains, southern ridges, western deserts, and central continent, only grand sects, sacred grounds, and ancient families with long-standing legacies that had once produced emperors held such capabilities. This is the legendary teleportation array. Qin Tian continuously scrutinized the grand formation beneath his feet. In the next instant, the scene before him underwent a sudden transformation. Qin Tian felt as though he had been suddenly thrust into a void. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he re-emerged into the outside world. A cacophony of tumultuous sounds erupted around him. They had arrived at Lingshu City. Lingshu City is an auxiliary celestial city of the Lingshu sect, situated on its periphery. The Lingshu sect is located in the western part of Central East Wilderness and stands as the only formidable force among the 12 heaven realms capable of establishing a foothold in the central region. This area is a nexus of spiritual energy, drawing together extraordinary talents from across the land. Here, supreme sects, sacred grounds, and ancient clans have taken root. To maintain a presence in the central region as a force of the heaven realms speaks volumes of the Lingshu sect's remarkable strength. Even the most mediocre of supreme sects has once been graced by the presence of saints, known as the lineage of saints, which fundamentally distinguishes them from the forces of the heaven realms. Such a multitude of cultivators, Qin Tian murmured quietly, akin to a rustic villager encountering the vastness of the world for the first time. He had previously visited Wuji City, the largest city under the Wuji sect, but the majority of its domain was still inhabited by mortals, with cultivators comprising only a small fraction. However, as he gazed around now, he observed that cultivators constituted more than half of the populace, with formidable beings in the Yuandan and Yuanying realms appearing intermittently. This place serves as a gathering ground for numerous smaller factions in the central region, hence the abundance of cultivators. Wujizi explained to the group that many disciples were visiting this city for the first time, with a population exceeding hundreds of millions. The number of cultivators in Lingshu City is naturally considerable. Those who can establish themselves here are predominantly from various cultivation sects and families. Senior Wujizi, an elderly man donned in the garb of the Lingshu sect, possessing considerable cultivation, had been waiting outside the teleportation array for some time. Elder Chen. Wujizi returned the greeting with a respectful gesture. Senior Wujizi, the sect has dispatched me to welcome everyone. Please follow me into the sect. Were all the other friends already here? Wujizi inquired with anticipation. Not yet. Senior Wujizi is the first to arrive, Elder Chen replied, his gaze shifting towards Feng Yue. The smile on Wujizi's face vanished in an instant. Arrived too early? What a loss, if I had known. I would not have been so eager. I must assume this is the phoenix body, then? Elder Chen cast his gaze upon Feng Yue. Among the 30 youthful disciples present, her demeanor shone like a brilliant pearl amidst the crowd. She exuded an air of aloofness and transcendence, akin to an unparalleled powerhouse, inciting a profound sense of reverence even within him. The might of her constitution was astonishing. He had encountered other divine physiques in the past, yet none possessed such formidable presence. The aura she radiated, seemingly gazing down upon the world, rivaled that of the rulers of sacred lands. Truly, the phoenix physique was extraordinary, deserving of its esteemed status as one of the 3 great divine physiques of antiquity. While there are numerous types of divine physiques, the phoenix, true dragon, and Qilin physiques are heralded as the 3 supreme embodiments, regarded as the apex of divine physiques. The group did not linger excessively in Lingshu City but proceeded directly to Lingshu sect. Nestled amidst mountains, the sect is enveloped by a grand formation, shrouded in mist year-round. Without guidance, outsiders would find entry nearly impossible. As they traversed the mist, they were greeted by the sight of towering divine peaks, suffused with ethereal energy. where phoenixes danced in the sky and delightful fragrances wafted through the air. The abundance of spiritual herbs and the presence of auspicious beasts imbued the surroundings with an aura of immortality, presenting a vibrant tapestry of colors that resembled a celestial paradise. Lingxi sect boasts a singular main peak, with the others being smaller summits. However, this primary peak soared into the clouds, piercing the heavens, and was several times more magnificent than that of Wuji sect. Qin Tian felt the rich aura surrounding him and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly, it is the foremost of the cave heavens. With such profound spiritual energy, it indeed possesses the grandeur of the celestial realm. This is merely the power of a cave heaven. One can only imagine the splendor of the ancient clans, supreme sects, and holy lands. If given the chance, I must certainly witness it for myself." The crowd followed Elder Qin to the mountainside of the main peak, where a large beast-fighting arena had been constructed, serving as the venue for the historical Cave Heaven League competitions, complete with all the necessary facilities. "Daoist Wujizi, you are indeed the first to arrive," greeted an elder from the Lingxu sect, clad in a gray and white robe, holding a whisk, embodying an ethereal demeanor. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one appears to be enveloped in an aura of immortality to others. Lingxu Daoist Wujizi returned the greeting with a slight bow. "Please, after you." Behind the leader of the Lingxu sect stood a group of young individuals, their eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Each of them exuded a robust presence, truly representing the young prodigies of their generation. Historically, the Lingxu sect had dominated the rankings in previous leagues. However, this time, the emergence of Feng Yue was unexpected. "I have heard that the Wujizi sect has produced a phoenix body. May I inquire who it is?" A strikingly handsome young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes stepped forward. Chapter 63. A forced pretense, and who might you be? Is it not customary to introduce oneself before inquiring? Xiao Yin interjected directly, his tone revealing his displeasure. Feng Yue is his senior sister. Such provocations and trivial banter were naturally for him, the junior, to address. Qin Tian nodded. Xiao Yin was indeed a thoughtful and considerate junior. He had initially intended to retort, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yin was even more enthusiastic. "Ah, the fervor of youth? Fellow Wujizi, let us refrain from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation." The master of Lingxu smiled as he departed with Wujizi and others. The disputes of the younger generation are not to be interfered with by their elders. This has long been an unspoken agreement among them. The master of Lingxu cast a glance at the phoenix body. "Truly, my friend is fortunate to have acquired such a disciple. The future of Wuji sect is boundless." Finally, "You can no longer contain yourself." Wujizi slightly raised his chin. He had anticipated this moment for quite some time. Haha. It is merely a stroke of luck to have inadvertently acquired a genius with a divine body. Yet, even without a divine body, Feng Yue remains a top-tier talent. The divine body is merely an embellishment. Wujizi's face radiated pride. Regrettably, the leaders of the other 10 sects had yet to arrive. Otherwise, today would undeniably be his moment of glory. Feng Yue has even comprehended the intent of the sword, an achievement befitting a top-tier genius, now consolidated in one person. The corner of the master of Lingxu's mouth twitched. This fellow is already putting on airs. However, he certainly possesses the qualifications to do so. Feng Yue glanced over, her eyes brimming with disdain. She had already vanquished countless opponents of this caliber, and those who dared to meet her gaze were not but unworthy. "Lingxu sect, he Feng," a handsome young man announced. "What are you, a mere cat or dog? I have never heard of you," Xiao Yin retorted impudently. "Impertinent. I, he Feng, am a renowned young talent, having reached the pinnacle of the golden core at merely 30 years of age. And what of the divine body? History has shown that many with divine bodies have been slain by those without," a disciple of Lingxu sect exclaimed indignantly. As the senior brother of Lingxu sect, He Feng not only possessed immense talent, but was also exceptionally kind to his younger siblings. He would not tolerate such disrespect from outsiders. Feng Yue did not even spare a glance at the disciples of Lingxu sect as she made her way directly to the disciples' seats, too disdainful to engage in verbal sparring. How arrogant can the phoenix body be? The disciples of Lingxu sect fumed. In previous competitions, it was always Lingxu sect that dismissed others, leaving them without recourse. Now the tables had turned. A number of disciples from Wuji sect chuckled nervously. Feng Yue's aloof demeanor had already spread throughout their sect. Her air of contempt for all and her superiority over others instilled a sense of trepidation among the disciples of Wuji sect, rendering them hesitant to approach her. Even a greeting would likely go unanswered. What is all this arrogance about? It is merely a divine body. Lingxiu sect is the foremost among the celestial realms, and its disciples have always prided themselves. They have never been looked down upon in such a manner, not even receiving a glance. Yifeng forced a smile, feeling awkward. He was a true genius, always surrounded by admiration and accolades wherever he went. To be regarded as insignificant for the first time in his life was an unfamiliar experience. There is no need for anger. Perhaps it is simply Feng Yue's nature. Indeed, you have struck a chord, Qin Tian mused silently. Feng Yue, who had always been reticent even towards her senior brother, had only recently desired to spar with him, otherwise remaining silent at all times. The disciples of the Wujizong approached and settled in their designated area. Song Feng furrowed his brow, and several peak disciples wore expressions of discontent. They were far from as composed as Feng Yue. The pressure exerted by the disciples of Lingxiu sect was immense. They were merely at the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm, while the disciples of Lingxiu sect, aside from Yifeng, who was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core, boasted formidable abilities among the rest. Had it not been for Feng Yue suppressing the opponent's arrogance, they would certainly have faced adversity. Feng Yue was indeed a boon for them. Li Sisi wore a grave expression. Her strength was only at the mid-Golden Core stage. Whereas among the 10 Golden Core disciples of Lingxiu sect, only one was at the mid-stage, while the others were at the late stage, with 3 at the pinnacle. The vast disparity instilled a sense of pressure among them. The foundation establishment stage was of little concern. One Feng Yue was sufficient to overshadow them all. Such arrogance. What was so remarkable about being a divine body? The disciples of Lingxiu sect continued to grumble, unaccustomed to such humiliation. When had they ever failed to shine in previous competitions? The youth were brash and impetuous. It was hoped that the young talents of Lingxiu would not take it to heart. Wujizi stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Ah, such is the nature of youth, he remarked, finding it quite normal. The Lingxiu sect master twitched his lips again, eager to prevent Wujizi from continuing his charade, hastily pulling him away from the young disciples. Unexpectedly, this fellow always leaned towards the disciples, whether intentionally or not. Alas, yet another friend has arrived. The Lingxiu sect master rose with a smile, genuinely wishing to escape further torment and seeking a few companions to share the burden. Qingyun, you have finally arrived, the Lingxiu sect master exclaimed, his expression warm as if greeting an old friend not seen for many years. The enthusiasm of the Lingxiu sect master momentarily caught the Qingyang sect master off guard. Could this old fellow harbor an affection for men? Wujizi followed closely behind the Lingxiu sect master, wearing a broad smile. Qingyang friend, your young talents this time are truly unparalleled. This must be the prodigy Qingyun from your sect, indeed possessing remarkable charm. Wujizi began to extol the virtues of the young disciple from Qingyang sect right from the outset. Qingyun was taken aback, surprised that Wujizi would offer him such praise with a serious demeanor, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He immediately cupped his hands in response. Senior Wujizi, your praise is unwarranted. Could it be that my fame has reached even the sect masters of the cave heavens? Qingyun felt a surge of private pride. Only the Qingyang sect master wore a dark expression, fully aware of Wujizi's ulterior motives. Wujizi, how could Qingyun possibly compare to your Wujizong's phoenix body? Truly, your sect is enviable. The voice of the leader of the Qingyang sect carried a sardonic tone. This individual, having acquired a prodigy, immediately took to flaunting it. Although he felt displeased, he found himself powerless, lacking a disciple with a divine physique. Such bodies are exceedingly rare. The leader of the Lingxiu sect, however, felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it was essential to seek balance. It is not the scarcity that is troubling, but rather the inequity. Qingyun finally comprehended the situation. He realized that he was not being praised but rather used as a means to highlight the phoenix body. In an instant, he developed a deep resentment towards Wuji. He had unwittingly become a stepping stone. Please, enter, Daoist Qingyang. The members of the Qingyang sect were all dejected, feeling as if they had swallowed something distasteful. Arriving only to be subjected to such brazen displays would leave anyone feeling uncomfortable and utterly helpless. The Hehuan sect had arrived. Chapter 64. The 12 caves converged before their arrival. A wave of intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, captivating the senses. Those who came to greet them were all sect leaders and elders. Were it not for their esteemed status, ordinary disciples would have long since succumbed to the heady allure of the scent. At the mountain gate, everyone was astonished. The leader of the Hehuan sect, Meiji Yan, adorned in a red gown embroidered with Hehuan motifs, possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes and a charming smile that exuded both allure and authority. Beside her was her disciple, Xia Ruoyan, embodying both innocence and fiery allure. Together, they approached as a vision of extraordinary grace, instantly captivating all onlookers, akin to a magnificent painting. Behind them followed a throng of Hehuan sect disciples and elders, exuding sensuality and beauty, reminiscent of blooming flowers. The elders and disciples instinctively turned their gazes towards the newcomers. Even the female disciples of the Lingshu sect, along with several elder women, felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over them. To describe the leader of the Hehuan sect as breathtakingly beautiful would be an understatement. Renowned for their dual cultivation techniques, the Hehuan sect, despite being a cave-level power, was regarded as a sanctuary for countless male cultivators. Although the sect practiced dual cultivation, it was not said to drain vitality. Rather, it was a legitimate pursuit of the Tao, achieving mutual enhancement through the balance of yin and yang. It is said that this tradition was passed down from the Buddhist sects of the Western Desert, representing an authentic path. This was the Hehuan sect's closely guarded secret. The Hehuan sect exclusively accepted female disciples, and male cultivators from the eastern wasteland aspired to become dual cultivation partners with these disciples. The leader of the Hehuan sect was indeed a paragon of beauty, possessing an innate charm that was utterly irresistible. Songfeng rose, murmuring quietly. The disciples of the Hehuan sect were the dreams of male cultivators in the eastern wasteland, and the leader of the Hehuan sect represented the ultimate aspiration. To engage in dual cultivation with her not only promised the delight of her company, but also the potential for a remarkable enhancement of one's power. A fantasy cherished by countless souls. Qin Tian also stood up, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the charming and captivating leader of the Hehuan sect. Such descriptors instantly surfaced in his mind, disastrous to the nation and devastating to the people. Surely they pertained to this individual. Qin Tian felt a subtle stir within him. Although a woman's presence might influence the speed of drawing a blade, the allure of such a beautiful woman rendered the act unnecessary. Friend Mei. The master of Lingshu's sect stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Friend Lingshu. The master of the Hehuan sect reciprocated the gesture. Friend Mei, your elegance remains unparalleled. Please, do enter. The master of Hehuan sect nodded in acknowledgement. Friend Mei, it appears that the young talents of the Hehuan sect are indeed remarkable. Wu Jizi remarked with a smile, glancing towards the current leading figure of Hehuan sect, Xiao Rian. Xiao Rian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Wu Jizi's commendation. Friend Wu Ji, you flatter me, the master of Hehuan sect replied courteously, then proceeded towards the sect's main seat. Wu Jizi furrowed his brow, puzzled by the abrupt end of the conversation. The master of Lingshu suppressed a chuckle. Indeed, without any cooperative pretense, the display had proven overly stiff, as the forces of various celestial realms, such as Moonlight Palace and Witheredwood Caves, gradually arrived. Wu Jizi engaged in conversation with each group, inciting irritation among many, yet they were left with no recourse. Friend Wuji, it is truly enviable that Wuji sect has produced a phoenix body this time. Ha, yet it is merely a divine physique. Throughout history, those who have achieved greatness are predominantly ordinary bodies. Wu Jizi waved his hand with a laugh, his words dripping with humility, though his body language betrayed his smugness. However, it is regrettable that the divine physique has yet to mature. Thus, it shall miss the highlight of this grand competition, the golden elixir category. The master of Qingyang remarked with a shake of his head. The Qingyang sect and Wuji sect have historically been at odds, maintaining only a facade of stability. The boundary between Qingyang and Wuji sects has given rise to countless conflicts, gradually accumulating into an irreconcilable enmity. Both parties, eager to expand, sought to conquer one another. Although Dong Wang boasts vast territories and abundant resources, there is little unclaimed land. Thus, growth can only be achieved through conquest. The previous leader of Qingyang sect was severely injured by the former leader of Wuji sect and has since vanished from existence, leaving their fate uncertain. Alas, the unformed divine physique is more prevalent throughout history than those that have successfully matured. The leader of the Golden Blade sect began to speak. The enmity between the Golden Blade sect and the Wujizong has a long-standing history. Although it differs from the territorial grievances and mortal enmity between the Qingyang sect and the Wujizong, the contradictions remain unresolved. The conflict between blades and swords has existed since ancient times, and no one knows when it first arose. Those who wield swords and those who wield blades are inherently at odds. However, their relationship is one of rivalry, rooted in ideological differences. Both sides believe themselves to be superior. A single remark from the leader of the Golden Blade sect instantly transformed the previously harmonious atmosphere into one of chilling tension. Our Wujizong possesses the strength to ensure the successful growth of the divine body, he scoffed. It was not his intention to show off or to place Feng Yue in a precarious position. Rather, Feng Yue's awakening of the phoenix body was a grand event, known throughout the entirety of Wuzhezong, making it impossible to conceal. With tens of thousands of disciples, it was unrealistic to expect everyone to keep silent. Traditionally, divine bodies are nurtured in secrecy, only emerging to contest with the world once they have achieved a level of self-preservation. Feng Yue had no choice in the matter. Otherwise, Wuzhezong would not have revealed her now. Since her existence has already been exposed, it would be best to be forthright. Even the families of the Eastern Wilderness and the supreme sects have records of divine bodies being targeted. You must exercise caution, reminded the leader of the Qingyang sect with a smile. In the 12 caves, divine bodies are a rarity over the past tens of thousands of years. Only a handful have emerged, and nearly all have been hunted down. The assailants were not from the cave powers, but from even stronger forces. The might of a divine body is such that even ancient families and transcendent sanctuaries cannot contend with it. Who would welcome the emergence of someone capable of overshadowing them? The path of the divine body is destined to be fraught with bloodshed. Achieving success is an arduous task. Feng Yue maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the words of the various sect leaders, who were not attempting to conceal their thoughts. The younger generation below could hear them as well. Yet she paid them no mind. In her previous life, she carved a bloody path, and in this life, it would be even easier. The expression of Wujizhi was serious, as were those of the various peak masters and elders. Although internal rivalries existed, Wuzhezong has always presented a united front in the presence of outsiders. Even that fellow, Kang Lanchen, wore an expression of anger. These individuals were essentially stating that while she possessed a divine body, it did not guarantee her growth. Why must we dwell on such heavy topics, esteemed colleagues? Surely our friend from Wuzhezong has his own solutions. If one of our cave powers were to produce a divine body, we would not be so severely oppressed by those families and sanctuaries. The leader of the Luoyuan sect endeavored to mediate the situation. The primary source of income for the Luoyuan sect stems from transportation and escort services, maintaining amicable relations with numerous major powers. Among the 12 caves of heaven, it is regarded as the most adept in handling affairs, without entanglements with the other caves. Although the Eastern Wilderness possesses teleportation arrays, they are limited in scope and accessible only to the formidable. The vast majority of cultivators find themselves incapable of utilizing them. However, those endowed with treasures seek out the sect for their escort services. Cough, cough. Esteemed colleagues, let us deliberate on the rules for this upcoming grand competition. The leader of the Lingshu sect coughed, a scene that routinely unfolds. While the 12 caves should ideally stand united against external forces, the reality is that considerable discord exists among these 12 factions. Indeed, Taoist Lingshu is correct. We should discuss the League's regulations, echoed the leader of the Hahuan sect. This time, a total of 360 contestants from the 12 factions have arrived, with 120 in each group, all of whom are the finest talents within the 12 caves of heaven. The Lingshu leader shifted the conversation, saying, additionally, there is a matter that I believe everyone is already aware of. The imminent emergence of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb. The assembly remained silent, as they were evidently already informed of this news. In the Eastern Wilderness, it is relatively straightforward for a sect leader to acquire such information. The Dragon Vein ancient tomb is rumored to be the final resting place of a once great true dragon who ascended to the throne of an emperor. The true Dragon Emperor, a figure of immense power from 600,000 years ago, was regarded as the strongest of his time, overshadowing all other emperors. His name resonated throughout the world, and the legends surrounding him could fill volumes. Yet, this formidable emperor left no lineage, and his treasures have not been passed down through the ages. The legendary imperial artifact, the True Dragon Pearl, vanished from history after the True Dragon Emperor's passing, remaining absent for 600,000 years. The tomb of the emperor, a bastion of power without a legacy, holds within it the treasures of a ruler who dominated his era. Such a revelation is enough to incite madness among the populace. No faction remains untouched by its allure. It is said that the Dragon Vein ancient tomb appears once every millennium, and it is astonishing that the time for its emergence has finally arrived. Indeed, the Dragon Vein ancient tomb has manifested numerous times, yielding many treasures. Yet the True Dragon Pearl has never been retrieved. This pearl, forged through the life's work of the True Dragon Emperor, could bestow profound prosperity upon any faction fortunate enough to possess it, ensuring its flourishing for 1,000,000 years. This time, upon the appearance of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb, the esteemed holy places have agreed to grant us the 12 caves of heaven, 10 quotas, the Lingshu leader announced. Only 10 quotas? The leader of the Qingyang sect furrowed his brow, contemplating the allocation of a mere 10 slots among the 12 celestial realms, a most unjust situation. It was outrageous that their 12 sects were allotted only 10 positions. The leader of the Liu Yun sect shared his vexation, lamenting that not even a single slot was afforded to each sect. In contrast, the sacred lands and esteemed families always ensured that their most distinguished disciples were granted entry. Yet when it came to their realms, restrictions on slots were imposed. The 12 leaders were collectively discontent. This meant that some forces among the 12 realms would inevitably be barred from participation. The Dragon Vein ancient tomb appeared only once every millennium. To miss this opportunity would be to forfeit a monumental chance. The leader of the Lingshu sect shook his head, expressing his resignation. Having 10 slots is already a considerable improvement. A millennium ago, there were merely 5 slots for the 12 realms. Over the past 10,000 years, the 12 realms had indeed grown considerably stronger. Otherwise, they might not have even secured these 10 slots. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. The circumstances were beyond their control. Despite their dissatisfaction, the stark reality remained. Even if the 12 realms united, they would still be perceived as insignificant forces in the eyes of the sacred lands and ancient families. Being granted any slots at all was already a boon. On the stage of the eastern wilderness, the dominion was historically held by the major sacred lands and esteemed families. The lesser slots were typically taken by prominent sects and ancient lineages. With only 3 slots available, how shall we allocate them? Someone queried. It was worth noting that they had 3 distinct groups. Moreover, entry into the Dragon Vein ancient tomb did not solely depend on cultivation level. Practitioners from Qi refinement to nascent soul could enter. The gains of a nascent soul practitioner were not necessarily superior to those of a Qi refinement practitioner. According to legend, the true Dragon Emperor, despite humble origins, was blessed with unparalleled fortune from birth. Throughout his life, he consistently reaped abundant rewards from every secret realm and relic. In the tomb of the true Dragon Emperor, luck outweighed strength. There were instances of mortals stumbling into the Dragon Vein ancient tomb, acquiring a sentient sacred artifact, and upon establishing a bond with it, soaring to greatness and founding a preeminent sect that endures to this day, known as the True Dragon Sect. That artifact became an invaluable treasure of the sect, forming the foundation of its legacy. Conversely, there were nascent soul experts who entered the ancient tomb only to return empty-handed. Without hesitation, the leader of the Lingshu sect proposed, in my view, let us allocate 2 slots for Qi refinement practitioners, 3 for foundation establishment, and 5 for Golden Core practitioners. Although fortune played a significant role in the Dragon Vein ancient tomb, strength remained the essence of all. The assembly nodded in agreement. This distribution seemed reasonable. What format shall this competition take? Asked Wajizi. This time, his sect had numerous prodigies, particularly Feng Yue, whose securing of a slot was virtually assured. Let us proceed with the tournament format, where pairs face off and the victors advance. However, the crowd held no objections. Although the arena competition was straightforward, it served as the most effective means to showcase personal prowess. Entering the ancient tomb required one to rely primarily on their own abilities. Thus, let the proceedings commence. The disciples of various sects were already well aware of the legends surrounding the Dragon Vein ancient tomb. Merely gaining entry to this hallowed ground presented an opportunity to acquire unparalleled legacies. The fortunate few might even be able to establish a grand sect of their own. The allure for the masses was unmistakable. Ancient tomb? Qin Tian murmured softly, isn't that merely a grave? He held no fondness for the concept and had no intention of participating. He would merely engage in the competition casually. Such a tomb, by its very nature, was fraught with peril. The legacy of an emperor, the pinnacle of martial strength in this realm, would undoubtedly be steeped in danger. Let the junior disciples take this risk. He resolved to abstain from this grave-robbing endeavor. Is it truly the Dragon Vein ancient tomb? Elder Yao's consciousness stirred with excitement. Elder, is this tomb renowned? Xiaoyan inquired. Born in the small immortal city, he had yet to encounter the likes of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb. The Wuji sect loomed large in his eyes. A formidable force in its own right. Renowned is an understatement. This tomb has preserved its legacy for hundreds of thousands of years, concealing countless treasures within. Elder Yao replied with fervor. Though he had never visited, he had heard numerous tales about it. This tomb must be explored. Once inside, it may grant you immense fortune. Xiaoyan, the child of destiny, relied upon luck. Very well, Elder, he answered solemnly, though he was unfamiliar with the Dragon Vein ancient tomb. He believed in Elder Yao's wisdom. The disciples remained in a tumultuous uproar, but Feng Yue remained unfazed, as if the imperial tomb held little significance for her. The tomb of the true Dragon Emperor warrants a visit, she mused inwardly. In her previous life, when the Dragon Vein ancient tomb was opened, her phoenix body had yet to awaken, causing her to miss a pivotal opportunity. Now, she sought resources, and the Dragon Vein ancient tomb, being the sepulchre of an emperor, was replete with countless treasures, sufficient to meet her preliminary needs. Chapter 66. The Jiang family, the Dragon Vein ancient tomb, had plunged the disciples into a frenzy. Everyone yearned to defy fate and alter their destinies. The talented disciples from various celestial realms silently resolved to give their all in this endeavor. Even before the competition commenced, the air was thick with anticipation. The leading figures and chief disciples from each celestial realm were moved by the prospect. Yet, Qin Tian remained composed and unperturbed. After all, he had no need to rely on such external factors to enhance his strength. "Let us prepare to begin," he declared. The master of Lingxiu sect spoke, stating that this competition was relatively straightforward, devoid of overly complex rules. The 12 caverns had previously hosted such contests. Suddenly, 2 streaks of rainbow light surged towards the ground with astonishing speed, sending countless fragments of stone flying. The arrivals, a man and a woman, were both clad in the elder robes of Lingxiu sect. The expression of the master grew solemn. These elders had been dispatched to monitor the Dragon Vein ancient tomb, and their unexpected appearance raised the alarming possibility that the tomb had emerged. Typically, a considerable interval of months, or even years, elapses between the appearance of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb and the moment it becomes accessible. It was only half a month ago that news of its emergence had surfaced. "Master, urgent news to report. The entrance to the Spirit Vein ancient tomb has opened," the 2 elders urgently conveyed. Moreover, this time the entrance lies within the territory of the Wuji sect, in Wuji City. The mention of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb sent shockwaves through the assembly. Wuji Zi abruptly rose, his countenance dark and inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. The emergence of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb within the domain of Wuji sect was not a blessing, but rather a harbinger of calamity. Countless formidable beings and prodigies would converge upon Wuji sect, inevitably plunging it into chaos. When did this news come to light? The master of Lingxiu sect inquired hastily. The suddenness of this revelation suggested that many factions had yet to react, as it deviated from the customary patterns observed over the decades. It was likely that most were still in preparation. "Master, it was today. We happened to pass through Wuji City, where we made this discovery. And we utilized the teleportation array of Wuji sect to return promptly," the elders reported. "Have other factions discovered this as well?" the master of Qingyang sect asked, his excitement palpable. Seizing the opportunity was of paramount importance. This was a rare chance that their cavern factions might not encounter for many years. Historically, they had only been permitted a few spots, following the Holy Lands and aristocratic families. Now, however, they had the prospect of entering ahead of others. "Only the Jiang family from the ancient families is present," the 2 elders replied. Upon the opening of the secret realm, they had noticed the Jiang family's gem, which seemed to have been awaiting them outside the realm. Good. The 12 sect leaders brimmed with enthusiasm. With only the Jiang family involved, their chances remained intact. "Let us depart immediately. This competition is hereby cancelled. Bring all elite disciples." The master of Lingxiu sect was invigorated. The Dragon Vein ancient tomb had never imposed restrictions on the number of entrants, only on the highest cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. The limitations imposed on their cavern sects were merely a means of control by the Holy Lands and aristocratic families. This was a rare opportunity. "Yes, master." The various peak leaders of Lingxiu sect responded in unison. This was an exceptional opportunity for Lingxiu sect. "Quickly, let us set forth at once." Utilizing the teleportation array to journey to Wuji sect. The Lingxiu sect possesses a teleportation array that grants direct access to the Wujizong, enabling swift arrival at the scene. The Lingxiu sect quickly assembled hundreds of disciples, among whom were formidable practitioners in the nascent soul stage. This sight elicited a sense of discomfort among the other factions, as they could muster only 30 disciples. The various sect leaders began instructing their elders to return to their respective sects to rally their disciples. Meanwhile, Wujizi remained unfazed. After all, utilizing the teleportation array would bring him directly to the Wujizong. It appeared that the 2 elders of the Lingxiu sect had yet to inform the Wujizong about the matter of the Dragon Vein ancient tomb. Though the news would soon reach him, "Let us depart," commanded the sect leaders with a wave of their hands. Their disciples were swiftly gathered, vanishing from the Lingxiu sect in an instant. only to reappear outside the teleportation array moments later. The disciples looked around in confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden transition. What just happened? Wasn't he at the Celestial Cave tournament, a contest of martial prowess? Why have we suddenly arrived at the teleportation array? What gives? Have the rules of the competition been altered? Qin Tian casually glanced at a certain sect leader and discovered information regarding the Dragon Vein ancient tomb within their life resume. Wuji City? Suddenly, Qin Tian recalled that he had seen the illustrious gem of the ancient clan of Jiang in Wuji City, seemingly in pursuit of a secret realm. The ancient clan was a family that had once produced an emperor holding a status equal to that of sacred lands. Moreover, the clan's little princess held a position even superior to that of the holy sons and daughters of the sacred lands. After all, the little princess of the clan was the inheritor of their noble bloodline. Esteemed guests, the teleportation array of our Wuji sect cannot accommodate more than 50 individuals at once. Wuji Zi stated. The Wuji sect possessed merely a small-scale teleportation array. The coordinates of this teleportation array were known solely to me. So is it unreasonable for Wuji sect to be the first to use it? Wuji Zi must return first to gather the disciples and seize the initiative. That won't do. What if you destroy the teleportation array upon your return? The sect leader of Qingyang immediately retorted. Once the array is destroyed, although one could teleport to Qingyang's sect, it is still a considerable distance from Wuji City, necessitating several days of flight. Such a span of time is ample for countless unforeseen events to transpire. Such petty thoughts. Assuming the worst of a gentleman. Fear not, I'm not of your ilk, Wuji Zi scoffed. How about this? The sect leaders accompany Wuji sect for the first teleportation. Ensuring a safeguard for all, proposed the sect leader of Lingxiu. There was no objection regarding Wuji sect's initial teleportation. However, many nodded in agreement. With 12 sect leaders traveling together, Wuji Zi would find it difficult to employ any schemes. Very well. Wuji Zi had no intention of resorting to trickery. He merely sought to consolidate his disciples and gain a slight advantage. Boom. The teleportation array activated, and the group arrived at Wuji sect. Sect leader. A significant event has occurred. Wuji Zi was immediately approached by the remaining peak masters and elders upon his arrival at the sect. I am already aware. Are the disciples assembled? Wuji Zi cut straight to the point without any preamble. Sect leader, they are ready, replied the peak master of the array peak. Simultaneously, the entirety of Wuji sect had prepared to lead their disciples forth. They were not fools from the very moment they received the news. They understood what needed to be done. Depart at once. Wuji Zi commanded. Understood. Esteemed guests, we shall take our leave first. Wuji Zi disregarded the sect and swiftly departed with his disciples. Cursed be this fellow, he dares to go first. The teleportation array can only transport 50 individuals at a time, necessitating numerous trips for the several hundred disciples, including the elders. Consequently, the remaining disciples could only be transported in small groups, leading to delays for several factions. Half an hour later, the remaining forces hastily set off. In Chapter 67, titled The Small World, Wuji Zi, along with numerous peak masters and elders, sped forth with their disciples, their velocity akin to lightning, leaving behind ephemeral phantoms in their wake. Dozens of radiant streaks flickered, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. In a mere moment, they arrived at Wuji City, which lies not far from Wuji sect. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, such a distance is trivial for powerful beings, allowing them to traverse it in the blink of an eye. The entrance to the Dragon Vein ancient tomb is located atop a small hill just outside Wuji City. This ancient tomb is shrouded in mystery and does not exist within the realm of reality, but rather in a dimensional space. The Dragon Vein ancient tomb wanders through this dimensional realm, appearing in various locations without any predictable pattern. Historically, the site of its appearances has varied, potentially manifesting in the eastern wilderness, the northern plains, or even the western desert. On the small hill, a hazy glow emanated, and a luminous portal gradually materialized. Beyond this portal lay an ancient, enigmatic, and profound vista, revealing a secluded small world. The emperors represent the pinnacle of martial prowess. Their ability to forge worlds is a trivial feat for them. This is also the burial method chosen by many emperors upon their demise, interred within a small world. Outside the portal, numerous wandering cultivators, drawn by its allure, congregated at the entrance. However, a group of splendidly attired cultivators riding fiery steeds obstructed their passage. Bearing a banner emblazoned with the character for Jiang, the Jiang family, an ancient and powerful clan dominating the eastern wilderness, instills a sense of reverence among the populace. Esteemed guests, This secret realm was discovered by our young mistress, and entry is prohibited to outsiders, declared a middle-aged cultivator. Clad in exquisite leather armor crafted from unknown precious materials, positioning himself before the crowd, causing hesitation among them. Troublesome indeed, Wu Jizi remarked with a grave expression. Recognizing the challenge posed by the Jiang family's presence, which would complicate Wuji sect's entry. It is Wu Jizi, the sect master, the crowd noted, rallying around him as if he were their beacon of hope, for this was indeed the territory of Wuji sect. The middle-aged cultivator chuckled, dismissing Wu Jizi with a glance, seeing him merely as the leader of a cave-abode sect. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. What business do you have here? Wu Jizi inquired. The middle-aged cultivator responded coldly, completely disregarding the landlord's presence. Although Wu Jizi felt a sense of frustration within, he found himself powerless. The individual before him was a warrior of the Jiang family. Despite being inferior in strength, he was backed by the entire Jiang clan. However, today, both the Jiang and Zhao families would have to face the situation with unwavering resolve. Presently, there was only one prominent family, and the pressure was still manageable. If other families and sacred lands were to arrive, hope would be entirely extinguished. Moreover, this was the territory of the Wuji sect. This place is the domain of my Wuji sect. Now that this secret realm has manifested within our jurisdiction, while I shall not obstruct the Jiang family's entry, my Wuji sect rightfully deserves access to the secret realm, does it not? The middle-aged cultivator scoffed. What of it being within the Wuji sect's territory? This secret realm was discovered by our young lady first. Without her command, no one is permitted to enter. Wu Jizi's expression darkened instantly. The arrogance of this family was intolerable. The various peak masters and elders of the Wuji sect also wore grim expressions. Even the usually composed Qin Tian was visibly displeased. The Wuji sect was his home, and it felt as though they were being brazenly violated within their own abode. Yet he remained powerless to act. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, one's strength is paramount. Was the Jiang family being excessively domineering, obstructing our sect's entrance on our own territory? Song Lantian spoke solemnly. Even if the Jiang family was formidable, such blatant bullying would not go unchallenged by the Wuji sect. Indeed, this is a grievous affront. A chorus of Wuji sect elders stepped forward. In terms of strength, the Wuji sect, having mobilized its full force, was far superior to several warriors of the Jiang family. Uncle Zhou, let them in. The secret realm belongs to everyone, a melodious voice chimed. As a graceful figure emerged from the shimmering barrier, Jiang Xie, the young lady of the Jiang family. Jiang Xie resembled a splendid sunrise, radiating an enchanting glow. Her waist-length hair framed a charming dimpled smile, playful and lively, reminiscent of a delicate sprite. Upon her appearance, she dazzled like the full moon, her beauty rivaling that of Feng Yue. The middle-aged cultivator bowed. Miss, these individuals are merely a bunch of worthless fools. How could they possibly lay claim to the Emperor's tomb? The true Dragon Emperor intended for all to have the opportunity to inherit his legacy. Moreover, given his humble origins, perhaps only those truly fated could seize such inheritance. Jiang Xie replied softly. The middle-aged cultivator grew anxious, precisely for this reason. They could not allow these worthless beings to enter. Once, a mere sacred artifact had forged an unparalleled great sect. If someone were to obtain its legacy, it could herald the emergence of another emperor. The eastern wilderness was already too congested to accommodate more families and sacred lands. Now, with the 9 emperors hanging in the sky, there was only one imperial throne, and no one wished to see it usurped by others. Miss, that's impossible enough. I have already stated my permission. Do not speak further, Jiang Xie interjected. Jiang Xie's demeanor was resolute. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Wu Jizi expressed his gratitude with a courteous gesture. Enter, he urged his disciples anxiously, fearing that Jiang Xie might change her mind. There is no need for haste. Although the portal to the small world has opened, the imperial tomb within has yet to be unveiled, Jiang Xie spoke softly. However, the disciples of Wuji sect were oblivious to such details. They worried that they might not even gain entry to the small world later on. Feng Yue furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Jiang Xie. Is this person a divine body? Moreover, a rather extraordinary one? Among divine bodies, there exists a mutual resonance. Feng Yue sensed it, yet she chose to disregard it, for in this life, she intended to sweep away all adversaries of the aristocratic families. Jiang Xie, too, paid her no heed. Qin Tian was unaware of these matters, although he was reluctant to enter. He could not resist the urging of the sect leader and thus followed the others inside. shortly after entering the Wujizang. The remaining disciples from various realms began to arrive in succession. However, the Lingshu sect leader paid them no mind. In the presence of numerous sacred lands and clans, he would have been powerless. Yet, a mere clan could not impede the 12 celestial realms. United, the 12 realms possessed strength comparable to a major sect. And even a clan would have to weigh their options carefully. Miss, more and more people are arriving, a middle-aged cultivator exclaimed anxiously. This place is almost becoming the domain of the celestial realms. It's of no concern. Each shall rely on their own fortunes, Jiang Xie replied indifferently. All right, I shall enter as well and see when the ancient emperor's tomb opens. Jiang Xie was filled with curiosity about Feng Yue. Being a divine body herself, she wished to discern the nature of Feng Yue's divine physique. Divine bodies are exceedingly rare, and she never anticipated encountering one within the celestial realm. The middle-aged cultivator sighed, realizing that his young mistress was too kind-hearted. With the news of the dragon vein ancient tomb having spread, all major forces would undoubtedly be aware and likely already en route. Chapter 68. Sacred Land. How swiftly the celestial realms have arrived. The middle-aged cultivator remarked with irritation. This time, they have actually managed to take the lead. In the past, merely granting them a few spots would have been considered an extraordinary act of grace. Isn't the Jiang family even faster? The Lingshu sect leader smiled, instructing the disciples below to commence their entry. Once they had entered the small world, the various clans and sacred lands would find themselves unable to intervene. In a contest among peers, even if they were not as formidable as the sacred lands or clans, the disciples from the 12 realms would not lag significantly behind, possessing at least a degree of self-preservation capability. The disciples from the major celestial realms continued to enter. But unfortunately, only several hundred disciples from Wujizang and Lingshu sect had arrived this time, while the other celestial realms had temporarily brought only 30 talented disciples. Is this truly the small world? As Qin Tian stepped through the luminous veil, a brand new world unfolded before his eyes. This miniature realm was vast and boundless, its expanse presumably surpassing even that of the Wujizang. Stretching for tens of thousands of miles were endless plains, accompanied by colossal lakes. At the heart of this mysterious domain lay a mountain range, resembling a colossal dragon in its majestic form. Qin Yu finally comprehended why this small world was named the ancient tomb of the dragon vein. This immense mountain range, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, resembled a colossal dragon lying prostrate upon the earth from a distance. Astonishingly, it was a creation of human endeavor. Just how powerful was the emperor? Qin Tian was filled with curiosity. He cast a glance at Feng Yue, wondering if she had once been so formidable. The existence of the great emperor was shrouded in legend, with few having the privilege to witness one in person. The most recent ascension to the throne of a great emperor dates back 2 millennia, and since then, no one has achieved such a status. For 2,000 years, the world has seen no emergence of another emperor. Moreover, great emperors rarely traverse the mortal realm. Countless individuals spend their entire lives without ever laying eyes on one, let alone experiencing their immense power. Strength, mystery, and invincibility are synonymous with the great emperor. Even the weakest among them stands as the foremost figure of their era. Brother, I have heard that the tomb of the true dragon great emperor is filled with countless treasures, including the legendary supreme imperial weapon of the true dragon great emperor. Xiaoyan exclaimed with palpable excitement. He had gleaned this information from Elder Yao. The great emperor, throughout the eastern wilderness, from its heights to its depths, no one has ever spoken of such a being. The legends surrounding the great emperor are innumerable. Qin Tian discerned the source of Xiaoyan's so-called rumors. It undoubtedly stemmed from the remnants of a soul within the storage ring. Junior brother, I have faith in you. This time, seize the dragon pearl, Qin Tian encouraged. Xiaoyan, being the chosen one, was favored by fortune, and if anyone were to obtain the dragon pearl, it would surely be him. Qin Tian believed that only Xiaoyan could rival him. Even Feng Yue might not possess luck that surpasses Xiaoyan's. Senior brother, I share your aspirations. But the true dragon ancient tomb relies on fortune. Have faith in yourself. I believe in you, and you will undoubtedly succeed, Qin Tian said earnestly, as if stating an undeniable fact. You certainly have grand ambitions. Others merely seek to acquire a few spiritual treasures, perhaps a holy artifact at most. Yet you intend to claim the true dragon pearl. A melodious voice chimed in. Jiang Xie, arms crossed and exuding a haughty demeanor, gracefully approached Qin Tian. The true dragon pearl is the most coveted treasure of the dragon vein ancient tomb. For countless millennia, numerous individuals and factions have endeavored to seize it. only to leave empty-handed in the end. One must have dreams, after all, Qin Tian remarked dismissively, wondering why Jiang Xie had approached him. With a gentle smile, revealing her charming dimples, Jiang Xie replied, "Of course one can have dreams. What is your constitution?" Suddenly turning to Feng Yue, she inquired. Feng Yue was not taken aback. The divine bodies resonate with one another, and she understood that Jiang Xie was addressing her. Phoenix body, Feng Yue admitted, unguarded. For her possession of a divine body was no longer a secret. Indeed, one of the three great divine bodies is the Phoenix body, Jiang Xie acknowledged with a nod. But that was the extent of her reaction. "I possess the immortal spirit divine body," Jiang Xie proclaimed. "Ah," Feng Yue responded casually, neither warm nor cold, seemingly unimpressed. This reaction irked Jiang Xie, who placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Umph. Although the Phoenix body is slightly more formidable than the immortal spirit body, the path of cultivation also hinges on talent and comprehension. My understanding is unparalleled, rivaling that of the innate Tao body." Indeed, Feng Yue maintained her calm demeanor. She had vanquished numerous divine bodies, with even more powerful sacred bodies to her credit. An immortal spirit divine body was not worthy of her concern. A simple acknowledgement sufficed as a courtesy. You are too much," Jiang Xie exclaimed, visibly agitated, her chest heaving with indignation. In her years of experience, no one had ever treated her with such dismissive indifference. "Ah, Miss Jiang, my junior sister has a reserved nature. Please do not take offense," Qin Tian interjected hastily, eager to mediate. After all, she was a gem of the ancient family, and it would be unwise to offend her. "Yes, my senior sister is like that. She treats everyone the same," Xiaoyan chimed in supportively. The ancient family was not one to be trifled with. And even Elder Ya had advised maintaining amiable relations with them. "Humph, very well, I shall forgive her and not stoop to her level," Jiang Xie declared, placing her hands on her hips as she stepped aside, remaining silent. "What a situation this is," Qin Tian muttered to himself, perplexed by the peculiar dispositions of these women. He is certainly not adept at interacting with women. It is truly troublesome. Women are nothing but a source of complications. Let the imperial tomb be opened soon. Thus, 3 full days have passed, and the imperial tomb remains utterly silent. The timing of the small world's opening is not synchronized with that of the imperial tomb. In the following 3 days, an increasing number of forces arrived. Prominent sects and Holy Lands sent several representatives. The ancient clans, namely the Zhao, Qian, and Xianyuan families, along with the Jiang family, comprised 4 of these ancient lineages. Additionally, there were the Taichu Holy Land, Daojin Holy Land, and Qiyuan Holy Land, among others. Numerous great sects were also present. As the young disciples of these forces arrived, they promptly pushed the disciples of the Cave Heaven sect aside. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not expel them. The disparity between the disciples of the Cave Heaven sect and those of the various esteemed families and holy lands became glaringly evident. The young disciples from the Cave Heaven realm were predominantly at the foundation establishment stage, whereas those from the Holy Lands and families were mostly at the Golden Core stage, some even at the nascent soul stage. Even the disciples of the Lingshu sect, the foremost among the 12 Cave Heavens, could not compare. The holy sons and daughters from these esteemed lands radiated with a golden aura, exuding an otherworldly charm. Each holy son and daughter, along with the direct heirs of their families, was surrounded by throngs of admirers. It is truly infuriating. Is it merely their strong backgrounds that render them superior? The outcome of competition remains uncertain. Song Feng wore an expression of displeasure. He was a genius of the Wujizong sect and had never endured such indignity. "Do not say such things, brother Song Feng. We are no match for them," Xiao Ruyin advised gently. At this moment, the foremost and distinguished disciples of the 12 Cave Heavens gathered together. Although they were dissatisfied, they found themselves at a loss for words. "It appears someone is feeling unconvinced," scoffed the direct heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Zibo, as he approached. Many disciples from the Cave Heaven sect retreated in response. It is said that Zhao Zibo practiced the ancestral imperial scriptures of the Zhao family, possessing formidable strength, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. The ancestor of the Zhao family was an ancient emperor from 800,000 years ago, whose power was immensely formidable and whose renown shook the world. He bequeathed the Qingmu Longevity Sutra, a technique said to draw the purest would attribute spiritual energy from the heavens into the practitioner's body. This energy harbors boundless vitality, continuously nourishing the practitioner's physical form, meridians, and soul, allowing them to maintain vibrant life force throughout their cultivation. Even when gravely injured, The stored vitality enables swift recovery. Those who practice the Qingmu Longevity Sutra possess an extraordinarily vigorous life force, almost akin to immortality. The ancient Qingmu emperor comprehended the concept of creation, achieving near mastery over the wood element. Consequently, the Qingmu Longevity Sutra is also referred to as the Lesser Sutra of Immortality. How dull. A crowd of timid individuals. Zhao Zibo let out a disdainful smile, a smile that pierced like a sharp needle, inflicting pain upon the disciples of the Dongtian faction. The aristocracy, perched high above, were untouchable. They could only endure the humiliation. Though there were those among them who possessed a fierce spirit, they were acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength and refrained from recklessness. In conflicts among the younger disciples, should they be slain, the sacred land or aristocracy could easily absolve themselves of the matter with a mere word. However, if they were to kill a disciple from the sacred land or aristocracy, they would likely face a frenzied retribution. Fairness is a relative concept. While there can be equitable competition between the sacred land and the aristocracy, no such fairness exists between Dongtian and smaller factions. Brother Zhao, why provoke them? Their mere entry into the imperial tomb is already a stroke of immense fortune. Quick Qianwei of the Qian family. By the way, he continued, shifting the topic, I have heard that a phoenix body has emerged from the Wujizong. I wonder who it might be. His gaze roamed unabashedly over the Dongtian disciples, ultimately resting upon Feng Yue. Withdraw your gaze, or face death. Feng Yue's voice was icy, as if the person before her were nothing more than an insignificant insect to be effortlessly crushed. Qianwei, far from being angered, merely smiled and remarked, Ah, it must indeed be the phoenix body. The worth of a phoenix body is unparalleled. Once fully developed, it ranks among the finest of divine bodies, with few physiques in the world capable of rivaling it. Even in contention with the sacred land, it possesses the power to fight back. In some places, the three divine bodies are referred to as lesser sacred bodies, underscoring their exceptional nature. A phoenix body paired with an unparalleled beauty is truly a match made in heaven. Qianwei expressed his admiration, unaware of her reluctance. Might I inquire if you would consider becoming a member of the Qian family? I am Qianwei, the heir of the Qian family, and I remain unwed. His intentions were all too evident. For the disciples of smaller factions, the Qian family was an unattainable existence. Haha. Brother Qian, you truly have a keen sense for opportunity. However, she may not necessarily be inclined, replied Taichu, the sacred son, whose presence was as graceful as the wind and as refined as jade, radiating vitality and enveloped in divine light, his form akin to exquisite glass. Merely speaking drew countless gazes toward him, compelling attention. Should the lady wish to join Taichu, I could facilitate an introduction. His words were like a gentle spring breeze, warming the heart. Our origin's sacred land could also extend an invitation. If the young lady desires, she could become the second sacred maiden of origin. Spoke the sacred maiden of origin. Clad in a flowing white gown, untouched by dust, her skin gleamed like snow, ethereal and pure. The sacred maiden of origin, revered as one of the 10 beauties of the eastern state, was perpetually shrouded in mist, her true visage known to none. It is said that those who have glimpsed her face are left with an indelible impression, as if a piece of their soul were taken. The scions of the Xianyuan family and the sacred sons of the various sacred lands all extended their invitations. A single phoenix body was sufficient to stir the hearts of the sacred lands. The 3 aristocratic families and 3 sacred lands simultaneously sought her. Who would not wish to claim such a treasure? Disciples murmured quietly, while the members of the Wujizong remained silent, their expressions grim. To have someone openly poached in front of them was undeniably a profound humiliation, indicating that they were not held in regard. Sister Feng Yue is a disciple of Wujizong. You need not concern yourselves with her, someone asserted. Although Tsongfeng was not the foremost among them, he was undoubtedly the strongest disciple of Wujizong at present and felt compelled to defend his sister. This fellow is rather impressive, Qin Tian murmured. How noisy. Who asked for your opinion? Qianwei retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. With a sudden outburst, Tsongfeng spat a mouthful of blood, staining the ground beneath him. Senior brother Tsong. The disciples from Tsangxiong Peak exclaimed, their faces flushed with anger. Impressive, the disciples from the grand sect silently marveled. It was astonishing how a mere glance could destabilize someone at the Golden Core realm. It was evident that the heirs of noble families were not to be underestimated. The name Feng Yue was revealed to the crowd through Tsongfeng's words. Miss Feng, would you be willing? If so, I shall personally intervene on your behalf with Wujizong. Qianwei continued. I refuse, Qin Tian interjected, stepping closer to Feng Yue. She was the foundation of his longevity, and targeting his sister was tantamount to obstructing his path, a grievance that could not be overlooked. Qin Tian tossed a medicinal pill to Cang Feng. Although they were not on friendly terms, Qin Tian appreciated his willingness to protect the disciples of their sect while out in the world. The pill had been exchanged for spirit stones owed to him at the alchemy peak. He always kept a variety of pills on hand, ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. However, his senior sister was unwilling to assist. Xiaoyan also stepped forward, acknowledging that his senior brother, Qin Tian, treated him kindly. His senior sister had once expressed her willingness to help him restore his qi, and he was ready to defend her in return. Did they not understand human speech? It had been stated clearly, and there was no need for inquiries. In Qianwei's eyes, stars re-emerged. This was the star pupil. Do not act rashly. Elder Yao quickly cautioned. The star pupil was not an innate divine eye, but rather a result of later cultivation. The ancestors of the Qian family were known as the Starry Emperor, having cultivated the star pupil, which, when opened, revealed the sun and moon, causing the stars to twinkle. A single glance could be lethal. Elder Yao promptly enveloped Xiaoyan in a thread of spiritual power, for he was merely at the peak of qi refinement. And that gaze alone could obliterate him. Qin Tian concentrated a flicker of sword intent, successfully neutralizing it. Nonetheless, he still felt a surge of blood and energy within him. The disparity in strength between the two was far too great. Name: Qianwei. Age: 25. Talent: Divine Level Realm. Early stage of nascent soul life resume. Born into a prestigious family, he exhibited exceptional talent from a young age and was groomed as a successor. Unfortunately, he has always been overshadowed by his cousin. He ventured into the Dragon Vein ancient tomb in search of opportunities but returned severely injured. Evaluation: unsatisfactory. Yet another nascent soul. The last time Qin Tian witnessed such cultivation among the younger generation was with Jiang Xie. Nowadays, the prominent families and sacred lands are predominantly represented by those in the nascent soul stage. Beings at the nascent soul stage are formidable figures, capable of living for millennia. And now they are all gathered among a group of youthful individuals. The weather had turned ominous, and the gaze directed at Qin Tian was laden with murderous intent. Were it not for his mastery of Feng Yue's sword intent, an ordinary practitioner at the foundation establishment stage might have had their soul obliterated by such a stare. This marked the first time Qin Tian harbored thoughts of killing. No need, Feng Yue remarked dismissively. The Qian family is unworthy of my allegiance. In Chapter 70, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. This statement, uttered by another, might have been dismissed as mere bravado. However, when spoken by Feng Yue, none present found it out of place. Even a group of holy sons and daughters harbored no contrary thoughts. The divine body may not necessarily flourish within a cave heaven. Zhao Zibo chuckled softly, his refined appearance misleading the uninitiated into believing he was offering kind words. Yet every individual in attendance discerned the veiled threat within his words. You are in no position to obstruct me, Feng Yue retorted, her expression unyielding. You are merely an individual with starry eyes. In my past life, I defeated you. In this life, it will be even easier. These individuals before her were not strangers. She had bested them once before, and now they were merely set to clash again. The phoenix body was never inferior to others, and now it stood in stark opposition to the descendants of noble families. The path of greatness is ruthless. This life offers but a single imperial throne, and they are all adversaries. Every aspirant to the throne will become a rival. This life is unlike any before. In the past, there were at least multiple imperial seats. Although competition existed, it was not fierce. Now, there is but one. Only that singular throne is to be contested. The notion of slaying an emperor to vacate a seat is evidently implausible. The oldest among the emperors still possesses a lengthy lifespan of 20,000 years. Stubbornness will determine if you have the opportunity, Zhao Zibo scoffed. Before their departure, they had received instructions from their elders. If they could win over others, that would be ideal. If not, they should eliminate them. A divine body poses a considerable concern for their families and sacred lands. However, in the current moment, with many eyes upon them, no one acted. Although the cave heaven does not pose a significant threat to noble families, should they publicly slay the phoenix body, the Wujizong would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After all, both sides possess deep-rooted foundations that would impact the sacred lands. Once they reach the imperial tomb, fortune alone will dictate their fates. The holy sons and daughters refrained from further discourse. For them, winning over others would be preferable, yet failure would incur no significant loss. Instead, a formidable rival would emerge, and the sacred lands and noble families rely on differing methods. The sacred land thrives on strength. Only the most exceptional disciples earn the right to become holy sons, daughters, or even the revered leaders of their sections. Damn it, if given the chance. I must eliminate them, Qin Tian discerned, realizing these individuals clearly harbored murderous intentions. Boom. The little world was suddenly engulfed in a violent tremor. The mountain range, extending for thousands of kilometers, quaked fiercely as if it were striving to break free from the earth itself. Before the mountains, a colossal stone gate gradually swung open. This was the dragon's mouth. To enter through this portal was to embrace the fate of becoming sustenance, as murmured softly by a practitioner versed in geomancy. It was indeed an ominous sign. However, the majority of the practitioners harbored no such trepidation and surged eagerly through the cavernous entrance. The Dragon Emperor's tomb had existed for several 100,000 years, claiming numerous lives over time, yet many practitioners had also unearthed treasures within its depths. Senior brother, senior sister. Let us proceed. Xiaoyan stood in a daze, bewildered by the apparent calmness of the two individuals beside him. Feng Yue fixed her gaze intently upon the entrance and, after a prolonged silence, spoke. There are overlapping spaces within, and this ancient tomb is exceedingly peculiar. You must exercise utmost caution. With that, Feng Yue stepped purposefully toward the threshold. Qin Tian glanced around but showed no intention of moving. He held a certain interest in treasures, yet it was rather lukewarm. Especially after Feng Yue mentioned something peculiar, he felt even less inclined to enter. You may go ahead. Qin Tian gestured for Xiao Yan to proceed first. With fortune on his side, Qin Tian was not particularly concerned about Xiao Yan encountering any misfortunes. However, he harbored worries for himself. Qin Tian glanced around, and instead of advancing, he retreated a few steps. After the imperial tomb was opened, several powerful factions gradually arrived. Each passerby cast a curious glance at Qin Tian, wondering why he had come to a halt. Surely, he must be gripped by a fear of death. The ancient dragon vein tomb had claimed numerous lives in the past, deterring many timid souls. I certainly won't go, Qin Tian murmured to himself. Why take unnecessary risks when I can reap the rewards? Let my junior brothers and sisters strive for it. One was a reborn emperor, possessing vast knowledge and numerous skills. The other had the support of an elder, ensuring a degree of safety, and was blessed with great fortune, rendering them quite secure. As for him, aside from a mere advantage, he had nothing else to rely on and could not afford to take such reckless chances. Qin Tian extracted a grand master chair from his storage ring and reclined beside it. This scene left the incoming young generation utterly astonished. Brother, this is the imperial grave, a supreme realm where crisis and opportunity coexist. Have you come here merely for leisure? However, they quickly lost interest in him and continued entering. How infuriating. I overslept. A melodious voice echoed, belonging to Jiang Siye of the ancient Jiang clan. Initially, she had lingered upon entering, but boredom prompted her to leave. Upon awakening again, she found the imperial tomb had already opened, arriving too late. Despite being the first to discover it, she was now the last to enter. This is utterly exasperating. Jiang Siye fumed, stamping her foot. Her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. What is that fool doing here? She spotted Qin Tian, eyes closed in serene enjoyment. Could he have also fallen asleep? How foolish. Suddenly, Qin Tian abruptly opened his eyes. He was startled to see a face looming above him. Why are you trying to scare me? Why aren't you going in? Don't you know the imperial tomb is opened? Jiang Siye inquired. Why is that any of your concern? Qin Tian retorted irritably, caught off guard by her sudden appearance. He turned his gaze away, intending to resume his peaceful meditation. Something is amiss with him. Has he uncovered a secret? This was the imperial tomb, a place irresistible to anyone, even the lords of sacred lands. The ancient dragon vein tomb relied on fortune. Follow me, Jiang Siye insisted, remaining by his side. 2 hours passed. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Siye exclaimed, Hey, what are you waiting for? I'm not waiting for anything. Qin Tian replied, perplexed as to why she was lingering. Are you simply here because you have nothing better to do? Are you really not planning to enter? Jiang Siye suddenly sensed that Qin Tian was not joking. Do you think I jest? He responded, annoyance evident in his tone. Then you've made me wait for 2 hours for nothing. Jiang Siye placed her hands on her hips, having initially thought she had uncovered a secret, only to realize it was a mere misapprehension. This simply won't do. Jiang Siye, always remarkably clever, could not endure such a disadvantage. She raised an eyebrow. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Jiang Siye grasp his clothing, Qin Tian immediately felt a sense of foreboding. "You must enter with me, or else you'll have wasted my 2 hours," she declared, before forcefully tossing Qin Tian out. Chapter 71. An Unavoidable Standoff. Qin Tian gazed at the dark, ominous entrance, unable to suppress a cry of alarm. It was evident that this was no benign place. "Serves you right for deceiving me." Jiang Xia clapped her hands, her face brimming with satisfaction. Subsequently, she leaped into the entrance. Tong Qin Tian emitted a muffled thud as he fell heavily to the ground, filled with indignation towards that despicable woman. It was she who insisted on waiting nearby. Qin Tian rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. Encircling the cave entrance were luminous pearls, each emanating a gentle glow. These pearls had withstood the test of 600 millennia, yet they continued to radiate a faint luminescence. They were no ordinary treasures, however. The cave was enshrouded in runes that rendered the pearls unattainable. These runes were left by a great emperor, and only another of his stature could hope to disturb them. None in this world possessed the power to do so. The cave had existed for countless years, steeped in a profound historical atmosphere, accompanied by an ancient, musty odor that filled the air. The imperial tomb. Qin Tian felt a lingering sense of trepidation within him. He was not one to cling to a life of mediocrity. Yet he had always adhered to the principle of prioritizing safety. With his junior disciples diligently striving, he could naturally elevate his own cultivation without the need for recklessness. This place harbored the legacy of the emperor, undoubtedly fraught with peril. "Are you afraid of death, coward?" Jiang Xia remarked, noticing Qin Tian's cautious glances around, clearly indicating his fear. Of course, this is the imperial tomb. A moment's carelessness could reduce one to mere bones. Qin Tian was not the type to stubbornly preserve his pride. Those who are timid cannot become formidable with your ordinary roots. If you do not dare to seek opportunities through risk, your journey may well come to a standstill in this lifetime. As a being of celestial essence, Jiang Xia possessed the ability to sense the innate qualities of others. Qin Tian's innate talent was rather ordinary, and it was likely that he would soon encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that he was destined to become a formidable force. "As long as one of my junior brothers or sisters can flourish, I too shall rise in tandem," he declared with unwavering confidence. His self-assurance was quite remarkable, yet ultimately futile. With that, Jiang Xia turned and departed. Qin Tian turned back to glance, only to find that the cave entrance had vanished from sight. Once one enters the imperial tomb, retracing one's steps becomes impossible. One can only traverse from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. During the idle days that followed, Qin Tian acquired considerable knowledge about this matter. Due to Jiang Xia's reckless actions, a significant number of loose cultivators had also entered the tomb. In fact, the loose cultivators constituted the majority. Conversely, the number of disciples from noble clans and sacred grounds was notably diminished. For the multitude of loose cultivators, the opportunity to enter the imperial tomb was nothing short of a monumental chance. Qin Tian quickened his pace to catch up, for two are always better than one. If only for the sake of safety. Having already ventured in, there was no point in lamenting the decision. It was all this woman's fault. This dragon vein stretches for thousands of miles. Traversing its entirety would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Qin Tian's thoughts swirled chaotically, and numerous perils lay hidden along the way. Qin Tian firmly believed that even if the tomb of the true Dragon Emperor was intended to leave a legacy for future generations, it would not merely lay out its techniques and treasures in plain sight for anyone to seize. Numerous trials and traps undoubtedly awaited, which was also the reason Qin Tian hesitated to enter. With his mediocre talent, it was unlikely he would earn the Emperor's favor, rendering him an easy target. Were it not for the system, his innate abilities would have relegated him to the role of an expendable bystander. The two continued their journey, traversing several dozen kilometers through a dark and smooth cavern. It was a pity. This place must have once housed treasures, now taken away by others. Jiang Xia, hands on her hips, gazed up at a suspended object resembling a uvula, often referred to as a little tongue in biological terms. However, at that moment, the object had vanished without a trace. The dragon vein ancient tomb had been opened numerous times, and such obvious items had likely been claimed. Everyone was delving deeper into the depths. After several openings, many spiritual artifacts had emerged, including several high-level treasures, among which were a few holy weapons. Having been visited dozens of times, it was reasonable to assume that there were few treasures remaining. Qin Tian shook his head. How could this be? The true Dragon Emperor had traversed the world for 100,000 years, acquiring countless treasures. Although many items had been unearthed over the years, compared to the Emperor's lifetime collection, it would be remarkable to find even 2 or 3% of it. aside from his life-bound imperial artifact, the true dragon pearl. Not a single ordinary imperial weapon had surfaced, and only a handful of holy weapons had been discovered. How could such a grand emperor possess merely a few holy weapons? As the gem of the Jiang family, Jiang Xie was well aware of the many treasures that had appeared in past excursions. For the major factions, the Dragon Vein ancient tomb had become a vast treasury. It was too stingy of the true Dragon Emperor to have revealed only a few holy weapons in several 100,000 years. This was hardly prepared for the sake of legacy. It felt more like baiting a hook. Qin Tian couldn't help but voice his thoughts. After hundreds of thousands of years, only a fraction of treasures had been found, most of which were of ordinary quality, with truly precious items being exceedingly rare. It was akin to using bait to lure fish to bite. Nonsense, if the true Dragon Emperor had no intention of passing down knowledge. How could he possibly harm future generations? Jiang Xie asserted confidently. Moreover, this is the tomb of an emperor. Be cautious when speaking ill of him, lest trouble befall you. I must distance myself from you, she concluded, jogging ahead to create space between them. Little girl, don't fall into my hands, Qin Tian muttered to himself. Although he had the influence of Feng Yue and the prowess of Xiao Yin, he was still in the foundation establishment stage, while Jiang Xie had already reached the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, both possessed divine bodies, leading Qin Tian to doubt his ability to match her. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the tunnel. Ha! The dragon's sigh, treasures have appeared. Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian hurriedly crouched down to minimize the resistance of the wind. This resembled the natural breath of living beings, yet was comparable to a hurricane. Qin Tian's prowess has long surpassed that of an ordinary golden core, yet he was nearly blown away by this single breath. Indeed, it is a spiritual treasure. Above the dim corridor, there shimmered a radiant spiritual artifact, gracefully dancing in the air. And Qin Tian has also caught sight of it. Since he has come this far, he cannot return empty-handed. Qin Tian soared into the sky, intent on seizing the spiritual treasures. However, Jiang Xie, with swifter grace, soared effortlessly through the air, gathering the shimmering spiritual artifacts into her possession. Hey, there's plenty to share. You cannot claim them all for yourself. Qin Tian, vexed, lamented his predicament. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, he relied on his artifacts to fly, whereas Jiang Xie, a formidable nascent soul cultivator, could ascend directly. Their reaction speeds were simply not on the same plane. In the pursuit of treasures, each relies on their own prowess. There is no concept of shared spoils. Jiang Xie lifted her chin, exuding an air of triumph. If it's not divided, so be it. It's merely a few spiritual treasures, hardly worth my interest. As Qin Tian ventured further inward, the moment the spiritual treasures manifested, numerous individuals ahead revealed their presence. This time, the dragon Sai had summoned no less than 100 spiritual treasures. Truly, it is worthy of the legacy of the great emperor. The sheer quantity of these treasures surpasses that which is typically found within an entire realm. Whence have these spiritual treasures emerged? Upon observing the recently encountered hanging fleshy appendage, Qin Tian discerned that this ancient dragon vein tomb appeared to be constructed in imitation of biological structures. Could it be that this spiritual vein tomb was designed to resemble the form of a dragon? Chapter 72. The Reemergence of an Imperial Talent. Treasures soared forth with each breath. Qin Tian raced down the passageway with great haste. Hey, why are you running so fast? Jiang Xie followed closely behind. The treasures we just saw were blown out from here. There must be a plethora of treasures within. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Tian came to a halt. Discovering that a multitude of over 1,000 individuals had gathered ahead, it appeared that he was not the only one to have anticipated this. Others had reached the same conclusion. The breath capable of producing treasures must have an origin, and indeed, it lay within the lungs, just beyond the trachea. The structure of the trachea bears resemblance to that of serpents and dragons. Beyond the trachea lies the lungs, and if treasures can be exhaled, then they must reside within. At that moment, numerous cultivators had assembled, including the heir of the Zhao family, the holy son of the Taichu, the holy maiden of origin, and many rogue cultivators. Before them stood a radiant light barrier, luminous and exuding a gentle rainbow glow. It was evident that this was the treasury of the true Dragon Emperor. Just moments ago, over 100 spiritual treasures had flown forth from within. The sight of these treasures soaring through the air stirred excitement among the crowd, captivating the attention of many rogue cultivators. Unfortunately, there was no apparent way to enter the light barrier. Qian Wei, the heir of the Qin family, shifted his gaze, attempting to peer through the barrier. So many treasures. Not only were there numerous spiritual artifacts, but also several Supreme Lord level and even royal weapons. Qian Wei spoke with fervor. Despite his noble lineage, resources could not possibly be concentrated solely on him, given the multitude of family members, especially royal weapons, which are exceedingly precious even among the ancient aristocracy. Brother Qian, can you discern what treasures lie within? Inquired Zhao Zibo. The holy son of Taichu and the holy maiden of origin also turned their attention to Qian Wei. With the cultivation of the Star Emperor's Star Divine Eye scripture, Qian Wei could see through the void and gaze directly at the essence, thus easily glimpsing the contents beyond the light barrier. It was indeed the Emperor's treasury. Although divine weapons and sacred arms were absent, there were still numerous royal weapons and a plethora of spiritual treasures, Qian Wei reported candidly. Now that everyone was aware of the treasures inside, the challenge lay in how to gain entry. The light barrier had endured for countless ages without being breached, and overcoming it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Despite numerous attempts to unlock it, no exceptional talents had succeeded in breaking through. Why not join forces collectively and see if we can shatter it? Suggested Jiang Xie. Miss Jiang, surely previous generations of talents have considered this method as well, yet it has yielded no success. The numerous small pits on the light barrier are likely remnants left by ancient individuals, Qian Wei remarked, striking the barrier with his fist. But to no avail, it remained utterly unyielding. If even the heir of the Qian family could not budge the barrier, it seemed we would be powerless. Indeed. Jiang Xie observed closely, noting the densely packed pits on the barrier, clearly man-made. Is it not the case that we have a treasure mountain, yet are rendered helpless? This is truly unfortunate. Jiang Xie was determined not to return empty-handed. Is there no one from the Void Holy Land? Could we perhaps harness spatial power to traverse the light barrier? Jiang Xie persisted in her hopes. The Void Holy Land, concealed within the void, rarely emerged, this time. No one had come forth. Cursed be this wretched light barrier. Jiang Xie, filled with indignation, struck her fist against the luminous barrier. Though her seemingly delicate hand appeared soft, it concealed a formidable force that caused the barrier to tremble. Qian Wei remarked with a smile. The ancestors of the Jiang family are said to have reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, employing their strength to dominate the Tao, and passing down the great strength Emperor scripture. Although Miss Jiang is a woman, her strength is unparalleled, possessing the might of a dragon. When it comes to combat prowess, the Jiang family's great strength scripture is truly unmatched. Those who cultivate it can contend with true dragons, even among the imperial families. The descendants of the Jiang lineage have consistently stood out as the finest. The holy son of Taichu interjected, it is said that the Jiang family has produced an immortal spirit body. If paired with the great strength Emperor scripture, it would be invincible among its peers. I wonder, Miss Jiang, has this divine body of the Jiang family graced us with its presence this time? It has not. My Jiang family's divine body would not emerge so easily, for it is destined for the future struggle for the imperial throne, Jiang Xie replied, her demeanor unwavering and her heart steady. Qin Tian's lips twitched. She was a woman prone to deception and violence. Just moments ago, Jiang Xie unleashed a few casual punches that could easily reduce a Yuanying-level beast to mere pulp. It was no wonder that with a mere flick of her wrist, she sent him hurtling through the air. With her cultivation of the great power Emperor scripture, combined with her ability to channel boundless spiritual energy through her celestial physique, she was virtually invincible. She epitomized the concept of being unmatched within her rank and capable of engaging foes beyond her level. Knowing that a treasure lay before them yet feeling utterly powerless, the others decided to proceed further, for lingering here would yield no fruitful outcome. A gentle voice emerged from the mist, proclaiming, the Holy Maiden of Origin speaks wisely. This light barrier has remained unbroken for hundreds of thousands of years, and it is unlikely that we can breach it. Jiang Xie pouted, reluctant and lamenting the missed opportunity. A prompt indicated that an imperial-level prodigy had been detected among the crowd. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with delight as the system panel presented yet another notification, this time regarding an imperial-level prodigy. Qin Tian could hardly contain his excitement as he began to scrutinize the gathered individuals. Name, Wang Juanhao. Age, 31. Talent, 4th rank realm, Golden Core life resume. Ventured to the ancient tomb of the Dragon Vein in search of opportunity, met with untimely death, and became sustenance. Evaluation, unsatisfactory. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, while he could comprehend the concept of life extinguished and the path dissipated after all. The imperial tomb was inevitably fraught with peril. What did it mean to become nourishment? Name, Ping Xiaoling. Age, 26. Talent, 3rd grade level, Foundation Establishment Life Experience. Ventured to the ancient tomb of the Dragon Vein in search of opportunities. Met with demise and became nourishment. Evaluation. Unsatisfactory name. Shui Xiangtong age. 37 talent. 2nd grade level. Foundation Establishment Life Experience. Ventured to the ancient tomb of the Dragon Vein in search of opportunities. Met with demise and became nourishment. Evaluation. Unsatisfactory, something felt amiss. Qin Tian examined dozens of individuals in succession, only to discover that each case bore the same ominous indication. There was something peculiar about the imperial tomb. Qin Tian continuously examined the records, seeking to identify the imperial-level genius. After scrutinizing hundreds of individuals, he discovered that each one bore the same notification. Name, Zhao Zibo age, 24 talent, divine level realm, Yuaning life resume, born into the ancient aristocratic Zhao family. He ventured to the Longmai ancient tomb in search of fortune, encountered immense terror, and narrowly escaped by relying on his family's secret treasures. Evaluation. Unsatisfactory. Merely a scion of a noble family, he only managed to flee due to his family's artifacts. Qin Tian once again scrutinized the details, this time focusing on a petite young girl clad in a purple dress. With her lustrous black hair and enchanting features, she resembled a charming doll. Name, Yao Mingming age, 15 talent, Imperial grade realm, early golden core life resume, celestial being from the immortal realm, met with untimely demise at the hands of others. A fragment of her remaining soul managed to escape, reincarnating in the mortal realm, born into an ordinary farming family, engaging in self-cultivation, infiltrating the ancient Dragon Vein tomb, and stealing the grand plans of an emperor. Evaluation. A qualified celestial being. Qin Tian could hardly suppress an exclamation. Chapter 73. The Slaying of Qin Tian. The information revealed by the small panel astonished Qin Tian profoundly. The reincarnation of an immortal's remnant soul, such a figure is destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. Qin Tian found himself utterly enamored with such a person. If he could have this girl become his junior apprentice, it would mean the addition of yet another exceptional disciple who could flourish independently, alleviating him of any concern. He wondered if the master would be delighted to learn that he had gathered so many outstanding students. Of course, there was also the matter of the emperor's grand scheme for the future. The grand scheme. The true Dragon Emperor had passed away for tens of thousands of years. Yet there was still a scheme in place. It seemed that the secret realm was far from secure. He needed to locate Feng Yue and Xiao Yin to ensure their safety. How could he possibly recruit this girl as his junior apprentice? Qin Tian fell into deep contemplation. To approach her directly and propose apprenticeship might be perceived as foolish. Moreover, as she was the remnant soul of an immortal, her pride would likely be formidable, making the prospect of her becoming an apprentice exceedingly challenging. Regardless, he decided to first familiarize himself with her presence and then gradually seek out an opportunity. Qin Tian approached the girl, sensing an unusual aura within the secret realm. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor still harbors schemes even after his demise? Yao Mingming raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Qin Tian. It was unexpected that someone could detect even a hint of this mystery. Yet this individual seemed rather ordinary, likely grasping at straws. Yao Mingming regarded Qin Tian briefly, choosing to disregard him. How frustrating. Qin Tian mused silently. At such a moment, shouldn't he have stepped forward to inquire, "Fellow cultivator, what have you discerned?" Yet, she merely cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Coward. What are you muttering about?" Jiang Xie approached. "Nothing much, just sensing that the Dragon Emperor seems a bit untrustworthy. Also, you, the violent girl, I am not a coward." Qin Tian retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have relished the opportunity to teach her a lesson. "You are the violent one. I am a lady endowed with both virtue and talent," she exclaimed. "A violent girl. You audacious coward. How dare you refer to me as this lady? Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, Jiang Xie reached out to seize Qin Tian. Qin Tian swiftly evaded, and in the next moment, the spiritual energy within him surged. Boom. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy materialized beside Qin Tian, signifying the formation of a golden elixir. Alas, it is uncertain whether it is a junior brother or sister who has once again broken through, their cultivation now beyond restraint. Suddenly, Qin Tian achieved a breakthrough, capturing the attention of many. Who is this individual that has managed to transcend within the imperial tomb? Surely, he must be a disciple of the Wuji sect, as some discerned from the attire adorning Qin Tian. Qin Tian's qi began to converge, indicating the intent to forge a golden elixir. Such a powerful vortex of spiritual energy. Could it be that he aims to condense an earthly golden elixir? Qin Tian continuously attracted the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a vortex of ethereal essence several meters in diameter around him. The dense spiritual energy within the imperial grave was indeed an excellent place for a breakthrough, sufficiently nourishing his ascension. You rascal, not even a word before your breakthrough. He mused, astonished by the swiftness of his progress as the golden core began to take shape. The surging spiritual energy was drawn in, and the golden core rapidly crystallized. The speed of its formation left onlookers in awe. Typically, the condensation of a golden core would take several hours, yet he managed to achieve it in mere moments. He commenced the refinement of the core's patterns. The golden core is classified into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and man. Each ascending level corresponds to an additional pattern. With the highest, the heavenly golden core, possessing 3 patterns. Damn it, Qin Tian cursed inwardly. This sudden breakthrough exposed him to the gaze of the crowd. His strength was a synthesis of Feng Yue and Shaoyin, ensuring he could condense a heavenly golden core, making it difficult for him to remain inconspicuous in the future. The patterns rapidly formed under the astonished gazes of the spectators. 1. 2. The Earth-level golden core, bearing average aptitude, astonishingly managed to condense to this level. Even with mediocre talent, one could surpass the limitations of their innate abilities. However, the 3rd pattern began to coalesce. What the hell? This is absurd, he thought. While achieving a heavenly golden core was not uncommon among prodigies, forming a pattern in mere moments was simply outrageous. Qian Wei's eyes narrowed. He recognized this individual as a senior of the Phoenix body. Qian Wei certainly remembered Qin Tian. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Zibo, who then formed a seal with his hands, causing azure roots to erupt from the ground. Qian Wei's gaze flickered. Hey, what are you doing? He's in the midst of a breakthrough. Jiang Ziye unleashed a punch, shattering the roots. Miss Jiang, this individual has enmity with us. Please do not obstruct him. No. The coward is someone I brought in. Jiang Ziye positioned herself in front of Qin Tian. Initially, he had no intention of entering, should he lose his life within. It would have been her fault. Jiang Mingzhu, this person is merely a disciple of the cave. Why must you stand up for him? Qian Wei remarked. In that brief exchange, Qin Tian's golden core had already condensed 3 patterns. Never before had anyone achieved such rapid condensation of a golden core, let alone with 3 patterns. How had he accomplished this? Indeed, having an advantage is truly remarkable. Qin Tian refrained from elaborating, as his cultivation would naturally synchronize, rendering the notion of overcoming a bottleneck irrelevant, resulting in a seamless manifestation of power. Coward, you can't possibly be human, having condensed your golden dance so swiftly. He was met with derision. Nonsense. I am indeed a genuine member of the human race. This is merely a display of extraordinary talent. A trait evidently lost on the ignorant. The news of Qin Tian's breakthrough could no longer be concealed. Your innate abilities are far from impressive, yet you dare to claim exceptional talent? Jiang Xie pouted in retort. Short-sightedness. One's roots do not define everything. My unparalleled intelligence and comprehension are unmatched throughout history. Even without a solid foundation, I can forge ahead and stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest geniuses of this world, Qin Tian declared with fervor. With his strength now exposed, he had no choice but to rely on his intellect. He feared that should anyone suspect him of possessing secret treasures, they would become a threat. Keep boasting. Prove yourself by breaking through to the nascent soul stage first. Only then can you truly embark on the path of cultivation. This individual was one whom even I, an immortal, could not discern how he had seemingly achieved his breakthrough. He appeared to be no ordinary person, Yao Meiming observed. Her gaze fixed on Qin Tian. He possesses a heavenly path golden dan. Qian Wei's expression darkened. A mere ordinary golden dan would be manageable. But a heavenly path golden dan is fraught with uncertainties and may one day become a formidable adversary. We must eliminate him before he reaches his potential. Brother Zhao, he called out, understanding the gravity of the situation. You intercept Jiang Mingzhu while I deal with this person, Qian Wei instructed. Endless vitality, Zhao Zibo murmured softly. And in the next instant, countless roots and ancient vines erupted from the walls and ground. What are you doing, Zhao Zibo? Jiang Xie exclaimed sharply. Miss Jiang, this person must die today. They, being scions of noble families, were unperturbed by the prospect of offending Jiang Xie. The holy son of primordial beginning and the holy maiden of origin remained silent, merely observing the unfolding confrontation. Chapter 74. Manifesting sword intent and deed. Such is the nature of noble families and sacred grounds, To kill requires neither justification nor concern for the opinions of others. Qin Tian's voice suddenly resonated, imbued with profound anger and dissatisfaction. What reason is needed to slay a disciple of the cave heaven? It can be resolved with a mere flick of the wrist. As Qianwei concluded, a divine light erupted from his eyes, captivating all who beheld it. If you intend to kill, have you prepared yourself for death? Qin Tian's expression turned icy, his tone chilling. Following his breakthrough to the Golden Dan stage, his power surged dramatically, even against a nascent soul cultivator. He now possessed the strength to contend. With the enhancement of the phoenix body and the support of his fierce sword intent, Qin Tian was more than capable of battling beyond his rank. You, a mere Golden Dan, dare to boast. Perhaps you can withstand an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. But I am a member of the Qian family, Qianwei scoffed, his face etched with disdain. The first light of the stars began to emerge. Qianwei directly unleashed the stellar eye, his pupils instantaneously expanding, manifesting in the void like the eye of a colossal dragon, emanating an aura of chilling intimidation. As his gaze widened, a cascade of starlight descended, the very essence of stellar power, which upon contact could lead to obliteration, flesh and blood reduced to mere nothingness. The power of the stars is one of the most formidable and esoteric forces in existence, wielded solely by the imperial families, who alone possess the ancient scriptures to harness it. Is this the Stellar Emperor's divine art of the starry eyes? Merely approaching. That stellar might seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers. In days of yore, the Stellar Emperor was a force of nature, his starlight cascading, reducing all to naught. All transformed into the void. Legends of the Stellar Emperor echoed in the minds of many, recalling the eye technique that summoned starlight, an unparalleled secret art, rarely mastered by the noble houses. Although Qianwei may not possess the overwhelming might of the Stellar Emperor, his ability to manifest starlight indicates formidable combat prowess and a profound understanding of the stellar divine eye scripture. Among the crowd, there were astute young individuals who sensed that Qin Tian was on the verge of being reduced to dust beneath the starlight. Qianwei, dare you? Jiang Xia was filled with rage, knowing that if Qin Tian were to perish, it would be due to her. Zhang Mingzhu is merely a disciple of the cave heaven. Why should you concern yourself? Zhao Zibo sneered, as if ending Qin Tian's life were akin to crushing an inconsequential ant. Clenching her fist, Jiang Xia attempted to shatter the numerous roots and vines. Yet her great strength emperor scripture was precisely countered by the evergreen longevity scripture. Especially in the early stages of cultivation, she found herself severely hindered by these tenacious roots and vines. The great strength emperor scripture, while among the pinnacle of imperial texts, claiming to break myriad laws with sheer force, was still far from achieving such feats in its nascent stages. Coward, flee. You are no match for him. Jiang Xia urged Qin Tian anxiously. Whether I am a match or not, I must first ascertain, Qin Tian replied, intending to maintain a low profile. However, fate had other plans. Thus, the need for subtlety had dissipated. Then let me borrow your starlight and see, he declared. Qin Tian wielded his sword, a piercing aura of razor-sharp intent emanating from him. This youth had astonishingly grasped the essence of sword intent. A gasp of astonishment escaped from the crowd. Sword intent is the hallmark of prodigies. Every individual who comprehends it is undeniably a genius in the art of swordsmanship. Yet, one could hardly underestimate him. Even with sword intent, he remained merely at the golden elixir stage. Qianwei remained unfazed, in his eyes, as a genius himself. He would not be intimidated by one who stood a significant realm below him. The first move of the mysterious sword technique, Shadow of the Flowing Clouds. Qin Tian's body ascended like a delicate wisp carried by the breeze, soaring several meters into the air. Simultaneously, his wrist moved with rapid precision, drawing a fluid arc with the sword from below to above. The speed intensified, leaving a series of ethereal sword shadows in its wake, reminiscent of drifting clouds. After a brief pause in midair, propelled by the force of his descent, the sword shadows transformed into several strands of sword chi, scattering outward. A brilliant cascade of sword light swiftly traversed the sky, colliding fiercely with the myriad of starlight. The sound was akin to boiling water meeting ice, as two formidable energies intertwined, producing a sizzling noise. Under the impact of the sword intent, the celestial starlight was utterly obliterated. Remarkably, with the cultivation of golden core, the strike imbued with sword intent succeeded in extinguishing the starlight. This individual possesses considerable skill, yet displays an overwhelming fearfulness, a dread of death. Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief, as she had initially feared that Qin Tian might be struck down by Qianwei in a single blow. In Qin Tian's gaze, there was not a hint of fluctuation. With this strike, he secretly infused the power of the Phoenix divine body. Otherwise, even with the enhancement of sword intent, it would be difficult to withstand the starlight. The Emperor's techniques were profoundly intricate, and the power of his assaults was boundlessly mysterious. Each seemingly gentle ray of starlight harbored an inexhaustible threat. However, since the engagement had commenced, it was imperative to eradicate the roots of the conflict. Once enmity had been established, regardless of the opponent's strength, there was no need to hold back. In an instant, Qin Tian's body surged forth with unexpected vigor. To his astonishment, he took the initiative to strike back. However, it was merely a single blow he managed to deflect. Did he truly believe he stood as my equal? Qian Wei sneered, yet his heart brimmed with fury. To be thwarted by a mere golden core practitioner would tarnish his reputation, rendering him a stepping stone for Qin Tian. Today, he must eradicate him. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon in the presence of his peers in the future. Fool. That was but the most rudimentary technique from the ancestral scriptures of my forefathers, Qian Wei declared. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the starry divine eye technique. The methods of an emperor are insurmountable. Even sword intent is no exception. With a commanding shout, he invoked the starry gaze. His divine eyes fully manifested, resembling two radiant stars embedded within their sockets. If the colossal eye that loomed in the void moments ago was an illusion, then these two divine orbs had now solidified into reality, as if deeply rooted in the ether. Qian Wei's own eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to the stars themselves. Prepare to meet your demise, he declared, and as the words left his lips, the divine eyes erupted forth like the explosion of stars, unleashing a tempest of stellar energy. The onlookers scattered in panic, for to be struck by this dispersed star power was to court certain death. The Emperor's scriptures masterfully harnessed power, each emperor, in their own journey, epitomized perfection. The ancient vines, which evolved from Zhao Zibo's Qingmu longevity art, were ravaged by the wave of star power, disintegrating into nothingness. Qin Tian's expression was exceptionally grave. The explosive stellar energy appeared indistinguishable from the twinkling stars of the night sky. Yet, Qin Tian could profoundly sense the boundless power contained within the stellar force. An unprecedented pressure enveloped him, as he faced an opponent of such formidable strength for the very first time. It could be said that he had scarcely encountered many formidable adversaries. It was as if he had just embarked on his journey, only to confront a young master of the Saint Sun caliber. It seemed hopeless. The current stellar energy was several times more lethal than the previous starlight. His fate appeared sealed, and it was evident that one must never offend the ancient aristocratic families. The emergence of the celestial eye of stars left no rival. This was a conviction deeply held by all regarding the Emperor's scriptures. Qin Tian was born in the cave of heavens, and possessing the royal path techniques is already a remarkable achievement. How could one possibly compare it with the Emperor's scriptures? Just now, when Qin Tian unleashed the ethereal sword, although it was formidable under the enhancement of sword intent, such swordsmanship pales in comparison to the divine abilities of the Emperors, akin to the disparity between clouds and mud. It's up to you, junior sister, Qin Tian murmured softly. He possessed the Phoenix scripture bestowed upon him by Feng Yue. Ever since Feng Yue had demonstrated the Phoenix scripture during the intense battle in the Xian Beast mountain range, it had been concurrently imparted to Qin Tian. Little did he expect that he would need to employ it so soon. With his junior sister absent, there should be no one who could recognize him. Chapter 75. Unveiling the Phoenix Emperor scripture. A mysterious and potent scripture materialized in Qin Tian's mind. And in the next moment, the spiritual energy within his body began to circulate rapidly. Though Qin Tian had never practiced the Phoenix Sutra, at this moment he seemed to execute it as if he had rehearsed it countless times, his movements remarkably familiar. The wings of the phoenix unfurled majestically. A fiery red silhouette of a phoenix emerged behind Qin Tian. The surging power of the phoenix surged forth from his being, continually shaping the nascent form of the phoenix's wings. Though his physique appeared to be that of a mortal, Qin Tian was acutely aware of the extraordinary capabilities bestowed upon him by the phoenix body. The Phoenix scripture was crafted by Feng Yue in accordance with her own constitution. While the Phoenix body might present challenges in its manifestation, Qin Tian harbored no such concerns, flawlessly executing the Phoenix scripture. Following Feng Yue's ascension to the status of an emperor, her ability to maintain dominance over the other 9 emperors served as a testament to the unparalleled nature of her imperial realm, far surpassing that of her peers. This was an imperial scripture, intricately aligned with the Phoenix body. Yao Mengming's large, expressive eyes brimmed with confusion. Is there truly an imperial scripture of the phoenix body in the lower realms? She had never heard of any emperor possessing a phoenix body. Having witnessed numerous imperial scriptures and possessing a certain understanding of the eastern wasteland in this world, she had never encountered any records of an emperor emerging from a phoenix body. A thorough search through millions of years of ancient history revealed not a single mention of such a phenomenon. With a powerful flap of his wings, Qin Tian unleashed the searing force of the phoenix. The celestial energy in the sky was swiftly dispelled, and the remaining might of the phoenix surged forward, unrelenting, towards Qian Wei. How could this be? He had actually countered my celestial energy. Qian Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. Young master, several primordial infant experts sprang into action in an instant. The cries of anguish from the primordial infant experts echoed as the flames of the phoenix, one of the most formidable fires in existence, reduced them to ashes in mere moments. Young master, we must flee. You are no match for him. He wields the Imperial Sutra. One of the stronger individuals urged Qian Wei to retreat. Indeed, the Imperial Sutra. How could you possess it, and one that I have never seen before? Qian Wei seemed reluctant to accept the reality that a disciple from the cave heaven could possess such a powerful text. It is indeed the Imperial Sutra. I have never encountered it before. Many were rendered speechless. Throughout history, while many emperors have risen, none have ever claimed the phoenix as their symbol. This is no concern of yours. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Tian scoffed, flapping his wings once more, ready to deliver a fatal blow. You shall pay for this. Qian Wei retorted, producing a dazzling talisman, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Zhao Zibo also made a hasty exit. His strength was on par with Qian Wei's, and he found himself at a disadvantage against Qin Tian. Qin Tian retracted the ethereal silhouette of the phoenix. It was not out of mercy or reluctance to pursue, but rather due to the fact that merely unfurling his wings had nearly drained his spiritual energy. The Emperor's scripture, profound and intricate, wielded formidable offensive power, yet its consumption was equally astonishing. Being merely at the golden core stage, should he unleash another strike, he feared it would completely deplete him. Many individuals began to disperse, yet their eyes shimmered with a trace of avarice. Within the imperial tomb, few could rival Qin Tian's prowess, but once outside, how could he defend against those covetous souls armed with but a modest cave realm? The Emperor's scripture, a tome that had never before graced the world. Although the source of Qin Tian's acquisition remained a mystery, its worth was understood by all. A single Emperor's scripture was sufficient to establish a sacred ground, its value comparable to that of an extraordinary imperial artifact. Qin Tian's expression darkened. He could easily discern the greed in these people's eyes. This was troublesome. He was well aware of the avarice of cultivators. However, if he did not employ the Phoenix Sutra today, he feared he would not stand a chance against Qian Wei. Moreover, several protectors from the Qian family were present, and Zhao Zibo from the Zhao family was also eyeing him with malevolent intent. He could only hope that his junior brother and sister would continue to enhance their strength. By the way, Qin Tian turned his gaze towards Yao Mingming. Should he accept her as his junior sister, his own power would soar to new heights. You coward. You seem quite formidable, yet you're so afraid of death, Jiang Xie said as she jogged over, her dimples appearing, exuding a charming and playful aura. A stark contrast to her previous display of strength when she shattered the Qingmu Longevity Sutra with a single punch. How dare you say that? It's all your fault, you violent girl, that I've found myself in such peril, Qin Tian retorted, exasperated. He had been lying comfortably outside, and now he was entangled in this dangerous predicament. He could already envision how many would come to trouble him if news of his possession of the Imperial Sutra were to leak. Don't worry, once you get out, I promise you will be safe, Jiang Xie assured him, patting her modest bosom. Please, spare me your boasts. You couldn't even protect me here, Qin Tian replied. With a hint of sarcasm, Jiang Xie's face flushed. She had only recently entered the nascent soul stage and could merely hold Zhao Zibo at bay. Especially since the Zhao family's Qingmu Longevity Sutra countered her abilities. This Imperial Sutra seems to perfectly complement the Phoenix body, doesn't it? Yao Mingming approached, her curiosity piqued by how well this sutra harmonized with the Phoenix body. Complement the Phoenix body? Jiang Xie exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Hasn't there never been an emperor with the Phoenix body? How can there be an Imperial Sutra that aligns with it? Wait, the Phoenix body. Isn't your junior sister the Phoenix body? It could be a coincidence. If you wish to know more, become my junior sister, and I can share its origins with you, as well as teach you, Qin Tian tempted. For an ordinary person, the prospect of learning an imperial sutra would prompt immediate submission as a disciple. Becoming Qin Tian's junior sister or even his student would be a considerable honor. Yet, Yao Mingming merely shook her head, unimpressed. It's merely an imperial sutra. I am not particularly interested, she stated before moving aside, her curiosity fleeting, without any deeper inclination. Big brother, I can become your junior sister. Please teach me. Jiang Xie said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Tian. This was an imperial sutra. Merely becoming a junior sister was an immense opportunity. Qin Tian looked at Jiang Xie. Yes, I can accept you as my junior sister. I am the little princess of the Jiang family. My grandfather is the current head of the Jiang clan. If you teach me the imperial sutra, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. You can forget about it. Qin Tian shook his head. Your talent is lacking. Feng Yue possesses only the qualifications of a saint, should she ascend to the next level. Qin Tian would willingly support her. Furthermore, the Phoenix scripture belongs to my junior sister. If Feng Yue were to discover that he had disseminated it, he would likely face dire consequences. I, Miss Jiang, am endowed with extraordinary talent, second only to my illustrious ancestors of the Jiang family. How dare you, scoundrel, claim that my abilities are insufficient? You shall perish. Jiang Xie struck towards Qin Tian with a fierce punch. Qin Tian hurriedly evaded. If struck, he feared he would fracture several bones. Humph. After Jiang Xie finished speaking, she departed. The treasures within the luminous barrier could not be retrieved, and people gradually dispersed. Only Yao Mingming remained, still waiting in a corner. Qin Tian is well aware of Yao Mingming. She is indeed the most formidable challenge. The remnants of the celestial beings from the upper realm surely possess a means to penetrate the luminous barrier. Qin Tian also departed with the main group. With someone present, Yao Mingming would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. Chapter 76. The Phoenix's true fire reemerges. After Qin Tian departed, the crowd before the luminous barrier gradually dispersed. This barrier had stood for hundreds of thousands of years, and everyone knew that it was impossible to breach it, rendering any further delay here unnecessary. After all, this luminous barrier had been established by the great emperor himself. As Qin Tian gradually slowed his pace, he soon lagged behind the crowd. Jiang Xie also found herself moving slower. This timid soul, why was he trudging along so languidly? Surely he harbored ulterior motives. Occasionally glancing at Qin Tian, she observed his preoccupied demeanor, undoubtedly plotting some nefarious scheme. The emperor's methods were indeed astonishing, yet they could not thwart this celestial being. Yao Mingming chuckled softly. After ensuring no one was around, she approached the luminous barrier. While the imperial seal was unbreakable, this celestial being possessed even more potent celestial runes. Yao Mingming meticulously examined the light wall, then began to inscribe peculiar symbols brimming with enigmatic significance. As the runes infused the barrier, it erupted in resplendent radiance. And in the next moment, a passageway appeared beneath the light wall, allowing passage. Though the magnificent emperor had erected this barrier, opening a door was still within her capabilities. With that, Yao Mingming stepped through. Though Qin Tian had ventured far away, he remained acutely aware of the happenings at the luminous barrier. The moment he witnessed the portal's opening, without the slightest hesitation, he sprinted back with unparalleled speed. That was the armory of the great emperor. A treasure trove filled with spiritual artifacts and numerous royal weapons. To claim even a few pieces would be worth a fortune. Cowardice, indeed, breeds treachery. Jiang Xie also hurried back alongside him. As Qin Tian approached, he beheld the portal that was gradually fading away. Without hesitation, Qin Tian charged inside, closely followed by Jiang Xie. These weapons belonged to this immortal. After a rebirth, a considerable amount of resources was required, and these sufficed for the initial needs of this immortal. Yao Mingming was in high spirits as she approached the spiritual treasures and royal weapons on display. Suddenly, Yao Mingming turned sharply, realizing that Qin Tian and Jiang Xie had also entered, just as the entrance she had broken through sealed shut. It's you. Why have you returned? She exclaimed. Just to take a look, Qin Tian replied, waving his hand dismissively and turning away. And why did you come back? Jiang Xie echoed, also waving her hand. Her eyes gleaming with golden light, as if she had discovered a gold mine filled with numerous spiritual treasures. Hey, this was opened by me. And you were not allowed to snatch anything. Yao Mingming fumed at these two intruders. Little sister, how did you open the? This is a grand formation laid down by the true Dragon Emperor, Jiang Xie inquired, her greed evident. Yet she was also curious about Yao Mingming's method of entry. For decades, no one has ever managed to enter here. Want to know? Yao Mingming crossed her arms, striking a pose of superiority. Jiang Xiyo nodded eagerly. I want to tell you. Qin Tian felt no curiosity regarding this. The remnants of an immortal soul capable of penetrating the radiant barrier left by an emperor after death were hardly surprising. It was of greater importance to seize the treasures first. Qin Tian rushed forward, heading straight for the two swords before him, which radiated a luminous glow. Each sword bore 6 intricately carved runes, shimmering with golden light. These 2 blades were undoubtedly the most precious treasures within this realm. In addition, a formidable heavy sword, enveloped in a mysterious aura, encircled the precious swords. The 2 blades were perfectly suited for him and his junior sister, one for each. You little brat. How dare you covet your Grey Tan's treasures? Yao Mingming exclaimed in fury, as he audaciously attempted to seize the most valuable swords upon entering. Although Qin Tian displayed the strength to overpower the heirs of the Eastern Wilderness clans, she showed no fear and boldly advanced. You, young lady, do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? While I may not be from an entirely different generation, I am certainly several years your senior. Addressing me with such insolence, let me show you a lesson today. Qin Tian deliberately sought to gauge Yao Mingming's capabilities. If she could subdue her and forcibly claim her, it would be an even greater triumph. How dare you behave so arrogantly before your elder? Yao Mingming, infuriated, realized that this individual sought to seize her treasures and was also acting with such audacity. Sword shadow, flowing clouds. Qin Tian unleashed the ethereal sword, and a cascade of radiant sword light illuminated the surroundings. The subtle path of the Tai celestial technique emerged as Yao Mingming elegantly waved her hand, seemingly invoking an aura of immortality. The weaponry vault began to tremble, and the very fabric of space rippled in response. In an instant, the sword light was dispersed. How formidable! Qin Tian swiftly evaded the onslaught. Her graceful hand struck the luminous barrier, which quivered incessantly. Humph, young one, today I shall impart a lesson upon you. How dare you aspire to be my senior disciple? I shall extinguish that notion today. Her Tai celestial technique is a true method of the immortal path, wielding formidable destructive power and unmatched divine might. To contend with Qin Tian, she need only demonstrate a fraction of her prowess. This younger sister is exceptionally powerful, murmured Jiang Xie softly. Qin Tian's confrontation with Qian Wei at the Golden Core stage was already quite astonishing. However, this young girl managed to compel Qin Tian into evasion with a single strike. What on earth is happening in this world? It is so different from what the elders in my clan have described. Wasn't it said that the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness should revere the offspring of noble families and the disciples of sacred lands? Little girl, prepare to be brought to tears. Qin Tian's expression darkened. Today, he was determined to exhaust all his means to subdue Yao Mingming and take her as his junior sister. Otherwise, he feared he might not have another opportunity. At merely 15 years of age, she had no backing and practiced alone. Yet she had already reached the Golden Core stage. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation was almost monstrous. He feared that their next encounter would reveal an even greater disparity. Even with the dual support of Xiao Yin and Feng Yue, Qin Tian doubted whether he could match Yao Mingming's speed of advancement. Is that all you have? Yao Mingming's face was riddled with disdain. Yes, indeed, that is all I possess. Qin Tian spread his hands, as a flicker of true phoenix fire danced above them. To defeat Yao Mingming, he could not afford to conceal his abilities. This girl was far too formidable, her combat experience extensive. True phoenix fire. You are not of the phoenix lineage. How is it that you wield true phoenix fire? Yao Mingming bombarded him with questions in quick succession. Guess, was Qin Tian's enigmatic reply. Jiang Xie also wore a look of bemusement. How is it that Qin Tian possesses the true fire of the phoenix? Is it not his junior sister who embodies the phoenix physique? Why then does Qin Tian wield this extraordinary flame? Moreover, this phoenix fire is not something he carried with him. It is a manifestation that Qin Tian has evoked himself. The true fire of the phoenix can only be conjured by those who possess the phoenix physique, aside from the legendary phoenix itself. Throughout the vast history of the Eastern Wilderness, spanning millions of years, there has never been an exception recorded. A lack of worldly experience leads one to believe that anything is possible, Qin Tian mused. As long as he can secure Yao Mingming today, revealing his secrets would be a worthy trade. Now that he has displayed the phoenix scripture, many are already aware of it. One more instance of the phoenix fire is of little consequence, though it may bring some complications from his junior sister. After all, both the phoenix scripture and the true fire of the phoenix are her unique capabilities. Qin Tian gently exhaled, and the small flicker of flame, no larger than a fist, instantly transformed into a blaze thicker than a barrel. The Phoenix True Fire, incredibly intense, is among the most formidable flames in existence. Yao Mingming's countenance changed dramatically as she invoked the Tai Celestial technique to shield herself. Her prowess was extraordinary, far surpassing that of her peers. However, the Phoenix True Fire was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of incinerating all things. Even if she were several realms higher in cultivation, she would not dare to withstand it head-on. Otherwise, how could it be recognized as one of the three divine bodies? The Phoenix True Fire, the Dragon's Sigh, and the Qilin Stride are collectively known as the three divine arts, each possessing near-miraculous capabilities. Chapter 77. Another acquaintance kid. You lack martial ethics. Yao Mingming exclaimed in panic, hastily retreating. The Phoenix Divine Fire blazed fiercely, leaving her utterly incapable of resistance. Although she practiced the Tai Celestial technique, the meager spiritual energy of the lower realm rendered her unable to fully harness the technique's formidable power. Martial ethics? What are martial ethics? Winning is what truly matters. What use is there for ethics? Little girl, you are faced with two choices. Either obediently join my sect, or brace yourself for a beating. The choice is yours. Qin Tian cornered Yao Mingming, the Phoenix True Fire surging from all sides, completely sealing off her escape. You are truly a scoundrel. Yao Mingming fumed, stamping her feet. As a dignified immortal, how could she possibly lower herself to join the sect of a mere mortal? With her exceptional talent, any sacred ground would welcome her with open arms. Even now, she remained a solitary wanderer, precisely because she held those numerous factions in contempt. You have only 10 seconds to ponder your decision, otherwise, soon you shall be reduced to cinders. With such delicate skin and striking beauty, would you truly resign yourself to a fate of becoming wrinkled and ghastly? Qin Tian began his ruthless countdown, as the flames drew ever closer. Humph, you little brat. If you kill me, you shall not escape either. Only I possess the means to open this light barrier, Yao Mingming suddenly declared, her voice brimming with newfound confidence. No longer trembling in fear. I possess the void bamboo. I can make my escape, Jiang Xia interjected unexpectedly. Although the void pillars could not be brought inside, they were more than sufficient for a hasty retreat. However, the final destination would indeed be within the Jiang family estate. The void pillars were anchored in the enigmatic void, and each segment removed from above could return to its origin, thanks to their extraordinary powers. This was precisely why the Jiang family dared to allow Jiang Xia to enter alone, without sending guardians. Should she find herself in peril, she could safely return to the Jiang family through the void pillars, showcasing the profound heritage of the imperial family. You actually possess the void bamboo? Such a rarity exists only once in a lifetime, yet it has been acquired by your Jiang family? Yao Mingming exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Did you hear that? With the void bamboo in play, you cannot threaten me. Do not waste any more time, now that you are aware of my trump card. If you cannot become an ally, do not blame me for being merciless, Qin Tian sneered ominously. While he did not fully understand the nature of the void bamboo, he surmised it must be a formidable treasure that ensured one's safety. Damn it, I have no desire to join any broken sect. Qin Tian found herself amidst a mere minor faction within the realm of Dongdian, a place she had no inclination to regard, let alone join. Yet, since her reluctance was evident, she resolved to let it be. Just as her words lingered in the air, a torrent of resplendent phoenix fire surged towards her. Stop. Am I not allowed to join? Yao Mingming exclaimed, exasperation etched across her face. This individual seemed insistent on recruiting her into the fold, leaving her to ponder their true intentions. How utterly bizarre. She harbored deep-seated grievances that awaited retribution. To perish here would mean the end of all her hopes. If joining was the only option, then so be it. She had no intention of truly remaining. She would bide her time and seize the opportunity to escape, confident that Qin Tian would be powerless to stop her. The armory was simply too constricted. Otherwise, how could Qin Tian ever impede her? Though she could not withstand the onslaught of phoenix fire, when it came to making a swift exit, Qin Tian would undoubtedly be left helpless. It was settled. Qin Tian could not help but feel a surge of secret delight within. Ding! At this moment, the three disciples, both junior brothers and sisters, attained a synchronized level of cultivation. The instant Yao Mingming agreed, an overwhelming surge of mysterious energy materialized from thin air. This is not good. Another breakthrough is imminent. A vortex of spiritual energy suddenly manifested. The golden elixir of Qin Tian has undergone a wondrous evolution once more. Qin Tian hastily retracted the Phoenix True Fire, immersing himself entirely in his breakthrough. Is it true? Did you not just break through moments ago? Yao Mingming and Jiang Xia gaped in disbelief, having never witnessed anyone ascend 2 realms in a single day. In just a few breaths, Qin Tian successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, the momentum of his breakthrough did not wane. Although Yao Mengmeng only possessed Golden Core cultivation at present, the spiritual energy within her was extraordinarily robust. She practiced the Tai celestial technique, and each enhancement was far from ordinary, transcending merely a minor realm. After another few breaths, Qin Tian achieved the late stage of Golden Core, finally coming to a halt. To break through 3 realms in a single day was an unprecedented feat throughout history. You are simply a freak. No, you are the one who is abnormal. Qin Tian retorted, slightly annoyed by Jiang Xiye's unflattering remark. Young man, how on earth did you accomplish this? Yao Mengmeng inquired, utterly astonished, even in the upper realm. She had never heard of such astonishing occurrences. You should now refer to me as senior brother. Be mindful of your manners. The 2 swords and that heavy sword are mine. You 2 can split the rest. Undoubtedly, the 3 royal weapons are the most precious here. The thought of possessing royal weapons as a Golden Core cultivator excited Qin Tian immensely. He decided to keep one sword for himself, intending to gift the other to his junior sister Feng Yue, while the heavy sword would be given to his junior brother Xiaoyan. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Tian felt a profound connection between this heavy sword and Xiaoyan. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiye's expression brightened. Aside from the 3 royal weapons, there were also hundreds of spiritual treasures and numerous weapons of the sovereign level. It's a lie, Qin Tian declared. Then in a flash, he dashed out, his storage bag instantly unfurling like a greedy maw, devouring dozens of treasures, including the 3 royal weapons. You scoundrel, how despicable! Jiang Xiye exclaimed, joining the fray without hesitation. Leave some for me. Yao Mengmeng, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly entered the contest for the treasures. As a mere rogue cultivator, she yearned deeply for resources. Although she had just joined a sect, how significant could a minor cave-dwelling force be? The moment the 3 stepped beyond the light barrier, Yao Mengmeng vanished like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Qin Tian merely smiled, as long as she became his junior sister. It mattered little whether she remained by his side. Let us proceed. Undoubtedly, countless treasures await us ahead. As Qin Tian turned to glance back, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What on earth? The luminous wall, which he had just thoroughly searched, had inexplicably revealed several hundred weapons anew. Alas, Yao Mengmeng had already vanished without a trace, leaving him unable to seize the opportunity even if he wished to. How blinding! Qin instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand as a blinding light suddenly surged forth from the end of the passage. Indeed, it was the holy weapon. Jiang Xiye exclaimed with exhilaration and, in an instant, darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Qin Tian dared not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly followed closely behind. Possessing the Emperor's scriptures, he found himself the target of countless envious gazes. Acquiring a sacred weapon might ensure his safety. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Jiang Xiye wrinkled her nose in distaste. Moments ago, the sacred weapon had erupted with sudden ferocity, instantly reducing thousands to mere blood and gore. Those fortunate enough to survive trembled as they recounted the events. How infuriating! Why did the sacred weapon unleash its power so suddenly? Zhao Zibo roared in anger, filled with a sense of injustice. Had he not timely employed the Qingbu Eternal Life Sutra, he too might have perished beneath the wrath of the sacred weapon. Before the crowd lay a tall, sealed stone chamber, within which a golden furnace hovered silently. The chamber's floor was a gruesome sight, piled high with shredded flesh and a steady flow of blood. Among those who had attempted to rush in to seize the treasure, only a few had survived. The majority had met a horrifying end. The losses were staggering. Although a multitude of rogue cultivators and disciples from minor sects had gathered, among the 4,000 were many prodigies from various factions, yet not a single complete corpse remained. What transpired? Jiang Xiye inquired, her face marked with confusion. The sacred furnace trembled violently at the moment of its breakthrough, and even the faintest aura of its sacred might instantaneously claim the lives of thousands, someone said, their voice trembling with lingering dread. Qin Tian learned from the words of those nearby that during their passage through this area, they had not discovered the existence of the stone chamber. It was perplexing how the towering stone door, soaring to a height of 1,000 meters, had suddenly swung open, revealing the sacred furnace within. Junior brother, junior sister. Qin Tian finally spotted Feng Yue and Xiaoyan. Fortunately, you both are safe and sound. A wave of relief washed over him as he hastened towards them. Chapter 78. Fanning the Flames, Senior Brother. Xiaoyan greeted joyfully. I thought you wouldn't come in. How could I resist such an opportunity as treasure hunting in the Imperial Tomb? It's my favorite thing. Qin Tian replied as he drew the two of them into a secluded corner, concealing their figures. With a flourish of his hand, he produced the two royal swords and a heavy sword he had previously obtained. Royal weapons. Feng Yue's brow furrowed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Where did you acquire these royal weapons? What are royal weapons? Xiaoyan asked, bewildered. However, the immense aura emanating from the weapons was enough to establish their extraordinary nature. Royal weapons are worth their weight in gold, possessing formidable power. Each one has been wielded by an invincible individual, and at your current level, you cannot even harness a fraction of their might, Elder Yao explained. For a foundation-building cultivator to wield a royal weapon is utterly inconceivable, even within the sacred grounds. They are exceedingly rare. Qin Tian initially intended to present the gifts to the two of them after departing from the imperial grave. Yet the perilous nature of the site compelled him to reconsider. Not only was there the threat of conflict among the human factions, but the imperial grave itself harbored numerous dangers. With the possession of the royal weapons, their safety would be significantly enhanced, although they already possessed a measure of protection. Qin Tian was reluctant to expose them to excessive risk. This heavy sword is yours, junior brother, he said, handing it to him. And this royal sword, sister, is for you to keep. He offered each a weapon, entirely unfazed by the astonishment reflected in their eyes. Be wary within the imperial grave. It harbors strange phenomena, Feng Yue cautioned. Qin Tian's kindness towards her was truly remarkable, to the extent that it elicited a sense of discomfort within her. From the very beginning, with the elixirs and the phoenix feathers, to the present with the royal weapon, each item possessed considerable worth, particularly for Qin Tian, who was merely at the foundation stage of cultivation. These treasures were exceptionally precious. One might ponder, had she been her former self, she would never have bestowed such treasures upon him. Just keep it. This is something my senior brother found in the imperial grave. Qin Tian casually fabricated an excuse. Surely, he couldn't admit to having pilfered it from someone else, could he? Found it? Senior brother, you are truly fortunate. Could it be that you are the fated child of destiny? Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the heavy sword. The royal weapon was invaluable. Yet since it was bestowed by his senior brother, he graciously accepted it without hesitation. He resolved to repay his senior brother once he became stronger in the future. In his eyes, his senior brother was akin to family, deserving of such familiarity. Feng Yue also accepted the weapon, as she was in dire need of a suitable armament at this juncture. With the royal weapon in hand, she could easily subdue the descendants of sacred lands and noble families. Her indebtedness to Qin Tian was growing increasingly profound. The trio emerged from their quarters. Zhao Zibo and Qian Wei's eyes were filled with intense murderous intent as they gazed at Qin Tian, the holy son of Taichu, the holy maiden of origin, and the holy son of Dao Jin all cast their gazes upon Feng Yue and Qin Tian. Only the little princess of the Xinyuan family, Xinyuan Ling, exuded an ethereal quality, her focus unwaveringly trained upon the sacred furnace. Had it been the earlier version of Qin Tian, the crowd would not have paid him much heed, as their primary target had always been the phoenix body. However, the current Qin Tian possessed the imperial scriptures, a value that rivaled that of the divine body. Although Qin Tian possessed an ordinary constitution, he bore the imperial scriptures within him, which could potentially defy destiny and alter his fate. Perhaps in the future, he would become a significant source of concern for them. Senior brother, step back a little. These individuals are targeting me, Feng Yue remarked. Having encountered such scenarios numerous times, she remained unfazed. How could a divine being emerging from the celestial realm grow in obscurity? Even a divine being from a sacred land would secretly face numerous assassination attempts during their development. Qin Tian retreated a few steps, with his junior sister present. There was no need for him to take action. The phoenix body, regarded as one of the three divine physiques, is said to possess unparalleled combat prowess, and few can rival it even among divine bodies. Once it reaches maturity, it is feared that the younger generation of the eastern wilderness will have no rivals. Qian Wei spoke up. Indeed, our days of prominence may soon be over, Zhao Zibo echoed in agreement. The phoenix body is the strongest constitution among divine physiques. Once it has matured, who could stand against it in the future? It is indeed so. It is rumored that 200,000 years ago, in Beiyuan, there existed a phoenix body that had no equal in its era, leaving contemporaneous prodigies unable to lift their heads in its presence. Divine physiques are always the center of attention, and even more so for the phoenix body, as Feng Yue instantly became the focal point of the gathering. Among the crowd, besides the ancient families and immortal legacies, there were many disciples from supreme sects, all of whom regarded Feng Yue with hostility. That scoundrel is making enemies for my junior sister, Qin Tian thought. Realizing his inferiority yet still daring to speak, he should quickly bow twice. It might spare him a few beatings in the future. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Tian wore an expression of immense pride. You. Qianwei's eyes widened in anger. This rascal truly thought highly of himself. Unfortunately, a divine physique must mature. Otherwise, it would merely turn to dust. Qianwei scoffed. Indeed. Throughout history, how many divine physiques have perished prematurely? It would be wise to remain humble. Speak again, and I shall end you right now. Feng Yue stepped forward. The aura of the phoenix body surging forth. A scorching heat enveloped the surroundings, although she had just ascended to the early stage of the golden core. Wielding the royal weapon made it effortless for her to deal with several nascent soul cultivators. Little girl, you are rather presumptuous and self-righteous. Your phoenix body has merely just awakened. The holy son of Taichu said coldly. Being arrogant is unwise, for it could cost you your life. A disciple from a great sect chimed in. The involvement of the holy son of Taichu suggested that various factions were conspiring to eliminate the phoenix body that day. The collaboration of the great sects, families, and sacred lands against the divine physique was unprecedented. Those who wish to strike, feel free to come forth. Feng Yue declared with a fierce expression, showing no sign of fear at being besieged. Had it not been for her lower realm, these individuals would likely have already met their demise at her hands. Qianwei and Zhao Zibo refrained from taking action. They wished for the uninformed disciples from the great sects to strike first. The phoenix body was formidable, and behind it stood Qin Tian, who had comprehended sword intent and mastered imperial scriptures. Hearing that the water sect excelled in water-based techniques, which inherently counter fire, Qianwei disdainfully remarked. The most wondrous aspect of the phoenix body is its true fire. Water friend, might we have the honor of witnessing the water sect's secret techniques? Qianwei performed a courteous bow. The disciple of the water sect, Chen Shui, wore an expression of displeasure, his eyes brimming with wariness. The water sect excels in manipulating water, which can extinguish flames. However, it depends on the nature of the fire. The true fire of the phoenix is a unique and extraordinary blaze, nearly impossible to extinguish unless confronted with water of equal caliber. Did this individual truly believe he could provoke flames without consequence? Qian must brace himself for disappointment. Chen has been feeling unwell recently. Perhaps it would be more prudent to witness the might of the star eyes instead. Chen Shui smiled gently, choosing not to make a move. No one among them was foolish. Who could deny the formidable strength of the phoenix body? The first to strike would inevitably suffer the consequences. Although none wished to see the phoenix body flourish, with so many factions present, why should they be the first to act? Fire sect, Brother Zhouhua, Qianwei addressed, shifting his gaze when Chen Shui did not respond. Uninterested, Zhouhua of the fire sect displayed an expression of indifference. Unlike the other factions, the fire sect perhaps was the only one that did not mind the growth of the phoenix body. Should they acquire the flames of a fully realized phoenix body, it would significantly bolster the strength of the fire sect. Forget about that. Qianwei attempted to incite the others, but not a single person acknowledged him. Chapter 79. The ancient corpse. The atmosphere on site became extraordinarily delicate, yet no one dared to make the first move. Only Xin Yuanling, who had been fixated on the sacred furnace, suddenly gasped as she dashed towards it recklessly. Not good. The seals of the sacred furnace have been broken. Someone exclaimed in alarm, as the golden runes enveloping the furnace began to fade away. A colorful rope shot forth from Xin Yuanling's hand, soaring directly towards the sacred furnace. Stop. The lid of the sacred furnace was lifted, and an eerie, ghostly energy emanated forth, as if it had risen from the depths of the abyss. Xin Yuanling's pupils dilated in shock, and she swiftly retreated. This ghostly energy carried an intense corrosive force. A mere brush against it would yield catastrophic results. Why would there be ghostly energy within the sacred furnace? The furnace hung upside down, seemingly responding to the crowd's inquiries. What is that? Someone cried out in terror, pointing towards the furnace's mouth. A pitch-black arm, covered in corpse-like spots, slowly emerged from within, gripping the edge of the furnace tightly. A low growl, reminiscent of a voice from the underworld, suddenly echoed, and in the next moment, a tattered corpse leaped out of the furnace. It was a spirit-communicating corpse. Why would such a body exist within a sacred furnace that radiated divine energy? The corpse twisted its body in an unfathomable manner. Run. That corpse is beyond our capacity to contend with. The terrifying aura emanating from the corpse left the crowd in a state of panic. Once the spirit-communicating ancient corpse twisted its body, it surged into the masses, and with a mere hand grasp, a talented young individual of considerable strength was crushed. dissolving into a mist of blood. "Wow, don't chase me." Jiang Ziye cried out in terror as the corpse emerged, fixating its gaze upon her. With a fierce determination, she swung her delicate fists, delivering a blow powerful enough to shake mountains directly upon the ancient corpse. The impact resonated with a sound akin to the clash of metal and stone. Qin Tian was utterly astonished, unsure whether he was marveling at the hardness of Jiang Ziye's fist or the formidable strength of the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse was taken aback, retreating a few steps. It deliberately hunted those with potent life energy. Feng Yue spoke up. "Senior sister, what is the reason for this?" Xiaoyan inquired, filled with confusion. Could it be that this ancient corpse possesses consciousness? "This place is ensnared in the everlasting vitality array," Feng Yue elucidated. "The everlasting vitality array?" Elder Yao exclaimed, astonished. Although he had sensed the profound mysteries of the imperial tomb, he had not anticipated it to be the everlasting vitality array. "Elder, what exactly is the everlasting vitality array?" Xiaoyan, in awe of his senior sister's vast knowledge, posed his own question. All living beings have a lifespan that is finite. Those who wish to attain immortality and prolong their existence must sequester themselves to delay the decay of vitality. However, even with such delays, the time one can endure is limited. Only through the everlasting vitality array can one siphon the life force of other beings to nourish oneself. Isn't that an evil formation? Indeed, yet many employ this array today, Elder Yao replied with a sense of resignation. The everlasting vitality array within the imperial tomb is exceedingly well concealed. Were it not for the eruption of pressure from the holy furnace, it is likely that no one would have detected it. Elder Yao murmured softly. Could it be that the true Dragon Emperor is still alive? No, this fraction of life energy is far from sufficient to sustain the true Dragon Emperor. An Emperor's vitality is robust. With a mere inhalation, they could drain the spiritual energy of an entire realm. Unless countless lives were sacrificed, it would be futile for an emperor. Is the true Dragon Emperor attempting to preserve someone? Elder Yu seemed to glimpse a hidden truth regarding an emperor. Humph. A dignified emperor resorting to such despicable means is truly a disgrace, Feng Yue remarked disdainfully. Coward, save me. Jiang Ziye dashed towards Qin Tian. She struck the ancient corpse with her fist, causing her own hand to tingle, while the ancient corpse remained unscathed. She could have summoned the power of her divine body. Yet she still found herself no match for the ancient corpse. Qin Tian possesses the true fire of the phoenix, a flame specifically designed to vanquish evil spirits. Stay away. Qin Tian shouted loudly, as Jiang Ziye's sudden dash inadvertently attracted the ancient corpses. Qian Wei and the others came to a halt. For the ancient corpses showed no intent to pursue them. Haha, it seems even the ancient corpses cannot tolerate your arrogance, Qian Wei mocked softly. Thud, thud. The heavy sound of bodies crashing to the ground echoed, as more ancient corpses fell from the sacred furnace. The cacophony continued, and the onlookers focused their gaze, realizing that there were at least dozens of ancient corpses. This is disastrous. Just one was already difficult enough to handle, and now there were dozens. The individuals present feared they would suffer grave losses. Roar. Dozens of ancient corpses surged into the crowd like a tidal wave, their every assault resulting in a shower of blood and flesh. Countless scattered cultivators who had come to test their luck perished in an instant, while the disciples of the cave heavens also suffered severe casualties. Disciples from the Wuzhizong rushed to assist. Although Qin Tian harbored discontent towards the Tsangqiang Peak, he could not stand idly by while his fellow disciples faced death. Junior sister, can you hold them off? Qin Tian asked anxiously. They are merely ancient corpses. Feng Yue replied confidently, as if they were nothing more than ordinary cadavers. A surge of searing flames erupted before her, immediately halting the ancient corpses in their tracks. Thank you, chief disciple. The Wuzhizong disciples expressed their gratitude repeatedly. In mere moments, half of the disciples from the other cave heavens had been slaughtered. Song Feng's complexion turned pale. The imperial tomb was indeed perilous, as just a few corpses had nearly obliterated them. Simultaneously, within the imperial tomb were the Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, Heir, and other disciples of prominent sects gathered. The pride of their cave heavens had become utterly fragile, reduced to inconsequential bystanders. This left Song Feng feeling immensely unbalanced, suffering a significant blow. The pride he once held as the strongest genius of Wuzhizong was nearly extinguished. These ancient corpses felt no pain. Their bodies were robust and could not be confronted head-on. We must find a way to seal them, Zhao Zibo stated, while employing the Qingmu Longevity Sutra, causing a multitude of ancient vines to surge forth and ensnare the ancient corpses tightly. Yao Ming. Cultivating the Tai celestial art and possessing a trace of celestial energy became the focal point of the ancient corpse's attention, with at least a dozen targeting her simultaneously. Damn it. This accursed true dragon emperor resorts to such despicable tactics. Presuming to be an emperor, Yao Mingming seethed, vowing to thwart the true dragon emperor's scheme. The battle on Yao Mingming's front was the fiercest. Her execution of the Tai celestial art was formidable, each strike sending the ancient corpses flying. Despite the relentless assault of several ancient corpses, they could not inflict a single scratch upon her. Who is this woman? Her combat prowess is astonishing. Zhao Zibo, who had managed to restrain two ancient corpses, looked on in shock. Yao Mingming's performance, reminiscent of a battle goddess, astounded many heirs and holy sons alike. Could she be a disciple nurtured by some ancient monster? Junior sister, come quickly, do not let them exhaust you. Qin Tian called out to Yao Mingming with a loud voice. Although Yao Mingming possessed remarkable strength, the ancient corpses showed no signs of fatigue. And prolonged engagement could lead to dire consequences. Humph, just a few ancient corpses. What can they do to me? Yao Mingming scoffed, even as her body instinctively gravitated towards Qin Tian. Junior sister? Xiaoyan asked, momentarily taken aback. Senior brother, who is this? Oh, this is my newly accepted junior sister. Junior sister, this is your second senior sister and third senior brother. Come and get acquainted, Qin Tian warmly introduced. Feng Yue cast a glance at Yao Mingming, her brows furrowing. Yao Mingming was elusive, and her origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. Hello, junior sister. I am Xiaoyan, he greeted enthusiastically, filled with joy at the prospect of having a junior sister. Humph, who is your junior sister? This is all due to that scoundrel. I don't acknowledge it. Yao Mingming replied with an air of arrogance. Chapter 80. The Everlasting Vitality Formation. Xiaoyan looked at Qin Tian, his eyes betraying a sense of inquiry. It was her own choice. Do not believe her. Qin Tian thought it imperative to maintain his image of wisdom and valor in Xiaoyan's eyes. Qin Tian silently lamented. Taking on disciples has proven to be quite an arduous task, unlike others who succeed effortlessly. Indeed, the tales spun in novels are nothing but fabrications. However, Qin Tian remained undeterred. In pursuit of his quest for longevity, he understood that sacrifices must inevitably be made. Cutting in, Yao Mingming curled her lip disdainfully. In stark contrast to the commotion on Qin Tian's side, the other ancient corpses commenced their relentless hunt for the remaining individuals, the sounds of battle echoing in a cacophony. Chief Feng, please save us, cried a disciple from the Cave Heaven sect. Junior sister, let them come over, another urged. As fellow practitioners of the Cave Heaven, it is only fitting to lend assistance to one another. Thank you. Just as the crowd intended to express their gratitude to Qin Tian, they realized they were unaware of his name. Due to space limitations, disciples of Qingyang sect and Jindao sect should refrain from approaching. Qin Tian gestured dismissively, signaling the disciples of Qingyang sect to halt. Yet, some, driven by disbelief, insisted on advancing. In response, Feng Yue unleashed a flicker of phoenix true fire, which promptly reduced the intruder to a mere handful of ashes. A multitude of promising youths fell prey to the ancient corpses. This is peculiar, Xian Yuanling remarked. The Xian Yuan family, well-versed in the arts of the Bagua, formations, geomancy, and divination, boasted an ancestor who attained enlightenment through formations. Gazing at the array inscribed on the ground, Xian Yuanling suddenly recalled something. This is the Eternal Vitality Formation. These ancient corpses are deliberately hunting us to sustain the source of their formation. Indeed, it is the Eternal Vitality Formation, remarkably clandestine and ingeniously arranged, Zhao Zibo interjected. If there exists a faction most adept at deploying the Eternal Vitality Formation, it would undoubtedly be the Zhao family. Even the Xian Yuan family cannot rival their prowess. This formation was conceived by the Zhao family's ancestral figure, the Emperor of Greenwood. In his twilight years, he had harnessed the Greenwood longevity scripture to evolve the Eternal Vitality Formation. Legend has it that the Emperor of Greenwood, unable to ascend to immortality, foresaw that the path to transcendence would become more accessible for future generations. Thus, he established this formation. Regrettably, his life force was too potent, and lacking a commensurate vitality to wield, he ultimately attained enlightenment and repose. Yet, this enigmatic Eternal Vitality Formation has endured through the ages. The Eternal Vitality Formation is indeed a calamity for the populace. Although many factions publicly oppose it, numerous powers clandestinely employ its use. The vast expanse of Dong Wang teems with life, and these great factions surreptitiously capture beings for sacrificial refinement, unbeknownst to all. Why have we never heard of the Eternal Vitality Formation within the Dragon Vein ancient tomb throughout history? The holy son of Taichu pondered with deep perplexity. The Dragon Vein ancient tomb has been opened 60 times. While there have been casualties each time, the losses were not significant. Perhaps the beings sustained by the eternal vitality formation are no longer needed. This may be the final occasion for it to extract energy for emergence. Zhao Zibo stated gravely. Beyond this, she could conceive of no other possibilities. A group of holy sons and heirs of noble families exchanged thoughts while simultaneously fending off the ancient corpses. For whom was the grand formation laid by the true Dragon Emperor intended? The true Dragon Emperor left no legacy of teachings, nor did he bequeath any descendants. Who, then, is worthy of such a grand array he has orchestrated? The vitality has perished. We may become the final burial party. Xian Yuanling's expression turned grim. She possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the art of formations. It appeared that the ancient dragon's tomb had lost all hope, and this group was destined to be the last of the harvest, uprooted entirely. Upon uttering these words, the faces of those present turned ashen. How could they be so unfortunate? Had they truly become the concluding act of the true Dragon Emperor? They did not believe they could escape the Emperor's schemes. Surely not. Qin Tian was left speechless. Although he had long been aware of the plots devised by the deceased true Dragon Emperor, he had not anticipated such treachery. A disciple of a grand sect whispered, the true Dragon Emperor, a figure of great stature, was regarded as a moral exemplar by the people. Though he fought throughout his life, he never indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Now, with the manifestation of the perpetual vitality array, this is something the world cannot tolerate. The true Dragon Emperor would undoubtedly ensure that this matter remains concealed. We are doomed. We are utterly doomed. Luo Qingsong lamented, a prodigy with unparalleled talent. Possessing the potential of a sage, capable of surpassing even the most exalted emperors. Who would have thought that he would meet his demise here today? It was truly unbearable. Luo Qingsong hailed from the Supreme Sect, the Overlord Sect, which, while not particularly renowned, had a penchant for boasting, an old habit well known throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The disciples of the Overlord Sect outwardly claimed it to be a holy land, with the more modest ones asserting it to be the foremost sect beneath the sacred realm. Qingsong, cease your boasting and lend me a hand. Chen Shui of the Water Sect called out loudly. Alas, even at the brink of death, I am still held in high regard. Is this my destiny? Luo Qingsong mused. Indeed, my extraordinary talent is the hope of all beings. Chen Shui's expression darkened, suddenly regretting his call for assistance. Even Qin Tian could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, astonished that such a character existed among the disciples of the grand sections. Truly, what a fool, spending each day boasting about himself. The disciple of the poisonous sect, Do Guang, regarded him with disdain. You call yourself a candidate for the sacred sun and capable of surpassing emperors? Spare us the flattery. And what of you? Do you possess anything of worth? The two exchanged blows and barbs, yet many disciples of the grand sects did not intervene, displaying no surprise, as if they had grown accustomed to such antics. Indeed, we have reached a dead end. The true Dragon Emperor truly aims to ensnare the coming prodigies. Feng Yue remarked softly. Sister, what shall we do? Qin Tian steadied himself. His sister, also an emperor, would surely have a plan. Yao Mingming, with an air of pride, declared, where there is a formation, there is a method to dismantle it. This array is not to be feared. Since the accursed true Dragon Emperor seeks to harm us, we cannot remain passive and allow his eternal schemes to prevail. Indeed, that is the intent, Feng Yue responded. Let us proceed. The two individuals struck an instant rapport and began to advance towards the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, the ancient corpses nearby, though drawn by the potent life force emitted by a few, dared not approach under the purifying flames of the phoenix. Had they discovered a path to survival? Following closely behind, Qian Wei repelled the ancient corpses. Though the bodies of these ancient beings were robust, they lacked divine power, suggesting they had been subjected to ritualistic offerings. The scene was a gruesome tableau of flesh and blood, with crimson liquid suspended in the air. However, the blood soon desiccated, and the flesh followed suit, as if siphoned by a mysterious force. The everlasting vitality array was designed to extract the life essence from beings. The multitude of disciples from various sects, along with wandering cultivators and those from minor factions, exceeded 10,000, yet over 80% had already been reduced to mere sustenance, leaving not even their corpses behind. They pressed on, the remaining individuals banding together. If they dispersed, they would undoubtedly be torn apart by the ancient corpses. The strength of these entities far surpassed that of the nascent soul stage, rendering the qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core cultivators powerless against them. Only the prodigies of the nascent soul from various sects could barely ensure their own safety. Can we truly breach the imperial array laid by the great Dragon Emperor? Who possesses mastery over creation? Jiang Xie questioned with uncertainty. She had just realized that her void bamboo had become ineffective within the imperial tomb. Even space itself had been obscured. The fierce woman now felt fear. If she were to perish, it would be due to him. Qin Tian's frustration grew as he pondered why he had subjected himself to such peril. Chapter 81. Imperial Stone Ha. I never anticipated it would be so perilous within. Past casualties have been minimal. Jiang Xie's gaze wavered, unable to meet Qin Tian's eyes. Wait, am I not inside as well? You truly are a coward. Even this esteemed lady, with her noble stature, fears not death. What do you have to fear? She retorted, her tone laced with indignation. Qin Tian feigned a playful strike towards her. Under the protection of the Phoenix's flames, the group continued their journey forward. Although the interior of the imperial tomb was illuminated by night pearls, their brightness was limited. Fortunately, the Phoenix flames cast a brilliant light throughout the space. As for the sacred furnace, the group had ceased to covet it. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Who could ascertain whether ancient corpses lurked within? Even these few had inflicted considerable losses, leaving them weary from the struggle. The interior of the imperial tomb was a seamless entity, suggesting the entire ancient dragon vein tomb had been forged as one. Feng Yue gazed at the walls, where array patterns manifested, continuous from beginning to end, occasionally revealing the exclusive imperial symbols of the great emperor. The imperial symbols. Such were treasures of the highest order. Jiang Xie endeavored to replicate the imperial symbols and, to her astonishment, succeeded in imitating several. To have the fortune of witnessing the imperial symbols was an opportunity not to be missed. Within the confines of the storage ring, the esteemed Elder Yu quietly practiced the imperial patterns. Each imperial mark, imbued with boundless power, was remarkable even in its imitated form. Xin Yuanling, the holy son of Taichu, alongside Zhao Zibo, Qian Wei, and others, were all engrossed in the meticulous replication of these imperial symbols, although the uncertainty of survival loomed over them. None were willing to forego such a rare opportunity. These imperial patterns had never before manifested, and their appearance in this era undoubtedly indicated that the true Dragon Emperor was prepared to eradicate all. Jiang Xie despaired, noting that the increasing number of previously unseen entities only underscored the true Dragon Emperor's utter disregard for restraint. It was indeed a mighty emperor, surprisingly ruthless, resorting to such life-draining formations. Jiang Xie felt indignant, for a person of her extraordinary talent, destined for ascendance, now faced the grim possibility of perishing within these confines. Now you are afraid? I see you are the true coward, Qin Tian remarked, maintaining a semblance of calm. Especially with the rebirth of the Phoenix Moon in the reincarnation of the immortal soul Yao Mingming by his side, which provided a layer of assurance. Moreover, the Child of Destiny, Xiao Yin, added further security. The Child of Destiny was adept at transforming decay into wonder, turning dead ends into pathways of hope. I am not cowardly. I am merely lamenting. You rascal, Jiang Xie retorted angrily, delivering a punch to Qin Tian, who dared to mock her even as she expressed her grievances. Ah, Qin Tian winced, clutching his arm. The strength of this fierce woman was formidable. Despite possessing the full power of the Phoenix physique, her punch left his arm tingling. The great Strength Emperor Sutra was indeed extraordinary. Acquiring it would significantly enhance his combat prowess, especially in conjunction with his Phoenix constitution. Do not worry, I can lead you out, Qin Tian confidently asserted, patting his chest. Really? You are not exaggerating, are you? Jiang Xie responded, half skeptical. It is indeed true. I swear by the honor of my junior brother, he declared, placing a hand on Xiao Yin's shoulder. Senior brother, this might not be appropriate, Xiao Yin replied, particularly mindful of his reputation, and he harbored no absolute assurance of escape. The mysterious intricacies of the imperial tomb eluded even Elder Yell, leaving him to navigate one step at a time. However, there will certainly be a price. You, with your unparalleled grace and potential for ascendance, how about this? In exchange for your Jiang family's great Strength Emperor Sutra, I shall guide you out. What say you? Dream on, Jiang Xie retorted, turning away. Suit yourself, Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. The group continued their journey, traversing several hours and covering over 1,000 kilometers. Yet no further anomalies occurred. Even the ancient corpses had vanished without a trace, and Phoenix Moon had extinguished the Phoenix true fire. What is happening? According to the accounts of the elders who have exited before us, the Dragon Vein ancient tomb is rife with opportunities, Why have we seen nothing along our path? Jiangxia was filled with confusion. Fool, that was set up to attract outsiders. Now that there are no plans for a next time, why waste precious spiritual treasures on arranging a so-called opportunity? Indeed, Jiangxia nodded, then corrected herself. No, you're the fool. Stop, Feng Yue interjected, halting the crowd. She turned to the followers behind her and, with a swift motion, seized an ordinary disciple from a prominent family and hurled him out. In an instant, the disciple was mercilessly torn apart. What are you doing? Qianwei thundered with fury, outraged that Feng Yue would use a member of his family as bait. Then what would you do? Feng Yue's expression was icy as she regarded Qianwei, showing no hesitation in her willingness to slay him in that moment. Brother Qian. He is but a clansman, why bother? Let us first find a way out, Zhao Zibo urged. Currently, on Qin Tian's side, their strength was formidable. With Feng Yue, who possessed the phoenix body, and Qin Tian, who wielded the imperial scriptures, alongside Jiangxia. They also faced an unknown terrifying girl capable of holding her own against numerous ancient corpses, her power surpassing theirs. They needed to find a path to survival. Humph. Qianwei scoffed, if we cannot escape, so be it. But if we do, all of them shall perish. The members of the Qian family are not so easily killed. This is a killing formation capable of obliterating elders of the sacred grounds. However, it is not a formation left behind by an emperor, but rather one that has evolved naturally within the imperial tomb. Feng Yue inscribed several runes in the air, causing the killing formation to collapse in an instant. This was not a contingency left by an emperor, otherwise, it would not have been so easily dismantled. It appeared that the true Dragon Emperor had not set up many lethal mechanisms. Yao Mingming spoke up. The emperor disdains to lay down deadly traps for a group of weaklings. He merely left behind some casual arrangements. Feng Yue had also discerned this. The everlasting vitality formation was indeed set by the true Dragon Emperor, but aside from that, there seemed to be no other formidable means. Moreover, this formation could only absorb the vitality of the deceased, and not that of the living. Could it be that the true Dragon Emperor still possessed a shred of conscience? As they crossed the killing formation, a sudden chill swept through the air. Ahead, a vast void appeared, within which a multitude of imperial patterns emerged. And the ground was intricately etched with dense lines. These lines appeared to connect the entire imperial tomb. Converging at the center where lay an ancient coffin crafted from an unknown, translucent crystal. The coffin measured 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Far larger than an ordinary coffin. Could it be the coffin of the true Dragon Emperor? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The body of an emperor is an unparalleled treasure. Even a single drop of imperial blood is a priceless gem. A complete imperial corpse would be enough to incite all forces in the world to vie for it. It is not the body of the true Dragon Emperor. Yao Mingming spoke, asserting that if this were indeed the corpse of an emperor, they would be utterly unable to approach it. The emperor epitomizes the pinnacle of existence. Even the mere pressure emitted by such a corpse would be beyond their capacity to withstand or draw near. It is not so. The aura is quite feeble, she continued. Is this individual truly the one safeguarded by the eternal life array set by the true Dragon Emperor? In Chapter 82, In the Body of God, it is suggested that this person is indeed the one under the protection of the true Dragon Emperor. Legends state that the true Dragon Emperor had no offspring throughout his life. This young man's appearance suggests he might be a progeny born in the latter years of the Emperor's life, perhaps even in the face of rebirth. Some believed they had glimpsed a fragment of the true Dragon Emperor as concealed secrets. The youth within the transparent coffin, though his eyes were tightly shut, still possessed a flicker of vitality. The existence of the true Dragon Emperor's descendant in the mortal realm is a monumental secret. If the descendant still endures, then we are not at an impasse. If we can rouse him, we may yet escape. Surely, the true Dragon Emperor would not have sealed his own progeny within the ancient dragon tomb. Jiangxia's dimples appeared as she spoke with palpable excitement. The ancient dragon tomb harbors little malice. However, the issue lies in the fact that the exit is sealed. Even if we are not slain, we shall wither away within these confines. By the time the next millennia opens, we would have turned to dust, if such an opportunity arises at all. What is that? Someone exclaimed, pointing at the young man's mouth, from which emerged a lustrous orb, radiating a gentle glow. It was the true dragon pearl. Although its aura was entirely repressed, the faint pressure it exuded was still suffocating. The imperial majesty is unfathomable. Even the slightest trace is enough to compel all beings to prostrate. This true dragon pearl, though dormant, emitted a soft halo that nourished the young man within the coffin. Why has no one ever reported such a scene existing in the past? Among those who entered the ancient dragon tomb, Qianwei spoke gravely. The Imperial Coffin, the young man. The true dragon pearl. None of these have been mentioned in the dozens of past accounts. No one has ever witnessed them. Fool, this is a space apart. It has never been opened before, Yao Mingming retorted with a smirk. Though Qian Wei was irked, he could only seek a way to extricate himself from the situation. For Yao Mingming was undeniably fierce. Truly, the true dragon emperor, the imperial tomb resides in a realm of its own, and astonishingly, it can manifest even within this alien space. You, being of a noble lineage, lack even this basic understanding. This is the inner space of a treasure. Yao Mingming continued to sneer. Qian Wei's expression darkened. Once they exited this ancient tomb, he vowed to make her pay for her incessant mockery. Yao Mingming offered a few sarcastic remarks before dismissing the matter entirely. As the crowd entered, it was evident that the true Dragon Pearl had orchestrated this situation intentionally. The true Dragon Pearl had yet to awaken, merely preserving a fragment of its spiritual essence. Otherwise, should the Imperial artifact revive, there would be no need to confront them. A mere breath of its presence would reduce them to mere dust. Currently, she found herself unable to withstand the might of the Imperial artifact. However, the true Dragon Pearl would not awaken easily, for the consumption of the Imperial artifact was immense. It could drain all the spiritual essence within the ancient tomb in an instant. Hence, the Imperial artifact remained in a deep slumber. Or else the young man safeguarded by the true Dragon Pearl would meet the same grim fate. Feng Yue was surveying the surroundings since her entrance. She had detected an anomaly within the true Dragon Pearl. Yao Mingming had also sensed something amiss, moving around the perimeter to probe the runes and ancient formations. The princess of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Ling, appeared to share her confusion, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not unravel the mystery. Since you intend to ensnare me, I shall merely collect some interest, Yao Mingming said with a radiant smile as she gazed at the young man within the Imperial coffin. The allure of the true Dragon Pearl and the Imperial coffin was immense for everyone, yet those who had managed to arrive here were no fools. They understood that a moment's carelessness could lead to becoming a lifeless corpse. This was the heart of the Imperial tomb, and despite the seemingly tranquil atmosphere, no one dared to let their guard down, opting instead to allow others to test the waters. The remaining 1,000 or so individuals in the vast Imperial Coffin Plaza were not crowded. Everyone maintained their position around the periphery. "Senior brother, come here," Feng Yue called out, taking the initiative to speak to Qin Tian, a departure from her usual reticence. Although he was a postnatal body, it was still a divine physique, sufficient to establish Qin Tian as a remarkable talent. While he might not necessarily ascend to the pinnacle of emperorhood, achieving the status of a sage was certainly within reach. "What is it, junior sister?" Qin Tian, who had remained on the outskirts and refrained from joining the exploration, considered the risk unnecessary. A divine physique was precious enough to repay his senior brother for his assistance thus far. Senior brother, the true Dragon Emperor possessed the true Dragon divine body. Although there is a chance for this constitution to be inherited by future generations, the likelihood is quite small. The true Dragon Emperor established the ancient tomb of the Dragon Vein to gather dragon energy, with the intention of recreating the true dragon body, Feng Yue stated solemnly. Their objectives had now been largely accomplished. This time, the number of individuals entering the ancient tomb far exceeds that of previous occasions, fulfilling the requirements of the Eternal Vitality Array. The essence of the true dragon has been successfully refined. Although Feng Yue no longer possesses the strength of an emperor, her vision and understanding remain intact. Upon her entry, she immediately discerned that this group of people had likely been intentionally allowed to enter. During the fusion of the individuals within the coffin, they could replenish their vital energy at any moment. According to the grand design of the true Dragon Emperor, it would only take several 100,000 years to recreate the true dragon physique. Unfortunately, due to the greed of the Holy Lands and the aristocratic families, the entry of personnel has been restricted, allowing only disciples from powerful factions to enter at each instance. This has resulted in a severely limited number of participants. And the ancient tomb, in order to sustain itself, cannot sacrifice all individuals. Thus, this process of rebirth has persisted for an astonishing 600,000 years. Now, the ancient tomb has revealed itself ahead of schedule, evading the Holy Lands and noble families. Feng Yue suspects that this phenomenon is the doing of the true Dragon Pearl. The ancient tomb is an inanimate object. Only the true Dragon Pearl possesses the potential to hasten its emergence. However, it is regrettable that, despite the intricate arrangements, such matters are known only to an emperor. Yet, encountering her, a reborn emperor, this opportunity rightfully belongs to her. Qin Tian raised his eyebrows in realization. This was indeed the grand scheme of the great emperor, to recreate the true dragon body. The elaborate preparations had all been for the young man within the coffin, who was undoubtedly the offspring of the true Dragon Emperor. Qin Tian harbored little interest in the true dragon body. Furthermore, according to the system's prompt, it would ultimately be taken away by Yao Mingming. Yet, if Yu Mingming were to claim it, would it not ultimately belong to him? Qin Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Junior sister, my elder brother lacks grand aspirations and shows little interest in the path of cultivation. It would be better bestowed upon you." What? Feng Yue was taken aback, utterly astonished by Qin Tian's generosity. This was the true dragon body, one of the three supreme physiques coveted by all in the world. How could Qin Tian possibly consider relinquishing it to another? Elder brother, are you aware of the value of the true dragon body? Your innate talent is rather ordinary. Only with the true dragon body could you journey further. Otherwise, you would be confined to the golden core stage at best. Even with the assistance of rare treasures, one could hope to ascend merely one or two major realms. Qin Tian possesses a talent of the third rank, and even with the aid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there exists a limitation to his potential. Furthermore, she cannot perpetually assist Qin Tian, as she has her own mission to fulfill. That goal is an existence far beyond Qin Tian's reach. Senior brother, you are well aware of this. Qin Tian consoled Feng Yue, fully cognizant of the value of the true dragon physique. It is precisely because of this that the true dragon physique can exhibit greater power in Yao Mingming's hands, allowing him to reap more benefits. As for cultivating on his own, he is reluctant to do so, and why not seize the readily available opportunity? Qin Tian approached Yao Mingming. "Junior sister," he exclaimed. "Who is your junior sister?" "I refuse to acknowledge it," she retorted with a haughty expression. This fellow had the audacity to forcefully claim her as his junior sister. After all, she was an immortal. How could a mere third-tier talent like him be her senior brother? It would be the subject of ridicule if spoken of aloud. Regardless, "You are already my junior sister," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Since the system showed no signs of unbinding, he suspected that perhaps once bound, it could not be undone. "Enough. What do you wish to say?" "I have no interest in your ramblings." Yao Mingming continued to study the imperial inscriptions. Understanding them was one thing, but deciphering them and thwarting the schemes of the true Dragon Emperor would require considerable effort. Glancing at the others, she noted that they were merely groping about blindly, destined to achieve nothing. "Humph," she thought, her smug demeanor reflecting her belief that she was the only one with clarity among the foolish crowd. Likely, she was the sole individual capable of perceiving the truth within these inscriptions. Perhaps that little girl can, she mused, glancing at Feng Yue. Although she was unaware of the girl's origins, there was an aura of unfathomable depth about her, prompting Yao Mingming to suspect she might be a reincarnated ancient being. Immortals can be quite naive, Qin Tian silently criticized as he observed Yao Mingming's self-satisfied expression. "You desire the true dragon body," he stated abruptly. "You know about the true dragon body?" Yao Mingming inquired, her face a mask of confusion. How could this fellow possibly know? "Of course, if you know." "As your senior brother, I certainly do," Qin Tian asserted, assuming a tone of elder authority. Yao Mingming raised her chin defiantly. "It certainly isn't something you discerned. Whether I did or not is irrelevant. I simply ask if you desire it," he pressed. "Give it to me. This is the true dragon body. Do you not comprehend its value?" Yao Mingming's expression was one of disbelief. Who would not want the true dragon body? Such a physique was priceless, not just in the lower realm, but even in the upper realm. Though she was an immortal, she yearned for the true dragon body. For a genius possessing it could achieve great heights. In the lower realm, she was virtually invincible, and this opportunity could facilitate her return to the upper realm for vengeance. Of course, your senior brother is not a fool. He knows well the worth of the true dragon body. However, since you are my junior sister, I shall assist you in obtaining it, Qin Tian declared with sincerity, his gaze devoid of any ulterior motives. This genuine look caused Yao Mingming to enter a moment of self-reflection. Was it possible for someone to be so magnanimous? To relinquish such a significant opportunity merely because of their brotherly bond? Very well, if you can truly help me acquire the true dragon body, I shall acknowledge you as my senior brother. In exchange of a senior brother for the true dragon body is hardly a loss, she concluded. With assistance, her chances of obtaining the true dragon body would be considerably enhanced. Since Qin Tian could see through the true Dragon Emperor's schemes, he likely possessed the means to assist her. "Second junior sister, I ask for your help on behalf of the fourth junior sister." Feng Yue nodded slightly, increasingly perplexed by Qin Tian. Wasn't he typically quite miserly? Why was he now so generous? Whether it was elixirs or the royal sword, he was even willing to relinquish the true dragon body. Since Qin Tian was inclined to offer it, she held no objections, having already attained the phoenix body. She had no need for a postnatal divine physique. Fourth junior sister, your pace in deciphering the runes is rather slow. Allow me to assist you. Feng Yue's voice was cool and composed. Even in the presence of Yao Mingming, she exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Feng Yue was the second youngest to break through to the emperor rank in countless years, her innate talent unparalleled. In the annals of history spanning millions of years, she was among the very few extraordinary figures. Her prodigious abilities were unmatched, solidifying her status as a true daughter of destiny. Even upon ascending to the higher realms, she was destined to be an unparalleled luminary. Thank you, sister, for your assistance, Yao Mingming replied with a smile, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of her companion. This was her sole reaction, realizing that having such a sister was indeed a fortuitous blessing. Qin Tian curled his lips in disdain. As soon as Feng Yue arrived, she expressed her gratitude to her senior sister, while he, as her senior brother, would only gain recognition upon acquiring the phoenix physique. Such blatant favoritism. Qin Tian stood aside like an invisible presence, while Feng Yue and Yao Mingming were diligently deciphering the imperial runes. Their pace several times faster than when Yao Mingming worked alone. Where could that rascal Xiaoyan have gone? Qin Tian's gaze swept across the scene, landing on his earnest junior disciple, who addressed him as senior brother with genuine sincerity. Not far from the three, Xiaoyan leaned against the wall of the formation, feeling the vibrant energy flowing within the runes, and exclaimed, "Senior, the vitality here is remarkably dense. This is the energy refined by the great emperor, capable of enhancing one's strength without any side effects," the elder Yaoi explained. This energy is derived from the life force of young prodigies who perished outside, returning along the formation's runes. The location where Xiaoyan stands is one of the 4 primary veins. Unfortunately, it is protected by runes, making it impossible to break through. Elder Yaoi expressed his regret. When Elder Yaoi glanced at Feng Yue and Yao Mingming, his eyes widened in astonishment. The two continued to decipher the runes, causing the formation to pulsate. If they persisted, it would not be long before the formation was breached. Next to the imperial coffin, a yellow dragon-shaped phantom began to coalesce, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "This is the essence of the true dragon," Xian Yuanling exclaimed. "I understand now. This grand formation was laid out by the true dragon emperor to shape the true dragon body, and now the essence of the true dragon is materializing. The essence of the true dragon, the innate divine body, signifies the true dragon emperor's sacrifice for his descendants. To cultivate the innate divine body, a catalyst is required, namely the blood essence of the innate divine body. The mysteries of the divine body dictate that there can only be one divine body in a given era, meaning the true dragon emperor's descendants can only awaken in future generations. The essence of the true dragon is about to take form. Whoever claims it will be able to nurture the true dragon body." Some prodigies breathed heavily in anticipation. The value of the divine body is immeasurable. Whoever obtains it will ensure the prosperity of their faction for millennia. Let these fools revel in their excitement for now, Yao Mingming thought with secret delight. If the imperial runes could not be deciphered, no one could approach the coffin to seize the essence of the true dragon. For most prodigies, imperial artifacts were unattainable. Yet if they could acquire the essence of the true dragon, it would become their true ally. "The essence of the true dragon is mine," someone declared, unable to contain their greed, and dashed forward. This individual, the strongest genius of a small faction with golden core cultivation, approached the coffin, only to have their physical form shatter in an instant, their life force siphoned away by the grand formation and returned underground. This act quelled the aspirations of the restless onlookers. "We cannot approach the coffin due to the protection of the imperial runes," Xian Yuan stated. As a descendant of the Xian Yuan family, well-versed in the principles of yin and yang, she understood their lack of opportunity, unless they could breach the imperial runes. The individuals present were merely young juniors, many of whom were encountering imperial runes for the first time, let alone attempting to decipher them. It has long been a consensus that only a great emperor can break the imperial runes. Third junior brother, once the imperial runes are broken, the life essence will spill forth. Seize the opportunity to absorb it, Feng Yue cautioned. She could perceive the terrifying fortune surrounding Xiaoyan. This individual was destined for greatness, with achievements beyond measure in the future. Now that he was her junior disciple, she felt compelled to assist him. "Yes, senior sister," Xiaoyan replied, placing unwavering trust in her. Chapter 84. Approaching the ancient coffin, the vitality extracted from the everlasting vitality array was of the purest quality. Not only did it serve as a secret method for prolonging life, but it also significantly benefited cultivation. The common faction's everlasting vitality arrays were mere incomplete versions, fraught with aftereffects. While the formation laid down by the true Dragon Emperor naturally lacked such issues. That will suffice. We need only to carve a path, Feng Yue declared, halting her progress. Although she understood how to dismantle the imperial patterns, her strength was limited. Given the multitude of imperial patterns in this place, completely breaking through would likely consume years. Creating a small passage to approach the coffin would be adequate. Thank you, senior sister, Yao Mingming said, bowing with great excitement. The scriptures of the lower realm held little allure for her, but the prospect of enhancing her physique was immensely tempting. The body's constitution is innate. Crafting it through postnatal means incurs a tremendous cost, one that even significant figures would hesitate to bear. What a pity, many lamented. To gaze upon a treasure mountain yet remain powerless. The imperial artifacts and the essence of the true dragon were priceless treasures. Acquiring these two items might lead to the establishment of an immortal legacy. Moreover, the man within the coffin surely possessed the true dragon scriptures, the divine body. The imperial scriptures, the imperial artifacts together, they could nearly recreate a great emperor. Given the current circumstances, it was futile to contemplate opportunities. The path ahead was severed. We are trapped within the true dragon pearl. How we escape is crucial, Zhao Zibo expressed his concerns. As a direct descendant of the Zhao family, he had a promising future and was qualified to contend for the imperial path due to his own talents. Being ensnared within a secret artifact was a bitter pill to swallow. Brother Zhao is correct. We cannot simply wait for the man in the coffin to awaken before we can leave. Who knows how long that might take? Let us not keep secrets but collaborate on our escape, he proposed. Several young saints and disciples of major sects nodded in agreement. They were ensnared here, likely destined to become an energy source for the man within the coffin, who could predict when calamity might strike. Yet these are imperial patterns laid by the true Dragon Emperor. Who among us can decipher them? We cannot seek external assistance, and the ancient spiritual veins harbor imperial restrictions, permitting only those at the nascent soul stage or lower to enter, Xian Yuanling lamented. As the leader of the formation arts, she found herself powerless at this moment. The intricacies of these imperial patterns eluded her comprehension, let alone the possibility of cracking them. The confidence of the group was instantly shattered by Xian Yuanling's words. Indeed, these are imperial patterns. Who can unravel them? A cloud of despair enveloped the assembly, their faces etched with worry. Were they to be entombed alive? Yao Mingming smiled as she moved toward the center. Little sister, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Come back. Jiang Xie firmly grasped Yao Mingming, her expression grave. The recent example of the Golden Core prodigy was vividly etched in their minds. Merely approaching had resulted in a transformation into flesh and blood under the oppressive force emanating from the imperial pattern. Yao Mingming chuckled, finding this individual rather likable, though the appellation of little sister left her somewhat dissatisfied. Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities, she declared. Ah, yet another soul-seeking demise. Qian Wei remarked with a shake of his head. Even among their noble lineage, the distinguished disciples of the sacred land dared not approach. Did this young girl truly believe she could breach the imperial pattern? Nevertheless, Qian Wei did not intervene. In fact, aside from Jiang Xie, no one uttered a word, each eager for someone to attempt the trial, hoping to unveil a path to survival. The allure of the imperial artifact was enticing. Yet unchecked greed is not always a virtue. Laughter echoed through the crowd. A frog at the bottom of the well knows not the might of the phoenix. Despite her youth, Yao Mingming possessed a sharp tongue, instantly mocking the assembly. Good advice is wasted on the deserving. Qian Wei scoffed. Well aware that the essence of the true dragon was not easily obtained, the true Dragon Emperor would not grant them entry lightly. It was evident that their audacity stemmed from a false sense of security, allowing them to venture into the depths of the true dragon pearl. Yao Mingming attempted to pull Jiang Xie away but found her surprisingly strong, unable to liberate herself immediately. Let go, sister. I have my own confidence, she asserted. Not one to be easily outdone, despite her seemingly smaller stature, referring to Jiang Xie as sister. Let her go. She will be fine, Qin Tian remarked. Observing Jiang Xie's reluctance to release her grip, unsure whether to commend her kindness or criticize her foolishness, Jiang Xie relinquished her hold, as they were not related. Her intention was merely to prevent anyone from courting death. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yao Mingming approached the coffin. Some felt a pang of sympathy. Yet the majority bore smiles, anticipating a spectacle. Even Xiaoyan felt a surge of anxiety, After all, she was his only junior sister. Had he not known that the second senior sister and the senior brother had permitted her to proceed, he would have vehemently opposed it. Feng Yue did not accompany them. The essence of the true dragon held no allure for her. As for the true dragon scripture, it was of no use to her. Only the true dragon pearl remained. Yet she understood that the imperial artifact possessed a spirit, rendering it unattainable. Had the imperial artifact been without a master, there might have been a possibility. But with the true dragon emperor's descendants still present, the true dragon pearl would not be departing. As Yao Mingming neared the spot where the prodigy had recently perished, the sound of swallowed breaths filled the air. The fallen prodigy had charged forward suddenly, catching everyone off guard, yet now they watched as someone willingly sought death. Although a passage had been opened, the path was not straightforward. The imperial patterns within the formation emerged, shifting continuously. However, Yao Mingming recognized that the imperial patterns there had been deciphered, allowing passage. She stepped forward, and the underground formations radiated a golden light, yet she remained unscathed. Is she unharmed? What is happening? Can she truly enter? Yao Mingming stepped into the central formation where the coffin resided, astonishingly unharmed. She deftly evaded the runes, raising the possibility that there might be a glimmer of hope within. Perhaps the true dragon emperor had left behind a chance. The holy son of Taichu pondered aloud. If one could enter, the allure of the true dragon's aura would surely be irresistible. Yao Mingming continuously shifted her position within, skillfully avoiding the oncoming imperial runes. After her departure, the runes automatically mended themselves. Following her lead, some could not restrain their greed and attempted to tread the path she had traversed. The temptation of the imperial scriptures and artifacts was too great. Even knowing it was a path to demise, some could not resist. From the crowd, over 10 individuals surged forward, stepping along Yao Mingming's trail. "It's fine," exclaimed the first to step out. Indeed, following in Yao Mingming's footsteps might ensure safety. As long as they arrived a moment later, they could seize the treasures. After several steps, the 10 or so individuals remained unscathed, prompting even more to succumb to temptation. Even the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden began to stir restlessly. Zhou Hua of the Water Sect felt a surge of emotion, though he was exceptionally gifted. Competing with the Holy Sun was a challenge. Yet, possessing a divine body would smoothen the path ahead. Without hesitation, Zhou Hua dashed forth, stepping into the formation. The next instant, he sensed a surge of lethal intent and immediately retreated. However, with a sudden explosion, his leg, which had crossed into the array, was blown apart. "Ah!" Zhou Hua screamed in agony, while the 10 or so individuals within the formation were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist, leaving only Yao Mingming unscathed. Chapter 85. The Awakening of Ancient Beings. A group of fools. The formation is ever-changing, shifting with each passing moment. To follow in my footsteps is tantamount to courting death. Yao Mingming did not miss the opportunity to taunt them, inciting considerable displeasure among the disciples of the recently fallen cultivator. This individual mocked them only after their demise. Was this not a deliberate act of sabotage? A bunch of ignorant imbeciles, come on. Yao Mingming made a face at the crowd and swaggered forward, nearing the coffin. Damn it, are we to let her seize this opportunity? Since they could not enter, they resolved that she should not obtain it either. They launched an assault on the formation, hoping to have her torn apart by its mechanisms. It mattered not if no one gained anything, but if someone were to succeed. They would certainly object. No one wished to face another rival possessing the true dragon body. Even a phoenix body already posed immense pressure. Feng Yue, though merely at the golden core stage, exuded a presence that rivaled these nascent soul holy sons and holy maidens. Yao Mingming, lacking a divine body, could battle against numerous ancient corpses at the golden core stage, her strength nearly on par with that of the holy sun. Once she acquired a divine body, they would be relegated to mere supporting roles. The crowd unleashed their attacks, relentlessly bombarding the formation. The grand array was instantly activated, and a terrifying wave of lethal intent permeated the air. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, for she was his junior disciple, his future hope. "Stop it," he coldly remarked. Disdainful of a group so petty as to employ such despicable tactics, Feng Yue remained silent, a suffocating blaze igniting around her. The true flames of the phoenix manifested, causing the temperature of the surroundings to soar dramatically. The searing heat compelled everyone to retreat, as the protective barrier of spiritual energy was swiftly consumed by the flames. The true fire of the phoenix, one of the hottest flames known to mankind, was also a crucial factor in the phoenix's ascendance to one of the 3 divine physiques. Could it be that the phoenix physique was invincible? The holy son of Taichu produced a precious artifact, shielding himself from harm. As the divine flames could not scorch him in the slightest. It is merely the phoenix physique. The ancient emperors could suppress divine physiques. Naturally, we can do the same. Feng Yue sneered. Zhao Zibo, the Holy Sun, and the Origin Holy Maiden all turned their gazes toward Feng Yue. Her audacity was astounding, attempting to suppress them all single-handedly. Many disciples from prominent sects also felt a profound dissatisfaction. They were all remarkable young figures of their generation. Who would fear whom? In this era, there was only one imperial throne, destined to be fiercely contested, and they would inevitably clash. A bunch of rubbish. If you're unconvinced, let's all face her together. Feng Yue declared with an icy gaze, utterly disregarding the crowd. Junior sister, you are exceedingly arrogant, Qin Tian mused inwardly. These were all geniuses from various sects. Each a dragon among men. Must she be so presumptuous? Senior sister, truly magnificent, Xiaoyan exclaimed, starry-eyed, gazing at Feng Yue. Even Elder Yue was taken aback. This young woman bore the aura reminiscent of emperors in their youth. Every emperor was the strongest of their time, having triumphed over countless peers to achieve their status. Let us join forces and test her strength. Does she truly believe the divine physique to be invincible? Feng Yue suggested. Agreed, echoed the Holy Son of Taichu. The Origin Holy Maiden, and several other disciples from esteemed sections. Feng Yue unleashed the starry divine art, while Zhao Zibo invoked the eternal green with scripture. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden also demonstrated their unique skills. Imperial scriptures intertwined in the arena, causing the surviving disciples of lesser factions to tremble in fear. Was this the foundation of the sacred grounds and illustrious families? Although they were all prodigies at the nascent soul stage, their power was already sufficient to rival the venerable ancestors of their respective sections. Feng Yue channeled the phoenix scripture, conjuring a blazing phoenix apparition. She too possessed an imperial scripture, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. However, their surprise was tempered, as it was not unexpected for Feng Yue, being Qin Tian's junior, to share the same imperial scripture. The fiery phoenix seemed poised to incinerate all, clashing with the attacks of the crowd. In an instant, flames erupted and would splintered. The phoenix physique, astonishingly, stood its ground against multiple prodigies at the golden core stage, achieving an even balance. Truly, it was one of the three divine physiques. Was the might of the divine physique genuinely invincible? Qin Tian chuckled and said, the divine body is certainly not that formidable. It is merely a testament to the extraordinary prowess of my junior sister. Qin Tian spoke a truth. Although the divine body was proclaimed invincible among peers, the reality of transcending ranks in battle was undeniable. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter, each a paragon of talent, stood with faces as dark as soot. The fact that Feng Yue could contend with them in a stalemate was astonishing. Was this truly human? Must the eastern wilderness submit to the oppression of Feng Yue? Whoever dares to act will meet their demise. Her voice was icy, yet none dared to challenge her, for she possessed the strength to back her words. As the combatants engaged, Yao Mingming approached the ancient coffin. The coffin seemed to sense her presence, trembling slightly. Forgive me, but this opportunity shall be claimed by me. Yao Mingming whispered to the coffin. The essence of the true dragon appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, yearning to enter the coffin. However, Yao Mingming would not grant it that chance, swiftly grasping it with her delicate hand. The coffin shook violently. This is bad. This entity, having its chance snatched away, is about to awaken, Yao Mingming exclaimed in alarm. The tremors of the coffin caught the attention of those outside. The progeny of the true Dragon Emperor was on the verge of awakening. This girl was doomed. How could she dare to seize the opportunity of the Emperor's offspring, disrupting the Emperor's centuries-long schemes? The coffin continued to tremble, and the grand array began to ripple outward. This is disastrous. The formation is fully activated and seeks to annihilate intruders. This girl has led us all into peril. The young prodigies pressed against the walls in fear. Such a temper. It's merely a strand of true dragon essence, Yao Mingming scoffed, though her hands never ceased their work, continuously channeling the Tai celestial technique to absorb the true dragon essence. Who dares disturb my slumber and seize my fate? A voice resounded from within the coffin. A young man within the coffin stirred, his fingers twitching before he opened his eyes. How long have I been asleep? He inquired softly upon waking. In eternity, at least 500,000 or 600,000 years. Yao Mingming answered, all while refining the true dragon essence. The young man's gaze turned vacant as he fell into contemplation. But it was only a fleeting moment before he regained his focus. Has it truly taken 600,000 years for the true dragon essence to condense? I shall spare your life, leaving you with a trace of the true dragon's aura, he proclaimed. Stop boasting, Yao Mingming replied, tilting her head. You've just awakened and are utterly depleted. You can hardly lift a finger. Her keen perception, far beyond that of ordinary folk, discerned the frailty of the man within the coffin. After countless years of confinement, even with the coffin mitigating the loss of power and the occasional infusion of life essence every millennium, the prolonged slumber had drained him significantly, leaving only a flicker of vitality. Otherwise, why would the true Dragon Emperor have set such a formation, if not to protect the one within the coffin? It was simply unexpected that someone could unravel the imperial seal. Though I am weak, I can still activate the formation and bring about your demise. More boasting, she retorted. Yao Mingming unceremoniously exposed the truth. You scoundrel, this is my father's scheme, meticulously crafted over countless millennia for my benefit. The man within the coffin was infuriated. Chapter 86. Stalemate. The man in the coffin, in a fit of rage, declared, Once I emerge, I shall slay you. We shall see about that once you are free. Yao Mingming retorted, continually refining the essence of the true dragon. The occupant of the coffin was incessantly drawing vitality from the unyielding life formation. His nascent soul strength was now sufficient. The man whispered softly as the coffin was opened. Previously, one could only discern a young man within the transparent coffin. Now, as he manifested, his flowing black hair and commanding presence radiated an aura akin to that of a youthful emperor, surrounded by the spirit of dragons. Having just awakened, he already exhibited terrifying anomalies. Should he regain his full strength, he would undoubtedly sweep through the ranks of the young generation. For the true heir of the emperor had awakened. Few contemporaries could rival him. Under the direct tutelage of the emperor, endowed with the prowess and wisdom of his youth, he possessed the ability to silence the masses. You little thief, you have stolen my fortune. Today, I shall refine you and reclaim the essence of the true dragon. The man in the coffin brimmed with murderous intent, his eyes swirling with energy. The true dragon scripture commenced its operation, and the residual essence was continuously absorbed by him. His meticulously laid plans, years in the making, were on the verge of fruition, only to be snatched away by another, driving him to the brink of madness. This true dragon essence had taken hundreds of thousands of years to accumulate successfully. He had slumbered in the coffin for an eternity, awaiting the ultimate harvest, only to have it taken from him at the final moment. The Emperor's formation had originally ensured invulnerability, yet unforeseen errors had arisen. Undoubtedly, the true dragon essence refined by the Emperor was extraordinary, nearing that of an innate body. Yao Mingming comfortably stretched her body. Having absorbed the true dragon essence, her divine body would gradually revive. Damn it, the man exclaimed, his hair billowing, his handsome visage radiating fury. Die. Now restored to a certain degree of power after replenishing his essence, he immediately activated the Great Formation, intent on annihilating Yao Mingming. Break! Yao Mingming shouted, and the imperial inscription